Air Shitty is a child of the realm. Sand Shitty is a reincarnate. Sea Shitty is the reincarnation of an ancient Sword Immortal. Xiao Shimmy is the future empress of the demon race. From top to bottom, they're all hidden powerhouses. As the eldest disciple, Ouyang smirked. Then I can only resort to cheating. Chapter 1. The Little Shimmy of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. On the mountain path of Qingyunzong, a young boy clad in a dark azure robe was slowly ascending the mountain, hand in hand with a little girl. Ouyang dashi xiong. How much further is it? The little girl panted, her delicate doll-like face glistening with sweat, her cheeks puffed like a little squirrel. The boy, referred to as Ouyang dashi xiong, halted his steps, glanced at the sun above, and thoughtfully replied, "Don't worry, at our current pace, we will surely reach the foot of the mountain by tomorrow dusk." Tomorrow dusk? The little girl turned pale, and in a fit of temper, she plopped down on the ground, resolutely refusing to take another step forward. The winding mountain path seemed endless. Observing the little girl, who lay on the blue stone slab as if playing dead, Ouyang also sat slowly on the stone, curiously appraising his new little shimmy. In Ouyang's eyes, a panel appeared beside the little girl that only he could see. Name, Hututu, juvenile form of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Cultivation, 5th stage of golden core. Root bone 10. Charm, 7. Underage. Luck, 8. Music talent, 10. Exclusive skill, enchanting all beings not activated. Evaluation. This is an exquisite beast-eared girl yet to reach maturity. Ouyang felt a surge of joy. Compared to the rebellious disciples on the mountain, a regular beast-eared girl had finally arrived. The little girl named Hututu had just joined Qingyunzong today. His master, whom he hadn't seen for nearly a year, had merely briefed Ouyang before hastily departing, letting out a sigh as if shaking off some trouble. Thus, the scene of the two climbing the mountain unfolded. On one hand, Ouyang wanted to see what scheme his master was concocting, and on the other, he was curious about when this new little shimmy would reveal her foxtail. Indeed, Ouyang knew from the very first glance at this little shimmy that she was not human, but a spirit fox possessing an innate Tao body. After all, the golden attribute panel beside her was impossible to ignore. However, how could his master, a peak master of Qingyunzong, take a fox demon as a disciple? If this news got out, it would surely become a sensational story in the cultivation world. Xianxia, what are you looking at? Hututu glared at Ouyang with annoyance. Though this elder brother had a handsome appearance, he lacked any grace. Even if he wasn't flying on a sword, he could at least use some wind magic to help her on the journey. She was just a little girl, yet he had made her climb the mountain for 2 hours. He showed no consideration for her delicate nature. Moreover, the heat of his gaze grew increasingly intense. Could he be a pervert drawn to young children? Was it because she was born beautiful, an exquisite flower in her youth, destined to be breathtaking as she grew? Had this elder brother already become infatuated with her as a child? Although she was a little princess of the fox tribe, possessing unparalleled beauty, her 5-year-old self had no interest in romance. Hututu despised the idea of having an elder brother. With this thought, her expression turned guarded, her fists clenched against her chest like a protective hamster, and she inquired warily, "Xixiang, what are you looking at?" Hearing Hututu's inquiry again, Ouyang, lost in thought, realized he had been a bit out of line. He awkwardly cleared his throat and withdrew his gaze. Yet, internally, he felt as if a tempest had stirred within him, as if he had stumbled upon a major revelation. How curious. His master's surname was Hu, and this little shimmy surname was also Hu. Could she be the master's illegitimate daughter? But this little shimmy was a naturally endowed fox demon. Could it be? Gasp. His master had captured a fox? How sensational. Truly, his master was remarkable. But if that were the case, what would happen to his Shifis? Even as a time traveler, he couldn't help but feel inadequate in the presence of his master, known as a charming rogue in the cultivation realm. His master was indeed a handsome disaster, often requiring Ouyang to clean up his messes. Now that there was a child involved, if the Shifis found out, they would undoubtedly be furious enough to knock some sense into his master's thick skull. Concerned about the potential chaos in his master's backyard, Ouyang's heart fluttered with excitement. With such a significant leverage in his hands, what outrageous demands could he make? Ouyang's expression remained unchanged while his heart surged with uncontainable joy. New little Shimmy X, the old man's fatal secret. Master, you wouldn't want this matter to reach the ears of your Shifis, would you? With this in mind, as he looked back at his little Shimmy, Ouyang donned a warm smile and said, "Little Shimmy, as you're new to Qingyunzong and unfamiliar with the terrain, I am merely guiding you to familiarize yourself with the paths of Qingyunzong, so you won't get lost when attending lectures at various peaks." Observing the eager Ouyang, Hu Tutu shook her head and spoke brightly. Master has already informed me on the way that Qingyun Zong is one of the 9 major cultivation sects in the current world. It has over 1,000 inner disciples and 100,000 outer disciples. It encompasses the blessed land of Qingyun with 72 peaks and spans an area of 100,000 kilometers. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, and treasures can be found everywhere. Regarding everything about Qingyun Zong, Hu Tutu recounted it as if it were his own treasured knowledge, leaving Ouyang in a state of bewilderment. Is Qingyun Zong truly that splendid? I had thought that even a dog could gain entry. Ouyang pondered silently, forming a question mark in his mind. In the days when he first traversed into this world, his master had descended from the heavens, persistently beseeching to take him as a disciple, which had led him to believe that he was merely a target of some wandering swindler. Originally intending to inform Hu Tutu about which peaks of Qingyun Zong were frequented by fools, which places offered free food and drink, and which mountains to avoid, Ouyang wisely sealed his lips instead. Once Hu Tutu finished speaking, Ouyang cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "Indeed, these are precisely the matters I wish to discuss with you. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further introductions. Now, I must convey to you the most vital information regarding our peak. No, rather, our little mountain's circumstances." Noticing the solemn expression on Ouyang's face, Hu Tutu began to listen attentively. After all, this would be the place where he would reside, and naturally, it held significant importance for him. Ouyang raised a finger with gravity and declared, "On our peak, aside from the old man, I am the supreme authority. Is that all?" Hu Tutu gazed at the seriously solemn Ouyang, doubting he had heard incorrectly. Ouyang, noticing Hu Tutu's dazed expression, continued, "From now on, follow my lead. My rules are absolute. As for the other rebellious disciples on the peak, keep your distance. They are all troubled." At this point, Ouyang felt a pang of regret, realizing that his failure to establish authority when those rebellious disciples first arrived at the mountain gate resulted in his lack of experience as the senior disciple. "Oh, it seems the senior disciple harbors quite a deep prejudice against us." As soon as Ouyang's words fell, a gentle voice emerged from behind him. Though the tone was soft, the underlying chill was unmistakable. Ouyang's body stiffened, awkwardly turning around to face a young man clad in a Taoist robe, standing behind him. Ouyang forced a smile onto his face and remarked, "Oh, is that not Xiao Bai? You too have come to climb the mountain. What a coincidence." Chapter 2. The Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal's Little Junior Brother. Before Ouyang stood a youth, and he, too, could perceive an attribute panel. Name, Bai Fei Yu, Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment, 5th layer. Root Bone, 9. Charisma, 101. Luck, 1. Swordsmanship Aptitude, 101. Exclusive skill, All Things of My Sword. Evaluation. A remarkably handsome junior brother who embodies the elegance of an extraordinary sword immortal at such a tender age. Each time Ouyang glimpsed Bai Fei Yu's attribute panel, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. His junior brother indeed possessed an extraordinary background. It was evident that he was the destined protagonist. However, the luck score of 1 was a clear indication that he was not favored by fortune. Upon Bai Fei Yu's appearance, Hu Tutu, standing beside Ouyang, was equally captivated. The youth possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. A smile gracing his lips, exuding a gentle warmth akin to a refreshing breeze. Clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with cloud-patterned boots, and a 3-foot azure sword hanging at his waist, he stood tall like a verdant pine. As the mountain breeze caressed him, his attire billowed gracefully, resembling a celestial being. He seemed to stand enveloped in light, exuding a warmth reminiscent of jade. How stunning! Hu Tutu's eyes widened as she beheld the newcomer, her heart racing with excitement. He was truly breathtaking. Compared to the senior brother beside her, this youth was the epitome of her ideal brother. Stars sparkled in her eyes. Her cherubic face flushed with a rosy hue, and a hint of drool escaped her lips. Yet, the youth did not glance her way. Instead, he smiled warmly at Ouyang. Though his smile was inviting, Ouyang felt as though countless daggers were being shot from those eyes, aiming to pin him to the spot. "Ahem, little Bai. Allow me to introduce you. This is our master's newly brought back junior sister, Hu Tutu. Little sister, this is your 4th senior brother, Bai Fei Yu," Ouyang said, facilitating the introduction. "A senior brother? He is truly my senior brother," Hu Tutu exclaimed, utterly astonished by this unexpected delight, her words stumbling forth. The mere thought of spending her days alongside such a handsome figure as her senior brother filled her with warmth, as if she were enveloped in clouds of cotton. Giggles erupted from her 5-year-old face, revealing the joyous smile of a 30-year-old aunt as she imagined the days to come with her senior brother Feiyu. Upon hearing Ouyang's introduction, Bai Feiyu's gaze shifted to Hututu. His expression grew serious, his brows furrowing, for Hututu stood before him, completely exposed to his penetrating gaze. With a hint of displeasure, he remarked, "What on earth is Master thinking, taking in such a little fox?" Ouyang swiftly rushed forward, covering Bai Feiyu's mouth. Just as Bai Feiyu was about to form a sword gesture, ready to summon his sword to deal with the audacious intruder, Ouyang pressed his hand firmly on Bai Feiyu's sword hilt, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "The Master has instructed us not to mention her identity before her. Furthermore, her name is Hututu, while the Master is known as Ouyang." Bai Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Ouyang. Realizing that they both shared the surname Hu, could it be that this fox was the Master's illegitimate daughter? The Master had actually captured a fox spirit to aid in his cultivation. Were cultivators nowadays so audacious? Or was it simply that he had grown old? Bai Feiyu brushed Ouyang's hand away, his expression complex as he regarded Hututu and spoke with a stoic demeanor. "Since you have entered the mountain gate, focus on your cultivation. Keep your distance from the elder brother. His mind is not quite right." His tone was reminiscent of a relic from the past, imbued with an air of antiquity. As a spiritual fox, Hututu keenly sensed the shift in Bai Feiyu's emotions. It appeared that her handsome senior brother had not taken a liking to her from their very first encounter. How could a girl of such beauty be met with indifference? Disappointment mingled with confusion in her heart. Was this elder brother akin to the handsome uncles of Xianxia Mountain, who always frolicked in pairs, oblivious to the charms of lovely ladies? Did handsome men only fancy other handsome men? Alas, she was but a child. Why must he be so serious? Ouyang reached out to pinch Bai Feiyu's cheek, hoping to coax a smile from his younger brother. In a flash, Bai Feiyu seized Ouyang's wrist, executing a swift maneuver that pinned Ouyang against the stone wall. "Ouch! You ungrateful wretch! I am your elder brother." Ouyang yelped, exasperation evident in his voice. Hututu observed the playful scuffle between the two brothers, a flicker of understanding igniting within her. No wonder he was so frosty towards her. Was it out of fear that her natural beauty might eclipse his elder brother? The dynamics within this mountain sect were indeed peculiar. After a brief bout of playful wrestling, Bai Feiyu finally released Ouyang's shoulder in response to his pleas for mercy. Rubbing his shoulder while grimacing, Ouyang remarked, "What brings you down from the mountain? Are you here to fetch us?" Bai Feiyu shook his head and replied, "Today is the day for the Master's lecture. I must attend. The Master has expressed his dissatisfaction with our attendance from the small peak, claiming that our absence shows a lack of respect. He has threatened to expel us and our Master if we refuse to participate in the upcoming Sect competition next month. He specifically called for me to be present today, and if I do not attend, the Master will truly be angered. That old codger, always spouting nonsensical teachings that even put himself to sleep. What is the point of attending? Expel us? Let him try. Last time he sneaked over to Yuna Peak, he was thrown out, and someone captured the entire event on an immortal recording stone and sent it to me. TSK, let me tell you, the imprint of that shoe's sole on his face was perfectly clear." Ouyang replied nonchalantly. Bai Feiyu nodded, recognizing that his senior brother seemed to possess a remarkable talent for socializing since childhood. Within the Qiyun Sect's 72 peaks, he was surrounded by a myriad of acquaintances. With the leverage he held over the sect leader, there was little left to fear. Recently, Bai Feiyu had reached a pivotal moment in refining his sword heart and had no desire to squander time on trivial matters, especially after reincarnating for so many years. He had been tirelessly honing a perfect sword heart, one that he had failed to attain in his previous life, and now was the crucial moment where every second counted. As he gazed at his flustered senior brother, Bai Feiyu's thoughts wandered far beyond the immediate situation. He harbored a secret unknown to anyone else. In his past life, he had been an ancient Sword Immortal, awakened to the memories of his former existence. Bai Feiyu had devoted himself to the Qiyun sect among the 9 great sects of the present age. For cultivators, aside from innate talent and techniques, the most vital aspect was the availability of resources for cultivation. Before he could attain sufficient strength, joining a prominent sect would greatly accelerate his progress. However, ever since he joined the Qiyun sect 5 years ago, he felt as though he had been led astray by his senior brother. His once tranquil state of mind had been repeatedly provoked by this individual. Nevertheless, for Bai Feiyu, who had been a sword immortal in his past life, and had spent his days in cultivation, this lifetime provided him an opportunity to put aside his burdens and relive the joys of youth, which he embraced wholeheartedly. Regaining his composure, Bai Feiyu's expression became serene once more as he announced, "I shall take my leave now." Wait. Ouyang, who had been in a state of agitation, suddenly transformed his demeanor and called out to Bai Feiyu as he prepared to depart. "Do you have something to say?" Bai Feiyu inquired, with an air of feigned congeniality. Ouyang remarked, "I have heard that your swordsmanship has progressed recently. How about granting this elder brother the pleasure of witnessing your skill?" Bai Feiyu regarded Ouyang with a smirk and replied, "Witness my skill? Is it not that you wish for me to take you along? Oh, I seem to have forgotten. You are still in the chi refinement stage and unable to wield a sword." Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly retorted, "I merely do not wish to advance. And is it not permissible for fellow disciples to call upon one another for assistance?" After speaking, he shook his head, adding, "To accompany? Indeed, if one can, why not?" In an instant, Bai Feiyu's 3-foot green sword transformed into a streak of light, launching toward Ouyang. As Ouyang, still caught up in his verbal sparring, glanced up, he was taken aback, realizing that his reckless junior intended to strike him. Ouyang hastily leaped aside, narrowly evading the approach of Bai Feiyu. Seizing hold of Hutu, Bai Feiyu's sword ascended, prompting a sharp cry from Hutu. The 3-foot green sword became a vibrant green rainbow as Bai Feiyu soared into the distance with Hutu, leaving his voice echoing through the valley. "If you do not return before dusk, do not expect a meal." Chapter 3. My external aid is just idling. Curse it. Re-establishing my senior brother's authority is a duty we must uphold. Ouyang mused internally as he climbed the mountain path. Ding. The host's earnings from this session of idling have been credited. This time's earnings amount to 1,000 vital energy. Upon hearing the voice resonating within his mind, Ouyang reluctantly chose to accept it. A faint warmth flowed from his lower abdomen throughout his limbs, only to vanish without a trace. Ouyang summoned his attribute panel. Name: Ouyang, Transmigrator, Cultivation Level, Chi Refinement 9th Layer Root Bone, 1 Charm, 6 Luck, 1 Special Qualification, True Chi Value 906962543 Exclusive Skill, Not Activated Evaluation. You are the most subpar host I have ever encountered. The most formidable idol system in history. This was the boon of being a transmigrator. As long as he remained still, he would automatically enter an idle state and could accrue the true chi value cultivated during this time. However, the drawback was that he could do nothing but remain motionless. Ever since he awakened this system upon transmigrating, he had scoffed at the idea of relying solely on such an idle system. He intended to ascend to the pinnacle of this world with his extraordinary talent and vision that transcended the ordinary. He would rather leap from a small peak to his demise than depend on this lackluster system. Yet now, he found himself delightfully amused. After all, the progress he made through arduous training all day paled in comparison to the rapid advancements gained through 10 minutes of idling. Initially, Ouyang would console himself. "I'm not living off the system. I simply enjoy lying around." Now, Ouyang declared, "I concede. I'm indeed an idler." However, as the idle time lengthened, Ouyang began to sense something amiss. The system bore a significant flaw. It could not facilitate upgrades. Damn! He could only collect the true chi from idling, but could not level up. The cultivation tiers in this world mirrored those chronicled in novels. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, divided spirit, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. 9 major realms, each subdivided into 9 layers, embodying the essence of returning to unity. Beyond these lay the transcendent realm that all cultivators yearn for. Upon collecting the idle true chi and breaking through to the chi refinement 9th layer, he found himself unable to progress further. His cultivation was eternally trapped at the chi refinement stage. As for the reason, Ouyang sensed a connection to his system. Even if he was marginally stronger than an ordinary practitioner at the chi refinement stage, it remained merely that chi refinement. He could not condense true chi into true essence, let alone transform true essence into a golden core and, subsequently, into an infant form. From a prodigious talent who had swiftly reached chi refinement 9th layer, he had become a waste eternally confined to the chi refinement stage. The psychological blow Ouyang experienced felt akin to plummeting from the heavens to the ground. In the realm of cultivation, One only truly embarked on the journey upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Only then could he hope to encounter the magnificent treasures and profound techniques. Now he stood on the brink of that crucial step. Yet it felt as insurmountable as an everlasting chasm, one he could not traverse. Although the realm could not be ascended, the quantity of one's vital energy had, with the assistance of the idol system, surged to a terrifying figure. Presently, one felt indifferent to the measure of vital energy, for it was merely a number. No matter how substantial, could it truly facilitate a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage? The art of sword flight could only be comprehended by those who had reached that stage. The dream of soaring through the skies on a celestial sword had been shattered. The aspiration to glide alongside a fairy maiden, riding upon a divine sword, had undeniably lost its essence. Each time this matter crossed his mind, Ouyang would toss and turn, finding sleep elusive. Another drawback of being unable to elevate one's realm was the matter of lifespan. The Chi refinement stage would preserve 1S appearance at the age of 18, yet 1S lifespan paled in comparison to that of higher-tier cultivators. In contrast to those in the Mahayana stage, who could live for thousands upon thousands of years. A Chi refinement practitioner might only survive for a mere 200 years, at best. Thus, if one remained stagnant, it meant that in a couple of centuries, one would have to start anew. For cultivators, 200 years was but a fleeting moment. For oneself, it could very well represent a lifetime. Ouyang shook his head, ridding himself of such troubling thoughts, and withdrew a yellow talisman from his pocket. His third junior brother Xianxia had gifted him this swift movement talisman. By tearing the talisman and infusing it with vital energy, the formation inscribed upon it could be activated, doubling 1S speed. Setting aside his worries, he resolved to return for a meal. The rebellious boy had said that if he did not return before dusk, no food would be left for him. In the vastness of the world, the greatest priority was indeed sustenance. Ouyang murmured softly, wind. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind arose along the path, gently urging Ouyang forward from the foot of the mountain. As he infused the talisman with his vital energy, it transformed into a flame and vanished, shortly followed by a radiant golden light enveloping him. Ouyang spread his arms wide and swiftly soared toward the small peak. Chapter 4. The Reborn Third Junior Brother. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ouyang finally arrived at the summit of the small peak nestled in the far corner of Qingyan Sect. Before him lay a quaint square courtyard, and he wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire, and coughed lightly before pushing the door open. In the square courtyard stood a grand tree at its center, whereby Feiyu stood gracefully on a branch, facing the sunset, his hands clasped behind his back. Clad in white, he appeared ethereal, like an immortal descended from the heavens. The newly arrived junior sister curled up on a chair beneath the tree, hugging her legs, gazing dreamily at by Feiyu above. Standing there daily, posing before the sun, was it not a behavior befitting a monkey? Ouyang thought sourly to himself. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Ah, just in time. Dinner was about to begin. Ouyang approached the dining table beneath the tree, pulled out a chair, and sat down beside Hu-Tu-Tu, playfully delivering a gentle smack to the latter's head, saying, "Stop staring, no matter how attractive it is. It cannot serve as sustenance." "Ouch, senior brother, that hurt," Hu-Tu-Tu exclaimed, cradling his fluffy head in displeasure. Just as Hu-Tu-Tu was preparing to pounce on Ouyang, a stout-looking youth emerged, carrying a tray of food. Upon seeing Ouyang, the youth broke into a hearty smile and said, "Senior brother, you've returned just as the meal is ready." Ouyang stood up, approached the youth with a grin, and took the tray from him, inquiring, "Xianxia, what have you prepared today? Did you stew the three-eyed feathered chicken I brought back from the Spirit Beast Peak?" Yes. Second senior brother is in the midst of a crucial breakthrough, and I dared not forget your special instructions, the youth replied, his expression one of utmost caution. Observing the youth's earnest demeanor, Ouyang felt unconcerned. His disciple was always like this, despite numerous reminders. He then turned to Hu-Tu-Tu, saying, "Have you been introduced to our new junior sister?" "Xiao, I should have taken care of that." We exchanged greetings. Master S discerning eye remains as impeccable as ever, the youth remarked with a sigh of admiration. Even in Master S' absence, his voice was suffused with reverence. Were it not for Ouyang's ability to view his disciple's attribute panel, he might have assumed that this junior was merely an honest and simple person. Name: Xianxia, reincarnate. Cultivation: third stage of core formation. Route bonne, 8 charme, 9 luck, 7 formation aptitude, 101. Exclusive skill, living puppet technique. Evaluation. A heavily paranoid reincarnate with delusions of persecution. Indeed, this disciple before him had reincarnated from the future. Ouyang had thought that by Fei Yu, the reincarnation of an ancient Sword Immortal was already extraordinary. But this reincarnation was even more unfathomable. Perhaps the tragic circumstances of his past life rendered this disciple exceedingly cautious in his current existence. Suddenly, Ouyang reached out and pinched Xianxia's face, teasing, "Junior brother, you aren't a puppet standing here, are you?" The puppets crafted by this disciple, with an aptitude of 11 in formations, could even deceive the system. Xianxia's body stiffened, and he subtly stepped back, forcing a smile as he replied, "How could that be, senior brother? I wouldn't use puppets in my own dojo." Upon hearing Xianxia's response, Ouyang immediately recognized that this version of Xianxia must indeed be a puppet crafted by his disciple. This wayward child's delusions of persecution had intensified. Once the dishes were arranged, Xianxia excused himself and left the courtyard, returning to his own room. "Senior brother, this fellow seems rather peculiar. He lacks the essence of a living person. Moreover, I clearly remember his appearance. Yet now I cannot recall what he looks like." Hututu whispered to Ouyang, "Don't worry about that. Your senior brother may be a bit peculiar, but he possesses a good character. However, let me tell you, on our little mountain peak, you can provoke anyone, but do not ever provoke your third senior brother." Ouyang spoke earnestly to Hututu. Hututu nodded, though somewhat perplexed, observing Hututu's nonchalant demeanor. Ouyang added, "Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your demise." Instantly, a chill ran down Hututu's spine. He sensed that the earlier smile from that senior brother was rather disingenuous. Despite being at the same stage of cultivation, Hututu keenly felt that if a conflict arose, he would meet a swift and gruesome end, even though he could rely on his bloodline power to achieve unmatched prowess at his level. He concluded that this third senior brother was undoubtedly a formidable individual. Clutching his bowl, Hututu silently categorized Xianxia as the most dangerous figure on the mountain peak. At that moment, Bai Feiyu leaped down from a tree and, glancing at Ouyang and Hututu, inquired curiously, "Is the second senior brother still in seclusion?" "Probably," Ouyang replied without looking up. Qingsong mentioned he has gained new insights into the sword path and has been in seclusion for 3 days. Bai Feiyu responded with an "oh." Yet his gaze remained fixed on the second senior brother's room. As an ancient sword immortal, he felt an unprecedented sense of pressure emanating from this young man, who was merely in his teens. If he had been a prodigy born for the sword path in his previous life, then this second senior brother seemed to embody the very essence of the sword path itself. Even having encountered countless sword path geniuses in his past, he had never witnessed anyone as extraordinary as this second senior brother. While the three were enjoying their meal, a sudden, fierce sword light erupted, piercing through the roof of the second senior brother's room and soaring into the heavens. The sharp radiance illuminated the already dimming sky like a beacon. "This is sword intent," Bai Feiyu exclaimed, his chopsticks slipping from his grasp as he stared in astonishment at the second senior brother's room. Despite still honing his sword heart and yet to grasp sword intent, this second senior brother had comprehended a sword intent uniquely his own at such a young age. This was something only sword cultivators at the out-of-body stage could hope to achieve. In that instant, as the sword light burst forth, Hututu curled up in fear, trembling. Meanwhile, Ouyang savored a mouthful of chicken soup, smacking his lips. The broth from the three-eyed flower feathers chicken was indeed delightful. No wonder the creatures from the Spirit Beast Peak guarded it so closely. Sighing as he gazed at the scattered tiles and debris, Ouyang called towards the second senior brother's room. "Sang Qingsong, you brat, fix the roof by tomorrow. You've already blown it off 3 times this month." Chapter 5. The Young Brother of the Son of the Dimension. With Ouyang's furious shout, a youth clad in black attire emerged from the room, holding a sword. The young boy, clad in dark attire, was enveloped in a chilling aura of sword intent that instilled fear in those who merely cast a glance his way. He clutched a 3-foot-long sword tightly to his chest, his breath still slightly erratic, yet beginning to stabilize. With a long exhale, he slowly opened his eyes, nodding at Ouyang and stiffly uttering a single word, "Good." Ouyang gazed at the boy who had just sent his roof flying. This boy being none other than his second junior disciple, Lung Qingsong, the most exasperating individual on the entire mountain. Name: Lung Qingsong, child of the dimension, cultivation, 7th layer of foundation establishment bone quality, 101 charisma, 10 luck, 10 swordsmanship talent. 101 exclusive skill. I am the sword. Evaluation. A slightly socially anxious child of destiny, fated to be the protagonist. Each time Ouyang encountered Lung Qingsong's attributes, he couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it. Being born fortunate truly has its advantages. Some are born into Rome, while others are destined to be mere cattle. Truly, comparisons breed resentment. Yet, this was a child he had raised himself. The memories of those early days remained vivid in Ouyang's mind. After acquiring the system, he had encountered the orphan, Lung Qingsong, and upon seeing the boy's attributes, he decided to adopt him. Establishing a good relationship with this child of destiny was essential for survival. At the tender age of 5, he roamed the streets with 3-year-old Lung Qingsong until they met their master, Ouyang, who had taken them in after Ouyang tearfully begged him to accept them as disciples. Recalling the moment when his master had pleaded with him, in a field, 5-year-old Ouyang and 3-year-old Lung Qingsong were devouring sweet potatoes they had pilfered from the earth. A Taoist priest, exuding an ethereal aura, descended before them. Dear young friends, we are fated to meet. Would you be willing to become my disciples? The priest was none other than Ouyang. Instinctively, Ouyang rejected the offer, for he had awakened the system, and the child he carried was a child of destiny. Why should he accept just anyone as his master? Ouyang, taken aback by Ouyang's outright refusal, watched as Lung Qingsong instinctively hid behind Ouyang, warily eyeing Ouyang. I implore you, let your brother become my disciple. Ouyang earnestly beseeched Ouyang. But what about me? The 5-year-old Ouyang asked hopefully. I can ensure you become a wealthy gentleman. Ouyang assured, thumping his chest. I wish to cultivate immortality. Ouyang promptly rejected. Compared to your brother, becoming a wealthy gentleman would suit you better. Ouyang reluctantly suggested. If you refuse my brother, then I shall not go either. Lung Qingsong, for the first time, uttered such a lengthy sentence. It was the early autumn, when all things were ripening, and it was then that Ouyang took Ouyang and Lung Qingsong as his disciples, officially embarking on their journey of cultivation. Since then, the two of us were brought back to the Qingyun sect by Ouyang, and here we remain to this day. When I and Lung Qingsong first arrived at the Qingyun sect, even the sect leader was stirred. Naturally, it was my little brother who caused such a stir. After all, he is the protagonist with astonishing talent, so much so that even the sect leader could not resist the urge to take Lung Qingsong as a disciple. However, Lung Qingsong, loyal to me, declined the leader's invitation. Where my brother is, there I shall be. Lung Qingsong, hiding behind Ouyang, uttered such a lengthy sentence for the second time. Truly, he is my beloved child. Ouyang felt a sense of comfort regarding this socially anxious little brother. Ah, gem hidden in dust. The rejected sect leader walked away from the small peak, his disappointment giving rise to the delight of his master. Just as Ouyang regained his composure, Lung Qingsong had already seated himself at the table, sword in hand, devouring his meal with fervor after 3 days of fasting. The sword intent surrounding him had yet to be fully withdrawn, and the chilling sword aura reverberated throughout the small courtyard. At the opposite end of the table, Hu Tutu trembled uncontrollably. The pressure emanating from Lung Qingsong was overwhelmingly intense, compared to the earlier third senior brother, who instilled an unsettling fear of impending doom. This person seemed capable of dispatching him at a whim. Grandfather, is the world truly so perilous? I fear I may not return alive. Hu Tutu lamented silently to himself. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu observed Lung Qingsong at the table with a solemn expression. How could a mere teenager exert such profound pressure? What remarkable talent must he possess? It seemed I must intensify my training. Otherwise, my reincarnation as an ancient Sword Immortal would indeed be a laughable affair. Yet, oblivious to their thoughts, Lung Qingsong's eyes gleamed as he beheld the 3-eyed, feathered chicken on the table, reaching out eagerly to grasp it. Ouyang swiftly struck Lung Qingsong's hand with his chopsticks, furrowing his brow as he admonished. Have you washed your hands? We eat at the table. Lung Qingsong retracted his hand obediently and went to wash. Upon his return, Ouyang turned to Hu Tutu, who was still trembling, and gently reassured, This is your second senior brother, Lung Qingsong, also my younger brother. Despite his fierce demeanor, he is surprisingly gentle. Ouyang spoke candidly. Although this adopted brother exuded an air of coldness that discouraged strangers, Ouyang, having spent so many years together, understood that his little brother simply harbored some social anxiety. Hu Tutu managed a faint smile, signaling his understanding. Upon hearing Ouyang's introduction, Lung Qingsong looked at Hu Tutu in surprise and uttered a single word. Fox. What nonsense. It's perfectly stewed, just eat. Ouyang interjected, shoving a chicken leg into Lung Qingsong's mouth to silence him. After the meal concluded, each person retreated to their own rooms, leaving only Ouyang's voice ringing out at Lung Qingsong. Get out. Do not bring the quilt over. Find your own place to sleep, and do not crowd into my room. Hu Tutu, feeling utterly relieved, lay down on her own bed. The events of the day had far exceeded her psychological expectations. Where exactly have I arrived? Hu Tutu recalled her grandfather's earnest words before her departure. Child, as a being of innate Tao physique, others will surely be unable to perceive your true form. Therefore, you must not disclose your identity to anyone, lest it lead to grave peril. Not even her senior brothers could be informed that she was a spirit fox. Hu Tutu's delicate face twisted into a frown. She had grand ambitions upon arriving at Xinyan's sect, yet merely one day into her stay. She already felt the oppressive weight of the human race bearing down upon her. Even a mere small mountain peak was teeming with talent. The Xinyan sect, and indeed the entire human race, were realms that the demon clan could scarcely contend with. Chapter 6. The Senior Brothers on the Small Mountain Peak. Restless and anxious for the future of the demon clan, Hu Tutu rose early. After freshening up, she pushed open the door and found Bai Feiyu standing atop a tree, hands clasped behind his back. A faint purple light danced around him like serpents, lending an otherworldly charm to his otherwise noble demeanor. Brother Bai remains as striking as ever. Hu Tutu mused, her heart fluttering. Just as she was lost in admiration, she spotted Lung Qingsong, the figure who had terrified her the day before, striding in with a massive tree over his shoulder. His chiseled features and sculpted physique glistened with dew and sweat, resembling a living statue. The second senior brother, who had nearly frightened her to tears yesterday, appeared rather perfect in this moment. Hee, I truly adore my senior brothers. While Hu Tutu was momentarily captivated by the bare-chested Lung Qingsong, he gently set the hefty tree down. Raising his hand, a resonant sound of a sword echoed as an ancient longsword flew from his dwelling. After taking a deep breath, he focused intently, wielding the sword with a swift stroke that cleaved through the tree with precision. In an instant, the once massive trunk was reduced to a pile of wooden planks. What exceptional swordsmanship! Hu Tutu exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Lung Qingsong glanced at her before lowering his gaze to gather the scattered planks. What are you doing? Hu Tutu boldly approached him, flashing a smile she believed to be charming, with a nail clenched between his teeth. One hand supporting the planks and the other gripping a hammer, Lung Qingsong coldly replied, repairing the house. At his words, Hu Tutu paused, suddenly recalling that during Lung Qingsong's breakthrough yesterday, he had completely ripped the roof off. The eldest brother had insisted that the second senior brother fix the house today. Hu Tutu gazed at his second senior brother, who had appeared like a fierce Sword Immortal yesterday, now shirtless and laboriously carrying wooden planks, leaping onto the rooftop with agility, and starting to repair it with a clattering of tools. The transformation from an unparalleled sword master to a humble roofer was seamless. It was astonishing that a cultivator in the core formation stage, exuding an aura of lethality, would obediently heed the words of his seemingly ordinary senior brother. Just as Hu Tutu was still in disbelief, Chen Changsheng emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a cloth. Upon seeing Hu Tutu standing there in a daze, he smiled and greeted, Junior sister, good morning. The millet porridge will be ready shortly. Let us serve it together. All right, third senior brother, Hu Tutu replied, nodding enthusiastically as she made her way to the kitchen. Although Chen Changsheng gave off an impression of a forced smile as her senior brother, she believed he would not harm her without reason. Entering the kitchen, she observed Chen Changsheng bustling about and, rolling up her sleeves, approached him, saying, Senior brother, what can I assist you with? Chen Changsheng turned to look at her, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes, and softly replied, Please tidy up the dishes and carry them out. Hu Tutu nodded and bounced off to gather the utensils. Watching her retreating figure, an extraordinary gleam intensified in Chen Changsheng's eyes. The future nine-tailed celestial fox, the empress of all demons, was now his little junior sister? Could it be that everything had changed since his rebirth? Regardless, if he cultivated a good relationship early on, the tragic fate of his past life would not befall him again. Chen Changsheng's mind raced with plans for his future. He harbored a colossal secret unknown to all. He had been reborn from the future. After struggling for over a decade in the apocalypse, he ultimately perished. In this life, He was determined to stand atop this world. Everything he had lost, he would not allow himself to lose again in this second chance. In this lifetime, he must survive and not act recklessly. For now, he was surrounded by a remarkable group of individuals destined for greatness. Senior brother, what's burning? Batutu, having finished tidying up the dishes, sniffed the air in confusion. Oh no, the porridge is burnt, Xianxia exclaimed, hastily grabbing a long spoon to stir the pot. The acrid smell wafting through the air. Furrowing his brow, he raised a finger and gently touched the scorched millet porridge. A flicker of dark azure light flashed across the surface, and when he withdrew his finger, it was covered in char. This puppet body evidently needed further upgrades. Xianxia contemplated as he stared at his charred finger. Then he executed a shocking maneuver. Without a trace, he broke off the burnt finger and concealed it in his sleeve, swiftly replacing it with a pristine new one. Xianxia carried the breakfast, while Hututu placed the dishes on the table. Hututu cradled a large bun in both hands, glancing from Bai Feiyu, who stood casually against a tree, to Long Qingsong, who had transformed into a handyman atop the roof. Third senior brother, who do you think is more handsome, second senior brother or fourth senior brother? Hututu asked, her tone laced with a hint of infatuation. Xianxia paused, his chopsticks momentarily suspended. Possessing a charm rating of 9, he believed himself to surpass others in appearance, though he rarely revealed his true self to outsiders. They're all quite handsome, just like me, he replied with a serene smile. Hututu glanced at Xianxia, whose features were rather unremarkable, and suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, third senior brother, you are quite handsome too, as she beamed with joy. Xianxia found himself lost in thought, reminiscing about his early days in the sect, when he had squatted on a rock in a blue robe, playfully unmasking himself before another, who had smiled and remarked, "Oh, what a handsome young man. Why wear a mask every day?" The memory of that blue robe glowed in the sunlight, casting a golden halo around it, leaving him entranced. Why does third senior brother look so foolish? Always lost in thought, Hututu wondered aloud, nibbling on her bun, perplexed. Xianxia snapped back to reality, seemingly recalling something amusing. I wonder if eldest senior brother is awake yet. Sister, let me tell you, in our little mountain peak, never provoke eldest senior brother when he's in a bad mood. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Hututu set down her bun, her brow furrowing in confusion. Third senior brother, I don't have any issues with eldest senior brother. I simply want to ask, do you truly believe he deserves the title? An ordinary person at the 9th level of Qi training, eldest senior brother was indeed exceptional for his age among ordinary cultivators. Yet amid such a group of geniuses, he seemed rather mediocre. Geniuses are inherently proud. How could either Long Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, or Xianxia willingly accept being overshadowed by an ordinary individual at the 9th level of Qi training? Xianxia detected the subtlety in Hututu's inquiry and, suppressing his smile, regarded her earnestly. Hututu, while my words may be somewhat stern, I must convey this to you. Seeing Xianxia's sudden seriousness, Hututu straightened up, realizing her previous remarks had been somewhat impolite. With an obedient demeanor, she listened attentively to his admonition. Ouyang senior brother is our eldest senior brother, the one and only. Even if Ouyang senior brother wished to become the leader of the Qinyan sect, none of us would object, Xianxia declared with solemnity. Observing Hututu's bemused expression, he silently added within himself, regardless of what others think, I, Xianxia, will protect Ouyang senior brother for a lifetime. Chapter 7. The profoundly unfathomable eldest senior brother. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a magnificent purple light suddenly erupted at the summit of the small mountain. Countless rays of dawn illuminated the peak with radiant splendor. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth fervently converged upon the small mountain peak, transforming into resplendent golden lotuses that gently descended upon its summit. The profound resonance of the Tao reverberated through the air, heralding a celestial phenomenon. Purple qi flowed from the east, signaling enlightenment. Xianxia's gaze sharpened, and he rose, his form enveloped in a radiant azure light. Outside the small mountain, countless grand formations were instantaneously activated. What once appeared as a realm of anomalies now returned to an ordinary visage in the eyes of outsiders. Perched upon a branch, Bai Feiyu slowly opened his eyes, the purple qi swirling within them. His sword aura was contained, yet exuded the essence of a magnificent blade sheathed within its scabbard. Hututu distinctly sensed that everything around him seemed to transform into a multitude of flying swords. Houses, flora, the green bricks beneath, even the air itself resembled sharp blades. Bai Feiyu softly proclaimed, "All things are my sword." Instantaneously, the mountain peak was filled with the sound of myriad swords singing in response to Bai Feiyu's voice. The previously clear sky was suddenly cloaked in swirling hues of dark yellow, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of qin and the booming of drums. As if the heavens themselves were celebrating Bai Feiyu's awakening. Ling Qingsong, who was atop a rooftop repairing it, paused his hammering, turning to gaze at Bai Feiyu upon the branch. A fierce battle intent flickered in his eyes. The sword path that Bai Feiyu had comprehended was in stark contrast to his own. Ling Qingsong had once had the opportunity to tread this path, but had chosen otherwise. Rather than embracing the notion that all is his sword, he placed greater faith in the blade he wielded and in himself. The sword at Ling Qingsong's side seemed to resonate with a heightened sense of battle fervor, emitting soft chimes. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, standing upon the branch, entered an enigmatic state of enlightenment. His realm surged, and the true essence within him gathered and whirled at a visibly rapid pace. A brilliant golden dam burst forth from the tumultuous true essence. The dam was formed. Bai Feiyu let out a triumphant roar, leaping skyward, as the sound of countless swords echoed in unison. Atop the rooftop, Ling Qingsong could no longer contain his battle intent, transforming into a stream of black light, rushing toward Bai Feiyu. In contrast to Bai Feiyu's belief that all is sword, Ling Qingsong embodied the essence of solitary. Proud sword soaring into the heavens. Ha ha ha, come fort. Bai Feiyu laughed heartily, morphing into a streak of white light charging toward Ling Qingsong. Having just entered the core formation stage, his perfect sword heart was now realized. What he craved was an exhilarating battle to express the exuberance within his soul. The black and white streaks collided in the sky, exchanging hundreds of blows in an instant. Neither employed their sword intentions, merely competing in sword techniques. If they had unleashed their sword intents, the small mountain peak would have been reduced to rubble under the residual force of their attacks. Though both were in the core formation stage, they could effortlessly slay a nascent soul cultivator with a single strike. What is a genius if not one who can transcend the ranks of their foes? As two combatants clashed, the sky resonated with the harmonious yet fierce sound of swords colliding, akin to a deluge of rain. Below, Hututu gazed up at the formidable presence of the two fighters, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from their duel. Merely witnessing their swordplay rendered his body immobile, as if bound by invisible chains. The magnificent sword energy made it impossible to meet their gaze, observing their perilous yet breathtaking confrontation. Hututu inwardly lamented that if he were to face either of them, a single strike would suffice to sever his own foxtail. Was this the essence of the Jidan stage? The pressure they exerted was far more intense than that of the great demons in his clan. They were both at the Jidan stage, just like him. "Grandfather, this is not the same as my own Jidan," Hututu cried out in his heart. Surrounded by a brilliant azure glow, Xianxia struggled to maintain the protective formation around the small mountain peak. The intangible sword intent exuded by the duelists was akin to a cataclysmic wave crashing against the defenses he had painstakingly established. Yet, for the sake of prudence, Xianxia was reluctant to allow the events unfolding on the peak to be witnessed by those on other summits. "Steady now. Don't let this get out of hand. You two rascals." Xianxia cursed the two unruly disciples in his mind, as these sword cultivators often disregarded everything in their impulsive zeal. Just as Xianxia felt he could no longer endure, a voice erupted from the Ouyang residence, cursing, "Can a person sleep in peace this early in the morning?" With Ouyang's voice, the unusual phenomena atop the small mountain momentarily paused. A surge of true energy, akin to a tsunami, burst forth from Ouyang's room, dispersing the ominous energies in the sky. The heavens instantly cleared, and all profound sounds vanished in an instant. The fierce battle between Bai Feiyu and Ling Qingsong was abruptly interrupted as they were swept away by the tsunami-like force, crashing beyond the small mountain. Ouyang, with bloodshot eyes and disheveled clothing, stormed out of his room, brandishing a paper fan and vociferously reprimanding the two. "You're quite capable, aren't you? Just finished wrecking the house, and now you're intent on demolishing the mountain? If your home is gone, you can sleep on the streets." Ling Qingsong, accustomed to being chastised by his elder brother, stood there obediently as Ouyang vented his frustration. while the freshly ascended Jedon disciple, by Feiyu, wore a smile, allowing Ouyang's words to drift in one ear and out the other. Hututu observed the elder brother scolding with hands on hips, recalling the overwhelming wave of true energy that had momentarily robbed him of breath. He had been rendered immobile amidst the clash between Bai and Long. Yet the elder brother had effortlessly sent them flying with his true energy. Such a vast reservoir of vital energy. Could it truly belong to someone at merely the 9th level of Qi cultivation? The two moments ago resembled deities of war and now appeared as helpless chicks, being chastised by their senior brother. With disbelief etched upon their faces, they gazed at Ouyang, questioning if their senior brother was indeed only at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Hututu recalled Chun Chongqing's earlier words. If our senior brother wishes to become the leader of Qingyun Sect, we three have no objections. Well, if you all have no objections, then neither do I. Hututu. Chapter 8. A romantic master is not easily attained. Despite the chastisement, mealtime remained separate from discipline. After Ouyang had released his morning irritability, he glanced at the two indifferent disciples and sighed inwardly, permitting them to have their meal. Following their repast, Lung Qingsong resumed his work on the rooftop. Bai Feiyu returned to the tree to solidify his cultivation, while Chun Chongsheng descended the mountain to reinforce his formation. This left only Ouyang and Hututu together. Since her ascent to the mountain the previous day, Hututu had been in a state of shock, now teetering on the edge of numbness. Whether it was the astonishing swordsmanship of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu or the seemingly solid Chun Chongsheng, all could easily overpower her. Even her senior brother, whom she had assumed to be merely at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, effortlessly subdued Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu during their sparring. In that moment, she, once hailed as a stunning genius of Qingxiu Mountain, felt like a mere joke. With a drooping visage, Hututu stood beside Ouyang, who was busy packing to depart, and timidly murmured, "Senior brother, am I really foolish and useless?" Ouyang, placing the shovel into the basket behind him, turned in confusion to regard the glum-faced Hututu and gently patted her fluffy little head, reassuring her, "Silly child, how could you be foolish? He. Senior brother is so kind." Hututu giggled, embracing Ouyang and nuzzling against his thigh. At first glance, she had thought her senior brother to be eccentric, yet now he seemed truly wonderful. There was an inexplicable warmth about him, accompanied by a delightful fragrance of bamboo, reminiscent of the bamboo bed at her home in Qingxiu Mountain. "I adore you, senior brother." Ouyang lifted the petite Hututu and placed her into the basket on his back, smiling as he said, "Let us go. Starting today, you shall be a member of the Little Mountain Peak. Come, accompany me to gather herbs." Yes. I excel at finding spiritual herbs," Hututu exclaimed, brimming with energy. Ouyang, carrying her, made his way toward the rear mountain. The Qingyun Sect occupied the sacred grounds of Qingyun, encompassing 72 peaks. Yet, only the outer 12 peaks were accessible to the public, while the remaining 60 lay within the inner sanctum of the sacred grounds. Centered around the main peak, Qingyun Peak, they were arranged in a manner that encircled the sacred area tightly. The other 11 peaks included Sword Peak, Maiden Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Miscellaneous Studies Peak, Five Elements Peak, Alchemy Peak, Artifact Peak, Punishment Peak, Martial Peak, Heavenly Transformation Peak, and Little Mountain Peak. Each peak represented the unique cultivation method mastered by its respective sect. The remaining 60 peaks are generally considered forbidden grounds for the sect, as they are home to the venerable elders of Qingyun Sect who engage in arduous cultivation. This restriction serves two purposes: ensuring the safety of disciples and avoiding disturbances to the serene practices of the elders. Consequently, it is strictly forbidden for inter-sect disciples to enter without permission. Should they be apprehended by the muscular guardians of the punishment peak, they would inevitably face both physical and psychological torment. However, the Little Mountain Peak is rather unique. Unlike the other 11 peaks that lie on the periphery, this newly established peak is situated more centrally. Thus, it is inherently part of the forbidden area. Moreover, what does the sect's prohibition have to do with the Little Mountain Peak? Ouyang, within the confines of the forbidden territory, ventures boldly. While carrying Hutu, he explains the daily operations of the Little Mountain Peak. Unlike the specialized cultivation methods of the other peaks, the distinctive trait of the Little Mountain Peak is its medical expertise. Indeed, it serves as the small clinic for the entire Qingyun Sect. In the past, Ouyang's master, Huyun, was renowned as a masterful gynecologist, a compassionate elder brother to many. Yet, Huyun's disciples, each inherently rebellious, were reluctant to inherit his most cherished medical skills, leaving Ouyang often disheartened by the lack of successors to his knowledge. Although Ouyang was also hesitant to embrace his master's medical arts as the eldest disciple, he was persistently guided by his master, absorbing knowledge along the way. Among cultivators, ordinary ailments are seldom encountered, even if one were to catch a cold. A mere manipulation of one's vital energy would suffice to banish the illness. In cases of poisoning or injury, the alchemy peak boasts an array of miraculous elixirs that could rejuvenate anyone. If the alchemy peak cannot remedy the situation, the Little Mountain Peak is hardly the place to seek assistance. One might as well declare the banquet open. Thus, the medical practices at the Little Mountain Peak are somewhat superfluous. The knowledge acquired in a previous life finds little application here. One cannot earnestly tell a cultivator at the core formation stage that is not core formation, is a stone formation, you should have it removed. Nor can one address a nascent soul practitioner with, what nascent soul? You are merely pregnant. What? You're male? Then it is a teratoma, requiring surgical intervention. Cultivating immortality? What nonsense is this? Trust in science? You all need to visit a psychiatric hospital. The medical practices at the Little Mountain Peak revolve around pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, and herbal prescriptions, with a significant focus on psychological counseling. Otherwise, how could Ouyang's master be acclaimed as a master gynecologist? The elder sisters of the cultivation world require psychological support. Regrettably, Ouyang has not inherited his master's exceptional emotional intelligence. What? Don't complain, embrace me. Proximity to the red brings sweetness. I am 9, you are 3. Aside from you, it is still you. Do you know what my flaw is? Is you being a flaw? How can someone in their hundreds utter such words with a straight face? As I accompanied my master to the Jade Maiden Peak to tend to the ailments of the elder sisters, each return was met with my master's deep sighs, lamenting the uncarvable nature of decayed wood. Yet, as I listened to my master's rustic expressions of affection, I found myself somewhat repulsed, even dismissive. Was the pursuit of immortality truly so dull? Did such corny lines truly captivate the elder sisters immersed in their cultivation? I merely refrained from uttering them. After all, with the vast data I had amassed in my previous life, such phrases flowed effortlessly from my lips. When I regaled my master with a plethora of those cliché romantic lines from my past life, his expressions transformed from disdain to astonishment, from shock to solemnity, ultimately leading him to pull out a small notebook and diligently take notes. Overnight, he proclaimed that he had found a worthy successor and excitedly set forth with his newly acquired scripture for distant travels. Strolling along the mountain path, I casually plucked a sweet root, breaking off a piece for my follower, Hututu, while munching on the remaining portion myself, a sly grin creeping onto my lips. In this world, love is measured in burdens, and I, Ouyang, claim 12 measures, while the rest of the world owes me 2. I am a contemporary master of romance. Chapter 9. Exposing my junior brother's secrets. Senior brother, your smile is rather lecherous. Hututu's voice interjected at an opportune moment. Only then did I remember the little shadow trailing behind me. Clearing my throat, I replied, Tutu, you're still too young to understand. Refrain from speaking carelessly. Oh, Hututu murmured, then gazed towards the forbidden grounds of the Qingyun sacred land. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect, one of the 9 great sacred places, boasted landscapes akin to a celestial realm. Mountains connected in a continuous embrace, their undulating forms majestic. The perilous wooden path winding around the mountainsides resembled delicate ribbons entwined within the verdant scenery, creating a unique and striking vista. In the depths of the canyon, a mysterious mist rose, shrouding the area in an ethereal veil, meticulously crafting a picturesque landscape painting. It was difficult to discern whether it was the people traversing through the scenery or the scenery flowing along with the people. How beautiful, Hututu whispered in awe. It's even more stunning than Xianxia Mountain. Reflecting on Xianxia Mountain reminded Hututu of the purpose for which her grandfather had sent her here. Deep within the mountains of the Qingyun sect lay a treasured secret belonging to the Fox clan. The legendary 8-tailed spirit fox, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, had sought refuge in the depths of the mountains. For millennia, the first individual to cultivate to the 8 tails from Xianxia Mountain had been hiding somewhere within these lofty peaks. Her mission was to seek out this elder and inquire about methods to fully awaken her bloodline powers. However, this elder had sworn eternal enmity with Xianxia Mountain, altering their appearance to conceal their identity. It was only a decade ago, when this elder broke through to the seven-tailed spirit fox realm, that the world of cultivation was struck by a revelation. There existed a formidable demon cultivator within the Xianxia sect. Yet, even the Xianxia sect remained oblivious to the whereabouts of this powerful demon cultivator. After all, as long as they were strong and willing to assist, it mattered little whether they were human or demon. Hututu sought the wisdom of the esteemed Fox clan elder to inquire about the method to awaken her own bloodline. Despite possessing the blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox, many foxes throughout history have reached only the seven-tailed realm in their lifetimes. This particular eight-tailed spirit fox, lacking the nine-tailed bloodline, had nonetheless cultivated herself to the eight-tailed stage through sheer effort, comparable to a formidable being in the tribulation phase. The elders of Xianxia Mountain, upon learning of this, regretted their negligence, lamenting into the night with self-reproach. The Fox clan had long been weakened, often subjected to bullying due to their striking appearances. Handsome men and beautiful women, frequently abducted to assist others in their cultivation. Just when a powerful figure emerged, one mirroring a tribulation phase expert, it ended in discord with Xianxia Mountain. The elders felt a deep sense of shame towards their ancestors. In the following days, they appeared considerably haggard. Hututu's purpose for visiting the Xianxia sect was to locate the eight-tailed spirit fox elder, willing to pay any price to acquire the cultivation method. This endeavor was not solely for her own benefit, but for the entire Fox clan to rise in strength. I must persevere. Hututu encouraged herself inwardly. Gathering her courage, she leaned out from her bamboo basket and asked, "Senior brother, since you frequent the forbidden areas, have you ever encountered an exceptionally handsome cultivator?" After all, Fox cultivators were known for their extraordinary beauty, leaving a lasting impression. Surely, if senior brother had met one, he would remember. An exceptionally handsome cultivator? Ouyang paused, reflecting before shaking his head. I have not encountered anyone more handsome than Beiji or Xiaobai. Besides, those here are ancient beings who have lived for an unfathomable length of time. What beauty could they possess? Ouyang then hesitated, realizing that his junior sister might have a misguided fixation on appearances, which could lead to trouble. Tutu, he admonished gently, there is nothing wrong with appreciating beauty, but an obsessive pursuit of it can be pathological, do you understand? Taken aback by the sudden lecture, Hututu was momentarily speechless. Ouyang continued, some individuals may appear splendid on the outside, but are worthless within. Your second senior brother is quite handsome, yet he was still wetting the bed at 10. Wetting the bed at 10? Hututu exclaimed in astonishment. I stopped wetting the bed when I was 4. The revelation that the seemingly aloof and cold Qing Song had experienced such a childhood embarrassment felt like a small victory for her. Indeed, and Xiaobai is also quite handsome, isn't he? Yet he used to cry at the slightest provocation. Ouyang, caught in the moment, jested. It has been ages since I last cried. Hututu responded gleefully, reveling in the notion that her upright and serene senior brother Xiaobai had once been so sensitive. What a surprise! In comparison to them, I, Hututu, seem remarkably exceptional. The competitive spirit of children swiftly dispelled Hututu's previous disappointments, urging the senior brother to share more scandalous tales about the other two brothers. Ouyang, indulging in his mischievous side, aimed both to bolster Hututu's self-esteem and to maliciously tarnish the reputations of the two unruly disciples. Tales of neglect, such as not wiping after using the restroom and running around bare-bottomed, or crying out for their master due to the discomfort of scrubbing themselves during a bath, filled the air. The entire valley echoed with Hututu's delightful giggles, reminiscent of a cheerful chick. Meanwhile, on a nearby peak, the cold Qing Song, busy repairing the roof, allowed a series of loud sneezes, causing by Feiyu, perched in a tree, to nearly lose his balance and fall. The two exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought. Could this little rascal be cursing me in his heart for not having fought him? How childish! They simultaneously snorted in disdain. Chapter 10. Entering the mountain to gather herbs. The deeper they ventured into the forbidden grounds, the more enchanting the scenery became. Great fish swam through the woods. Towering mushrooms reached for the clouds. White cranes danced amidst the mountains, and fierce tigers were ridden by humans. Ouyang and Hututu leisurely rode upon a colossal white-striped tiger, meandering through the forest. Hututu, swinging his little feet, persistently inquired of Ouyang, "Senior brother, what small animal do you like the most?" Ouyang feigned contemplation, stroking his chin, and jestingly replied, Well, I quite fancy little foxes. Hututu exclaimed in surprise, turning his head to gaze at Ouyang, whose face beamed with delight. Quickly, he averted his gaze, unwilling for Ouyang to witness his astonished expression. I too adore little foxes, but that doesn't mean they would necessarily fancy you, senior brother. Hututu replied nonchalantly, though his heart brimmed with joy. How delightful that his brother liked foxes. Wasn't that akin to him liking Hututu? Seeing Hututu's ecstatic, dumpling-like face, Ouyang couldn't help but reflect on the saying that daughters are their father's closest little comforts. Indeed, who wouldn't be enchanted by such a charming little companion? So, senior brother, are there foxes around here? Hututu smoothly continued the conversation. Certainly, in Xianxia Valley, where a myriad of beasts roam, there are foxes aplenty. Ouyang responded. Could you take me to see the foxes, senior brother? Hututu gazed at Ouyang with hopeful eyes. Was it a longing for home, a desire to see his kin? Ouyang pondered Hututu's eager request and, without hesitation, agreed to his little sister's wish. The two dismounted from the mighty tiger, and Ouyang patted the beast, signaling it to depart. The aura of the king of beasts lingered, deterring ordinary animals from approaching. Once the tiger had retreated, Ouyang began to rummage through his pack for a rope, arranging it on the ground. What are you doing, senior brother? Hututu inquired. Hutu gazed at Ouyang, who was fiddling with a rope while heating a chicken leg intended for their midday meal. I shall craft a trap to ensnare a fox for you, Ouyang declared, not lifting his gaze. Observing the rudimentary trap in Ouyang's hands, Hutu felt his intelligence as a fox was being underestimated and expressed his dissatisfaction. Master brother, how could such a primitive contraption possibly capture a cunning fox? Ouyang inhaled the aroma of the warmed chicken leg with satisfaction before placing it within the rope loop. Grabbing Hutu, he departed from the trap's location, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "It will surely work. I've even caught the sect leader using this method before." Hutu looked at Ouyang with a puzzled expression, as if he had inadvertently stumbled upon some dark history regarding the leader of the Xianxia sect. After Ouyang and Hutu left, a long-hidden creature emerged from the shadows. With its gray fur, bushy tail, and square face, it bore a look of utter bewilderment. If Ouyang had seen it, he would surely have exclaimed, "Isn't that the 8th emoji for my WeChat stickers, the Tibetan fox?" The Tibetan fox circled the trap, a glimmer of mockery in its eyes. A mere chi refinement novice, accompanied by a member of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. I initially thought they had grander designs, but it turns out they merely wished to capture me. The fox's large, expressionless eyes sparkled with wisdom. What a pity. How could someone so astute as I be easily ensnared by such a crude trap? Not to mention, I am an 8-tailed spirit fox. With a soft, derisive chuckle, the Tibetan fox turned its gaze back to the aromatic chicken leg at the center of the rudimentary trap. As a fox, it felt an irresistible pull towards such a delicacy. After all, oh, how delightful the chicken is, unaware of the impending danger. The fox extended its paw towards the chicken leg. The moment it grasped the leg, the rope loop suddenly tightened. Yet, before the 8-tailed spirit fox, it was far too slow. The Tibetan fox leisurely lifted the chicken leg to its mouth, savoring the exquisite flavor of the Sanyan Hualing chicken. Just as it was relishing the taste, the seemingly ineffective rope, like a bolt of lightning, ensnared its neck before it could react. The once unremarkable rope coiled around it like a serpent, binding it tightly. Shocked, the Tibetan fox attempted to summon its demonic power to break free, only to discover, with horror, that its immense energy sank into the void, utterly beyond its control. It was then that the fox recalled Ouyang's earlier words. I've caught the sect leader using this method. Could it be that the lad was not jesting? Just as the fox prepared to unleash its innate supernatural ability to escape the ropes, it suddenly felt a tingling sensation coursing through its body, leaving it weak and collapsing to the ground as its consciousness began to fade. Damn it, the rope is a magical artifact, and it's laced with poison. In a state of utter humiliation, the Tibetan fox panicked as it felt the ropes binding it in a most disgraceful manner. As a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage, must I truly endure the humiliation of being bound here? Feeling the ropes tighten, the fox, hidden within its last vestiges of consciousness, fervently screamed within, "No, I'm a tribulation stage warrior." Similarly attuned to the sentiments of their kin, Hutu suddenly lifted its gaze and exclaimed, "Hey, master brother, did you hear someone shouting?" Ouyang, meticulously excavating a spirit herb, responded without turning. "Is it hunger? There is food in the basket." "I'm not hungry at all." Hutu, adjusting the freshly woven floral crown atop its head, scampered over to the basket and retrieved a fragrant roasted chicken. With a contented bite. Hutu's small face puffed up delightfully, resembling a dumpling, exuding happiness akin to a hamster savoring its meal. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Hutu paused mid-chew, staring vacantly at the heavens as a colossal, three-headed, beastly bird manifested before its eyes. Its gaze glowed with a menacing crimson light, a terrifying pressure emanating from the creature. Master Brother, there's a gigantic bird in the sky. It appears quite ferocious. Hutu stammered, calling out to Ouyang. Ouyang, carefully cradling the unearthed spirit herb, turned his head to gaze skyward upon hearing Hutu's voice. The sight of the three-headed beastly bird, particularly its ominous red gaze, caused Ouyang's expression to darken. This beast had awakened its bloodline power and transformed into a fierce creature. Come here, Hutu, stay by my side, Ouyang instructed. Hutu swiftly dove into the basket, peeking out nervously at the great bird above. The three-headed beast measured nearly 20 meters in length, with all three heads glaring intensely at them. Seemingly fixated on the two below, just as Hutu was gripped by anxiety, it suddenly heard Ouyang's voice. Hutu, after feasting on roasted chicken for 2 days. Shall we sample the flavor of roasted bird? Technique? Let's not applaud but act. Although Hutu was unaware of the true extent of Master Brother's prowess. Witnessing him subdue the formidable second brother and fourth brother this morning, while still groggy, indicated his extraordinary strength. Thus, there was no fear whatsoever. You foul bird in the sky. Master Brother is an immensely powerful chi practitioner. Hutu boldly shouted at the three-headed beast above. Ouyang, exasperated, watched his little disciple cheer for him from within the basket. While he understood her intention was to motivate him, it rather sounded as though she was disparaging him as a mere chi practitioner. Ouyang turned his gaze back to the three-headed beast. Name, three-headed beastly bird, bloodline awakening failure. Cultivation level, 6th stage of Yuaning. Root bone, 4, charm, 1, luck, 1, special qualities, none. Exclusive skills, none. Evaluation, an ant is not worthy of appraisal. Upon viewing the attributes of the three-headed beastly bird before him, Ouyang finally felt at ease. It was merely an ant. Ouyang's disdainful gaze seemed to be perceived by the three-headed monstrous bird soaring in the sky. The three bird heads swayed wildly, abruptly lifted, and then opened their beaks toward Ouyang. One head unleashed a fierce blaze, another expelled a tempestuous wind, while the central head spewed forth a noxious, acrid liquid. The flames met the acidic fluid, instantly surging in intensity, further fueled by the howling winds emitted from the third head. In an instant, the entire sky transformed into a sea of fire. A creature that understands physics. Ouyang remarked in astonishment at the bizarre bird-esque display of composite magic. It was futile, unhurried. Ouyang retrieved the tome, scrutinizing its contents, and suddenly comprehended the situation. He noted the circulation of his vital energy and casually tossed the book aside, clapping his hands together with a resounding shout. Water Dragon. The immense reservoir of vital energy within him surged forth, causing vapor to swirl around Ouyang. With a mighty roar, a colossal water dragon ascended, rising against the wind. Unstoppable, it charged towards the monstrous bird, enveloped in a mist that surged towards the inferno above. The blazing sea of flames, upon encountering the dragon's vapor, was extinguished as if faced with its nemesis. The magnificent water dragon reared its head, claws poised to strike the three-headed bird, and with a fierce bite, it devoured the creature without a single cry of despair. The dragon, having consumed its prey, swayed in the sky, appearing elated by its newfound vitality. The once vaporous eyes began to glimmer with life, and a subtle, draconic aura began to manifest around the water dragon. It was on the verge of awakening. Ouyang furrowed his brow, observing the undulating water dragon above and sensing the vital energy within him depleting. Although the loss was negligible compared to his vast reservoir of over 900 million, it was evident that the water dragon no longer wished to heed his command. This phenomenon occurred every time he employed his magic. Eventually, the conjured spells would defy his control. With a cold snort, Ouyang raised his hand and commanded, "Wretched beast, reveal your true form." He then severed the connection between the water dragon and his vital energy. In that instant, the dragon let out a mournful cry, transforming into a cascade of mist that fell from the sky. alongside the lifeless body of the three-headed bird, hidden within a backpack. Hututu gazed at his seemingly divine senior brother, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had always known that his senior brother was formidable, but he had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess in water magic. The summoned water dragon had felt so real that he had momentarily sensed the true pressure of a dragon, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. Senior brother is amazing, Hututu exclaimed, clapping fervently and enthusiastically praising Ouyang like an ecstatic fangirl. Upon hearing the enthusiastic exclamations of his little junior sister, Ouyang confidently placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Hututu swiftly emerged from the back basket and dashed towards the manual that Ouyang had casually discarded moments earlier. Surely, the tome that the elder brother had perused was a supreme technique. Hututu cunningly seized the manual and eagerly opened the book, which shone with golden legends in her eyes. The title inscribed on it was Fundamentals of the Five Elements Escape Technique. That name? A wave of disappointment washed over Hututu as she flipped through the pages, only to find that the spells contained therein were rudimentary techniques suitable for the chi refining stage. Such spells, numbering at least 8,000 if not more, were commonplace even among the ordinary folk. It was hardly a secret manual, but wait, could the true secrets be concealed within this seemingly ordinary introductory guide? A spark of inspiration ignited within Hututu, and she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Truly, she was astute. With the manual raised triumphantly above her head, she sprinted towards Ouyang, her legs moving swiftly as she called out, "Elder brother, your supreme technique manual." Just as Ouyang was basking in the satisfaction of his earlier display, he was taken aback to see Hututu thrusting the very book he had carelessly discarded, Fundamentals of the Five Elements Escape Technique, right before his eyes. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Ouyang, under the eager gaze of Hututu, hastily tucked away the manual he had used to prop up the table leg. After all, it was best that his little sister remained unaware of his limitations regarding the chi refining techniques. Even though the power he wielded did not resemble that of the chi refining stage spells, it was in essence still a genuine technique of that tier. Faced with advanced spells, he felt utterly lost, akin to deciphering an alien script, unable to comprehend them at all. As for the basic chi refining spells, after using them just once, he would completely forget the route of the vital energy in an instant. Without further reference, he would find it impossible to utilize them a second time. He had once inquired about this from his master, who merely shook his head and said, "The law is not to be passed on to 6 ears." Those old geezers enjoyed speaking in cryptic riddles, making themselves seem formidable. Ouyang could only conclude that the root of the problem lay in his utter lack of talent for spells. Thus, when he wasn't consulting the manual, his sole means of attack was to unleash the purest form of vital energy, a technique he referred to as explosive energy. He was no extraterrestrial monkey, and this approach made him appear rather unskilled. "Elder brother, are you using the water escape technique passed down from the Xianxia sect?" Hututu gazed at Ouyang with admiration as she inquired. Ouyang coughed softly and replied in a low voice, "That is certainly the case. Your elder brother is indeed the legendary prodigy of techniques." "Wow!" exclaimed Hututu, her mouth agape in awe. Ouyang, feeling a sense of satisfaction from having earned the admiration of his junior disciple, grasped his burdensome companion and spoke. "Let's go and see if the trap has ensnared a fox." Chapter 12. Raising a Pet in the Tribulation Period. Suspended from a tree, the Tibetan fox, entangled in ropes resembling a turtle's shell, felt utterly despondent. "I must remain silent. If the ancient practitioners concealed here were to see me in this state, my identity as a fox would be irrevocably compromised, and the dignity of being a tribulation period adept would be lost. I cannot utter a sound. I am willingly bound." Finding the situation amusing, the Tibetan fox internally hypnotized itself, paralyzed by fear. Any movement would tighten the ropes further, causing the bells to jangle painfully. Tears welled in its heart, yet its expression remained blank and stuporous. Fortunately, its foolishly square face betrayed none of the turmoil raging within. "Master brother, may I learn such profound techniques in the future?" came the voice of Hututu from a distance. In a moment of desperation, the Tibetan fox chose to feign death. Hututu truly caught a fox, a square-faced fox. How could such a creature exist in the forest? Ouyang exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the pretending Tibetan fox. Just as he moved to investigate, his steps faltered. "Name, Ouyang, eight-tailed spirit fox." Cultivation. First level of the tribulation period. Root Bone. 8. Charm. 0.5. Luck. 15. Talent. Wood attribute enhancement. Exclusive skill. 8-tailed spirit fox form. Evaluation. Appearance does not encompass all, but it accounts for a significant portion. Ouyang raised an eyebrow at the attributes displayed before him. A spirit fox in the tribulation period, glancing at Hu-Tutu beside him. Could this be a shadowy protector assigned to safeguard the little junior sister? Has the demon clan become so affluent that they employ a tribulation period expert to protect a mere child? Yet, Hu-Tutu appeared utterly bewildered, showing no signs of recognizing the Tibetan fox. Master brother, is this really a fox? It looks so ugly, Hu-Tutu exclaimed, pointing at the Tibetan fox. Ouyang nodded in response. It is indeed a type of fox. Although it may not be pleasing to the eye, it is undoubtedly a genuine fox. The Tibetan fox, overhearing their conversation, seethed with rage, wishing it could retaliate against these two insolent youths daring to comment on its appearance. It loathed having its looks discussed. Ouyang, apprehensive that the Tibetan fox might lash out once the ropes were untied, was not afraid of it himself, but he could not disregard Hu-Tutu standing behind him. Tutu, stay here for a moment. I shall set it free, Ouyang declared. Upon receiving Tutu's obedient affirmation, Ouyang approached the Tibetan fox and began to untie the ropes binding it. This rope was a binding talisman bestowed upon him by his master, said to be capable of restraining even immortals if one continuously infused it with true energy. Most importantly, there are no restrictions based on rank. Even mere mortals can wield it. It perfectly suits me, who, despite being in the chi refinement stage, cannot master magical artifacts. Ouyang gang untied the ropes, and the restrained Tibetan fox suddenly opened its eyes. Time seemed to halt in the cosmos as the overwhelming pressure unique to those in the tribulation stage descended. Kid, how dare you, ouch! The Tibetan fox attempted to threaten Ouyang, but was seized by the throat and pressed to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Be quiet. Do not presume I do not know who you are, Huyen. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall transform you into a fox fur coat. Ouyang threatened coldly. Good heavens! Huyen, pinned firmly to the ground, was utterly bewildered. This lad had actually uttered his true name. As a formidable tribulation stage cultivator, he found himself rendered powerless beneath the grip of this mere human youth. He initially planned to summon his true essence, but discovered that his energy was firmly suppressed within his dantian by the young man's chi, leaving him utterly immobile. He was a grand cultivator of the tribulation stage, the most potent existence in this world. Yet, here he was, incapable of even retaliating before this boy. Could this youth be an ancient immortal who had descended to mingle among mortals? By heavens, after pretending to be a fool for so long, he never anticipated encountering someone even more adept at concealing their true strength. Huyen concluded that the lad before him must be a hidden ancient monster. Otherwise, as a tribulation stage cultivator, he would not be so utterly defenseless. Could it be that this old monster had reached that legendary realm? With his mind in turmoil, Huyen immediately lowered his voice, saying, Senior, I understand. Please show mercy. Senior? Ouyang was somewhat perplexed by Huyen's address, but replied, I shall not trouble you. You, in the tribulation stage, must surely be a venerable elder of the Xianxia sect, correct? Accompany me in playing with that little fox behind me, and then I shall let you go. Otherwise, I will obliterate your soul. Though Ouyang was merely in the chi refinement stage and knew little of the soul, he thought that if this Tibetan fox dared to resist again, he would simply scatter its ashes. Was the tribulation stage truly formidable? He had bested many secluded elders in this very place. The pinned Tibetan fox nodded repeatedly, and Ouyang then hoisted it up, a smile gracing his face as he approached Hu-Tutu. Tutu, look, this is the fox from the Xianxia sect. Ouyang waved the Tibetan fox before Hu-Tutu. To prove the authenticity of the fox, Ouyang deliberately revealed its bell for Hu-Tutu to see. This action was akin to showing an adult image to a young girl, causing Hu-Tutu to gasp and scream in embarrassment. Ahem! Ouyang suddenly remembered that Hu-Tutu was also a fox. His previous actions had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. The light in Huyen's eyes had faded, and he felt he had thoroughly lost face before his kin, especially as a direct descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Huyen gazed at the sun with lifeless eyes, his mind devoid of any ripples, reflecting, Ah, today's sunlight is indeed exceptionally blinding. Senior brother, he is rather unattractive. Hee, but oddly endearing. Quite charming, actually. Hututu cautiously extended her finger to poke at the fur on Huyan's body, grinning as she spoke. Such a fox she had never encountered in Xianxia Mountain. It was quite a novelty to see one for the first time. Upon hearing Hututu's words, Huyan's ears twitched as his vacant eyes turned towards his kin. For the first time in a millennium, a fellow clan member had praised him as cute. The moment the Tibetan fox met his gaze, its comically unattractive face struck an odd chord with the little fox's peculiar sense of aesthetics. Hututu reached out her hand towards Ouyang, exclaiming, senior brother, let me hold him." After giving Huyan a warning glance, Ouyang finally handed him over to Hututu's day. She struggled to lift Huyan, who was nearly her height, and as she caressed his sleek fur, a sense of kinship filled her with delight. Though initially unappealing, he grew increasingly charming with each glance. Hututu cherished him as if he were a new toy, exclaiming. Ouyang looked at his little junior sister with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend her taste. But Hututu's next statement left Ouyang in a quandary. With pleading eyes, she implored, "Senior brother, let us take him back to the small mountain peak and raise him." Chapter 13. The Tibetan Fox in the Tribulation Stage. Ouyang felt troubled. Looking at his little junior sister's hopeful gaze, he found it hard to refuse. However, the Tibetan fox in his arms was a formidable eight-tailed spirit fox in the Tribulation Stage. Although Ouyang did not regard the Tribulation Stage as particularly powerful outside, any formidable being in that stage would be revered as a guest of honor at the 9 great sacred sites. Who would dare to keep a Tribulation Stage expert as a pet? Wouldn't that be disregarding the dignity of a Tribulation Stage being? I am willing. Huyan suddenly transmitted a message to Ouyang. Ouyang looked at Huyan's lifeless eyes in surprise. "She is my kin, and I wish to understand why a member of my clan has come to Qingyan Sect, especially since she is the first in 100 years to compliment me." Huyan spoke flatly. Is this reasoning not a bit far-fetched? Ouyang regarded Huyan with suspicion, unable to discern the true nature of the Tibetan fox before him. Yet, as a Qi refining stage practitioner, he could not communicate through such advanced methods and could only inquire through his gaze. Huyan harbored his own thoughts. On one hand, he bore great hatred towards Xianxia Mountain, a hatred that had gradually festered from childhood ridicule. Now, however, a clan member had genuinely praised his appearance, instilling in him a sense of recognition among his kin. Beings and spirits are different. The demon clan retains certain animalistic habits, and for the fox tribe, the emphasis on appearance is nearly as vital as life itself. Among the multitude of handsome men and beautiful women in the Fox clan, I have long been regarded as an anomaly, subjected to ridicule and mockery. Now, the sudden recognition from fellow kin has caused a slight thaw in my frozen heart. On another note, there is Ouyang. Having reached the Tribulation Stage, I stand at the pinnacle of this world. The path to immortality stretches endlessly before me, and it seems I may soon accumulate the strength to ascend to the 9th level of tribulation. However, what lies beyond that? Since ancient times, immortals have ceased to exist. Yet, here stands an immortal before me. I keenly sense that my fortune resides within the enigmatic Ouyang, and I am increasingly convinced that I must remain by her side. This girl has expressed a desire to care for me, which is precisely what I have yearned for. As for the dignity of a powerful Tribulation Stage cultivator, my bell has already been casually observed by others. Does such a concept even hold any weight anymore? Under the heartfelt plea of Hututu, I find no reason to oppose. Ouyang is unable to conjure any justification for refusal. The only potential downside is that this hidden fox might attempt to seize the body of her 9-tailed celestial fox disciple. If that is the case, it would be better to truly bring the hidden fox back, rather than allowing someone with ulterior motives to lurk in the shadows. It is far wiser to keep them in plain sight. Should this hidden fox aim to usurp the soul of my little sister, there are formidable souls manipulators atop the small peak. Ouyang has made up her mind. The hidden fox has resolved her intentions, and Hututu has acquired her new pet. All parties are content, cheerfully making their way toward the small peak. The early autumn breeze has lost its oppressive heat, bringing a refreshing coolness. Ouyang waved her hand, using her vital energy to pluck 2 spiritual fruits from the forest, sharing them with Hututu as they hurried toward the small peak. The backpack contained the heart and demon core of that 3-headed monster bird, along with the spiritual herbs harvested today. Hututu hummed an unknown nursery rhyme, its echoes dancing along the walkway. Everything felt so serene and idyllic. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, descending before Ouyang. It was a paper crane. Ouyang extended her hand, and the paper crane landed gently in her palm, unfolding into a sheet of paper. Upon seeing the signature, Ouyang recalled that the procedures for her little sister's entry into the Qingyun sect had yet to be completed. The signature on the yellow paper indicated Qingyun Peak, the main peak of the Qingyun sect. Whenever new inner disciples are accepted, they must ascend to Qingyun Peak to ignite their life lamps. These lamps are not a means of controlling disciples, but rather a protective measure. As long as the lamp remains lit, it signifies that its owner is alive. Should the flame dim, it indicates that the owner has been harmed. The guards at Qingyun Peak, responsible for monitoring the lamps, will employ secret methods to locate the lamp's owner and proceed to offer rescue. This serves as the assurance provided by the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred places, to its inner disciples, and it reflects the affection that a grand sect has for its own members. Only by igniting the everlasting lamp, receiving the waste token, and being recorded in the sect's genealogy will the Qingyun sect acknowledge an individual as one of its disciples. This paper crane serves as a reminder for me to take my little junior sister to complete the necessary formalities. I recall the last time we handled such procedures was 5 or 6 years ago when Xiaobai entered the sect. If it weren't for this paper crane, I might have forgotten about it entirely. Ouyang used his finger as a brush, channeling his vital energy as ink, and clumsily inscribed 3 characters on the yellow paper. Got it. Subsequently, he infused the paper with his vital energy. The yellow paper then transformed back into a paper crane, joyfully fluttering around Ouyang before reluctantly flying towards Qingyun Peak. After Ouyang's infusion of vital energy, the paper crane had become noticeably more animated than when it first arrived. Ouyang returned to the small peak with Hututu and Huyen, just in time for dinner. Hututu solemnly introduced her new pet, Handsome, to her senior brothers. To Lung Qingsong, by Feiyu, and Chun Changsheng. The creature before them appeared to be merely an oddly shaped fox. They assumed that their little junior sister was simply homesick, and the fact that she was a fox was an unspoken understanding among them. Meanwhile, Huyen, being a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, could easily conceal his aura in front of the 3, despite their exceptional talents, as they had yet to fully mature. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Hututu cuddled Huyen on the bed and softly murmured, "Handsome, you know I'm also a fox. Once I discover the perfect method to awaken my lineage, I will take you back to Xianxia Mountain, where many of our kind reside." Hututu rambled on about various heartfelt matters, as she was merely a 5-year-old girl who had just left home and was undoubtedly missing it. Having encountered a kindred spirit, even if it was just a little fox with undeveloped intelligence, she felt compelled to share her innermost feelings. As she spoke, her head tilted, and she soon drifted off to sleep. Huyen observed her with an expressionless face, which now bore a hint of understanding. So, she had come for the sake of her cultivation techniques? How fitting of those old geezers. Huyen felt a twinge of disdain. Just as he contemplated jumping off the bed, he noticed Hututu curled up in the cold, and he kindly extended a paw to cover her with a blanket. However, Hututu grasped his paw tightly. As Huyen attempted to withdraw his paw, Hututu gently caressed his fluffy paw and murmured in her dreams, "Mama, I miss you so much." Chapter 14. The sect master's disciple turns out to be a son of the demon clan. A series of knocks on the door roused Hututu, who had been dreaming of candy apples. Blinking her eyes, she rubbed them with her hands, just sitting up and still trying to comprehend her surroundings. Dressed in a blue robe, Ouyang pushed the door open and entered. "Elder brother, have you eaten?" Hututu, still in a daze, inquired. "It's too early for a meal, and today we won't be dining on the little peak. We're heading to Qingyun Peak for a feast. Rise and shine, for we are to receive your eternal lamp today," Ouyang replied with a smile, glancing at the obediently nestled Huyen, who remained unmoving. Hututu, still muddled, donned his attire and trailed after Ouyang out of the room. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Bai Feiyu standing elegantly on a branch, his hands clasped behind his back. Brother Bai is practicing so early, truly diligent. Hututu marveled, showing off so early in the morning without a care in the world. "Come on, let us not dawdle. If we linger, we shall miss the midday meal at Qingyun sect," Ouyang remarked, casting a glance at Bai Feiyu before urging Hututu to hurry. Elder brother, we aren't expected to walk there, are we?" Hututu looked at his elder brother, uncertain as to why he remained at the 9th level of chi refinement, a stage that did not permit sword flight. Would they have to ascend the seemingly endless mountain path again? Ouyang shook his head and replied with a smile, "Today, we shall not climb. Individuals from Qingyun Peak will come to escort us." No sooner had he spoken than a melodious bird call echoed through the air. Hututu looked up to see a magnificent crane circling above the little peak. A youthful voice, augmented by true essence, resonated across the small peak. By the decree of the sect leader, new inner sect disciple Hututu is to proceed to Qingyun Peak to receive his eternal lamp. Hututu, step forward to accept the decree. All non-essential personnel, please step aside. Non-essential personnel, step aside? Ouyang squinted, gazing at the audacious crane still soaring in the sky. How dare it be so brazen in their territory? A newcomer, perhaps? But this crane appeared rather plump. Xiaobai, bring down that flying creature for me. We shall have an extra meal this noon. Ouyang called out to Bai Feiyu, who stood poised on the branch. Bai Feiyu, displeased, opened his eyes. He was in the midst of stabilizing his cultivation, and yet someone dared to disrupt his focus with their true essence. Were they courting death? The 3-foot azure sword at his waist seemed to sense its master's agitation and unsheathed itself, charging towards the crane above. "By brother, spare the bird." A golden streak of light rapidly approached, colliding with the crane and sending it soaring far away. The golden light halted, revealing a young man clad in a white Dao robe, his features handsome, standing proudly atop his flying sword. "By Shidi, our ancestor's disciple has only recently entered the inner sect. If I have caused offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai Feiyu closed his eyes again. The sword that had missed its mark swiftly returned to its sheath. Ouyang glanced at the newcomer's attribute panel and instantly discerned his identity. Name, Ling Feng, the sect leader's eldest disciple. Cultivation, 3rd stage of nascent soul. Root bone 8. Charisma, 8. Luck, 8. Swordsmanship talent, 8. Exclusive skill, twin blade slash. Evaluation, an unremarkable disciple of the dual sword sect. Ouyang expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Old Ling, what have you done? How could you send anyone, even the most insignificant, to the small peak?" Ling Feng smiled apologetically. "I just deliver a message to Master at the Jade Maiden Peak, which is why I asked my junior brother to come on my behalf. I have instructed him to be particularly cautious. It seems the youth may be a tad overconfident. I hope you can forgive him, Brother Ouyang." His speech was courteous, and his smile exuded a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. "Brother, they actually dared to attack the sect leader's steed." A voice of anger and astonishment came from the white crane, where a young boy leaned forward to report to Ling Feng. Ouyang glanced at the boy's revealed face, his expression subtly shifting, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Name, Zhu Yuan, son of the Demon Clan. Cultivation, 1st level of Golden Core. Root Bone, 101. Charisma, 8. Luck, 7. Blade Path Aptitude, 10. Exclusive skill, Transmutation Golem. Evaluation, a rather ostentatious antagonist. The son of the Demon Clan, Ouyang thought, incredulous that the old sect leader had actually taken a son of the Demon Clan as a disciple. Moreover, had the Demon Clan really sent their son as an undercover agent? Such a substantial investment? Upon seeing Zhu Yuan's attributes, Ouyang was momentarily dazed by a flurry of questions. The enmity between the Dao and the demon has been an immutable law since ancient times. He had previously confirmed this with Xiaobai during a demon-slaying mission. Ouyang had tentatively inquired about it. After completing the task, Ouyang expressed his thoughts. "Xiaobai, have there really been countless wars between the Dao and the demon? What do you think this is all about?" Bai Feiyu replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a struggle for supremacy. It has been so since antiquity." This implied that in Xiaobai's previous life, the conflict between the Dao and the demon had already existed, and Xiaobai regarded it as a matter of course. Ouyang furrowed his brow as he observed the arrogantly grinning Zhu Yuan atop the white crane. Indeed, his attributes were extraordinary, even surpassing those of the reincarnated ancient Sword Immortal. Xiaobai, though slightly inferior to his own younger brother. However, this was not what concerned Ouyang. He believed that any untapped genius posed no threat, as long as they were not granted the time to mature. What worried Ouyang was whether the old sect leader's decision to accept such a son of the Demon Clan would jeopardize his legacy. After all, as the head of the 9 great sacred grounds, having a direct disciple who was a son of the Demon Clan was an utter disgrace for the Qingyun sect, which prided itself on being the vanguard of righteousness. As Ouyang pondered, Ling Feng remained composed, standing on the flying sword, unhurried and calm. In contrast, Bai Feiyu, perched on a tree, was somewhat surprised, having never seen his senior brother so unyielding. He usually exuded the demeanor of a good-natured person. Today, however, he remained silent. Bai Feiyu turned to Ouyang, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, and gracefully descended beside him, inquiring simply, "What troubles you?" Ouyang regained his focus and gazed at the bewildered Bai Feiyu, murmuring, "What are your thoughts on that young lad riding the crane?" Bai Feiyu's eyes narrowed as he turned his attention to the youth atop the white crane, nodding thoughtfully. Though he may not possess the excellence of second senior brother, his innate talent is nonetheless remarkable. It seems the sect leader has indeed acquired a promising disciple. Ouyang felt a twinge of surprise. Could even the reincarnated Sword Immortal, Xiao Bai, fail to discern that the youth before them belonged to the demonic clan? Perhaps it was due to that unique ability? A faint smile curled at the corners of Ouyang's lips. How intriguing. Chapter 15. The Sudden Strike of Xianxia. Before Ouyang could prepare to impart a lifelong lesson to the demonic scion before him, the grand formation surrounding the small peak was abruptly activated. Like a protective veil, the formation enveloped the entire hill in an instant. Ouyang's heart raced. How had the mountain's protective array, typically overseen by third junior brother Xianxia, triggered on its own? Was the Qingyun sect facing annihilation? Xianxia, ever cautious, would not take action lightly, often retreating behind others when trouble arose. Why then? Had he suddenly set into motion the entire mountain's protective formation? Not only Ouyang, but Xiao Bai beside him also sensed the urgency, immediately channeling her sword intent, which blanketed the skies above the small peak with countless invisible blades. A sound akin to the tearing of air echoed as Lung Qingsong, sword in hand, crashed through a recently repaired rooftop, resembling a sharp blade, fixating his gaze on Lingfeng and Zhu Yuan above. Both individuals understood Xianxia's temperament well. He would not activate all the formations unless faced with a matter of life and death. The atmosphere on the small peak shifted dramatically. Under the influence of the formation, the very fabric of reality seemed to reverse. Winds, fire, thunder, and lightning clashed in the heavens, torrential rain pouring down, transforming into an array of formless swords. At the epicenter of this chaos, Lingfeng and Zhu Yuan's faces turned ashen. The moment the formation activated, Lingfeng felt an overwhelming pressure. A complex, exquisite light golden array diagram faintly materialized above him, instilling a sense of despair even within his Yuan-Ing stage being. It was unimaginable, especially with Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong, both at the Dan stage, standing below, already locking onto him, poised to strike at any moment. Despite being merely at the core formation stage, Lingfeng was certain that he could not withstand more than 3 exchanges with either of them. Monsters emerged from the small peak. This phrase, which had quietly circulated within the Qingyun sect, was once met with Lingfeng's skepticism. He had treated those residing atop the small peak with a degree of leniency. Yet now, he grasped the weight of its meaning. He would undoubtedly steer clear of them in the future. Or the seniors plotting. Were they to slaughter their own sect members? Zhu Yuan, perched upon the white crane, though only at the core formation stage, trembled under the immense pressure, casting a pleading glance at Lingfeng, still struggling to comprehend the situation. This was the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 holy lands. The notion of sect members turning against one another was something Zhu Yuan found hard to believe they would dare to enact. He considered himself a genius, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Though his time in the Qingyun sect had been brief, he could not fathom that the sect would stand idly by while such an extraordinary talent perished in internecine strife. Lingfeng glanced at his beseeching companion, Zhu Yuan, and with a wry smile, positioned himself protectively in front of him. Addressing the somewhat bewildered Ouyang below, he implored, "Brother Ouyang, if my junior brother Zhu or I have inadvertently offended the small peak, I, Lingfeng, sincerely apologize. I beseech you to show mercy." "Me? Show mercy?" Ouyang replied, utterly perplexed, casting a confused look at Bai Feiyu beside him. "Xiao Bai, what does this mean?" He whispered. "Brother Chun is about to make his move." Bai Feiyu, equally mystified, noted that the usually cautious Xianxia had suddenly unleashed all his hidden cards, clearly having uncovered something significant. Just as Ouyang was about to inquire further, a colossal golden formation quietly took shape amidst the dark clouds. From this immense golden array emerged over 100 figures clad in purple robes, all identical to Xianxia. Each one exuded the same aura, their cultivation at the core formation stage, enhanced by the formation, swiftly ascending to the level of the pseudo-nascent soul. Hundreds of Xianxia surrounded Zhu Yuan and Lingfeng. slowly drawing their swords from their waists. The simultaneous unsheathing of hundreds of blades resonated with a crisp, melodious clang, the intent to kill palpable in the air, compelling Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan to draw their own weapons. Hundreds of cultivators, comparable to those at the nascent soul stage. Where on earth did so many nascent soul cultivators come from? Ling Feng's gaze grew icy as he surveyed the menacing Chun Changshengs before him, each one a perfect replica of the other. Yet he could sense the reality of their existence. Each Chun Changsheng was a living being, hundreds of identical faces, identical powers. What kind of arcane technique was this? Even as the chief disciple, this was his first encounter with such a formidable secret art. As a third-stage nascent soul cultivator, he knew he would not survive even a second against the onslaught of hundreds of nascent soul practitioners, let alone protect Zhu Yuan behind him. Ouyang had never seen such decisive ferocity from Chun Changsheng, who had summoned every puppet he possessed. Among these puppets, the genuine Chun Changsheng must surely be present. Ouyang squinted, locking his gaze on a figure slightly set apart among the throng of Chun Changshengs. The hundreds of Chun Changshengs silently regarded Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan before speaking in unison. Brother Ling, please step aside. Chun Changsheng's target was clearly Zhu Yuan behind Ling Feng. Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's words, Ling Feng's expression remained impassive as he slowly reached behind him, drawing forth an oddly shaped sword. With two swords in hand, Ling Feng stated calmly, "From the very first day that my junior brother Zhu called me brother, I have regarded him as my brother, and he is my disciple." His junior brother Zhu Yuan gazed at the imposing figure standing protectively before him, feeling a surge of gratitude. Ling Feng responded to Chun Changsheng's words, clearly expressing his stance. Hundreds of Chun Changsheng remained silent, quietly observing Ling Feng, and softly remarked, "Then you shall accompany him to death." In that instant, a cacophony of swords erupted, resonating throughout the mountain peak. Chapter 16, The Oath of Heaven's Path. What transpires when hundreds of cultivators, comparable to those at the nascent soul stage, take action simultaneously? That is the scene unfolding now. Hundreds of nascent soul cultivators stood with swords drawn, their turbulent true essence surging above the mountain peak. Countless sword energies reverberated in the air, while Ling Feng produced a small copper bell, chanting an incantation as it enveloped himself and Zhu Yuan. Endless sword energies crashed against the copper bell, sending ripples cascading outward. Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan, ensconced at the center, faced immense pressure. Holding dual swords, Ling Feng, as a disciple of the Sect leader, possessed extraordinary talent, especially with a magical artifact personally crafted by his master. With his prowess at the third tier of the nascent soul realm, he was confident he could contend with two opponents of the same level, and easily eliminate those of lower realms. Yet, in the face of hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, he knew he would have to pay a hefty price, even risking his life. When numbers reach a critical mass, a qualitative change is inevitable. Who knows what secret techniques this unfamiliar junior brother is employing to summon such a multitude of avatars? What strange creatures emerge from this mountain peak? Mean Vita, Zhu Yuan, perched upon a white crane behind Ling Feng, had become utterly petrified. He had never felt death so perilously close. Were it not for his senior brother holding the line ahead, he would have surely met his demise in an instant. To this day, he could not comprehend the grudge he bore against this individual before him, from birth until now, whether in the demon realm or upon entering the Xianxia sect. Every step had been smooth sailing without a single ripple. He had always been among the exalted, destined to look down upon all beings. Yet now, he felt like a banana leaf in a torrential downpour, like a mouse amidst a pack of cats, poised to be slaughtered at any moment. He had risked himself to infiltrate the Xianxia sect for the sake of the demon clan's grand ambitions. Was he truly to perish here within a month? As he gazed at the rain of swords, Zhu Yuan's heart brimmed with unwillingness, even harboring resentment towards Ling Feng, who stood before him. Were it not for you, I would not be here. It was only supposed to be a message delivery, but it has turned into a death sentence. I cannot die. I cannot die. I am the holy son of the demon clan. I am the future demon emperor. How could I possibly meet my end in a place like this? Zhu Yuan's eyes began to redden, and as the dignity of a prodigy surged within him amid the life and death struggle, his potential began to awaken. Prodigies are not merely distinguished by their exceptional talents, but also by their disdain for hiding beneath the protection of others. Zhu Yuan, who had just broken through to the core formation stage, felt his power surging uncontrollably. In but an instant, he ascended to the third realm of the Foundation establishment. Amidst the chaos of battle, the boundaries were shattered. The potential of these progenies of various realms is often unfathomable. Some remain ensnared at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage for years, while others break through as effortlessly as one sips water. With a thunderous roar, Zhu Yuan summoned forth black, true essence, manifesting it into a dark blade in his hand. With a delicate tap of his toes, he surged through the protective barrier of the bronze bell, charging toward the throng of Chun Changsheng that lay ahead. The ferocious and predatory intent of his blade, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, instantaneously dispatched 3 of Chun Changsheng's avatars. This strike, laden with a fierce determination, unleashed an astonishing blade aura that locked onto its target, leaving the 3 Chun Changsheng no chance to evade, forcing them to witness their own dismemberment at the hands of Zhu Yuan. Yet in that fleeting moment, Zhu Yuan was also struck by a barrage of sword qi, causing him to spew blood and be hurled backward. Ling Feng hurriedly emerged from the bronze bell, catching the unconscious Zhu Yuan, only to find himself exposed beneath the deluge of sword rain. Enough! The calm voice of Ouyang resonated, as a pale golden hand of true qi materialized before Ling Feng, deflecting the relentless onslaught of blades. Ling Feng glanced down at the unperturbed expression of Ouyang, offering a grateful nod. Though Ouyang maintained a facade of tranquility, internally he was quite distressed. He could only stand on the ground, neck craned, unable to master the art of flight. Fortunately, he had managed to intercept Chun Changsheng's attack before the latter could strike down Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan. Yet Chun Changsheng, undeterred, commanded hundreds of his avatars to shift and intertwine, forming a complex and enigmatic formation. Ouyang's expression tightened. This young man, when he chose to act, was determined to eradicate his foes. Beiji Xiaobai restrained him. Ouyang commanded his 2 junior disciples, unable to fly himself. Although the reason for Ouyang's intervention on behalf of Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan was unclear, the ever-loyal Lung Qingsong did not hesitate to charge forward upon receiving his elder brother's orders. Bai Feiyu, slightly delayed, cast a glance at Ouyang before following closely behind Lung Qingsong. The 2, not ensnared within Chun Changsheng's encirclement, quickly discerned the true body of Chun Changsheng amidst the myriad of avatars. With the swiftness of a sharpened sword, Lung Qingsong disarmed one of the avatars, sending its sword flying. Instantly, the movements of the hundreds of Chun Changsheng avatars came to a standstill. However, undeterred, Chun Changsheng reached into his sleeve after losing his weapon. He would not act lightly without a dozen hidden cards. As long as he could retrieve the items concealed within his sleeve, Zhu Yuan would surely perish. With his eyes ablaze, Chun Changsheng gazed at Zhu Yuan, with whom he harbored a blood-soaked grudge from his past life, entirely forsaking his previous caution. One of us must die here today. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu reached out and grasped Chun Changsheng's hand as it extended towards his sleeve. Looking at the already maddened Chun Changsheng, Bai Feiyu softly urged, "Third senior brother, the eldest brother commands you to cease." Upon hearing Bai Feiyu's words, a flicker of clarity crossed Chun Changsheng's eyes, and he stared in astonishment at Ouyang below. Ouyang simply shook his head gently, signaling Chun Changsheng to relent. Unwilling to accept the sight of Zun, who lay in Ling Feng's embrace, Chun Changsheng had never before found it so effortless to eliminate Ziyuan. Not even in his previous life, when he had not dared to approach so closely. Yet, with his mind restored to clarity, Chun Changsheng reluctantly lowered his hand and roared at Ziyuan, "By the will of heaven, within 10 years, I, Chun Changsheng, shall slay Ziyuan. Should I fail, may all beings, gods, demons, and monsters join in my punishment." This sudden declaration of a heavenly oath left everyone present momentarily stunned. For any cultivator, such an oath is not uttered lightly. It is a solemn vow made only in the face of deep-seated enmity. This vow, witnessed by the heavens, binds the practitioner to its fulfillment. Failure to do so would invite divine retribution, ensuring that even without self-destruction, the universe would conspire to shame him. Once declared, the vow must be upheld. A truth as unyielding as iron. Thus, in that instant, as Chun Changsheng roared his heavenly oath, all present comprehended the profound and undeniable enmity that existed between him and the unconscious Yin in Ling Feng's arms. Chapter 17. If the Sect Master disagrees, I shall speak with him. Above, the skies darkened ominously, and from within the depths of the clouds, 9 peals of thunder resounded. The once black clouds flashed with 9 bolts of lightning. This signified that the heavenly oath recently declared by Xianxia had been acknowledged by the heavens. With the oath established, the expressions of all present turned grim. Xianxia formed a hand seal, causing hundreds of his avatars to return instantaneously to his sleeves. Straining his spirit, he directed his long sword towards the golden array in the sky, which gradually faded from view. Xianxia had agreed to let Ling Feng and his companion depart. Yet a glance at the unconscious hand ignited a fury within him, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood and collapse into Bai Feiyu's arms. The sky cleared, yet the atmosphere was now thick with a sense of impending doom. Initially, Xianxia's murderous intent was directed solely at the unconscious Ziyuan in Ling Feng's arms. However, now the gaze of all on the small peak was fixed upon Ziyuan. Lung Qingsong stood before Ling Feng, sword in hand, while Bai Feiyu descended from the sky, laying Xianxia upon a reclined seat. He then soared back into the air, blocking the path of Ling Feng and his companion. Together, they skillfully positioned themselves to obstruct Ling Feng's retreat, establishing a dynamic of both offense and defense. With both possessing sword intent, they swiftly aligned their objectives, should they strike. It must be with lethal precision. Both individuals were acutely aware that Xianxia had sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao. Should he fail to fulfill it, he would undoubtedly perish, his very essence extinguished. Ziyuan now lay in Ling Feng's embrace, and should Ouyang speak, they would assist Xianxia in realizing the oath he had just taken. 10 years. Such a duration was unnecessary. Within mere breaths, they could reduce Ziyuan to mere fragments. Is there a need for justification in taking a life? Their fellow disciple required his demise, and that was sufficient. As they unsheathed their swords, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu involuntarily emanated their own sword intent. The essence of their swordsmanship was one of utmost aggression, and when these two formidable sword intents erupted, they surpassed even the murderous aura that Xianxia had exuded when he faced his hundreds of incarnations. The overwhelming sword intents enveloped Ling Feng, who could only manage a bitter smile as he gently laid the unconscious Ziyuan upon the back of the white crane. At the moment Xianxia pledged his oath to the heavenly Tao, Ling Feng understood that a profound enmity existed between his junior disciple and Xianxia, an enmity so deep that it could only culminate in mutual destruction. He remained oblivious to the extent of the grievous act his junior had committed against Xianxia, but it was certainly no less than the slaughter of Xianxia's entire family. Yet, as an elder brother, Ling Feng could not stand idly by and watch his junior perish without cause before him. He was not merely a senior, he was a disciple of the sect leader, and he could not abandon his junior to save himself. With a deep breath, Ling Feng drew his twin swords, his gaze sharpening as he confronted the two overwhelming sword intents. The pressure felt greater than that he had experienced against Xianxia's myriad of Yuan Ying incarnations. Such sword intent was a sophisticated phenomenon, accessible only to those of the out-of-body stage. Even as a cultivator in the 3rd stage of Yuan Ying, he had barely begun to grasp the threshold of sword intent. How was it possible that there were cultivators on this small peak who could comprehend sword intent at the foundation establishment stage? And not just one, but two. This was beyond monstrous. It was akin to encountering a specter. Holding his swords, Ling Feng found that the embryonic sword intent within him dared not manifest. An incomplete sword intent would be swiftly annihilated in the presence of a fully realized one. Sword cultivators inherently forsook all defenses in pursuit of ultimate offense. In practice, one faced death or dismemberment with alarming frequency, let alone when the stakes were this dire. For a sword cultivator, possessing sword intent and lacking it were two entirely disparate realms. Ling Feng, at the 3rd stage of Yuan Ying, struggled merely to wield his sword before two foundation establishment disciples. Of course, relinquishing his sword would alleviate some burden. However, such an act would signify the abandonment of his path, his very essence of swordsmanship. To forsake one's own way is an anguish more profound than death for a cultivator. Therefore, even under the oppressive weight of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu's sword intents, Ling Feng remained resolute, unwilling to cast aside his sword. Suddenly, Ouyang spoke up. "Old Ling, your junior brother has coughed up blood, and so has my junior brother. Let us consider this matter settled." Ouyang's words were akin to a lifeline for Ling Feng, who quickly responded, "Of course, it was merely a childish contest of bravado. The contest has concluded. Let them depart. Ouyang approached Chen Changsheng, placing his hand on Chen's pulse, and without turning back, stated, "Let them leave." Senior brother. Bai Feiyu interjected, believing Ouyang was unaware of the gravity of Chen Changsheng's recent vow to the heavens and wishing to offer a reminder. Let them depart. Ouyang retrieved a white jade vial from his robe, pouring out a pill to administer to Chen Changsheng, saying in a calm tone. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu reluctantly descended from the air. Ling Feng, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily cupped his hands in gratitude towards Ouyang and mounted the crane, preparing to take his junior brother away. Yet, Ouyang's voice rang out once more, "Brother Ling, I kindly ask for your understanding regarding my junior sister's lighting of the eternal lantern tomorrow." Ling Feng forced a smile and replied, "Of course, Brother Ouyang. You need not worry. I have heard from the sect leader that there will be a grand sect competition in a month." Ouyang inquired. Ling Feng felt a sense of foreboding, yet steeled himself to respond. "Indeed, the grand sect competition will take place in a month." Ouyang nodded and continued. "Please inform the sect leader that our small peak will also participate in this competition, and I hope that my junior brother Xian, who lies there, will be able to join as well." Ling Feng spoke with a hint of bitterness. "Brother Ouyang, why must it come to this? Had I known that the arrival of my junior brother would stir such a commotion, I would have braved any peril to come myself." Ouyang regarded Ling Feng with a serene gaze. "I am merely informing you and the sect leader. This is not a matter for discussion. If the sect leader is unwilling, I shall speak to him myself. And remember, my surname is Ouyang, not O." Chapter 18. I am your senior brother. Such matters were beyond Ling Feng's authority to decide, so he could only promise to relay the message to the sect leader. As Ling Feng rode the crane away in a frenzy until he vanished into the horizon, Ouyang sighed, observing the trio of Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and another fixated upon him. "What are you staring at? My face hasn't tea-sprouted flowers," Ouyang remarked, somewhat irately. "Senior brother, do you think Ziyuan might flee before the sect competition?" Bai Feiyu asked. "This world is vast, and, even in my previous life as a Sword Immortal, I cannot comprehend its entirety. If Ziyuan truly feared and chose to hide, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, if he could evade detection for 10 years, once Chen Changsheng perished due to his unfulfilled vow to the heavens, Ziyuan could openly start anew. What else could be done? Should we go to Qingyun Peak and incapacitate that boy? Hey, come back. I did not summon you." Ouyang shouted in frustration. To his surprise, Lung Qingsong suddenly stood up, grasped his sword and strode out. The young lad is rather straightforward, and when there's a matter at hand, he truly engages. Ouyang called out to Lung Qingsong, who was about to sever Ziyuan's limbs, and unleashed a torrent of reproaches upon him. Hu Tutu, cradling a Tibetan fox, gazed with concern at Chen Changsheng, who lay languidly on a recliner, and remarked, "Will third senior brother be all right? I just saw him spitting blood. It must hurt terribly, right?" Ouyang, observing the distressed expression on Hu Tutu's face, quickly offered words of reassurance. "It's nothing to worry about. Changsheng merely exhausted his true essence. Coupled with the agitation of his emotions, he spat blood. If this stagnant blood is not expelled, it would be far more detrimental." After calming Hu Tutu, he instructed Bai Feiyu to keep a close watch on the battle-obsessed Lung Qingsong, and then Ouyang carried Chen Changsheng to his room. Chen Changsheng fell into a lengthy slumber, traversing back to his past life within a dream. In that world, perpetually shrouded in darkness, he was drenched in blood, relentlessly slashing at the encroaching demons. Blood obscured his vision, rendering everything hazy, while his meridians lay severed, leaving him unable to summon even a trace of true essence, driven solely by primal instinct to kill. Yet despite this, Chen Changsheng clung tightly to his sword. Abruptly, the scenery before him shifted, and a visage he had yet to forget materialized once more. A man, strikingly beautiful yet eerily otherworldly, donned a blood-red robe, with a vertical pupil between his brows exuding malevolence, crowned with twin horns and adorned with black wings. His entire being was ensnared by countless vengeful spirits, resembling a malevolent specter emerging from the underworld. That face was none other than Zun, the demon sovereign, one of the principal architects of this apocalyptic calamity. In that moment, Ziyuan brandished a blood-red longsword, lifting his severed head while roaring with laughter towards the heavens. At that juncture, Ziyuan had become the most formidable demon in existence, having slaughtered everyone Chen Changsheng held dear, plunging the world into chaos. Upon glimpsing the head in Ziyuan's grasp, Chen Changsheng's eyes bled tears as he let out a desperate scream. That head belonged to Ouyang. Throughout the apocalypse, Ouyang had always shielded him from the most perilous and terrifying tribulations. Even as he met a tragic end before Chen Changxing's eyes, he urged him to flee with unwavering determination. Chen Changxing yearned for vengeance, day and night consumed by thoughts of retribution, nearly succumbing to madness. Yet, in the face of a now transcendent Zuan, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, the severed head of Ouyang in Zun's grip opened its eyes and shouted, "Run away!" With a jolt, Chen Changxing sat upright in bed, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his garments. Had he been dreaming a nightmare? A voice, achingly familiar, reached his ears. Upon hearing it, tears streamed down Chen Changxing's cheeks, and he hastily covered his eyes with his sleeve, murmuring, "Sweat has gotten into my eyes." Ouyang, observing Chen Changxing's attempt to conceal his discomposure, chuckled lightly, settling into a chair by the bedside, his gaze calm as he inquired, "Do you blame your senior brother for preventing you from slaying Ziyuan?" Chen Changxing shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Since his rebirth, he had exercised utmost caution. Yet upon confronting his nemesis once more, he found himself blinded by hatred. Not only had he failed to eliminate Zhu Yuan, but he had also inadvertently alerted him. With a heavy heart, Chen Changxing remarked, "I understand your concerns, senior brother. If I were to slay him, I would likely find no refuge within the Qingyan sect, nor in the entire realm of cultivation. Internal strife is strictly forbidden within the sect, should the elders discover that fellow disciples have harmed one another. The consequences would be dire, ranging from the forfeiture of one's cultivation to outright execution. Should I truly kill Zhu Yuan, it would amount to self-destruction. Such a mutually destructive course of action would naturally be opposed by Ouyang. Thus, when allowing Ling Feng to depart, Ouyang compelled him to acknowledge that Chen Changxing's actions were merely a spar between brethren, as long as all parties involved regarded it as a mere exercise. Chen Changxing would remain unaccountable. Ouyang sighed as he gazed upon his younger disciple, who had returned from rebirth. Chen Changxing should be aware of Zhu Yuan's true identity. Ouyang was well aware that Zhu Yuan was the holy son of the demon clan. However, would anyone believe such a claim if spoken outright? Even the reincarnated ancient Sword Immortal could not discern Zhu Yuan's true nature. Could one expect that group of old fools to see through it? Yet, before Chen Changxing fell into a coma, he had sworn a celestial oath. With this vow as a foundation, it was likely that all would become wary of Zhu Yuan's identity. By refraining from direct assertions and allowing others to speculate, one could amplify the doubts surrounding Zhu Yuan. Upon hearing Ouyang's sigh, Chen Changxing felt a tightening in his chest and promptly replied, "Senior brother, rest assured, I will not act against him in the near future." Though he meant for the immediate time, the future remained uncertain. Ouyang shook his head and approached Chen Changxing, lowering his voice to ask, "Did you leave a mark on him?" Chen Changxing nodded. When Zhu Yuan had emerged to sever his 3 avatars, he had inscribed a soul mark upon him. This mark would allow him to locate Zhu Yuan, no matter how far he wandered. Ouyang then nodded in satisfaction, appreciating his disciple's meticulousness. Truly, he was far superior to a certain fool who charged ahead wielding a sword. Rest for now. The events have transpired, and we shall take each step as it comes. Ouyang consoled. Chen Changxing obediently reclined back onto the bed, gazing at Ouyang with a dazed expression as he inquired, "Senior brother, if, hypothetically, killing Zhu Yuan could avert a calamity, would you believe it?" Ouyang paused, momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head and thoughtfully responding, "You misunderstand. The emergence of calamity is not determined by a single individual. Even if you were to eliminate Zhu Yuan, there would inevitably arise a second, a third Zhu Yuan. The onset of calamity is not a matter of chance, but an inevitability." Chen Changxing nodded, his expression solemn as he murmured, "Calamity will claim many lives. We must find a way to prevent it." Ouyang playfully slapped Chen Changxing on the forehead, chiding, "The Qingyan sect alone is filled with countless powerful figures. In the face of catastrophe, it is not a mere foundation establishment waste like you who should be worried. Just sleep well." After delivering his sermon, Ouyang stepped out of Chen Changxing's room. Just as he crossed the threshold, Chen Changxing's voice echoed behind him, "Senior brother, if a calamity truly occurs, I will ensure everyone's safety." Ouyang felt a stirring in his heart, and without turning back, he replied nonchalantly, "If a calamity does occur, as long as I remain unscathed, the sky will not fall. After all, I am your elder brother." Chapter 19, Cleaning Up the Mess. "I am your elder brother. The sky will not fall." His calm tone belied the audacity of his declaration, exuding an effortless and lofty confidence. As Ouyang exited Chen Changxing's room, he couldn't help but silently applaud himself. It was exhilarating to display such bravado in front of his esteemed juniors, akin to the refreshing sensation of savoring a fine vintage cola. Ouyang closed the door behind him and shifted his gaze towards the courtyard. Beneath the lush branches of a grand tree, a square-faced fox sat at a stone table, cradling a cup of tea while gazing at the moon. Quite a picture of leisurely elegance. Aren't you afraid that my juniors will discover your true nature? Ouyang approached the fox and poured himself a cup of tea. Huyin took a delicate sip of tea, unconsciously crossing his hind legs in a relaxed manner, cleverly concealing his bell. He then languidly remarked, I have masked my aura. Though these youngsters possess remarkable talent, there's still no match for me. That said, you are quite an admirable elder brother. Enough with the elder talk. I'm not that old, Ouyang replied, downing his tea in one gulp, savoring the aromatic brew, with even a hint of celestial essence lingering in his mouth. What a splendid tea. Ouyang's eyes sparkled as he reached for another pot. Huyin, quick-witted, snatched the teapot from Ouyang's hands, expressing mild concern. This is tea from a millennia-old spiritual tea tree. Is this how you drink tea? Ouyang scoffed. You're quite ugly and stingy for a fox. How long do you intend to stay here? He was skeptical that a powerful demon in the Tribulation Transcendent stage would willingly remain beside Hututu, content to play the role of a pet. Huyin carefully stowed the teapot, resuming his cup while gazing at the moon, saying initially, I was merely curious about what this descendant of the nine-tailed bloodline sought at the Qiyun sect. Now, I am more interested to see if she can indeed ascend to become a nine-tailed celestial fox. Is it truly that dull? Ouyang inquired suspiciously. Otherwise, what would I do? The life of a cultivator after the tribulation stage is exceedingly long, and with no further prospects for advancement, I must find some amusement to fill the endless years. Huyin shrugged. I don't particularly find the tribulation stage to be all that impressive. It's not like I haven't dealt with it before, Ouyang thought to himself, observing Huyin's pretentious demeanor. With a pair of cunning fox eyes, Huyin gazed at Ouyang, seemingly able to discern his thoughts. He chuckled softly and remarked, so it is. You truly believe that the tribulation stage simply signifies a higher realm? Young man, I must admit that your true chi is indeed formidable, to the point where even I find it daunting. However, should I desire to end your life, I could certainly accomplish that. Hearing these words, Ouyang did not react with anger. Instead, he nodded earnestly. He understood, well, that the dynamics with the offerings in the back mountains, as well as with the sect leader and his master, were largely playful in nature and even entertaining. Having lived for thousands of years and reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this world, every venerable being possesses considerable prowess. Ouyang was not so naive as to think that the seemingly whimsical Huyin could be easily subdued by a mere binding rope. So, do you intend to watch over Tutu until she breaks through to the nine-tailed celestial fox realm? Ouyang inquired curiously. Huyin shook his head, replying, for the Xianxia fox clan, breaking through from 7 tails to 8 is already a rare occurrence, and achieving 9 tails is even more challenging. Each fox has its own path of cultivation, and my methods may not suit her. However, I can protect her until she acquires a certain level of self-defense before I depart. Huyin spoke, but then he chuckled again, adding, while I say I will guard her, with you and your fellow disciples around, I believe she can venture far in this world. Perhaps I simply wish to remain by her side. Ouyang found himself somewhat bewildered by Huyin's erratic speech. Leaping from a stool, Huyin basked in the moonlight that glistened upon his brown fur, absorbing the essence of the moonlight into his being. I am quite pleased with the name she bestowed upon me, for now I am called handsome. Huyin laughed heartily and transformed into a gust of wind, soaring directly back into Hututu's chamber. One eccentric creature this fox is, Ouyang mused as he gazed at the moon, which appeared unusually large in this world, as if one could reach out and touch it. Perhaps the absence of light pollution here contributed to its pristine beauty. Suddenly, Ouyang's gaze sharpened, for a wooden boat flew forth from the moon. The boat glided through the air without wind, upon which stood 2 young individuals, one rowing with a paddle while the other held a brush and paper at the bow. As the vessel approached, Ouyang discerned a character inscribed on it, instantly recognizing the visitor's identity. They were cultivators from the Qiyun sect's Xingfeng. The cultivators on Xingfeng oversee the sect's regulations and possess the authority to investigate any violations of the sect's laws, including those of the sect leader. Typically, those from Xingfeng were at least at the core formation stage, perpetually wearing stern expressions and scrutinizing those around them with piercing gazes. Hence, they were derisively referred to as sect dogs by others in the sect. As the wooden boat drew nearer, the young man holding the brush inclined his body in greeting and said to Ouyang, "Ouyang, brother, you're still awake?" Ouyang returned the gesture, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "What brings you two specters here at this hour?" Before me stand two individuals, one clad in black and the other in white, bearing names as peculiar as their appearances. One is called by Wuchang and the other He Wuchang. They are also referred to as the specters of death from Xingfeng. Ouyang, with a mere touch of intuition, deduced that the commotion caused by Chun Changsheng earlier that morning had drawn the attention of Xingfeng, prompting them to send these two. Bai Wuchang smiled and remarked, "This afternoon, the peak master mentioned that someone had made a heavenly oath on the small peak. Hence we were dispatched to inquire about the occurrence." Upon finishing his statement, the wooden boat prepared to land in the courtyard of the small peak. A gentle stream of true energy halted the boat, and Ouyang, with a broad smile, declared, "Today, in a moment of leisure, I established a heavenly oath, vowing that if I do not break through to the foundation establishment stage within 10 years, I shall not walk among the living. Brother, the justification you provided makes it quite challenging for me to report back to the peak master," Bai Wuchang replied, his face clouded with disbelief. "Surely, one does not casually invoke a heavenly oath upon oneself during idle moments?" Ouyang shook his head, saying, "Ah, Bai Shidi, you are unaware of the full context. This matter is known not only to everyone on the small peak, but also to the sect leader. The sect leader is aware." Bai Wuchang exchanged a glance with He Wuchang, his expression tinged with skepticism. Could it be that Ouyang truly made such a ridiculous oath? When did heavenly recognition become so trivial? Just as Bai Wuchang was about to inquire further, Ouyang tossed a book into the air, stating, "I cannot allow my two brothers to leave empty-handed. This is a new interrogation technique I have been researching, and I present it as a gift." Bai Wuchang caught the book, which bore the crooked title, "The 10 Most Severe Punishments of Qingyun Sect." Upon flipping through its pages, a cold sweat broke out on his back, yet he was instantly filled with elation. With this book in hand, I shall see if those fellows can still act stubborn. Bai Wuchang treasured the book as if it were a priceless gem and bowed to Ouyang, saying, "Since the sect leader is informed, we shall report the truth. Brother Ouyang, do visit Xingfeng more often. The peak master has declared you a once-in-a-millennium interrogation expert." Ouyang smiled and returned the gesture, promising, "Certainly. I shall visit Xingfeng in due time and perhaps enhance your tools." The two exchanged pleasantries with Ouyang before the wooden boat vanished into the moonlight. Only Ouyang remained, standing amidst the hazy moonlight, his brow furrowed in thought. He recalled Chun Changsheng's words and sighed softly. A calamity, indeed. In the 12th chapter, "The small peak is full of oddities, and my Qingyun peak shall not harbor the worthless." Upon returning to Qingyun peak, Ling Feng obediently knelt on the ground. Beside him lay the unconscious Zhu Yuan. Within a modest courtyard, an elderly man dressed in a long gown, wielding a fan, scrutinized Zhu Yuan with a furrowed brow. This disheveled old man was none other than the current sect leader of Qingyun Sect, Dong Shuzi. Rumors in the outside world suggested that the current sect master possessed unfathomable strength, having even brushed against the threshold of immortality. Did that lad, Ouyang, truly say such a thing? Dong Shuzi, somewhat exasperated, inquired. Having recounted the events, Ling Feng nodded and then knelt, saying, "Disciples' cultivation is still shallow, and I have failed to protect my junior brother adequately. Please, master, punish me." Observing Ling Feng, who remained bowed and silent, Dong Shuzi sighed. "Indeed, as you say, I'm already quite surprised that you managed to bring your junior brother back. You have done well. There's not a sane person atop that mountain. The heavenly oath. Even if a cultivator makes a vow to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao and gain its approval, is beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Do you think the heavenly Tao is as common as dirt, that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can summon its witness? Only those endowed with great fortune can invoke the heavenly Tao's attention through a curse sworn against another of equal fortune. This, in turn, indicates that Chun Changsheng and Zhu Yuan are both acknowledged by the heavenly Tao as bearers of great fortune. Dong Shuzi did not blame Ling Feng for failing to safeguard Zhu Yuan. Ling Feng had spent years in seclusion on Qingyun Peak, rarely venturing out. And aside from matters of cultivation, he was oblivious to the extraordinary beings residing on the small mountain. Although Dong Shuzi expressed understanding, Ling Feng stubbornly refused to lift his head. With a hint of resignation, Dong Shuzi said, since you insist on accepting punishment, return and transcribe the Huang Ting Jing 500 times. I shall obey master's decree, Ling Feng replied, bowing again. Dong Shuzi gazed at Ling Feng with a mix of annoyance and admiration. His disciple possessed commendable qualities and acceptable aptitude. Yet he was excessively upright, almost to a fault, often getting lost in rigid reasoning. Having never left Qinyun Peak except to train, Ling Feng viewed matters in a stark black and white manner, much like a pure white lotus. From his sleeve, Dong Shuzi conjured a pellet of medicine, infusing it with his true essence before sprinkling it over Zhu Yuan. The expression of pain on Zhu Yuan's face faded, replaced by tranquility, and his breath became steadier. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Yuan vanished from the Grand Hall, leaving only Dong Shuzi and Ling Feng. Do you comprehend the significance of a heavenly oath? Dong Shuzi asked. To the death and beyond. Ling Feng responded. Then do you not suspect your junior brother may be involved in something troubling? Dong Shuzi continued. Ling Feng shook his head, asserting, my junior brother was entrusted to me by master. I cannot believe he poses any issue. There must be some misunderstanding. Dong Shuzi was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Ling Feng's conviction. After a pause, he queried, if it truly is your junior brother who is at fault, what then? As the elder brother, it is my responsibility to guide my junior brother back to the right path, Ling Feng replied solemnly. Dong Shuzi gazed at Ling Feng in astonishment, sensing an aura of enlightenment radiating from him. It seemed a pity for such a devoted practitioner to waste his potential. He ought to become a monk. If Qinyan Sect were to fall into this young man's hands, it might face annihilation within 30 years. What kind of disciples has he taken in? With a wave of his hand, Dong Shuzi dismissively gestured for Ling Feng to leave. Ling Feng bowed respectfully and exited his master's chamber, making his way directly to Zhu Yuan's room. The heavenly Tao oath? Surely, my calculations were not flawed. What deep-seated enmity does Ouyang's junior disciple harbor against Zhu Yuan? After Ling Feng departed, Dong Shuzi, perplexed, stroked his beard and murmured to himself. Upon entering Zhu Yuan's room, Ling Feng found him already awake, seated cross-legged on his bed, meditating. Ling Feng quietly observed him in silence. After a considerable time, Zhu Yuan gradually opened his eyes, having forcibly elevated his cultivation level and, in a fleeting moment, vanquished 3 opponents comparable to the nascent soul stage. This act of challenging those beyond his means had inflicted significant damage to his meridians. How do you feel, junior brother Zhu Yuan? Ling Feng's voice resonated from afar as he quietly settled into a chair, his gaze filled with concern and gentleness. A flicker of hostility crossed Zhu Yuan's eyes. Had it not been for his White Lotus senior brother's insistence that he deliver a message, he would not have been injured, even if it was unintentional. A portion of the blame lay with him. Once he acquires the legendary treasure of the Qinyan Sect, he would ensure the annihilation of their entire lineage. Junior brother Zhu Yuan, are you all right? Ling Feng approached him, placing a hand on his forehead inquiringly. Zhu Yuan evaded Ling Feng's outstretched hand, forcing a smile as he replied. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I'm fine now. I am eternally grateful for your assistance today. Is that so? Eternally grateful, you say? Well then. Ling Feng's tone suddenly shifted, as frigid as a bone-chilling wind. No sooner had Ling Feng spoken than Zhu Yuan sensed the temperature plummeting around him. Just as he turned to face Ling Feng, a rough hand seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. Ling Feng squinted, a smirk playing on his lips. Devoid of his usual warmth, only an inexorable coldness remained. Since you are so grateful, shall I assist you in removing each and every one of your teeth? Each word struck Zhu Yuan's heart like a hammer, his face bearing a smile, yet radiating an icy dread. Senior brother Ling Feng, Zhu Yuan struggled to utter, attempting to pry Ling Feng's hand from his throat, but it was as unyielding as iron. Ling Feng leaned closer, whispering softly in Zhu Yuan's ear in the future. Hutu walked ahead, while Ouyang followed behind. If it weren't for Ouyang's youthful appearance, they would almost resemble a father and daughter enjoying an outing. Ouyang intended to guide Hutu to light her destined everlasting lamp. Only by igniting this lamp could Hutu officially join the Qinyan Sect. Typically, disciples from Qinyan Peak would ride on white cranes to escort newly admitted students to the sect. However, following recent events, Ouyang intuitively felt that Qinyan Peak would refrain from sending any cranes, opting instead to accompany Hutu down the mountain himself. The distance between Qinyan Peak and the nearby mountain was several hundred kilometers. Traversing on foot would take an unfathomable amount of time. The roof that Beiji had just repaired had collapsed again due to his own mischief. Shitty Sha was recuperating from injuries, and Bai Feiyu was still solidifying his realm. Thus, it fell upon Ouyang to take Hu-Tu to light the lamp. Fortunately, having spent over a decade at Qingyun's Sect, Ouyang possessed an extensive network of friends. This morning, he utilized the communication talisman to reach out to a close companion, enabling him to secure transportation for Hu-Tu. Arriving at the mountain foot, Ouyang lazily settled on the stone steps at the entrance, retrieving a flask of self-brewed spirit fruit wine to sip leisurely. Meanwhile, Hu-Tu could not remain idle for a moment. Flitting between picking flowers and chasing butterflies, thoroughly engrossed in her play. Before long, a golden light ascended from the distance, approaching the small mountain peak. Even before the light arrived, a clear, melodious voice echoed, "Ouyang Shi Xiao. I'm here." Upon hearing the voice, Ouyang quickly rose, adjusting his attire as he gazed at the radiant light. When the brilliance reached him, enveloped in a halo, a girl stepping upon clouds smiled brightly at him. Each time Ouyang beheld her beauty, he silently marveled. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, simply tied with a red ribbon. Her phoenix-like brows and enchanting eyes brimmed with emotion, complemented by a delicate nose and slightly blushing cheeks. Her lips, exuding the fragrance of orchids, formed a lovely smile. Her oval face was strikingly beautiful, her skin as flawless as frost and snow, and her slender figure resembled the ethereal goddess of water. With every smile and frown, her noble demeanor radiated naturally, leaving onlookers in awe of her graceful and refined charm. Clad in a flowing white dress, she appeared almost celestial. Most importantly, this girl possessed a broad heart and a pair of long, flawless, snow-white legs. Innocence and allure intertwined within her, epitomizing beauty. Name: Su Ling'er, chief disciple of Unipeak. Cultivation: first layer of Yuaning. Root bone: 7. Charm: 9. Luck: 6. Musical talent: 8. Exclusive skill: unawakened. Evaluation: an exquisite alchemist skilled in playing the flute. Previously, it was this very evaluation from the system that had prompted Ouyang to experiment with clumsy romantic lines directed at Su Ling'er. From a mere lecher to now a Shi Xiao, Ouyang had indeed exerted considerable effort. The effect was indeed quite pronounced. The young girl before him was noticeably less resistant to his presence. When he sent her a message, there was a moment of hesitation, yet she ultimately acquiesced. In the past, she would have brusquely dismissed him. Junior sister Su Ling'er, it has been a while. Ouyang greeted the girl with a polite nod. Upon hearing Ouyang's somewhat formal tone, the girl pouted in discontent. Although she wished to maintain an air of restraint upon receiving a message from her senior brother, she hurried over without delay. She had not anticipated that Ouyang would behave so formally. Just last time he affectionately called her Linga. Is it not merely a playful attempt at aloofness? Men are such pretentious beings. Su Ling'er leapt down from her elevated perch and embraced Ouyang, her face radiant with joy. Brother, you haven't contacted me in ages. I thought you had forgotten about me. Ouyang, taken aback by her playful reproach and the sensation of her arms around him, felt somewhat disoriented. However, with his junior sister beside him, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of decorum. He cleared his throat and fabricated a casual excuse. In recent days, junior brother Bai has made a breakthrough, so I've been assisting him in stabilizing his realm. I just found the time and thought to bring my little junior sister to Qingyun Peak to light the everlasting lamp, and you immediately came to mind. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, a smile of delight blossomed upon Su Ling'er's face. Oh, brother, there's a hair on your shoulder. Acting nonchalantly, she leaned against Ouyang's shoulder, inhaling his familiar scent. Brother, your scent is as delightful as ever. She chuckled inwardly as she savored the moment. Suddenly, a small face appeared before Su Ling, who was blinking curiously at her. Su Ling'er gasped and promptly jumped down from Ouyang's side. Brother, is this sister the ordinary friend who is taking us to Qingyun Peak? Hu inquired, emphasizing the term ordinary friend with a playful tone. Upon hearing Hu-Tu's words, Su Ling'er turned her attention to the girl perched on Ouyang's other shoulder. With her keen eye, she instantly discerned that this little girl would undoubtedly grow into an extraordinary beauty. Alarm bells rang in Su Ling'er's mind. Having finally tamed the flirtatious girls on Yunu Peak, she now found herself facing yet another blossoming beauty beside her brother. Was it Ouyang's exceptional qualities that continually drew these young girls to him? With a friendly smile, Su Ling'er addressed Hu-Tu, brother. Is this the new disciple that Master Ouyang has taken under her wing? She placed emphasis on the word new, subtly indicating that Hututu was still just a child. Though still young, Hututu, as a girl, could sense the underlying implications in Su Linger's tone. She regarded the woman who had so suddenly appeared and seemed so close to her brother with a wary expression. Even she must reluctantly concede that, in comparison to beauty, this woman is but slightly inferior. However, it is primarily her figure that far surpasses the current state of my own body, which resembles a mere washboard. Hututu, biting her little tiger teeth, pretended to innocently retort, "Indeed, senior sister, my name is Hututu. From now on, I shall be spending my days with senior brother and the others at the little mountain peak." Her words struck a tender chord in Su Ling, who found herself pained by the reminder of her unfulfilled longing to be close to brother Ouyang, despite their mutual affection. Ouyang, caught in an invisible skirmish, gazed in bewilderment at the two girls before him, one tall and the other petite. Although their words were polite and courteous, an unmistakable tension hung in the air. A flicker of electricity seemed to spark between Su Linger and Hututu as they exchanged glances. In unison, they turned away, each letting out a cold snort. What a formidable woman. Chapter 22. Xianxia Peak. The war between women is often silent and stealthy. Though the two girls appeared inseparable on the surface, their words concealed daggers, each striking fiercely at the other. The little junior sister is truly exquisite. I shall be spending my days with senior brother. You should come to Xianxia Peak. Children ought to play with children. Ouyang, eager to halt their inexplicable rivalry, turned to Su Linger with a smile, saying, "Junior sister, it's getting late. We should be on our way." Su Linger produced a jade flute, her eyes sparkling as she gently asked Ouyang, "Senior brother, may I play the flute for you?" "Ahem. Let us focus on pressing matters first. Once we finish, you can come to my room, and we shall discuss it in detail." Ouyang coughed lightly, feeling overwhelmed by the situation, though he understood that Su Linger meant something entirely different. How could one resist the allure of such a charming and innocent beauty testing one's resolve? He mused to himself, wondering if he could withstand the temptation. "What did you say, senior brother?" "Isu Linger tilsit her hit, posselt." Nothing. Hututu watched the flirtatious exchange and felt a surge of frustration. Senior brother is such a rogue. Despite having a delightful little junior sister like me, he still flirts with others. I wonder where that vixen came from. When it comes to vixens, can anyone compare to me? Hututu nearly ground her little tiger teeth to dust. Yet, as a child, she felt utterly powerless. After all, who would be interested in a body as juvenile as hers? With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Su Linger summoned a mist beneath their feet. The mist transformed into a billowing white cloud, lifting the three of them into the air, heading towards Xianxia Peak. In less than half an hour, they soared the hundreds of kilometers to the entrance of Xianxia Peak, which towered majestically above the little mountain peak. Towering majestically above the earth, the colossal peaks rise abruptly, shrouded in ethereal clouds at their midsection, where cranes gracefully soar. Countless steps of white jade ascend like a celestial ladder, leading to the summit, seemingly without end. As one of the 9 sacred sites of the cultivation realm, Xianxia Valley takes great pride in adorning its principal peak. Atop Xianxia Peak, waterfalls cascade, rivers flow, and exotic flowers and rare beasts intermingle with uniquely arranged dwellings, creating a landscape that is both solemn and elegantly refined, a true celestial mountain. Ouyang walked ahead, with Su Linger and Hututu trailing slightly behind him. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they beheld 2 stone lions perched on vermilion pillars, dozing peacefully. As if sensing their presence, the stone lions awakened, shaking off the dust from their stony bodies, and leaped down with an air of superiority, eyes closed. Addressing Ouyang, "Who approaches?" "State the passphrase at the mountain gate." Ouyang regarded the slothful stone lions, irritation bubbling within him, and let out a cold laugh. "Come, bow your heads, and I shall tell you the passphrase." The 2 stone lions tilted their ears down, leaning forward, only to be met with Ouyang's sardonic smile, leaving them momentarily speechless. Without indulging their antics, Ouyang approached and delivered a hefty slap to one lion, exclaiming in exasperation, "You were crafted by my own hands, and yet you dare to demand a passphrase? Listen well, the passphrase is that I, your father, never require any such thing to enter here." Awakened by the force of his slap, the stone lions quickly stepped aside, kneeling obediently on the ground, behaving like 2 loyal lion dogs, even wagging their tails in deference to Ouyang. These two stone spirits were created during his early days of cultivation when he was practicing earth-based techniques. Forgetting to retract his vital energy, they developed sentience over time, eventually gaining awareness through Ouyang's own essence. They were ultimately left by the sect leader to guard this gate. The emergence of sentient stones is exceedingly rare, and once awakened, they typically conceal themselves deep within the mountains, making encounters with stone spirits in the cultivation realm nearly impossible. Having these two guarding the door was indeed a mark of distinction. To Ouyang's surprise, the stone spirits seemed to take pride in their duty at Qingyun Peak. Ignoring him entirely, he and the two women ascended the stone steps, only to pause and retreat after a few strides. Flight and the use of magical techniques were strictly prohibited on Qingyun Peak. One could only reach the summit on foot. Faced with such a lengthy ascent, Ouyang was disinclined to climb entirely on his own. Seeing Ouyang return after a brief respite, the stone lions immediately sat up straight, regaining their composure. Ouyang glanced at one lion and commanded, "You, carry us up." "Master, it is against the rules to ascend Qingyun Peak any way other than on foot." The lion replied with a human-like, subservient grin. Ouyang, peering at the lion, cleared his ears and said, "I did not quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" The stone lion suddenly felt its body stiffening, as the essence of Ouyang slowly began to depart from within. In a state of panic, the stone lion lowered its head and said, the master's rules are absolute. Gulme, please lift your legs slowly. Should I lower myself even further?" Ouyang let out a cold snort and, accompanied by the two women, mounted the stone lion, which then leapt several times before vanishing from the jade steps. The stone lion, not having been called by Ouyang, breathed a sigh of relief, only to see a young man attempting to follow Ouyang towards the mountain gate. The stone lion shook itself and, in a deep voice, declared, "Who goes there? State the password." The young man, taken aback by Ouyang's earlier display of anger, hesitantly replied, "The password is your father." Before he could finish, the stone lion's form surged, its height expanding from 5 or 6 meters to over 20 meters in an instant, as it raised a massive paw to strike down upon the young man. Alarmed, the young man quickly formed a hand seal and attempted to burrow into the ground. "Trying to be clever here? You are truly courting death." The stone lion sneered, for as a stone spirit, it possessed a natural affinity for earth-based magic. The stone lion's paw crashed down onto the ground, and the young man, who had been fleeing underground, let out a scream as he emerged, clutching his head. Just as he managed to free half his body, the surrounding soil ensnared him. "Incorrect password. Stand in punishment for 10 hours. The stone lion yawned as it returned to its perch. The young man gazed at the stone lion in despair, lamenting his misfortune, as he had indeed been summoned by senior brother Ling Feng to recite the Huangting scripture, yet had found himself in this predicament. Chapter 23, Dong Shuzi. The stone lion soared through a sea of clouds, leaping to the end of the jade steps with Ouyang and the two others. They dismounted, and the stone lion cautiously regarded Ouyang, its eyes silently inquiring whether it could depart, behaving obediently like a lion dog. Ouyang reached out to pat the lion's head, channeling a stream of essence into its body. The stone lion, feeling the vitality circulating within, was instantly filled with joy. It playfully stuck out its tongue and barked twice before scampering down the mountain. Turning around, Ouyang beheld a vast plaza, entirely constructed from jade, which subtly radiated traces of spiritual energy. The ethereal aura enveloped the plaza, rendering it a scene reminiscent of celestial realm. Such extravagance! Out in the world, wandering cultivators would fight over a low-grade spirit stone. Yet here at Qingyun Sect, such stones were used to pave the plaza. The square was bustling with activity, teeming with excitement, as the sect's grand competition was set to commence in a month. Not only would elders from various peaks participate, but invitations had also been extended to esteemed sects for the occasion. The Qingyun Sect held this competition every 5 years, serving as an opportunity for outer disciples to enter the inner circle and for inner disciples to compete against one another. Furthermore, it was a moment for Qingyun Sect to showcase its strength to other sections. In this grand competition, the outer disciples of the Qingyun Sect found themselves presented with opportunities to be favored by the peak masters, while the inner disciples were rewarded with advanced techniques and cultivation resources, serving as a significant emblem for the sect to showcase itself to the outside world. Therefore, each sect competition is conducted with utmost grandeur. The inhabitants of a small mountain peak had never participated in such an event. Lung Qing Song found it uninteresting. Bai Feiyu scorned the idea of participating, and Xianxia preferred to avoid the limelight. As the eldest senior brother, Ouyang had not met the qualifications to register. The first stringent requirement being the attainment of the foundation establishment stage. Was this not a direct affront to him? He felt reluctant to participate, and upon seeing this rule, Ouyang thought indignantly. Thus, none from the small mountain peak felt inclined to attend the Sect competition. It was Ouyang's first time witnessing such a splendidly adorned square. Senior brother, this place is so beautiful, Hututu exclaimed, marveling at the surroundings. Noting that human cultivators indeed knew how to indulge in comfort compared to the caves and hollows of Xianxia Mountain. Su Ling'er, glancing at the astonished Hututu, chuckled softly. Senior brother, I have heard that this time the Sect competition will also elect the Holy Son of the Qingyun Sacred Land. With your talents, if you could participate, the title of Holy Son would surely belong to you. Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment. He was aware that Su Ling'er meant no harm. Yet how could he aspire to the title of Holy Son when he lacked even the qualifications to compete? Clearing his throat, he replied, I have little interest in such superficial titles, junior sister. As cultivators, we ought to view these empty names as mere clouds passing by. You truly embody noble integrity. Senior brother, Su Ling'er sincerely praised. Those nearby, upon hearing Ouyang's words, turned their gazes toward him, only to look away upon realizing he was merely at the Qi refinement stage. What audacity for a mere Qi refinement inept to act so pretentiously. Ouyang naturally noticed the disdainful glances cast in his direction. Even with his thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly ushered Su Ling'er and Hututu toward the main hall. Upon entering, the hall center was devoid of the myriad deities typically found in past lives. Instead, a simple wooden plaque stood prominently, inscribed with two characters, heaven and earth. This world was bereft of myriad spirits. They worshipped not gods or Buddhas, but rather honored heaven and earth. 3 tall yellow pine incense sticks were inserted into a massive square incense burner, their spiraling smoke exuding an invigorating aroma. Ouyang and Su Ling'er each took 3 plain incense sticks, while Hututu followed suit, respectfully bowing toward the wooden plaque before placing the incense into the burner. As the incense was set within, Su Ling'er felt her cheeks warm. Offering incense alongside her senior brother felt akin to a couple pledging their vows to the way. After paying homage to heaven and earth, Su Ling'er remained in the front hall, for disciples were not permitted to enter the back hall without significant reason. Thus, Ouyang led Hututu around the central hall toward the rear. In the rear hall, there lay a grand altar, adorned with countless flickering everlasting lamps. This was the sacred space for all the everlasting lamps belonging to the inner disciples. Upon entering the rear hall with Hututu, Ouyang was taken aback to find the place utterly deserted. What could this mean? Had Old Ling stood him up? This was uncharacteristic of Old Ling. Ouyang glanced around, bewildered. Suddenly, a cough broke the silence, and an elderly man clad in a Bagua robe appeared before Ouyang and Hututu. Holding a whisk, he exuded an aura of ethereal grace, his youthful visage framed by long white hair and eyebrows that cascaded down to his chest. A gentle smile illuminating his face as he regarded Ouyang and Hututu with warmth. This venerable figure was none other than Dongzuzi, who had reprimanded Lingfeng the previous night. He appeared a stark contrast to the disheveled old man in a long gown and fan from the day before. Now, an enigmatic Taoist essence flowed around Dongzuzi, and a radiant halo of 7 colors shimmered faintly behind him, embodying the image of a transcendent sage. Recognizing Dongzuzi, Ouyang bowed respectfully, stating, Disciple Ouyang pays homage to the master. Hututu hastily followed suit, exclaiming, Disciple Hututu pays respects to the master. Dongzuzi glanced at Hututu and recognized her as a spiritual fox with an innate Tao body, prompting him to reflect on his junior brother Huyun, thinking that perhaps this old fellow had exhausted his fortunes in taking on disciples. Although Dongzuzi felt a twinge of displeasure internally, he maintained a benevolent smile and said, Very well, very well. Have you come for the everlasting lamps today? Ouyang replied, On the orders of my esteemed master. I have come to light the everlasting lamp for our new disciple Hututu at our small mountain peak. I seek your permission, master. Dongzuzi chuckled, stroking his beard, and replied, I do not grant permission. Ouyang, perplexed, lifted his gaze, while Hututu's face turned pale, fearing she had inadvertently offended the master. Did you not hear me? Young man, I said I do not grant permission. Dongzuzi reiterated with a grin, stroking his beard. With a raised brow, Ouyang, in the astonished gaze of Hututu, boldly grasped Dongzuzi's beard and pulled the elderly figure closer, exclaiming, "Old man, I was being polite. Do not take my kindness for weakness." Surprisingly, Dongzuzi did not retaliate. Instead, he looked at Ouyang with a twinkle in his eye and said, "What? Were you so arrogant when you struck my disciple?" Chapter 24. Ouyang's Everlasting Lamp. This old fellow, with his failing eyesight, has taken a demonic prince and is still protective? Setting that aside, it was indeed Xianxia who initiated the conflict. Ouyang muttered, "Your disciple lacks decorum. What is wrong with my junior brother correcting him?" Dongzuzi replied in a low voice, "Is it appropriate to inflict severe injuries over a lack of decorum? Does your small mountain peak's protocol surpass that of Qingyun Peak? Your newly acquired disciple seems problematic." Ouyang chuckled. "Which of the individuals at your small mountain peak is not a problem child? My junior sister is present. Grant me some respect. You are still tugging at my beard. Do I, as the sect leader, have no dignity? What is it that you desire? Speak plainly." Ouyang said impatiently. "Go back and persuade your junior brother. Let this matter rest." Dongzuzi contemplated for a moment before responding. "I would prefer to let it go as well. But having sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao, how can it be dismissed? Does this mean it cannot be executed? Then neither can I," Dongzuzi stubbornly argued. Ouyang gazed at the old man who was being obstinate alongside him, feeling utterly powerless. Throughout his life, he had never won a verbal spar against this old man. "Change your demands. This matter is truly beyond my capacity. Otherwise, we shall establish our own sect," Ouyang threatened. "The Grand Sect competition is next month. I require a dragon and a phoenix, two auspicious beasts to grace the occasion." Dongzuzi finally revealed his true intention. "Absolutely not. You know very well that such creatures would surely invoke heavenly retribution." Ouyang shook his head in refusal once more. Dongzuzi, now visibly angry, raised his voice. "This cannot be done, nor can that. Has my disciple suffered for nothing? Light a lantern of clarity? Let the ghost take it. If you have the ability, then ignite me." Seeing that Dongzuzi seemed genuinely prepared to persist in his obstinacy, Ouyang resignedly conceded, Fine. For next month's sect competition, I shall arrange for you a dragon and a phoenix." After sealing their agreement, Dongzuzi briskly tugged at his own beard, regaining his ethereal demeanor, and kindly regarded Hututu, saying, "Child, you possess considerable talent. It appears Ouyang has acquired another worthy disciple. Come, follow me." Hututu looked at Dongzuzi before glancing at Ouyang, who nodded at her. She questioned whether she had just imagined the scene. This was the sect leader of Qingyun Sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. The leader of the Qingyun Sect, a prominent figure in the cultivation world, was being scolded and tugged at by her senior brother. Remarkably, the sect leader remained unperturbed, engaging in banter with her brother. Rubbing her eyes, Hututu wondered if she had experienced a mirage. However, seeing her senior brother nodding in affirmation, she dutifully followed Dongzuzi to the altar. Dongzuzi cast a glance at Ouyang, who, understanding the situation, exited the grand hall, carefully closing the door behind him, and then seated himself on the stone steps outside. Though titled as the sect leader, Dongzuzi was also akin to a mentor to Ouyang. In earlier years, Ouyang's errant master was often absent, returning infrequently. When he and Lung Qingsong first arrived at the small peak, it was still a barren land. The establishment of the small peak, from its inception to its formation, was largely orchestrated by the diligent efforts of the sect leader. Thus, Ouyang and Dongzuzi shared a close rapport, one so intimate that even the stone lions guarding the sect's entrance had been spirited away by Dongzuzi. The dragon and phoenix he promised earlier were, in truth, akin to the stone lions. They would merely be manifested through his own true energy. However, the dragon and phoenix, divine beasts inherently imbued with the essence of the Tao, can bring forth heavenly retribution if casually summoned. In the past, out of sheer curiosity, Ouyang had attempted to summon one, nearly facing death amidst the thunderous tribulation. He sensed, in a vague manner, that summoning such divine creatures would yield only harm without any benefit to himself. Why had Dongzuzi suddenly expressed a desire for this creature? Even if summoned, these divine beings possess an exceedingly proud nature, preferring death over obedience to the commands of cultivators, including Ouyang himself. The act of summoning such entities serves little purpose beyond merely witnessing their majestic forms. With a sigh, Ouyang retrieved his copy of Fundamentals of the 5 Elements escape technique from his pocket and began to read. In the rear hall, Dongzuzi observed the anxious Hutu with a smile, reassuringly saying, "Little girl, Fret not. It is merely a light we are summoning. There is no need for anxiety. Hutu obediently replied, I understand, Grandmaster. Her youthful voice calling him Grandmaster elicited hearty laughter from Dong Shuzi, who felt pleased that his disciple Ouyang had finally acquired a genuine and earnest apprentice. Far better than the little rascal at the entrance who frequently tugged at his own beard. Dong Shuzi waved his feather duster, and an oil lamp soared from the altar, landing before Hutu. With a serious expression, he addressed her, Hutu, do you wish to join my Qingyun sect and uphold our sect's rules and laws? I am willing. She responded, Hutu, do you vow to uphold justice, eradicate evil, and maintain the purity of heaven and earth? I am willing. Hutu, do you pledge to seek the Tao wholeheartedly, shunning the temptations of worldly power and wealth? I am willing. Excellent. These 3 inquiries must be kept in your heart. Should you harbor any ill intentions, your cultivation shall be revoked, and you will be expelled from the mountain. I understand. Listening to Dong Shuzi's inquiries, Hutu had initially anticipated that joining a large sect would involve numerous prohibitions and laws, but was pleasantly surprised by the clarity and simplicity of the questions. These precepts bore no resemblance to the concepts of human and demon cultivators, and she encountered no issues in agreeing to them. Dong Shuzi waved his duster once more, causing a strand of Hutu's hair to drift down and land in the oil lamp before her. The lamp suddenly ignited with a blue flame, which transformed into a small fox that leaped gracefully in the air before settling into the lamp, merging into a common flame. Hutu's heart raced as she worried that her identity as a fox demon might be exposed. Yet, Dong Shuzi seemed oblivious, offering her a gentle smile as he said, All right, that will do. You may return now. Hutu exhaled deeply in relief, secretly delighted that the Grandmaster had not discovered her true nature as a fox demon. With her worries alleviated, she felt emboldened and, with bright eyes, turned to Dong Shuzi and asked, Grandmaster, are all the eternal lamps of everyone in Qingyun sect located here? Dong Shuzi nodded, affirming, Indeed, the eternal lamps of all members of Qingyun sect are gathered here. Hutu looked around, curiosity piqued, and inquired, What does my senior brother's eternal lamp look like? Dong Shuzi spoke with an unnatural expression. What is so remarkable about that brat's everlasting lamp? Hutu, clinging to Dong Shuzi in a playful manner, pleaded, Grandmaster, please let me see it. Won't you? I beg you. Unable to resist Hutu's charms, Dong Shuzi extended a hand, and from the altar, a flickering oil lamp soared into the air. This lamp was more feeble than any other on the altar, almost as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. Hutu gazed in astonishment at the oil lamp in Dong Shuzi's hand and exclaimed, Why is it like this? Chapter 25. I can manually upgrade magical artifacts. Seated on the stone steps, Ouyang flipped through the book in his hands. Were the water-based technique of the water dragon and the fire-based technique of the fire phoenix perfectly aligned with the old man's requirements? The primordial energy of heaven and earth can transform into the myriad elements, rendering it nearly omnipotent in this realm. The techniques are executed through the practitioner's internal true chi and true essence, employing a specific method of operation, alongside commands, talismans, and formations. They connect their own primordial energy with that of the world, manifesting attacks or defenses in the forms of wind, fire, earth, water, thunder, wood, metal, and more. The more profound the technique, the higher the practitioner's true chi reserves and their comprehension of the 5 elements must be. Correspondingly, the strength of the technique will also be greater. A highly skilled practitioner can manipulate the terrain, influence the weather, turn day into night, and halt torrential rains. Such power is undeniably terrifying. Techniques are merely a means for practitioners to utilize the primordial energy of heaven and earth. With myriad paths to pursue, each individual seeks their own unique way, and the transformations of primordial energy are unfathomable. However, such complexities elude Ouyang, whose understanding of techniques was limited to clapping his hands and summoning what he desired. He would forget after a single use and would need to revisit the material to remember. For instance, he had completely forgotten the water dragon technique he had used last time. After glancing at the book to review the operational pathway of the water dragon, he had already forgotten most of it by the time he closed the book. His meager aptitude felt almost toxic. Suddenly, the door to the rear hull swung open, and Dong Shuzi and Hutu emerged. Ouyang tucked the book back into his pocket, preparing to inquire about Hutu's progress. But he noticed her eyes were as red as a rabbit's, clearly indicating she had recently been crying, presenting a pitiful visage. Ouyang stepped forward and grasped Dong Shuzi's beard, saying sternly, "Old man, I already agreed to your terms. Are you changing your mind? Oh, that hurts. Can you at least clarify matters before resorting to violence? What does this have to do with me?" Dong Shuzi exclaimed, struggling to free himself from Ouyang's grip while scolding him in exasperation. "Senior brother, it has nothing to do with Grandmaster. It's entirely my fault." Hututu sniffled, interjecting. Afterward, she reached out her small hand to tug at the hem of Ouyang's garment, her eyes pleading as she implored, "Senior brother, can we return to the small mountain peak? I wish to go back now." Ouyang glanced at Hututu, then released Dong Shuzi's beard and lifted Hututu in his arms, saying, "Do not worry, Tutu. Your elder brother is here, and I shall support you. Speak freely. No old fool dares to bully you." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Dong Shuzi, who, irked, retorted, "You are just short of naming me directly, aren't you?" Ouyang was about to respond, but Hututu covered his mouth with a small hand. Seeing the understanding demeanor of Hututu, Dong Shuzi felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He took out a paper crane from his bosom and handed it to Hututu, saying, "In terms of seniority, I'm still your master uncle. Since this is our first meeting, I shall gift you this paper crane." Hututu accepted the crane and softly uttered, "Thank you, master uncle." Ouyang, however, scoffed, "You are truly miserly. A mere piece of paper for first meeting gift? Go away. Just seeing you makes me feel my life is being drained." Dong Shuzi impatiently waved his hand at Ouyang, and with a flick of his hand holding the dust whisk, he vanished from their sight. Such a miserly nature, truly befitting a brother. Ouyang thought of his own master and couldn't help but mutter a curse, turning his gaze to the paper crane in Hututu's hand. He gasped softly and took the crane from Hututu. He could distinctly feel his own vital energy emanating from it. "Is this the same crane that delivered the message to me yesterday? This old fellow is indeed stingy, giving away something he has already used." Suddenly, the paper crane fluttered its wings and took flight from Ouyang's hand, as if recognizing him, and began to circle around him. Hututu watched the dancing crane with fascination and gently raised his hand, upon which the crane gracefully landed. Suddenly, the crane emitted a bright white light and vanished from Hututu's grasp. Startled, Hututu looked at his fingertip, where a paper crane design had appeared on his nail. "Brother, this paper crane is actually a treasure," Hututu exclaimed with delight. "A treasure? Could it be that after the crane flew back yesterday, that old man refined it again?" Ouyang suddenly understood. Treasures are essential for practitioners. Whether for offense or defense, a high-level treasure can drive all cultivators into a frenzy. The rank of a treasure is closely tied to its quality, but generally, they're divided into 5 grades: magical tools, treasures, spiritual treasures, Dao artifacts, and Dao treasures. A Dao treasure is exceedingly precious. There are but a few in the entire cultivation world. Even the Qingyun sect among the 9 sacred grounds would find it hard to resist the allure of a Dao treasure should news of one arise. Each Dao treasure represents the pinnacle of a path, containing enough Dao rhythm to elevate an ordinary person to the legendary realm of immortality. Immortality, that is the ultimate realm long sought after by all cultivators. Ouyang had naturally encountered various treasures and magical tools. However, Ling Bao had only witnessed a single artifact, a long sword that his master had brought back for Beiji. It was said to be an exceedingly rare and exquisite spiritual treasure. Since obtaining the sword, Beiji had taken to clutching it even in slumber. Yet, Ouyang could only gaze enviously, for he possessed naught but a mere rope, which scarcely qualified as a magical tool. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above could wield true magical treasures. As a practitioner stuck in the Qi refinement stage for millennia, Ouyang could merely manipulate a rope. He was incapable of employing even the basic magical tools accessible to others in his realm. After pondering briefly, he turned to Hututu and said, "Tutu, summon it forth." Hututu nodded, gently closed her eyes, and a radiant white light emanated from her hand as the paper crane reappeared. Ouyang grasped the paper crane and began to channel a continuous stream of his vital energy into it. Upon contact with Ouyang's vital energy, the crane reacted as a fish does upon encountering water, exuberantly absorbing the energy with fervor. Alas, the crane's diminutive form limited its capacity. After a brief period, it ceased its absorption. Ouyang retracted his energy, noting that the crane had consumed 1,000 points of his vital energy. Should he not reclaim it, that energy would be lost forever. However, for Ouyang, who could effortlessly accumulate 1,000 points of vital energy through mere idleness. This loss was inconsequential. On reflection, it seemed that this time, the idle period had stretched for 2 days without any response. Quite an extensive duration. Once the crane had completed its absorption, it glowed with a brilliant white aura. Suddenly, it tilted its head back, and a clear, melodious crane call resonated from its beak. The paper crane underwent a transformation from a magical tool to a spiritual treasure, awakening its sentience entirely. Chapter 26. Senior Brother, I shall not allow you to perish. To upgrade a magical tool with bare hands. If the outside world were to learn of Ouyang's ability, surely the other 8 great sacred grounds would unite to attack Xianxia Sect, intent on capturing Ouyang for dissection and study. Ouyang understood, well, that his capacity to elevate the magical tool to the level of a spiritual treasure stemmed from Dong Shuzi's reforging of the crane. Utilizing materials of exceptional quality, he merely unleashed the latent potential within the artifact, catalyzing the emergence of its intelligence. It was not as simple as taking a piece of paper and transforming it into a spiritual treasure. Had it been so, he would have long since amassed a fortune beyond measure in the cultivation world. Yet, the act of igniting the materials within a spiritual treasure to awaken its intelligence, such a feat, if revealed, would undoubtedly astound the world. Magical tools, treasures, spiritual treasures, Taoist tools, and Taoist treasures. These 5 tiers were established the moment a magical artifact was crafted. Each item required an array of rare and precious materials, a daunting task that thwarted over 80% of cultivators. Such materials were often elusive, even if one encountered a rare item. It might not be suitable for crafting the desired spiritual treasure. In addition, a blacksmith must possess extensive knowledge of formations and forging techniques. When crafting a magical artifact, even the slightest error could lead to failure. Not only would the artifact remain unformed, but the rare materials painstakingly gathered would be irrevocably destroyed. Once the shape of the artifact is completed, intricate formations must be inscribed upon it, thereby allowing for the creation of a treasure of artifact caliber. The complexity of producing an artifact-level treasure is already considerable, making it evident how exceedingly rare higher-tier treasures, such as magical and spiritual artifacts, truly are. Furthermore, Ascendant Tao instruments and treasures transcend mere material concerns. Only when a spiritual treasure awakens its own consciousness and adeptly grasps the Tao's essence can it aspire to ascend to the rank of an artifact. However, this process may span millennia, if not longer. Thus, spiritual treasures represent the pinnacle of what ordinary cultivators, or even sect members, can hope to attain. It is conceivable that a typical cultivator may spend their entire life striving to possess but a single artifact. The rarity of spiritual treasures is therefore immeasurable. Even within the esteemed Xianxia Sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, some venerable elders have yet to acquire a suitable spiritual treasure. The prospect of elevating an artifact to the status of a spiritual treasure, a feat deemed almost miraculous, is virtually unheard of in this world. Hututu gazed with delight at the paper crane before him, marveling that his very first artifact was, in fact, a spiritual treasure. He summoned the demon essence within him to command the paper crane. What was once no larger than a hand now stretched to a magnificent 3 meters in height and 5 meters in length. Senior Brother, the little crane says it can fly us home. Let's board it. Hututu exclaimed joyfully, leaping onto the crane and addressing Ouyang. But what about junior sister Sulinger? Ouyang inquired, momentarily taken aback as he recalled the recently employed tool. Suling, don't worry about Sister Su. She can ride the clouds on her own and might have already left. Hututu replied, his thoughts racing. Humph. I wouldn't want to return home with that big cow anyway. Despite her words, Ouyang still sent a message to Sulinger. She soon responded, informing him that the Peak Master required her to remain at Xianxia Peak for discussions regarding the upcoming Sect competition. Senior Brother, Master insists I stay here to coordinate with the Xianxia Peak members about next month's Sect competition. It's so frustrating. I still haven't had the chance to play the flute for you. Sulinger's melodious and pure voice resonated through the communication stone, stirring Ouyang's heart. Not to worry. Junior sister, when you have the time, you can play the flute for me, and I shall reciprocate. Ouyang replied with a mischievous grin. Senior Brother, do you also have a flute? Sulinger asked, her voice filled with surprise and delight. She had not anticipated that her senior brother was also musically inclined. How perfectly they were matched, supporting each other through thick and thin. Imagining their future together as Tao partners, she playing the flute while he strummed the zither, was a harmonious vision indeed. Hee hee hee. Su Linger beamed at the communication stone with a smitten smile. Beside her, the disciple, momentarily captivated by Su Linger's beauty, was jolted back to reality upon witnessing her infatuated demeanor. Realizing that Su Linger would not accompany him back to the small peak, Hututu let out a cheer and urged Ouyang to board his paper crane. The paper crane, swaying gently, ascended into the sky, promptly heading towards the direction of the small peak. As they soared, a translucent barrier enveloped the crane, shielding them from the gusty winds. Hututu, exuberantly calling out from atop the crane, resembled a child delighted by a newfound toy. However, when she turned to Ouyang with a joyful expression, a memory of Dong Shuzi's words struck her, and her countenance fell once more. Leaning closer to Ouyang, she nestled into his embrace and murmured, "Senior brother, I do not wish for your demise." Ouyang, seated upon the paper crane, was taken aback. Had that old rascal Dong Shuzi cursed him to death? Do not heed the ramblings of that old man. I am perfectly fine, he retorted, somewhat irritated. Tutu offered no reply, instead nuzzling against Ouyang like a kitten. In the back hall, Dong Shuzi had already shared much about the eldest senior brother, Changming Lantern. The size of the flame in the Changming Lantern signifies the vitality of its bearer. As cultivators, our lifespans are extensive, hence our flames burn brightly. Yet, your senior brother's vitality is rather feeble. Although stronger than an ordinary person, it pales in comparison to that of true cultivators, Dong Shuzi explained. Only those who practice cultivation can ignite the Changming Lantern, and Ouyang had struggled immensely to light his. This foreshadowed that his cultivation would not reach great heights. In fact, it could be said that he had never encountered someone with such poor aptitude for cultivation. Even ordinary cultivators, regardless of their deficiencies, should have no issue reaching the golden core stage. Once they form a golden core, they can extend their lifespan by 500 years. Ouyang's Changming Lantern flickered dimly, and it seemed unlikely that he would ever form a golden core in this lifetime. Hututu would not accept this notion. Even in the face of the sect master of Qingyun's sect, she retorted, "But senior brother is very strong." Dong Shuzi responded with a profound tone. "Is strength truly of any consequence? The pinnacle of glory inevitably leads to decline. One may be powerful for a time, yet within a century, they fade away. Can one compare to the truly immortal cultivators? You are strong, indeed, but only for a century. After 100 years, you will be reduced to mere dust, leaving nothing behind. Compared to the lengthy existence of those in the tribulation stage, it is but a fleeting brilliance. The realm of cultivation has never lacked prodigies." Upon witnessing Dong Shuzi's attributes panel, Ouyang was equally astonished, recognizing him as a child of destiny. Name, Dong Shuzi. Cultivation level, 9th stage of tribulation. Root bone 10. Charm 10. Luck 10. Swordsmanship aptitude 10. Exclusive skill, immortal presence. Evaluation, a versatile master of Qingyun's sect. Dong Shuzi, who became the master of one of the 9 sacred grounds, was, in his era, equally a shining talent. Senior brother, I will certainly not allow you to perish. Hutu leaned against Ouyang, squinting at the sun, quietly pondering within. Chapter 27. 3 crucial points regarding the small mountain peak. The paper crane soared swiftly, outpacing Su Linger by more than double, and soon the small mountain peak came back into view for the two. Just as the paper crane was about to descend, 2 beams of sword light shot into the sky, and 2 formidable sword intents clashed above the small mountain peak. Ouyang covered his face, knowing without a doubt that Beiji and Xiao Bai were at it again. These unruly disciples could not find peace unless they stirred up trouble. The paper crane swayed slightly and gracefully landed in the courtyard of the small mountain peak. Hutu called out excitedly, "Second senior brother, 3rd senior brother, 4th senior brother, come quickly. The sect leader has gifted me a spiritual treasure." However, Hutu's exclamations failed to capture the attention of those in the courtyard. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood in confrontation, the powerful sword intents emanating from both of them. Nearby, Qin Changsheng shook his head with a wry smile, feeling utterly helpless. Disheartened at not being able to showcase his newly acquired spiritual treasure, Hutu suddenly spotted a passing Zonghu and brightened up, lifting the Zonghu and presenting it before the paper crane, saying, "Handsome guy, look. This is the spiritual treasure the sect leader has bestowed upon me." Huyen stared blankly at the paper crane, bewildered. A spiritual treasure? The Qingyun sect truly possessed great wealth. Yet, As a powerful demon cultivator at the tribulation stage, he had lost interest in spiritual treasures. If it were a Tao artifact, he might have been intrigued, but for a cultivator at the tribulation stage, a spiritual treasure held little significance. Ouyang approached Xianxia, slightly displeased, and inquired, "What is going on? What trouble are those two brewing now?" Upon seeing Ouyang, Xianxia quickly spoke up, "Senior brother, you're back. Just yesterday, after I swore my oath to the heavens, the fourth junior brother claimed my swordsmanship was utterly lacking and insisted on teaching me." Before Xianxia could finish, Ouyang already grasped the situation. Bai Feiyu intended to guide Xianxia in swordsmanship. As an ancient sword immortal, Bai Feiyu had witnessed countless sword techniques and could certainly provide insights into Xianxia's swordsmanship. However, there was also Lung Qingsong nearby, who walked an entirely opposite path from Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu's sword philosophy was that with a heart full of sword intent, all things become as sword. This represented the supreme sword path, where everything in the world is a sword, allowing one to stand invincible and easily overpower opponents. Against adversaries of the same level, it was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Conversely, Lung Qingsong's sword philosophy was, "I am the sword is me." This could no longer be deemed a supreme sword path, but rather an attempt to embody the sword path itself. The entirety of the sword path belongs to me. I am a sword path. From this explanation, it is evident that Lung Qingsong's sword philosophy is centered around lethality, striking with the intent to kill, effortlessly surpassing levels as if quenching thirst. The two sword philosophies were like needles poised against each other. Thus, when Bai Feiyu advised Xianxia, there are myriad sword techniques. One must take the strengths of each to refine the sword heart, achieving perfection without flaws. Let me explain. Beside them, the cold and aloof Qingsong could not bear to listen any longer, interjecting with each word, "I only sword, right?" Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Your swordsmanship is perilously reckless, akin to walking a tightrope, easily leading to madness. The path of the sword must harmonize with one's state of mind. Possessing a perfect sword heart is the true way." Qingsong sneered, "Mediocrity." Bai Feiyu slammed his palm down in anger, exclaiming, "Heretical." Qingsong retorted, "Trash." These two, imbued with unwavering confidence in their respective sword arts, were like water and fire, and after a few exchanges, they drew their swords against each other, forgetting entirely their original intent to instruct Xianxia. The actual protagonist, Xianxia, was not so fervently obsessed with the sword path. Whether it be sword, blade, or spear, he would only extract what was most beneficial for himself. It was only by utilizing all 3,000 paths that one could catch the enemy off guard. As for swordsmanship, being able to wield sword energy was already sufficient. After recounting the earlier events to himself, Xianxia noticed that Ouyang had become accustomed to such antics. It was only when these unruly disciples failed to stir up trouble that Ouyang truly felt unsettled. With his inner true energy surging, Ouyang raised his hand and bellowed, "Leave at once." The powerful wave of true energy violently swept the two away, abruptly halting their sword intents. They were flung from a mountaintop to the base. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, as they regained their footing and caught sight of each other, the long swords in their hands emitted an uncontrollable, melodious hum. In an instant, Bai Feiyu and Qingsong drew their swords and charged at one another. At that moment, at the foot of the small peak, sword intent ran rampant, and the clash of steel resounded, creating a cacophony of sounds. Ouyang, observing these unruly disciples, wore an expression of exasperation, noticing that Xianxia was preparing to slip away. Ouyang pulled Xianxia back, somewhat apprehensive, and asked, "Do you have confidence in the Sect competition a month from now?" After all, he was the son of the demon clan. One could never be certain if he might not erupt with power. Such occurrences of protagonists gaining sudden strength were all too common. Even when reduced to mere flesh, a few shouts about love and camaraderie could lead to a miraculous revival, overpowering the ultimate antagonist. If such absurdity were to befall Xin, Ouyang would not be surprised. Judging by the tribute panel, he was undoubtedly a child of destiny. Hearing Ouyang's solemn inquiry, Xianxia hesitated and replied, "The odds are not very high. Perhaps around 40%? 40%? So high?" Ouyang looked at Xianxia in astonishment. Though 40% may sound modest, for Xianxia, it was exceedingly optimistic. Ouyang understood the true extent of Xianxia's cautious nature. His question about confidence was not the same as what Xianxia perceived. Ouyang was merely concerned about Ziyuan potentially erupting with power during the Sect competition. Wanted to simply ascertain whether Xianxia felt he could surpass Ziyuan. Xianxia surely pondered whether he could still succeed in slaying Ziyuan after experiencing the intervention of the elders observing from Qingyun Peak, alongside the interference of the Sect leader. Especially after Ziyuan had exploded several times. Ouyang was all too familiar with the temperament of these rebellious youths. Xianxia shook his head and earnestly remarked, I am merely optimistic in my estimations. After all, I have never witnessed the Sect leader in action. Should the leader truly intervene, the probability of victory would likely diminish even further. Look, I knew this child would think that way. After all, this child's thought process has always been rather unconventional. Due to a severe case of paranoia, the small mountain peak had been entirely hollowed out by this youth. Not to mention the countless hidden cards this child had meticulously prepared. 3 things to note about the small mountain peak. 1. Do not be astonished by the frequency with which Lung Qingsong comprehends sword intent. 2. Do not underestimate the speed at which Bai Feiyu breaks through realms. 3. Do not imagine what Xianxia might pull from his sleeve. Chapter 28. Xiaofeng. The Qingyun Sect's grand competition, held once every 5 years, is not only a significant event for the Qingyun Sect, but also a monumental occasion for the entire cultivation realm. Not only will the masters of the hundreds of sects surrounding Qingyun Sect participate, but representatives from the other 8 sacred lands will also come to bear witness. It is a spectacle of grandeur, a reputation beyond measure. Furthermore, it serves as an opportunity for countless prodigies aspiring to join this ancient sect, which has endured for millennia, to showcase their talents. With a month still remaining, the competition among the outer disciples has already commenced. The outer disciples of Qingyun Sect number in the hundreds of thousands, all of whom have journeyed from various locales seeking enlightenment. Disciples in the outer sect must not exceed the age of 18. Those over this age will be sent back home. Thus, before reaching 18, one must either join the Qingyun Sect or return home to marry. However, after traveling such great distances, they would not return home willingly, especially since those who qualify for the outer sect are already distinguished individuals from their respective regions. Therefore, all outer disciples are fully committed, not daring to relax for even a moment, fearing that their fellow disciples might surpass them. The outer sect of Qingyun is indeed the most fiercely competitive arena. At a hillside within the outer sect of Qingyun, a young man, bare-chested and with sun-kissed bronze skin, was laboriously carrying a massive log, step by step towards the summit. The youth's expression was resolute, his features strikingly handsome, exuding a stubborn determination. Most striking was a large scar on his chest, writhing like a centipede with his every movement. His muscles glistened with sweat, yet his gaze remained fixed solely on the final step at the mountain's peak. The youth advanced steadily, leaving faint footprints on the bluestone with each step, the log on his shoulder feeling as heavy as a mountain. At last, he hoisted the log to the summit, but did not pause to rest. Instead, he turned and began his descent once more. Just as he was about to take another step, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Brother Xiao, with only a month remaining until the sect's grand competition, your method of physical training is ultimately ineffective. At this rate, you have yet to even master the technique of channeling qi into your body, which will yield no results. It would be wise to seize this opportunity and return to practice that technique. A kind-hearted youth clad in a gray robe advised. The young man, named Xiaofeng, had grown into a striking figure within the outer sect, tirelessly transporting a colossal weight of 100,000 jin of ironwood along the rugged mountain paths. Initially, his arduous endeavor of climbing with the heavy logs garnered much attention. Some speculated he was merely seeking to attract attention, while others deemed him a worthless individual unlikely to ever reach the qi refinement stage. There were even those who believed he was merely biding his time. Yet, after 5 years of shouldering the immense weight, Xiaofeng transformed from a faltering figure into one who strode with remarkable agility. All doubts evaporated, leaving only admiration in their wake. Regardless of whether one viewed his efforts as mere performance or attributed them to a lack of talent, the sheer resilience he displayed, undaunted by storms and never taking a day off, rendered all observers speechless. Many held a profound respect for those who persevere. Nevertheless, the youth remained undeterred, continuing his silent ascent with the ironwood each day. Brother Xiao, registration for the outer sect competition has commenced. Quickly, come down the mountain with me. The youth beside him, addressed as Brother Xiao, observed Xiaofeng's unwavering resolve to continue climbing and promptly urged him. Xiaofeng paused momentarily and replied softly, Brother Zhao, you go ahead. I will join you shortly. Sighing, Brother Zhao turned and hurried down the mountain. The top 10 participants in the outer sect competition would earn the opportunity to enter the grand contest of the Qingyan sect. And if they garnered the favor of a peak master, they could finally ascend to the inner sect. As Xiao Feng bore the weight of the ironwood, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. My roots have been severed. My Dantian has been destroyed. My parents were slain. My brothers turned against me. I have been humiliated by my betrothed who was raised with me, and ridiculed by my family. One day, I, Xiao Feng, shall reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Yawning, Ouyang stood atop the bell tower at the entrance of the outer sect competition, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a slight hunch and a beaming smile. Ouyang, still half asleep, gazed down at the bustling throng of outer sect disciples, feeling a bit dizzy. Each time the outer sect competition occurred, the sect assigned one peak to oversee it, and this time it was the turn of the small mountain peak. The three unruly disciples from the peak showed no interest in the trivial contests among the foundational stage disciples, although Hututu had expressed a desire to accompany him. However, considering the significance of maintaining the dignity of the inner sect disciples, Ouyang chose to come alone, merely serving as a good luck charm. The beaming middle-aged man beside him was the overseer of the outer sect, despite his affable demeanor in front of Ouyang. He was known among the outer disciples as the Iron-Faced Tiger, a notorious figure. The overseer was responsible for the monthly distribution of resources to the outer disciples, which was allocated based on each disciple's contribution to the sect. The cultivation process is exceptionally slow in the absence of resources. Thus, possessing the authority to allocate resources to the outer disciples is tantamount to wielding significant power over their fates. Presently, the deference shown by him to Ouyang is not directed at Ouyang himself, but rather at what Ouyang symbolizes, the Qingyan sect. Rest assured, Lao Sun, I am merely a bystander, not intending to interfere with your affairs. The outer sect competitions will continue to rely heavily upon you, Ouyang remarked lazily, appearing as if he had just awakened, while observing the middle-aged man who was bowing and scraping before him. Not at all, senior brother Ouyang. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The middle-aged man replied with a beaming smile and utmost respect. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries with Lao San, Ouyang shifted his gaze back to the bustling crowd of outer disciples below. Countless panels filled his view, leaving Ouyang somewhat bewildered, yet after a prolonged observation, he failed to identify any promising talents. The few who stood out were, in fact, considerably inferior to the likes of the elderling from the Qingyan sect. Just as Ouyang contemplated finding a place to rest, his attention was suddenly captivated by a massive log being carried by a bare-chested youth approaching the registration desk. Before Ouyang, a panel illuminated. Name, Xiao Feng, bearing the aura of an emperor, cultivation level, comparable to Foundation Establishment root bone. 0 charisma, 8 luck, 8 body refinement aptitude, 11 exclusive skill, unyielding will evaluation, a tragic male protagonist emerging from a classic waste talent trope. A root bone score of 0? How is that even possible? Even I have a root bone score of 1, despite my shortcomings, Ouyang mused, increasingly intrigued by the system's evaluation of the youth before him. Why label him as a waste talent protagonist? Is it merely because his surname is Xiao? This bearing the aura of an emperor seems somewhat farcical, and his body refinement aptitude surpassing 10 is remarkable. Just as he pondered whether this was yet another destined child of the realm, the youth's furious roar echoed. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, his conviction solidifying. That the youth could utter such words undoubtedly marked him as a child of destiny. Chapter 29. My fate is mine to command, not to be determined by heaven. The youth's outcry stirred a commotion. Ouyang, intrigued, remarked, "Come, Lao Sun. Let's take a closer look." Although manager Sun wore a smile, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes, feeling that his authority over the outer disciples was being undermined in Ouyang's presence. As they approached, Ouyang observed Xiao Feng, bare-chested, vehemently pointing at a young man seated at a table sipping tea. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Ouyang seized a nearby outer disciple, whose anxious demeanor suggested he was eager for the spectacle, and inquired, "Senior brother, what transpired? Did you not see? Just moments ago, when Xiao Feng came to register, that tea-drinking senior not only refused his registration, but also mocked him," replied the outer disciple, casting a glance at the unfolding drama without turning back to Ouyang. Eating melon is an intrinsic part of human nature, and Ouyang is undoubtedly a master in this art. He promptly inquired, "What is the matter? Does that Xiaofeng harbor a grudge against the senior brother across from him?" "Oh, what grudge? Isn't it merely that Xiaoxia has spent 5 years climbing mountains solely to attract attention and gain entry to the inner sect? 5 years of effort. I can accept that for the sake of gaining attention. After all, I could never achieve such a feat," lamented an outer sect disciple. "Oh, that indeed demonstrates great perseverance." Ouyang gazed at the youth with growing admiration. Who could argue otherwise? Yet, what does perseverance amount to? With his bones excavated and his dantian destroyed, he is destined to be unable to cultivate immortality. It is truly a pity to see a once promising genius reduced to this state. Another outer sect disciple interjected. At that moment, Ouyang finally comprehended how the system rated the so-called trash protagonist. This template sounded all too familiar. Was it not reminiscent of the protagonist from the overused novels of his past life? As the atmosphere around them thickened with tension, Xiaofeng glared with bloodshot eyes at the senior brother leisurely sipping tea, his fists clenched and veins bulging. He had come to Qingyun's sect with great difficulty, enduring 5 years of relentless effort for this singular opportunity, only to be met with humiliation, unwillingness, disgrace, and fury surged within him all at once. Xiaofeng roared, smashing his fist into a nearby ironwood beam. The massive beam, weighing thousands of pounds, instantly emitted a dull cracking sound before splintering into two. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. That was ironwood, more resilient than steel. To think that someone could break it with a single punch. Gosh, could it be pre-cut? Is he merely putting on a show? The senior brother, still sipping tea, regarded the spectacle with a hint of disdain. Was breaking an ironwood beam with one punch truly impressive? His hand was bleeding. He could dispatch it with a mere gust of wind. What was so remarkable about that? Yet, as the murmur surrounded him, he stood up and cleared his throat, addressing Xiaofeng. "Xiaoxia, it is not that I wish to prevent your registration. It is simply that there are indeed cultivation requirements for entry. You have yet to reach the Qi refinement stage, so how can you participate in the outer sect competition?" The senior brother's assertion was accurate. Such a criterion was essential for the outer sect trials, even to protect those foolish enough to risk their lives without having reached the basic cultivation level. The competitions among the outer sects were far bloodier and more brutal than those within the inner sect. Injuries and even fatalities were all too common in these outer sect contests. Xiaofeng's tiger-like eyes blazed crimson, and without uttering a word, he turned to lift the ironwood beam, preparing to leave. If Qingyun's sect could not accommodate him, he would undoubtedly seek his place elsewhere in this vast world. Wait! Ouyang sensed that it was finally his moment to intervene, and he immediately called out, his voice resonating through the gathering. His declaration instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, including the impassive Xiaofeng, who turned to face Ouyang. With a smile, Ouyang proclaimed, "As we have all witnessed, the strength of this young disciple is evident. I believe he deserves an opportunity." The individual who had just persuaded the crowd suddenly grew displeased. After much effort in gaining their favor, how could someone dare to oppose him? Upon observing Ouyang's cultivation level, which was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he realized it paled in comparison to his own strength as a 3rd-tier foundation establishment cultivator. Instinctively, he was about to chastise Ouyang when he noticed the steward's son behind him. A bystander immediately stood up and bowed to steward's son, saying, "Senior brother son, I did not see you arrive earlier. Please forgive my oversight." Steward's son nodded in acknowledgement. According to the rules, the bystander had committed no offense. Yet since Ouyang had spoken up, it would be inappropriate to disregard his request. After all, what could a useless individual, incapable of even refining Qi, achieve by merely registering? Steward's son remarked, "Our Qingyun sect is open to all. I have seen this junior brother's strength. He is indeed qualified to register for the outer sect competition. Please proceed with his registration." Upon hearing Steward's son's words, the bystander readily agreed. Xiaofeng, supporting the 2 segments of ironwood, looked at Ouyang with a beaming smile and earnestly said, "Thank you, senior brother. Not at all. It is merely a matter of assisting with your registration. Whether you can secure a place in the top 10 of the outer sect will ultimately depend on your own abilities," Ouyang replied with a smile. "Rest assured, if I fail to make it into the top 10, it will be solely due to my own lack of skill. I shall not blame others," Xiaofeng stated. Ouyang nodded as he watched Xiaofeng gradually depart with the ironwood. "It seems brother Ouyang is quite attentive to this young man," Steward's son remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Just moments ago, He had claimed he was merely passing through, yet within 2 minutes, he had intervened directly, truly a case of saying one thing and doing another. Ouyang chuckled and discreetly slipped a high-grade spirit stone in his steward's son's hand, apologetically saying, "I may have been a bit abrupt earlier, please do not take offense." Old Sunday, steward's son, feeling the rich essence emanating from the spirit stone, broke into a broad smile and, hiding the stone away, replied, "Brother Ouyang is simply eager for talent. It is no trouble at all." After exchanging pleasantries, steward's son led Ouyang to dine. In the cafeteria, they happened upon Xiaofeng, who was quietly eating. Noticing him, steward's son curiously remarked, "Brother Ouyang seems particularly attentive to this junior brother." Ouyang shook his head and proposed, "Old son, how about a wager?" Intrigued, steward's son inquired, "What sort of wager?" With a playful smile, Ouyang turned to steward's son and stated, "Let us bet on whether he will utter a single word. The wager shall be 2 high-grade spirit stones." Steward's son, both amused and exasperated, realized Ouyang had been waiting for him, yet he agreed to the bet. "What do you think he will say?" Steward's son asked. A well-worn phrase from countless novels surfaced in Ouyang's mind, and he spoke with profound significance. "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Chapter 30, Like a God of War. The next day, the outer Sect competition commenced with great fervor. In recent days, Ouyang has taken residence here, observing the spirited contests among the outer disciples. This measure is instituted by the Sect to ensure the fairness of the outer competitions. Standing atop the bell tower, Ouyang gazes down upon the outer disciples, who are fervently showcasing their skills in a lively display on the arena below. Most of these disciples are merely at the chi refinement stage, with only a few possessing exceptional talent at the foundation establishment level. Such rudimentary contests are, in truth, rather tedious, as they only wield basic techniques. They conjure fireballs, summon water arrows, or wield their swords with a chaotic flurry of elementary swordplay. Yet, even these simplistic battles draw enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers. Compared to his own lackluster disciples, these competitors seem to be engaged in a mere game. Ouyang finds himself nearly dozing off. However, when Xiaofeng, clad in a yellow training outfit, steps onto the stage, Ouyang's interest is piqued. To his disappointment, though Xiaofeng's words are grandiose, he evidently lacks practical combat experience. The opponent he faces is merely a young disciple at the 5th level of chi refinement. And under the barrage of the boy's fireballs and water arrows, Xiaofeng finds himself in a state of disarray, often scrambling to evade the attacks. It appears that the individual Ouyang admires does not possess any remarkable prowess. Beside him, steward's son sips his tea and remarks, initially expecting great talent from Ouyang's choice, only to find Xiaofeng floundering against an opponent of such a low caliber. In son's eyes, Xiaofeng's defeat is inevitable. Ouyang shakes his head and replies, "The situation remains uncertain, brother son. Your conclusions are somewhat premature." On the arena, Xiaofeng's training outfit is now tattered from the opponent's fireballs, and the scent of singed hair fills the air. The young boy, still apprehensive about the rumored strength of Xiaofeng, is taken aback by the latter's apparent vulnerability, prompting him to lower his guard and boast, "Brother Xiao, concede, or I will not hold back any longer." Dodging a fireball, Xiaofeng steadies himself and responds with a faint smile. "Is that so? Then I shall not hold back either." The boy's expression falters. He had not anticipated such defiance from Xiaofeng, and irritation flares within him. With a flourish of his hand, he conjures a water dragon that surges forth from behind, lunging towards Xiaofeng. As the water dragon, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, opens its gaping maw and twists its body to strike, Xiaofeng decides against evasion and instead confronts it head-on. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the water dragon bites down upon Xiaofeng's arm with a resounding impact. Gasps erupt from the spectators. The water dragon technique is typically reserved for those at the late stage of chi refinement. Yet here stands a mere 5th-level disciple capable of wielding such power. As the dragon's jaws clamp onto Xiaofeng's arm, some spectators even close their eyes, bracing themselves for the impending scene of carnage. However, the water dragon was unable to sever Xiaofeng's arm, nor did it even break the skin. Instead, Xiaofeng firmly pressed its head down and forcefully slammed it onto the ground. The youth attempted to regain control of the water dragon, striving to free himself from Xiaofeng's grasp. Yet even the water dragon, at the late stage of its training, could not escape the unreasonable might wielded by Xiaofeng. On the arena, clad in his training garb, Xiaofeng resembled a dragon tamer, restraining the thrashing water dragon and raising his fist. With a single blow, the water dragon, which had been wildly struggling, instantly transformed into vapor and vanished into thin air. Standing up, Xiaofeng gazed at the youth opposite him without even a hint of breathlessness and stated, "Brother, concede now, or I shall show no mercy." The youth, taken aback, hurriedly fumbled to retrieve his trump cards from his robe, a collection of talismans he had painstakingly crafted. Yet, Xiaofeng offered him no opportunity. He dashed forward with remarkable swiftness and delivered a punch to the youth's abdomen. The youth felt his insides churn violently, his mouth agape, unable to even let out a scream, before collapsing onto the ground. One punch, just one punch, was sufficient to defeat a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi training. Standing atop the arena, Xiaofeng surveyed the crowd, a sense of triumph swelling within him. He had possessed the ability to dispatch his opponent from the very beginning. Yet he had not engaged in combat with a practitioner for 5 long years, merely wishing to observe how battles among practitioners unfolded. Hence, he had chosen to evade rather than strike. As he looked at the stunned audience below the arena, they were still reeling from the shock of witnessing Xiaofeng's decisive blow against a 5th-level practitioner. 5 years. Do you know how I have endured these 5 years? All the toil and hardship of those years had finally borne fruit today. In the subsequent battles, Xiaofeng swiftly vanquished his opponents, all under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Often, before his adversaries could even prepare their techniques, Xiaofeng would already be upon them, dispatching them with unparalleled speed. One punch was all it took. No elaborate displays, only the simple power of a single strike. Each opponent required just that one punch. On the arena, Xiaofeng stood as a veritable god of war. His rankings soared rapidly, moving from beyond 1,000 to within the top 20. A position in the top 10 would suffice for entry into the Sect's grand competition. Yet, Xiaofeng's ambitions had never been confined to the top 10. Since he had entered this contest, his aspirations had always been for the first place. When the most outstanding disciples of the Outer Sect stood before him, Xiaofeng finally encountered a formidable challenge. He faced Ma Xianxia, known as the first among the Outer Sect, a practitioner at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. It was said that he was merely 16 years old, the young master of a subsidiary sect of the Qingyun sect. His mastery of the Earth Escape technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Techniques at the Foundation establishment stage possessed a power that far surpassed those at the Qi training stage. As Xiaofeng advanced once more, delivering a punch against the true essence barrier before Ma Xianxia, the barrier rippled but remained unbroken. Instead, Xiaofeng was struck back by a surge of earth spikes, sent flying away. Within the protective barrier of true essence, Ma Xianxia wielded his sword, unleashing waves of sword qi that soared from the blade. In the air, Xiaofeng, having been struck away, could only shield his face with both hands, enduring a barrage of sword qi. In an instant, blood surged from his body. His once resilient skin proved inadequate against the sword qi of the Foundation establishment stage. Before Xiaofeng could land, a colossal stone hand descended with ferocity, seizing him and rendering him immobile. The outcome was clear. Observing Xiaofeng's desperate struggle, Ma Xianxia tightened his grip on the stone hand, a smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "Ultimately, body refinement is but a minor path. Without entering the Foundation establishment, one remains an ant." Ma Xianxia, recognizing Xiaofeng's formidable presence akin to a war god, had approached the confrontation with utmost vigilance. Yet, it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. The once mighty Xiaofeng was utterly powerless before his Foundation establishment prowess. Bound by the stone hand, Xiaofeng felt the surge of his vitality, veins bulging on his forehead as he strained to break free, yet the grip remained unyielding. Was defeat imminent? How could he possibly lose? With a roar, Xiaofeng proclaimed, "Having come this far, how could I accept defeat? My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven." As his words fell, every bone in Xiaofeng's body cracked audibly, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from within him, shattering the once secure stone hand. Ma Xianxia, who had been firmly gripping his sword, stumbled back in disarray. Atop the bell tower, Ouyang erupted in laughter, applauding, seemingly reveling in his victory of 2 spirit stones while also expressing admiration for Xiaofeng. Chapter 31. A Gracious Defeat. How could he possibly break free from such advanced techniques of the late Foundation establishment stage? Ma Xianxia felt a surge of terror, quickly followed by a sense of shame. As a cultivator at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, he had been pushed back by a mere youth devoid of any cultivation. Not to mention, he was the young master of the Lanfeng sect, raised above others since childhood. Steadying himself, Ma Xingye pointed his sword at Xiaofeng, unleashing his true essence without reservation. 2 massive stone hands rose beside him, and a stone golem, towering nearly 10 meters, emerged from the ground. Standing atop the golem, feeling the depletion of his true essence, Ma Xingye glared at Xiaofeng, his eyes ablaze with fury. With swift gestures, he directed his spell, pointing at Xiaofeng, and bellowed, "Stone General, heed my command, strike." The stone golem, arms raised high, brandished a long-handled stone axe, cleaving down towards the newly freed Xiaofeng. "Break for me." Xiaofeng, having just escaped the stone hand's confinement, stood tall once more, his muscles surging with irregular motion. The vibrant flow of his vitality infused him with boundless strength. As he beheld the descending giant axe, he roared and raised his fist to meet it. The clash of their powers resonated, causing the very earth to tremble. Dust billowed around the arena, obscuring the scene within. As the dust settled, Xiaofeng stood quietly, his body drenched in blood, every acupoint exuding crimson. He resembled a gory gourd. The colossal stone puppet that had once loomed in the arena was now reduced to mere rubble and yellow sand. Ma Xingye sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded Xiaofeng. Who on earth was this individual? The stone puppet he had summoned boasted the strength of the core formation stage, his most formidable trump card. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable youth, devoid of any cultivation, had shattered it with a single punch. Contestants were permitted to utilize talismans and magical artifacts, as financial resources and external aids were considered facets of strength. It seemed rather unjust, yet akin to the ways of the mundane world. The participation of a young master of the Blue Maple sect in the competition was already a mark of fairness. A monster. He is a monster. In the fearful gaze of Ma Xingye, Xiaofeng began to move, his steps heavy and deliberate, akin to a mountain advancing. Each stride appeared to demand immense effort. However, to Ma Xingye, the blood-soaked figure before him seemed more like a vengeful specter emerging from the underworld, methodically approaching to claim his life. "Don't come any closer." Ma Xingye frantically channeled the scant remaining essence in his dantian, wildly brandishing his longsword. A few sword energies struck Xiaofeng, merely causing him to sway slightly and sustain a few more wounds. Yet they did nothing to deter his relentless advance. All present held their breath, eyes fixed upon Xiaofeng in the arena, their sentiments shifting from disdain to astonishment and ultimately to deep respect. They bore witness to an unassuming youth, willing to risk his very life in the pursuit of victory over his opponent. No one could deride such tenacity in defending one's honor with life on the line. Xiaofeng's body began to tremble, his steps faltering, the world around him becoming a blur, yet he clung to the strength of his will to remain upright. Opposite him, Ma Xingye sat exhausted on the ground, devoid of the strength to raise his hand. The forced summoning of the core formation stone puppet had already taken a tremendous toll on him, and in his panic, he had carelessly unleashed sword energies at Xiaofeng, depleting all of his vital energy. Once the essence in the dantian runs dry, a cultivator falls into a state of rigidity, unable to move. Thus, should Xiaofeng reach Ma Xingye's side and deliver a single blow, the top talent of the outer sect would meet his defeat at Xiaofeng's hands. Xiaofeng finally arrived before Ma Xingye, slowly raising his fist, which, though feeble, carried the force of the wind as it descended towards Ma Xingye's relatively intact visage. "I'm going to lose," Ma Xingye thought as he gazed at the encroaching fist, casting a hopeful glance towards the drum tower. Suddenly, a wave of air, unseen by all the outer disciples present, shot forth from the drum tower towards Xiaofeng with great urgency. Having reached the limits of his strength, Xiaofeng was suddenly and inexplicably hurled away, succumbing to complete unconsciousness. A wave of astonishment erupted from the spectators, as none anticipated this twist of fate. Ma Xingye's expression relaxed, and he collapsed onto the ground. His efforts in honoring his elders and the grand gift he had presented a few days prior were not in vain. Regardless of the circumstances, victory was his. At that moment, the voice of the steward's son echoed from the bell tower. "The victor is Ma Xingye." The speed of that airwave was so swift that the outer disciples could scarcely comprehend it. The onlookers outside the arena merely witnessed Xiaofeng, who was on the verge of striking Ma Xingye, suddenly topple to one side and fail to rise again. The outcome was clear. Xiao Feng had narrowly lost. What a pity, he was so close to victory. Indeed, the formidable Ma Shixiang at the 7th level of Foundation establishment proved insurmountable. This Xiao Shidi undoubtedly possessed the strength to be among the top 10, yet his misfortune led to defeat at the hands of Ma Shixiang. Sometimes, luck is indeed a component of strength. I can easily discern that this Xiao Shidi has an immeasurable future ahead. Weren't you just saying yesterday that he was insignificant and overestimating himself? I did not stop making baseless claims. That is not true. The surrounding discussions grew animated, filled with admiration, astonishment, and regret. Although the victor was Ma Xingya, all eyes were drawn to Xiao Feng, who, after 5 years of silence, had suddenly made a remarkable impact. Above in the drum tower, Ouyang gazed down at the unconscious Xiao Feng, his expression inscrutable. Brother Ouyang, you have won this wager. What a splendid match it was. Thanks to you, the gem has not been obscured. Here are 4 high-grade spirit stones. All my gratitude to you. Steward's son beamed as he produced a small cloth bag and approached Ouyang with a smile. The air wave that had just struck was indeed the result of Steward's son wielding wind-based techniques against Xiao Feng. Ouyang, without turning his head, raised his hand. Slap. A resounding slap echoed across Steward's son's face. Ouyang feigned surprise as he turned, saying, "Oh dear, Steward's son. I was so engrossed in the match that I did not notice your presence." The once smiling Steward's son was momentarily dazed by the slap, retracting his smile and casually responding, no worries, it was my rudeness." However, his tone took on a sharper edge as he looked at Ouyang with a hint of sarcasm. Brother Ouyang, there is no need for anger. Everyone has their place. Just as I could not strike a core formation expert during my chi refinement stage. Steward's son's words subtly mocked Ouyang, suggesting that his arrogance stemmed from being an inner disciple, drawing a parallel between Ouyang and Ma Xingya. Ouyang, with an earnest expression, replied, "Steward's son is correct. Perhaps it is due to your expertise in this field that, despite being over 300 years old, you still find yourself wandering the outer sect." Chapter 32. Would you be willing to become my named disciple? Alas, I have lost once more. If I cannot even overcome this, with so many grudges to avenge, how will I ever find respite? Xiao Feng abruptly sat up, each muscle in his body screaming in excruciating pain. Letting out a muffled groan, he collapsed back onto the bed. "Oh, woken so soon? Truly resilient," Ouyang remarked, astonished, as he observed Xiao Feng rise and fall like a specter. "Who are you?" Xiao Feng, enduring the agony, gritted his teeth and inquired. "I am called Ouyang, and I am the one who saved you. You really are reckless. Your meridians are severed, and your bones are shattered. Without my intervention, you would scarcely have awakened." Ouyang spoke with an air of self-satisfaction. "This kindness, I, Xiao Feng, shall repay. Forgive me, but I wish to rest." Xiao Feng closed his eyes, wearing a sour expression. Damn it, just like when I first ascended the mountain with Xiao Bai, acting as if the world owes him a debt. Ouyang was not inclined to coddle the foul temperament of this proud youth. After all, Xiao Bai had once been just as arrogant. Yet he was eventually brought to humility by my hand. Ouyang threw back the covers and seized Xiao Feng by the neck, lifting him effortlessly and with a cold smile. Said, "Settle your medical expenses, 10 superior spirit stones in total." Suddenly yanked upright, Xiao Feng blinked in confusion, meeting Ouyang's fierce gaze and stammered, "What medical expenses? What are you pretending for? The blood vitality pill, the muscle relaxation pill, the bone-setting ointment, the healing balm. Do you think these miraculous remedies fell from the heavens?" Ouyang pulled Xiao Feng closer, asserting his point. Xiao Feng swallowed hard. Having trained relentlessly for 5 years, he held no merit within the Qingyan sect. Thus he received no allocation of the resources distributed each month. 10 superior spirit stones? He could barely produce a single inferior spirit stone. "I shall owe you this sum for now, but rest assured, I will repay you 100-fold in the future." Xiao Feng frowned in dissatisfaction. "Repay? With what? You nearly met Yama, the king of hell, trying to take on a foundation establishment waste like yourself. What do you think you can offer?" Ouyang scoffed. Xiao Feng closed his eyes. He had endured countless taunts over the years, and such ridicule no longer stirred any emotional response within him. Observing Xiao Feng's stoic demeanor, Ouyang shifted his tone and asked, "Your bones were taken, your parents slain, your brothers betrayed you, and your fiancé called off the engagement? Which of these misfortunes have you endured?" Typically, those of Xiao Feng's caliber bear a tragic backstory, yet it remains to be seen which category he belongs to. Hearing Ouyang's words, Xiaofeng's eyes flew open, and he barked. Who are you? How do you know of these matters? These misfortunes? My, you encompass them all. Ouyang exclaimed, taken aback by Xiaofeng's fury. This fellow is not the protagonist. Even I find it hard to believe. His burdens are beyond measure. Ouyang gazed at the furious Xiaofeng, acutely aware that Xiaofeng believed he had come to confront him upon discovering his secrets. With an air of indifference, Ouyang tossed Xiaofeng back onto the bed and remarked, Does it truly matter who I am? What is significant is that after 5 years, you have only reached this point. When will you ever avenge these grievances? Xiaofeng, his wounds laid bare, was impervious to Ouyang's words, roaring like an enraged lion. You scoundrel, if you have the audacity, then kill me. Do not stand there feigning compassion, attempting to manipulate me. Under normal circumstances, I would surely crush you with a single fist. Observing Xiaofeng, who appeared somewhat deranged, Ouyang couldn't help but chuckle. He retrieved a white jade vial from his robe, pouring out a single pill. As it was released, a rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the room. Ouyang raised his hand and placed the pill into Xiaofeng's mouth, gently maneuvering his jaw to facilitate its swallowing. Just as Xiaofeng was about to curse Ouyang for administering some unknown substance, he was unexpectedly enveloped in a warm sensation that alleviated the excruciating pain throughout his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had recovered significantly. The speed of his healing suggested that the pill was at least of 7th grade quality. With 9 grades of medicinal pills, commencing from the lowest grade of 9th grade Qi nourishing pill, the complexity of crafting each grade escalates exponentially. To restore his body so rapidly indicated a high-grade pill of at least 6th or 7th rank. Xiaofeng found himself confounded, unable to ascertain whether Ouyang was friend or foe. However, the authenticity of the pill he had consumed was undeniable. One moment, Ouyang was saving him, and the next he was mocking him. Xiaofeng was utterly perplexed by Ouyang's true intentions. Yet, it soon dawned on him that an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from Ouyang, nearly crushing him under its weight. The atmosphere in the room thickened, as though he had plunged into a viscous substance, rendering even the act of breathing an arduous task. Xiaofeng, eyes wide with horror, confronted the seemingly indifferent Ouyang. With your current state, you shall remain a mere force in the Foundation establishment stage for eternity. Who was this individual? Why did he exude such a terrifying aura, appearing to be of similar age? What manner of creature was he? In the face of such boundless energy, Xiaofeng felt like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean. Not only was resistance futile, but merely remaining seated was a formidable challenge. Did Ouyang possess a solution to his lack of a dantian, rendering him incapable of cultivation? Ouyang whispered, almost devilishly, Do you have a remedy for my condition? Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with hope as he eagerly inquired of Ouyang. Before Xiaofeng succumbed to unconsciousness, Ouyang had observed that, despite the loss of his dantian, Xiaofeng's body continued to involuntarily absorb the essence of heaven and earth, utilizing it to strengthen himself. Such prodigies truly perplexed him. Even with the destroyed dantian and severed roots, they remained unaffected in their ability to draw upon the spiritual energy of the cosmos. Truly, it was a case of comparison breeds envy. The absorption of the world's vital energy is exceedingly minuscule. Had it not been for Ouyang's profound medical knowledge, he would not have discerned the subtle clues. Suddenly, a bold notion surfaced in Ouyang's mind. The primary challenge now was how to coax this stubborn donkey before him up the mountain. Indeed, I possess a method, but it necessitates a price. Ouyang gazed at the seemingly desperate Xiaofeng and spoke. Xiaofeng resolutely replied, No matter the cost. As long as it resolves the troubles afflicting my body, I am willing to do anything. Then would you be willing to become my apprentice, or rather, a registered disciple under my tutelage? Ouyang coughed lightly and stated, Your disciple? Who are you? Xiaofeng inquired, perplexed, as he looked at Ouyang. Ouyang withdrew his vital energy, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and calmly declared, I am Ouyang, the eldest disciple of the Little Mountain Peak, one of the 12 peaks of the Xianxia sect. Chapter 33. I cannot recall the title of this chapter. Very well, I agree. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xiaofeng responded without the slightest hesitation. So readily? Ouyang regarded Xiaofeng with curiosity. Xiaofeng, however, smiled nonchalantly and said, If you had mentioned you were an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect sooner, I would have agreed at once. Without being among the top 10 of the outer sect, I would never have had the opportunity to engage with the inner sect. Since someone has come to recruit me, why would I refuse? Observing Xiao Feng's keen awareness of the situation, Ouyang could not help but ask, "Are you not afraid that I might deceive you?" Xiao Feng laughed heartily. "Brother, what place is this?" "The outer sect of the Qingyun sect. Who would dare to swagger about here?" Claiming to represent the Qingyun sect in deceit, having nearly forgotten this fact himself, Ouyang then turned to Xiao Feng and said, "I lack the authority to take you as a disciple. Such decisions must await my master's return. You may reside at the little mountain peak in the meantime, and when my master returns, he will determine whether to accept you as a disciple." Xiao Feng nodded and respectfully clasped his fists towards Ouyang, saying, "I am grateful, but I still do not understand why you would help me in this manner. After all, there is no such thing as a selfless act in this world. Only exchanges of interests exist." Ouyang regarded the bewildered Xiao Feng and calmly replied, "Consider it a whim of mine, a desire to see how far you can go. In that case, I express my gratitude, brother," Xiao Feng said with a respectful bow towards Ouyang. No sooner had Xiao Feng's words fallen than a system notification resonated in Ouyang's mind. A causal bond has been detected between the host and a child of destiny. Current task completion, 45. Reward dispensed, 10,000,000 vital energy points. This time, the idle earnings amount to 20,000. Oh, such a substantial idle reward. Merely 3 or 4 days of earnings has yielded 2,000. Ouyang felt a surge of astonishment. Were it not for the sudden system notification, he might have forgotten entirely about his system. The presence of this idle system is rather low. Aside from the unpredictable idle earnings that arrive periodically, it otherwise remains dormant. Moreover, the duration of the idle time is quite erratic. Sometimes it occurs 2 or 3 times a day, while at other times, it may span 10 days to half a month without a single occurrence. Each instance of idling yields varying returns. However, in light of my already amassed energy of over 900 million, I've become less concerned about the benefits of idling. What truly captivates Ouyang's attention is the progress of the task indicated by the system. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the task progress, Ouyang finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. After much effort, he had managed to achieve a task completion rate of 45. The system's criteria for determining the chosen one are exceedingly stringent. Even Hututu, who bears the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, has not activated any task progress. The remainder of the task progress relies on the contributions of those 3 unruly disciples on the mountain. Lung Song has been raised by me since childhood. Chun Changsheng came seeking me, and Bai Feiyu was brought back when I accompanied my master to the human city. It is indeed curious. Are there truly so many chosen ones in this world? Were it not for the deep-seated enmity between Zhu Yuan and Chun Changsheng, Ouyang would have considered undermining them at Dong Shuzi's place. Are the holy sons of the demon clan so formidable? Among those 3 unruly disciples on the mountain, which one is easy to deal with? In my hands, are they not all within my grasp? With only 1 slot remaining, I am on the brink of completing my first task since triggering the system. Ouyang gazed at the task progress bar, feeling a mix of emotions. Even among the 9 great sacred lands, I have only encountered 1 person who can truly be called a chosen one, Zhu Yuan. After all, the fact that the 3 unruly disciples could enter the Qingyun sect is somewhat related to me, highlighting the rarity of the chosen ones. Who knows when I might find this last slot? Xiao Feng observed Ouyang, who had suddenly drifted off into thought and dared not utter a word. This senior brother is indeed peculiar. He drifts away while conversing with me. Yet his formidable cultivation inspires a sense of aspiration within me. If I could someday reach Ouyang's level, surely I would have completed my revenge by then. As Ouyang snapped out of his reverie, he offered a sincere smile to Xiao Feng and said, "Since you are now a registered disciple of our little mountain peak, I must inform you about some of its rules." Xiao Feng immediately sat up straight, giving Ouyang his full attention. Ouyang's expression turned serious as he stated, "Aside from you, there are 3 other senior brothers and 1 junior sister who is younger than you. Remember this. On our little mountain peak, my rules are absolute. Most importantly, keep your distance from those 3 unruly disciples. Do not emulate them in anything." Xiao Feng listened to Ouyang's admonition with a puzzled expression, yet he still nodded in agreement. Having clarified these important points, Ouyang prepared to lead Xiao Feng back to the little mountain peak. Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Senior brother, may I borrow some items from you?" Ouyang, taken aback by Xiao Feng's request before even stepping through the mountain gates, wondered what it meant. Has he begun to develop a rebellious spirit before even entering? Xiao Feng quickly spoke up. "I've spent several years in the outer sect, made some friends, and receive their kindness. I kindly ask my senior brother to lend me some spirit stones as a farewell gift upon my departure. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Ouyang felt relieved. Given Xiao Feng's character, he was not one to leave debts unpaid. He believed in repaying even a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Thus, he sought to borrow spirit stones to express his gratitude for the care he had received from his fellow disciples over the years. Surprised by his own reaction, Ouyang removed his storage pouch from his waist, rummaged through it, and presented a large box, saying, "Here are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Take them for your use." As Xiao Feng opened the box, he was taken aback by the sight of so many high-grade spirit stones, more than he had ever seen, and their quality was nearly comparable to that of supreme-grade stones. "I won't need that many, senior brother. 10 will suffice." Xiao Feng quickly gestured in refusal. However, Ouyang dismissed his concerns, saying, "What's this? If you run out, I can take you to the square at Qinyan Peak to dig some more." Having spent 5 years in the outer sect, Xiao Feng understood Qinyan sect well, and he felt he had just heard something remarkable from his senior brother. With a respectful gesture, Xiao Feng took the box and left the room. After all, he would soon be by Ouyang's side, and he was not worried about repaying the spirit stones. "Xiao Shidi, are you leaving?" The young man who had notified Xiao Feng about registration asked, looking somewhat dejected. "Zhao Shixiang, thank you for your care over the years. My senior brother from Shaoshan Peak has agreed to let me enter the inner sect for cultivation. Please consider these spirit stones a token of my appreciation," Xiao Feng said, clasping his fists in respect. The young man felt insulted, his eyes misting over as he exclaimed, "I didn't help you with the hope of receiving such things." Xiao Feng nodded. "Zhao Shixiang, I understand the brotherly bond between us. These are merely a token of my gratitude. I, Xiao Feng, vow that in the future, should you encounter difficulties, I will stand by you with unwavering support." The youth angrily waved his hand at Xiao Feng, saying, "Leave now. I don't want to see you." Xiao Feng forced a smile. Well aware of his senior brother's temperament, which often exhibited a touch of fragility reminiscent of a young girl, but he knew it would pass soon. With a deep gaze, Xiao Feng solemnly said, "The mountains remain unchanged. Zhao Shixiang, I am leaving. Take care." The young man held his head high, waiting for Xiao Feng to walk away. As he watched Xiao Feng's figure gradually fade into the distance, tears began to stream down his cheeks. Looking at the box before him, his voice turned melodious and clear, softly saying, "Brother Xiao, you truly are a rascal." Chapter 34. Who says humanity lacks great emperors? As Ouyang and Xiao Feng reached the foot of Shaoshan Peak, a massive white paper crane floated gracefully towards them. "Master brother, you've returned. Did you bring gifts for Tutu?" Came the cheerful voice of Hu Tutu from the paper crane. Ouyang smiled warmly as he watched Hu Tutu leap down from the paper crane, rummaging through his belongings like an eager puppy in search of gifts. "What do you see here?" Ouyang asked, as if performing a magic trick, revealing a candied hawthorn skewer from his sleeve. "Oh, it's a candied hawthorn. I haven't had one in ages." "Thank you, senior brother," Hu Tutu exclaimed with delight, accepting the treat and planting a joyful kiss on Ouyang's cheek before twirling around with the skewer held high. Suddenly, Hu Tutu noticed Xiao Feng trailing behind Ouyang. The once exuberant child immediately scurried to Ouyang's side, clutching his sleeve while peeking out cautiously at Xiao Feng. "Senior brother, who is this?" Ouyang affectionately ruffled Hu Tutu's hair and replied with a smile, "This is a promising disciple I found for our master, a registered disciple of little Xianfeng." Turning to Xiao Feng, he continued, "Xiao Shidi, this is Hu Tutu, the 5th disciple of little Xianfeng. Though she is young, she is still your senior sister." In their sect, the order of disciples was determined not by age, but by the time of entry. After all, for ancient cultivators who often lived for centuries, age held little significance. For instance, while a 30-year-old man with a 7-year-old girl might raise eyebrows, a 400-year-old cultivator and a 300-year-old one joining as partners would seem unremarkable. Xiao Feng bowed slightly and addressed Hu Tutu. Xiao Feng pays his respects to senior sister. Hu Tutu, holding the candied hawthorn, stared blankly at Xiao Feng, momentarily forgetting to chew. "I'm a senior sister now?" She wondered aloud, wiping away the drool that had escaped her mouth in disbelief. "Shouldn't I offer a gift on our first meeting?" In a flurry, Hu Tutu began to search her pockets, revealing remnants of sweet potato from yesterday, a cricket she had caught that morning, a freshly picked flower, and a half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand. With a reluctant glance at the skewer, she lifted it up with a tearful expression and asked, "Junior brother, would you like this?" "Xiao Feng, Taken aback by the sight of Hututu's pouting face and watery eyes as she offered her treat, chuckled softly and replied, "No need, senior sister. I don't particularly enjoy sweets." "Oh, you don't like sweets? That's great." Hututu sighed in relief, puffing her little chest out as she stepped out from behind Ouyang. She circled around Xiaofeng, seemingly assessing her new junior brother. "I've become a senior sister now. I'm practically a big kid." "Junior brother, lean your head over," Hututu instructed, waving her small hand. Confused, Xiaofeng bent down, and a little white flower was gently placed behind his ear by her tiny hand. "This flower is the prettiest I've seen today. I intended to give it to senior brother, but now it's for you." Xiaofeng gently touched the small white flower by his ear, a sincere smile blossoming on his face as he gazed at the innocent Hututu before him, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Hututu clapped her hands, and a paper crane leisurely soared towards the trio. Holding up a candied hawthorn stick, she called out to Ouyang and the others, "Let us go. We're heading home. Today, third senior brother is cooking fish." The paper crane carried the three of them, gliding along with a gentle breeze towards the peak. Upon reaching the summit, the paper crane landed steadily. Hututu, unable to contain her excitement, shouted towards the courtyard, "Senior brother, senior brother. The first senior brother has brought back a little junior brother." Xiaofeng looked up and instantly fell in love with the quaint little courtyard. With its green tiles and blue bricks, a lush tree stood proudly in the center. Beneath the tree, a young man clad in white lay on a deck chair, a book shielding his face as he dozed. Another boy was busy repairing the rooftop, while in the corner kitchen, smoke rose from the hearth. It was a far cry from the image of a grand sect. Instead, it resembled a serene and idyllic pastoral life, which filled Xiaofeng. Having come from the mundane world, with a deep sense of familiarity, the young man on the deck chair, Bai Fei Yu, lowered the book from his face, glanced at Xiaofeng, and waved his hand in greeting. The boy on the rooftop, Lung Qing Song, continued hammering away, engrossed in his task. Only Chun Changsheng, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen in his apron, a smile illuminating his face as he looked toward Xiaofeng. Yet, he froze in place, his expression shifting as Xiaofeng's visage merged with the memory of an unparalleled being from his past life. "Our human race must strive ceaselessly. Who dares claim that our race lacks a great emperor? Here stands Xiaofeng of the human race. Who would dare approach and face death?" Chun Changsheng's heart surged with tumultuous waves. His senior brother had brought back an extraordinary individual. The Emperor Xiaofeng, who had single-handedly staved off the demon race for a decade in his past life, was now his junior brother, still reeling from the shock. Chun Changsheng was jolted back to reality by Hututu's curious inquiry. "What is burning?" "My fish," Chun Changsheng exclaimed, turning hastily back to the kitchen. Could the presence of a human emperor possibly outweigh the importance of the fish in his pot? At lunch, Ouyang introduced everyone to Xiaofeng one by one. Second senior brother Lung Qing Song, third senior brother Chun Changsheng, fourth senior brother Bai Fei Yu, and little junior sister Tuesday. Xiaofeng bowed respectfully to each in turn, his demeanor cautious. Lung Qing Song nodded at Xiaofeng before returning to his meal. Bai Fei Yu shook his head, thinking that this junior brother's aptitude was rather poor. Though his vitality was robust, he lacked the talent for swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Hututu was grimacing at a somewhat burnt fish. Only Sheng remained fixated on Xiaofeng, the stabilizing force of the human race in his past life, whom he had only been able to admire from afar before. Now, here was Xiaofeng, bowing respectfully before him. Life is truly wondrous. As Sheng gazed intently at Xiaofeng, Ouyang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. As a reborn individual, Sheng undoubtedly understands the origins of Xiaofeng, which is why Ouyang is particularly attentive to Sheng's gaze. Indeed, under the template of the Son of Heaven, Xiaofeng has captivated Sheng's undivided attention since his entrance. The arrival of a new junior disciple at the little mountain peak did not stir much commotion. Everyone continued with their respective activities. Just as Sheng was preparing to return to his room to cultivate, he was halted by Ouyang. "Sheng, please come to my room with junior brother Xiao." Ouyang addressed him with a serious tone. Sheng felt a slight stiffness in his body, his heart racing with excitement. After all, this Emperor Xiao was his idol in his previous life. Once Xiaofeng and Sheng followed Ouyang into the room, Ouyang furrowed his brow and cast a scrutinizing glance over the two of them, ultimately focusing on Sheng. "Changsheng, junior brother Xiao has had his roots stripped and his dantian destroyed, rendering him unable to cultivate. I have devised a method to assist him, but I require your help. Xianxia nodded and asked, what do you need? Just give the orders, senior brother. Ouyang, relieved by Xianxia's response, felt reassured about Xiao Feng's identity. With a smile, Ouyang continued, I've heard that you are quite skilled in painting. Chapter 35. The future emperor of humanity emerges from my hands? Xianxia reluctantly gazed at Ouyang, saying, Senior brother, I no longer wish to paint such sordid things. What are you saying? Ouyang replied, exasperation evident. What sordid things could I possibly ask you to paint? Let's be serious. He looked at Xianxia, realizing that he was merely requesting a few educational illustrations. Was it necessary to dwell on it this long? Ouyang spoke earnestly. I have a plan that I would like to share with you both to evaluate its feasibility. Although junior brother Zhao's roots have been excavated and his dantian destroyed, it does not significantly affect his innate talents. Rather than pursuing the path of immortal cultivation, junior brother Xiao can completely embark on the path of physical cultivation. Xiao Feng chuckled wryly and replied, Senior brother, I cannot pursue the path of physical cultivation. Other paths are also unattainable. The primary reason is that the methods of physical cultivation have been lost since ancient times. The method of physical cultivation I speak of is one I have devised myself. Ouyang declared proudly to both of them. Even in the absence of established techniques, an ancient Sword Immortal has reincarnated in our courtyard. Surely he possesses knowledge of some methods. At worst, I could extract a few extraordinary techniques from him. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Xiao Feng and Xianxia's faces, Ouyang continued with a sense of satisfaction. I wish to ask junior brother Xianxia to use junior brother Zhao's body as a canvas and tattoo a few divine beasts representing attributes onto him. I will help awaken the spiritual intelligence of these beasts, allowing them to replace junior brother Zhao's dantian, enabling the absorption of the world's vital energy to nourish his physical form. Xiao Feng and Xianxia were left in shock. The ease with which Ouyang spoke of awakening spiritual intelligence felt almost absurdly simple, akin to discussing a common cabbage. As the novice Xiao Feng remained unaware of the daunting challenge of awakening consciousness in inanimate objects, Xianxia possessed a profound understanding of the endeavor's complexity. It was akin to coaxing a stone to sprout legs and run, an extraordinary feat indeed. However, having witnessed Ouyang's previous attempts at such a task, Xianxia was not entirely incredulous. Yet, he expressed his concerns, saying, Senior brother, we have previously experimented with bestowing consciousness upon divine beasts, only to incur the wrath of the heavens, resulting in the newly birthed divine creatures being obliterated into ash. We suffered greatly as well. Is it truly feasible to awaken consciousness in inanimate objects? Ouyang nodded thoughtfully. To be honest, I am uncertain. However, inspired by the paper cranes created by our master and the stone lions I inadvertently conjured, I propose that since the divine beasts we illustrate lack physical forms, they cannot withstand the heavenly tribulations. Yet, given that the illustrated divine beast and Xiao are inherently one, could it be that the divine beast, possessing a corporeal form, might successfully navigate the heavenly trials? Ouyang's notion was audacious, yet not without merit. Nonetheless, the execution would be perilously fraught. Should heaven's wrath be invoked, there would only be two outcomes, survival or demise. No third option existed. This was a gamble with life itself, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Xianxia firmly rejected the idea. No, while theoretically sound, the potential failure would mean Xiao's immediate death, leaving no room for reprieve. I wish to try. Xiao Feng interjected. From an unparalleled genius to his current state of impotence, Xiao Feng had endured excessive injustice. Ever since the loss of his dantian, he had not felt the essence of heaven and earth. Although the natural energies nourished his physical form during training, he lacked any capacity for perception. Now, hearing of a chance to once again sense the energies of the universe, he was willing to risk everything, even death. No, this is wagering your life. Xianxia reiterated his refusal, unwilling to bear the burden of the future human emperor's untimely death at his own hands. The prospect of the future leader of humanity, destined to lead them from the abyss of despair, perishing so easily was unacceptable, regardless of the circumstances. Xiao Feng knelt before him, gazing up with sincerity. Third brother, a man's knees should only bow to heaven, earth, and his parents. Yet, should you consent to this endeavor, it would be akin to a rebirth for me. Xianxia, observing the future emperor of humanity kneeling in supplication, felt a pang of compassion. Ouyang remained silent, recognizing that his proposal was too fantastical, lacking any precedent. He could not justify sending Xiaofeng to his demise based solely on the latter's identity as a child of destiny. The room fell into a contemplative silence. Yet Xianxia found himself unable to reach a decisive conclusion. At that moment, Ouyang's door was suddenly pushed open, and Bai Feiyu entered, smiling at the three individuals in the room, saying, "I have indeed heard of the ancient body cultivation methods. The ideas of the senior brother are not without merit. Having a reincarnated ancient Sword Immortal at home is quite advantageous, isn't it? Are you here to deliver the cultivation techniques?" Ouyang, disregarding the fact that Bai Feiyu had been eavesdropping, quickly seized Bai Feiyu and asked, "Little Bai, have you heard of the ancient body cultivation techniques?" Bai Feiyu nodded and replied, "In my days as a mortal, I encountered an old beggar who once told me that in ancient times, body cultivators used the essence of ferocious beasts as vessels to temper their physical bodies. This aligns perfectly with the ideas of the senior brother." Listening to Bai Feiyu's fanciful tale, Ouyang chose not to expose him, merely glancing at Chen Chongsheng and suggesting, "Third junior brother, why not give it a try?" Chen Chongsheng looked at Bai Feiyu, who nodded in affirmation, and reluctantly said, "I wonder what the senior brother wants me to draw?" Without hesitation, Ouyang replied, "Of course. The divine beast corresponding to the 5 elements, the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird above, and the black tortoise below. The old bull is not included, and the qilin is in the center." "Wow, the divine beasts of the 5 directions are actually here," Chen Chongsheng exclaimed in astonishment. In the future, when Xiaofeng ascends to become the emperor of humanity, leading his people against the cataclysms, he will gather the 5 divine beasts by his side. With their assistance, Xiaofeng will repeatedly turn the tide of battle and guide humanity to victory. The name of the great emperor of the 5 directions, Xiaofeng, will resonate throughout the universe. Incredibly, the 5 divine beasts of the future human emperor were drawn by his own hand. Chen Chongsheng couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring blankly at the kneeling Xiaofeng, his mind struggling to comprehend the significance. The great emperor of the 5 directions, once an unattainable figure in his previous life, had emerged from his own creation. Chapter 36. A 15 or 16-year-old youth ought to accomplish extraordinary feats. Ultimately, Chen Chongsheng agreed to use Xiaofeng's back as a canvas to tattoo the 5 divine beasts. Meanwhile, Ouyang insisted that Bai Feiyu ponder over what the old beggar had yet to impart regarding unparalleled cultivation techniques. Ouyang chattered incessantly, according to the narrative. That old beggar must carry hundreds of cultivation manuals, such as methods to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Bai Feiyu shook his head, saying, "When Ouyang picked me up, he saw that I had no money, and I'd been starving for 3 days." Reluctantly, Ouyang ceased his pursuit. While tattooing the 5 divine beasts on Xiaofeng was not a daunting task, the real challenge lay in whether Ouyang could awaken the spiritual intelligence of the divine beasts, which would inevitably summon a thunder tribulation that Xiaofeng might not withstand. The reason divine beasts are termed as such is due to their potential to alter the very fabric of existence. It takes 3,000 years for a snake to transform into a flood dragon, and another 3,000 for a flood dragon to become a true dragon. There are many flood dragons in this realm, but the appearance of a true dragon has long been absent. One can only imagine the fate that befalls those flood dragons aspiring to metamorphose into dragons. Let us not even mention Ouyang, a prodigy of accelerated growth. Moreover, he managed to conjure 5 such beings. One can only dread that the moment Ouyang awakens his intellect, the next instant Xiaofeng might be reduced to mere ashes by a thunderous tribulation. Bai Feiyu gazed intently at Xiaofeng, recognizing at first glance that this youth's foundational essence had been utterly destroyed. The path to cultivation seemed only feasible through physical refinement. Yet even in ancient times, the art of physical cultivation was deemed the most arduous of practices. It was a path laden with suffering, a relentless struggle to temper the body, to extract every ounce of latent potential, and to absorb the energies of the universe to replenish oneself. Days were consumed in the forging of sinew, while nights were devoted to the gathering of breath for cultivation. There was scarcely a moment of respite from this ceaseless endeavor. Day after day, year after year, the ascension of realms felt elusive, a trial that could only be borne by those of extraordinary willpower, those who could endure the dual torment of spirit and flesh. Bai Feiyu had been eavesdropping outside, eager to discover Ouyang's proposed method for aiding Xiaofeng in his cultivation. To his astonishment, Ouyang's approach astonishingly mirrored that of the ancient masters of physical cultivation, and was even more audacious. In antiquity, practitioners of physical cultivation dared only to utilize the spirits of spirit beasts or ferocious creatures as aids. Yet Ouyang aspired to employ divine beasts, specifically, the most exalted of the 5 elemental divine beasts. Even in ancient times, none would have dared to act so recklessly. These were divine beasts, the cherished offspring of heaven and earth, endowed from birth with immense fortune and blessings, truly embodiments of the cosmos. Ouyang envisioned artificially creating a divine beast, merging Xiaofeng with this celestial entity. Such madness, such audacity, it was akin to a theft from the heavens. Here were a mere handful of teenagers, scarcely in their teens, daring to commit such an audacious act against the divine. Bai Feiyu sensed their insanity and instinctively wished to intervene, but was taken aback by Xiaofeng's resolute declaration as he knelt. The impulse to thwart them faded, replaced by a smile. Wasn't this precisely what a 16 or 17-year-old should aspire to do? Engage in such audacious larceny from the heavens? It was the age of rebellion and fearlessness, a time to undertake astonishing feats. How could he, at merely 15, be excluded from such endeavors? Thus, Bai Feiyu pushed open the door, eager to join their cause. The 4 youths settled into their chairs, animatedly discussing and formulating the most meticulous of plans. Xianxia would inscribe the 5 elemental divine beasts onto Xiaofeng, utilizing the essence of supreme spirit stones as pigment. Should they lack the essence, they could procure it from the stone pillars of the Qingyun Peak's Grand Hall. The affluent Qingyun Peak would hardly suffer from such a minor borrowing. The task of acquiring the materials fell to Ouyang, while Bai Feiyu undertook to impart the ancient methods of physical cultivation to Xiaofeng for his future endeavors. The plan was indeed ambitious, yet the gravest obstacle remained: thunderous tribulations. With the 5 elemental divine beasts summoned, it was clear that Xiaofeng's body could scarcely withstand the presence of all 5 simultaneously. Bai Feiyu rapped the table and stated, "Let us first activate 2, the Dragon of Wood and the Phoenix of Fire." Ouyang responded with enthusiasm. But what ignites fire and creates wind? Xianxia, an expert in formations, nodded in agreement. Bai Feiyu continued, stating that once activated, the thunder tribulation augmented by the 2 divine beasts would be the most formidable challenge to overcome. They could not assist Brother Xiao in enduring it. He must face it alone. Yet, how could an untrained individual withstand the thunder tribulation heralded by the emergence of divine beasts? This conundrum weighed heavily on all present. The thunder tribulation arose solely due to Xiaofeng, and thus he must confront it independently. Should anyone intervene, instead of providing aid, it would only exacerbate the tribulation, potentially endangering him further. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. However, Ouyang remained unperturbed. As someone who bore the esteemed title of Son of Heaven, how could Xiaofeng falter at a novice task? Yet he could not voice this thought openly and feigned deep contemplation alongside the others. At that moment, Lung Qingsong entered, observing the group with a detached expression, remarking, "Unity of intent. Do these insufferable youths possess the talent for eavesdropping?" Each one crouching by the door to listen in. Ouyang, on the verge of reprimanding him, abruptly halted, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he addressed the group. "Qingsong is correct. It seems we have wandered into a misconception." The young men turned their gazes toward Ouyang, who, brimming with pride, declared, as Xiao Bai suggested, "We have conjured the divine beast to aid Brother Xiao in his cultivation. However, we did not fabricate them from thin air. Rather, they are based on Brother Xiao's very essence. Brother Xiao embodies the divine beast, and the divine beast embodies Brother Xiao." All present, being prodigies of their era, suddenly grasped the implication of Ouyang's words. If maliciously creating divine beasts would incur punishment, what if Brother Xiao himself was the divine beast? If, while the divine beast consciousness was still nascent, Brother Xiao could seize its spiritual platform, he would indeed be the true embodiment of the divine beast. Divine beasts are, after all, favored children of the cosmos, prior to their birth. They must endure the thunder tribulation, yet once born, they are bestowed with great fortune. What they were doing was effectively accelerating the divine beast's emergence into existence. It would be akin to this child having already been born in the realm. No matter how displeasing one might find him, could one truly eradicate him? The spiritual wisdom and consciousness would manifest almost simultaneously, and attempting to seize the spiritual platform immediately after the emergence of consciousness would be nearly impossible, even for a highly skilled practitioner in the tribulation phase. The solution, however, lay in the fact that this divine beast was conjured by Ouyang's own hands. He could determine the moment of its consciousness and spiritual awakening with but a thought. Wasn't the act of pulling the circuit breaker simply a matter of having the means? Without cultivation, Xiao Feng could not perceive the existence of a spirit, and thus could not control it to seize the divine beast's spiritual platform. To sense and manipulate one's own spirit, one must at least be at the out-of-body stage. Ouyang turned his gaze towards the amiable Xianxia, who was seated calmly. After all, this little mountain peak harbored an adept in the manipulation of spirits, Xianxia. The pinnacle of puppet techniques is to wield the spirit to its utmost. Ouyang looked intently at Xianxia, who, fearing his cards might be revealed, hastily declared, "I can perform a ritual to extricate Brother Xiao's spirit, then tear it into fragments. These severed pieces of spirit can then occupy the divine beast's spiritual platform as their nest." Xianxia's words, though spoken lightly, sent a chill down the spines of those present. A few individuals gazed at Xianxia, whose countenance radiated ease, and an involuntary thought arose within them. Could it be that those hundreds of puppets, so reminiscent of himself, were indeed manifestations of his own shattered soul? In Chapter 37, titled Danqing, a youth clad in a simple blue robe implored Ouyang, "I beseech you, do not continue. If you persist, the protective formation of our sect will be rendered inoperative." Ouyang, wielding a pickaxe, was prying at the ground in search of prime spirit stone essence. This exquisite essence, found only in the deepest veins of spirit stones, was exceedingly rare and indispensable for both cultivation and the crafting of magical artifacts. Only a prestigious sect like Qingyun could afford to utilize it for establishing their protective formation. Why fret? If the sect leader were to impose punishment, simply say it was my doing. "Here, take this. As long as I have a morsel to eat, it cannot diminish your share," Ouyang declared grandly, stuffing a piece of scrap into the youth's hands while carrying a sack on his back. With trepidation, the boy accepted the prime spirit stone essence Ouyang offered, a quantity equivalent to half a year's worth of cultivation resources. Ouyang's sack was brimming with the essence, half a sackful. He had thoroughly excavated the protective formation. If the enforcement team from Xingfeng were to catch wind of this, an ordinary person would face severe consequences, if not death. To dare excavate within the protective formation is tantamount to branding oneself a traitor to the sect. Yet, while Ouyang engaged in this act, the enforcement team happened to pass by, and he greeted them cheerily. "What are you fellows up to?" "Ouyang, the Peak Master has sent us to patrol the mountains." "What are you doing?" they inquired. "Oh, just gathering some spirit stones since my household is a bit short. One must be self-sufficient, you know." "Would you care to lend a hand, Brother Ouyang?" "No need. I shall dig a bit more and then return. It's nearly time for lunch," Ouyang replied, continuing to swing his pickaxe while chatting with the enforcement team. Were these people blind? He was mining within the protective formation. Any ordinary inner sect disciple who dared to gaze too long at the protective formation would be questioned about their loyalty to the sect. Ouyang had already been at it for nearly an hour. However, it was rumored that this Ouyang was the illegitimate child of the sect leader. So perhaps he was safe after all. The youth, who had desperately pleaded for Ouyang to dig less, discreetly made the prime spirit stone essence vanish from his hand and pretended as if nothing had occurred as he departed. Ouyang wiped the sweat from his brow and, with half a sack of prime spirit stone essence upon his back, began to ascend the small peak. Yet, after taking only a few steps, a middle-aged man, cloaked in black, obstructed his path. The man, his tone frigid, addressed Ouyang. "You are accused of deliberately damaging the protective formation and stealing sect resources. Are you aware of your crimes?" Ouyang, regarding the newcomer with a grin, cheerfully replied, "Uncle Li, have you eaten? Unrepentant disciple, who yet has taken in a fine apprentice? How could you commit such an egregious act?" The middle-aged man rebuked, his gaze sharp and fierce. Ouyang, uninterested in further discourse, retrieved a book from his storage bag and hurled it toward the middle-aged man. Within the pages, one could vaguely discern the image of a stunningly beautiful woman in scant attire. What a delightful concealed weapon. The middle-aged man let out a low growl, unfurling his black robe, and in an instant, the world was engulfed in darkness, as if the heavens and the earth had been swallowed by the robe. When Ouyang's vision returned to normal, the figure of the middle-aged man had vanished. Ouyang muttered under his breath, lamenting how every time he sought a book, it felt as if it led to the annihilation of the sect, fearing the gaze of others. The old bachelor was truly irate. The one who had just obstructed Ouyang was none other than Li Yi, the master of the execution peak, whose profound cultivation was unfathomable. Yet he had a deep passion for painting and calligraphy. Upon seeing the realistic portrait that Ouyang had produced, he was immediately awestruck, praising the vivid narrative and the tumultuous journey of the female protagonist profusely. Thus, every so often, he would seek Ouyang's work under various pretexts. Upon returning to the small mountain peak with the exquisite essence of spirit stones, Ouyang found the courtyard bustling with activity. Xiaofeng, bare-chested, displayed his bronze-toned, muscular physique, gleaming brilliantly under the afternoon sun. Hu Tutu, cradling a Tibetan fox, was utterly mesmerized, tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. Chen Changsheng held a brush, sketching an outline on Xiaofeng's back. The 5 divine beasts sprang to life upon Xiaofeng's skin: the over-shoulder dragon, the descending mountain tiger, the proud tortoise, the lowered head vermilion bird, and the eyes closed Qilin. With each breath Xiaofeng took, the 5 beasts seemed to animate, gliding gracefully across his back. It was no wonder even the master of Execution Peak was captivated by such artistry. Who could resist if he were to depict a charming figure? Ouyang lavished praise upon Chen Changsheng's skill as he admired the artwork on Xiaofeng's back. Chen Changsheng's face flushed crimson as he loudly declared that he had never painted before, which drew a chorus of laughter, filling the courtyard with a joyful ambience. Ouyang dumped the sack onto the ground, and an array of colorful spirit stone essences scattered about, releasing a rich aura of natural energy. To outsiders, the essence of spirit stones was almost a dream, yet for those present, aside from Xiaofeng's naive expression, the others regarded it as mere refuse. Senior brother, I told you before leaving, the innermost circle of the protective formation contains the finest quality essence. Why is there none here? Chen Changsheng bent down to rummage and inquired of Ouyang. I had intended to excavate from the center as well, but that old codger, the sect leader, imposed restrictions, making it impossible for me to approach. Ouyang sighed in response. Chen Changsheng did not genuinely expect Ouyang to bring back the essence from the very center of the protective formation. That was the most critical part of the entire array. Even if the sect leader permitted their antics, they could not go too far. This is sufficient. Let us proceed, junior brother Xiao. I shall grind these essences and embed them into your body. It will be painful, so bear with it, Chen Changsheng said as he collected the spirit stone essences. Addressing Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng nodded, believing that a little pain was nothing compared to the opportunity to cultivate. Yet, he had underestimated the agony of having the spirit stone essence enter his body. To ensure the essences were firmly embedded within him, each piece had to penetrate 3 points into flesh. With countless fragments, each instance was akin to piercing, heart-wrenching pain. To enhance the efficacy of the essence contained within the spirit stones, Chen Changsheng sought to invigorate the celestial energies within them. Thousands of shards of spirit stones pierced into Xiaofeng's body like a multitude of searing nails. Under such excruciating torment, Xiaofeng remained utterly silent, enduring the ordeal without uttering a single sound. Upon the completion of the artwork, Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring the freshly crafted diagram of the 5 divine beasts. This masterpiece could very well be the pinnacle of his artistic endeavors throughout his lifetime. The 5 divine beasts, under the influence of the exquisite essence of the spirit stones, appeared even more vibrant, with the sounds of dragon roars, phoenix calls, and tiger howls echoing in the air. Should Xiaofeng wander through the streets of his past life bare-chested, he would surely attract unwanted attention, suspected of being a notorious figure. However, the 5 divine beasts remained without their vital spark, lacking any semblance of life, as the task of bestowing them with insight was entrusted to Ouyang. The act of awakening their consciousness was indeed the most arduous step of this audacious endeavor, necessitating the utmost caution. The following morning, the sky was overcast, with low clouds stretching across the horizon. The atmosphere around the small peak was laden with tension. Chen Changsheng stood solemnly behind Xiaofeng, instructing, Senior brother, you will be the one to awaken the insight of these divine beasts. Remember, only the azure dragon and the vermilion bird, and ensure the timing is synchronized. Ouyang accepted the brush for awakening from Chen Changsheng, nodding earnestly. Chen Changsheng then turned to address his 2nd and 4th senior brothers. You shall act as protectors. If Xiao brother fails to seize the consciousness of the divine beasts, You must intervene immediately, using your sword intent to sever his entanglement with them. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood solemnly with their swords in hand. Amidst Tutu's eager gaze, Chun Changsheng cleared his throat, saying, "Junior sister, please fetch a blanket from the room and wrap yourself in it. The thunder will be quite loud shortly." Hu Tutu nodded seriously, retrieving a small blanket from her room and wrapping herself snugly. Once everything was prepared, Chun Changsheng gazed towards the heavens, inquiring if the heavens would be willing to lend their aid. He leapt atop the constructed platform, exhaling gently, and with a gesture of his right hand, a peachwood sword flew forth from his sleeve. "Now," Chun Changsheng commanded, and 2 candles atop the platform ignited spontaneously. Wielding the peachwood sword, he swung his sleeve, releasing a flurry of yellow talismans that stood before him. With this singular maneuver, Chun Changsheng could easily secure a position as a national master among the mundane. As he performed the ritual atop the platform, he revealed one of his trump cards. A yellow talisman imbued with the essence of Tao slowly rose. Chun Changsheng bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his blood to stain the talisman, and shouted, "Array, activate." The grand formation of Tianji enveloped the small peak, cloaking it from all prying eyes. The cosmos was boundless, the yin and yang inverted. The soul was about to emerge, awaiting the command. "The soul shall arise." With a swift flick of his sleeve, Chun Changsheng unleashed a mystical yellow talisman that surged towards Xiaofeng, seamlessly merging with his very being. Xiaofeng felt a tremor coursing through him, as he was inexplicably propelled out of his corporeal form. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him, one that defied description. The moment Chun Changsheng witnessed Xiaofeng's soul departing his body, he called out to the long-waiting Ouyang, "Eldest senior brother, act now." Without the slightest hesitation, Ouyang grasped his brush, directing it toward the eyes of the azure dragon and vermilion bird emblazoned on Xiaofeng's back. The 2 strokes landed simultaneously in the eyes of the mythical beasts, channeling an intense flow of true energy into them. Above, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, heavy and dark, as thunder rumbled within, seemingly searching for the aberration daring to defy the heavens. Several yellow talismans darted skyward from Chun Changsheng. Crashing into the grand formation he had meticulously arranged to conceal the celestial secrets. It was imperative that the heavenly Tao remained oblivious to these events until Ouyang fully activated the consciousness of the divine beasts. As Ouyang's true energy surged into the azure dragon and vermilion bird, the previously dormant creatures began to stir to life upon Xiaofeng's back. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by a sharp avian cry. The ethereal forms of the divine beasts soared into the air. Their immense, unique presence brought a palpable tension to the atmosphere surrounding the small mountain peak. It seemed as if the heavenly Tao had sensed that someone was tampering with cosmic creation. The previously swirling thunderclouds unleashed their fury upon the mountain, wreaking havoc all around. Yet, under Chun Changsheng's protective formation, the thunderbolts failed to locate the audacious transgressor. As the phantoms of the 2 divine beasts began to solidify, their eyes sparkled with burgeoning intelligence, heralding the awakening of their consciousness. Chun Changsheng, observing the beasts in the sky, cast a glance towards Xiaofeng, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze, before he brandished his peachwood sword, declaring, "Azure dragon to the left, vermilion bird above, arise." In a state of disembodied consciousness, Xiaofeng felt as though great hands were tearing at his soul. With his left arm and head being mercilessly wrenched away, the agony he experienced was beyond articulation, plunging him into a madness that even the 1,000 essences he had endured in silence could not compare to. Yet, in the depths of his despair, he maintained a clarity of mind, his silent screams and contorted form rendering him akin to the king of the underworld. The fragments of his soul, torn asunder, began to reshape, gradually taking the form of 2 miniature Xiaofengs. The rebirth of the soul. Hu Tutu tightened her blanket, trembling at the sight of Xiaofeng's torment, wrapping herself more securely in her small coverlet, seeking a semblance of safety. Beside the oblivious Hu Tu, the Tibetan fox Huyin gazed in astonishment at Chun Changsheng's almost supernatural technique of soul regeneration, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Such mastery over the soul was beyond even his own capabilities at the tribulation stage. What manner of monster is this young man? Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong observed the scene with serene expressions, fully aware that without this moment of suffering, Xiaofeng could never undergo his transformation into a dragon. All pain pales in comparison to the triumph that follows. Once again, two resounding roars of dragon and phoenix echoed, this time infused with a hint of vitality. Now, go! Chun Changsheng pointed his peachwood sword at the ethereal forms of the two divine beasts hovering in the sky. The two small fragments of Xiaofeng's soul were swiftly thrust into the phantoms of the divine beasts. The nascent shadows of these mythical creatures, still devoid of consciousness, were forcefully occupied. Their instinctual nature compelled them to resist. Fortunately, being in an unformed state, if they had been fully realized divine beasts, such an invasion would have resulted in their immediate obliteration by the heavenly will. Chun Changsheng wielded the peachwood sword to suppress the divine beast struggles, while guiding the remaining fragments of soul back into Xiaofeng's body. Ouyang stood ready at the side, awaiting Chun Changsheng's command to sever the flow of true energy. Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong had their hands poised on their sword hilts. All four youths prepared to assist Xiaofeng at a moment's notice. As the ethereal forms of the divine beasts gradually calmed, Xiaofeng's soul occupied the spiritual realm of the divine beasts with ease. Yet, just as success seemed imminent, an instinctual awareness stirred within the beings. Sensing the demise of their soon-to-be-born essence, the previously tumultuous storm of tribulation began to coalesce, forming a rift in the sky. An emotionless eye slowly opened. An overwhelming pressure and torrents of lightning swirled around this eye, and at that moment, the heavenly will finally recognize the true instigator of these events. The grand formation atop the small mountain shattered instantly, and a deluge of destructive tribulation descended upon Xiaofeng. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment, the legendary force capable of annihilating all. Such actions are not permitted by the heavenly will. Chapter 39. When heaven's will fails, let the great Tao prevail. As the inexorable pressure and the world-ending Eye of Heavenly Punishment opened, it fixed its gaze upon the highest cultivator present, the Tibetan fox Ouyang. In an instant, Ouyang's body froze, breath held in trepidation, shaking his head frantically. Not me, though I am at the tribulation stage. I have no desire to provoke the heavenly will. Have these young fools lost their minds? How could they possibly attract the Eye of Heavenly Punishment? Bai Feiyu regarded the eye calmly, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. This eye appeared far weaker than those of ancient times. Slowly, he drew his sword, declaring, "The heavenly will is merciless. I stand as its agent." With a swift sound of steel leaving its sheath, Lung Qingsong's aura surged with sword intent, pointing defiantly at the heavens. "The heavenly will is merciless. I shall sever it." Chun Changsheng merely sought to sever the connection between Xiaofeng and the divine beast when the heavenly Tao forbade their union, as Xiaofeng succumbed to the consciousness of the divine beast. However, both drew their swords simultaneously, confronting the heavenly Tao head-on. In the eyes of the prodigies, the most effective solution to a problem is to address it at its root. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment sensed two sword intents rushing toward itself. Initially devoid of emotion, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment revealed a hint of confusion. Why did one of these sword intents feel so familiar? Gazing downward, it beheld Bai Feiyu clad in white. A subtle smile gracing his otherwise expressionless face as if greeting it. It was him. He had reincarnated. A flicker of dread flashed through the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, swiftly followed by a ruthless resolve. Before he could grow stronger, it must eliminate him now. Bai Feiyu's sword intent soared skyward. It did not directly aim for the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Instead, it transformed into Bai Feiyu's figure, fleeting before the eye, leaving behind a faint threat. "Do you wish to be blinded by me once more?" This utterance seemed to awaken the long-buried memories of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, and the once overcast sky suddenly cleared. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment observed Xiaofeng, who was gradually overpowering the two divine beasts. A flicker of fury igniting within its gaze, as a serpentine purple lightning bolt lunged toward Xiaofeng. The purple sky annihilation divine lightning. Bai Feiyu and Chun Changsheng instantly recognized the origin of this lightning bolt, capable of utterly erasing a person's existence from the annals of time. This divine lightning demanded the obliteration of all traces of the opponent's being. Moreover, it disregarded both space and time, rendering the attack utterly unassailable. Arrogant, abominable. Bai Feiyu and Chun Changsheng seethed with indignation at the Eye of Heavenly Punishment's sudden breach of martial ethics. Seeking death. Though Lung Qingsong remained unaware of the reason behind the outburst from the two, he was certain the issue lay with that eye in the heavens. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged toward the eye of heavenly punishment. Witnessing Lung Qingsong's action, Bai Feiyu and Qin Changsheng simultaneously attacked the eye as well. Their sword intents, combined with the activation of the small mountain array, surged forth to pierce the eye of heavenly punishment. The eye of heavenly punishment found itself momentarily bewildered. How dared these insignificant creatures act so boldly? In the past, these ants had pleaded with the heavenly Tao to temper its strikes. Yet here stood three individuals, drawing swords and activating formations. Given that Xiao Feng had merely reached the foundation establishment stage, the power summoned by the eye of heavenly punishment was significantly diminished. Even the heavenly Tao had never anticipated that a mere foundation establishment could invoke such punishment. Thus, as the three acted in unison, the eye of heavenly punishment felt a flicker of panic. Summoning a strand of the purple sky divine lightning had already exhausted 70% of its strength. Could it truly be pierced this time? In a flurry of confusion, the eye of heavenly punishment prepared to flee, an act it had never contemplated since its inception. Such humiliation was unbearable. The eye of heavenly punishment cast a malevolent glance at the three individuals who dared to confront it. This time, it refrained from unleashing its full power. Just wait until the moment you face your tribulation. I shall cleave you to oblivion. The eye of heavenly punishment ensnared the trio, rendering them motionless, unable to stir even the slightest bit, no matter how defiant the three were in their nascent soul stage. Inflicting harm upon the eye was utterly beyond their reach. The eye glared fiercely at them, its gaze resting upon Xiao Feng, who had absorbed the purple cloud divine thunder, before it began to dissipate slowly. Do you wish to depart? Have you consulted me? Came Ouyang's indifferent voice. The essence of heaven and earth surged wildly towards the small peak. A colossal hand, formed from the very essence of the cosmos, grasped the departing eye of heavenly punishment. Who dares to touch the Tao? Suddenly, a torrential blood rain fell, corroding the ground into numerous small pits wherever it landed. Cease at once. A thunderous voice reverberated through the realms, its tone echoing with an ancient desolation. As the voice emerged, the season spun wildly in the heavens, the sun and moon alternating like flashing lights. The realm turned chaotic and unfathomable. Standing on the small peak, Ouyang maintained a serene demeanor, an immense flow of true energy surging from within him like a vast river. Qingsong, along with the other two and Hu Tu, were all drawn into a chamber by Ouyang, leaving only the eye of heavenly punishment and Xiao Feng behind. Xiao Feng, infused with the purple cloud divine thunder, felt his body beginning to disintegrate, the ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird desperately resisting this dissolution. Yet before the lightning serpent, they could only watch in despair as it consumed him bit by bit. Ouyang, casting a sidelong glance at the eye of heavenly punishment he had seized, instantly recognized the source of the voice. The voice of the Tao. With a cold smirk, he abruptly raised his hand, and I was yanked down by that invisible hand. Oomph. The once desolate voice emitted a muffled groan. Ouyang immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure from the cosmos pressing down upon him, filling him with a profound sense of abandonment. Yet in an instant, this sensation melted away like snow under the sun. An immense and indescribable true energy swirled around Ouyang, nearly condensing into vapor. In the sky, a colossal visage formed from clouds began to materialize. However, Ouyang did not grant it the opportunity to fully take shape. He unleashed his immense true energy, shattering the cloud visage into countless fragments. If you wish to disgust me, you are sorely mistaken. Let the great path come forth. Ouyang summoned the invisible hand, which held the eye of heavenly punishment, closer to the already crumbling Xiao Feng. The once rampant purple cloud divine thunder abruptly ceased its onslaught as the lightning serpent emerged. It was met with confusion at the sudden appearance of the eye. In that moment, Ouyang directed the hand to press the eye into Xiao Feng's forehead. Instantly, the purple cloud divine thunder transformed into a lightning serpent, drawn into the eye of heavenly punishment. The ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird solidified in an instant, a resounding dragon's roar accompanied by a sharp bird's cry echoing through the air. The once tumultuous heavens and earth were suddenly suffused with golden lotuses as a celestial aura of deep yellow descended, illuminating the skies for 3,000 miles. The divine retribution had passed, and with the emergence of the sacred beasts, auspicious signs were expected to grace the world. Yet, seemingly displeased, the auspicious signs only graced the realm for a fleeting moment before tranquility returned to the cosmos. How miserly! Ouyang scoffed, casting a glance toward the heavens. Chapter 40. Success. Although the heavenly Tao exhibited a touch of stinginess, it bore no impact on the outcome. The obliteration that had begun within Xiaofeng dissipated and swiftly transformed into a rapid restoration. The ethereal silhouettes of the azure dragon and vermilion bird behind him gradually solidified, their unique divine presence manifesting slowly. However, what truly astonished was the vertical pupil that stood between Xiaofeng's brows, surrounded by strands of terrifying lightning that evoked a primal fear. The eye of heavenly punishment, the 5 divine beasts. It was utterly impossible for a mortal's body to endure such immense power. Yet just moments ago, as the celestial thunder of the purple sky began to annihilate Xiaofeng's form, remnants of this divine thunder had already taken root within him. To escape the obliteration of the celestial thunder, the newly born azure dragon and vermilion bird fused with Xiaofeng. As his body was reformed, Xiaofeng now encompassed the essence of the celestial thunder, as well as that of the azure dragon and vermilion bird. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and within them danced the ethereal images of the azure dragon and vermilion bird. A mere glance was sufficient to instill a sense of helplessness in those of lesser cultivation. In Ouyang's view, Xiaofeng's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Name: Xiaofeng, Emperor of Humanity. Cultivation: comparable to core formation. Root bone: 0 luck, 8 charisma, 8. Physical refinement talent: 11. Exclusive skills: indomitable will, 5 divine beasts. Evaluation: who says humanity lacks great emperors? Goodness! This was the first time witnessing such a modification on the panel. Ouyang exclaimed in astonishment at the changes in Xiaofeng's attributes brought about by the infusion of the divine beasts. Truly, the son of the heavenly Tao, capable of altering the system's panel. Xiaofeng clenched his fist, acutely aware of the power surging within him, as the essence of the world flowed through his body, nurturing him at every moment. Is this the power of the divine beasts? On his back, the azure dragon and vermilion bird from the 5 divine beasts appeared vividly, as if ready to break free at any moment. With an involuntary shout, Xiaofeng unleashed a punch, a tremendous wave of energy surging from his arm. Several stone slabs were overturned, creating a fist-sized crater half a meter deep in the ground. Xiaofeng gazed at his fist with a foolish grin, realizing that if he were to encounter Xianxia now, he could effortlessly strike down 7 or 8 of them with a single blow. Before Xiaofeng could fully savor his joy, a sharp blow struck the top of his head. Ouyang, exasperated, glared at Xiaofeng and scolded. One who lifts the roof is bothersome enough, and yet you are digging into the floor. After being struck by Ouyang, Xiaofeng could only respond with silly laughter, showing no concern for the blows he had received. Even in the face of Ouyang's reprimand, he merely nodded with a grin. Ouyang stepped out of the courtyard and gazed at the forest beyond the small mountain, scarred by the tribulations of lightning. He retrieved the tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Basic Techniques from his pocket. After memorizing the method of a particular technique, he tucked the book back into his pocket, raised his hands high, and declared revitalization. Under the influence of Ouyang's formidable true energy, the spiritual essence between heaven and earth transformed into a gentle spiritual rain, cascading gracefully over the ravaged forest. Under the cleansing of this ethereal rain, the trees, previously struck by lightning, sprouted new branches anew. From shattered boulders, vibrant green grass emerged. The once lifeless vegetation, devastated by the thunderous calamity, now thrived once more, flourishing even more abundantly than before. However, the damaged walkway and the deceased animals and insects remained beyond remedy. Repair the broken walkway and bury the fallen creatures. This is your doing, hence it is your responsibility. Ouyang stated. Understood, Master Brother. Xiaofeng promptly replied. Ouyang exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he hurried back to his room. Lung Qing Song, by Fei Yu, and Hu Tutu remained immobilized, their sword intents confined to the spot. Only the cunning fox, Hu Yin, sat on a stool, hands tucked away, patiently awaiting Ouyang's return. This profound technique is beyond my grasp, Ouyang lamented, observing the stillness of the others with a hint of exasperation. Master Brother, if you don't mind, may I get a try? Xiaofeng ventured hesitantly from behind. You? Ouyang questioned, turning to Xiaofeng, still skeptical as he observed how he would unravel the situation. Advancing forward, Xiaofeng positioned his right hand as if wielding a sword, gently brushing his brow, causing the eye of divine punishment to reappear. A wave of spatial turbulence emanated from the eye, and the four individuals who had been immobilized regained their freedom of movement. Has he already mastered the eye of divine punishment so swiftly? Truly, such talent deserves the favor of the great Tao. Ouyang mused, watching as the four resumed their activities. Though his expression soon darkened. With the confinement lifted, the sword intense of Lung Qingsong and by Feiyu erupted, sending the roof of Ouyang's room soaring into the air. Ouyang raised his hand to shield Hu Tutu, glaring at Lung Qingsong and by Feiyu as he commanded, "Repair my house by tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your skins." As for the task of repairing the roof, Lung Qingsong was well accustomed to it and paid little heed to Ouyang's threat. Chen Changsheng, brimming with excitement, turned to Xiaofeng and inquired, "Did it work?" Xiaofeng nodded in affirmation, prompting Chen Changsheng to exhale a sigh of relief, followed by an ecstatic display of enthusiasm. The future emperor of the human race would emerge from his own hands. This was the only emperor of the human lineage. The thought sent Chen Changsheng into a frenzy of excitement. Ouyang regarded Chen Changsheng with a puzzled expression. Could it be that the third junior brother had some connection with Xiaofeng in the future? Otherwise, why such exuberance? A contemplative smile graced by Feiyu's face. For a formidable cultivator, such as himself, the pursuit of perfecting his path was of immense significance. Hu Tutu, filled with curiosity, gazed at the back of Xiaofeng, whose tattoos evoked a sense of unease within her. Her grandfather had once remarked that those adorned with tattoos were rarely virtuous. With a hint of concern, Hu Tutu tugged at Ouyang's sleeve and inquired, "Senior brother, do you think Xiaoshidi might turn bad? He has begun to tattoo himself." Ouyang reassured her, "Fear not, Tutu. This marks the beginning of Xiaoshidi's transformation for the better." Though Hu Tutu nodded in agreement, her worry lingered as she continued to watch Xiaofeng. The room was enveloped in tranquility, save for the composed presence of the Tibetan fox, Huyen, who observed the scene with a cool demeanor. Each individual present was an unparalleled genius, emerging once in a millennium, heralding the dawn of a new era. Yet, this very fact filled Huyen with trepidation. The cosmic order dictates that abundance is diminished to nourish the lacking. The simultaneous emergence of such extraordinary talents portended not only a magnificent epic, but also the onset of a great calamity. With the commencement of a star-studded era, countless ordinary lives would be lost, their bones and tears marking the path. Even as a cultivator in the tribulation stage, he felt like an ordinary being, acutely aware that if a true catastrophe were to descend, even he would find it impossible to escape unscathed. Glancing at the individuals before him, Huyen sighed softly, pondering, "Is a great tribulation on the horizon?" Chapter 41. The Holy Son of the Buddhist Sect. Xiaofeng's arrival did not disrupt the daily routines of the small mountain peak. Lung Qingsong was busy repairing the roof, while Chen Changsheng busied himself with some endeavor within his quarters. Bai Feiyu continued to project an air of superiority from his perch on a branch, and Hu Tutu flitted about on her paper crane. The only new addition to the scene was Xiaofeng, who was diligently carrying stones to mend the pathway. With everyone absorbed in their tasks, it signified that I had nothing to occupy my time. Ouyang reclined in his chair, a book in hand, dozing off. The serene ambience of the courtyard prevailed, occasionally interrupted by the distant sound of cannon fire from Qingyun Peak, disrupting the tranquil dreams. As the time for the Sect competition drew near, various sects began to arrive at Qingyun Sect for the ceremony. With each new arrival, the air echoed with the resounding booms of celebratory cannon fire, illuminating the sky with a brilliance far surpassing the norm. The entire Qingyun Sect appeared unusually bustling, as if a small mountain peak had been forgotten. Suddenly, a resonating sound akin to celestial music emanated from Qingyun Peak. The once secluded realm of Xian Sect was now enveloped in a radiant aura, as if the Buddha himself were imparting wisdom. Ouyang lowered the book from his face, astonished, and gazed toward Qingyun Peak, exclaiming, "What is happening?" As the great monk ascended the mountain, Bai Feiyu, perched upon his branch, turned his gaze towards Qingyun Peak and shook his head, remarking, "It seems someone is delivering a discourse atop Qingyun Peak. It seems that the Buddhist world has given rise to an extraordinary reincarnation of the Buddha." A reincarnation of the Buddha? The legendary Holy Son of the Buddhist Sect? Ouyang was immediately intrigued. 2 years prior, he had heard whispers of a remarkable holy child emerging from the Buddhist community. It was said that upon entering the sect, the Buddha's golden form spoke and conferred a name upon him. Within a year, he established his foundation. In 3 years, he formed his elixir, and in 5 years, he attained his primordial spirit. The pace of his cultivation was astonishingly rapid. At merely 18 years of age, he was already engaging in discourse at the sacred site of the Buddhist realm, the Grand Ling Mountain Temple, alongside its 18 esteemed masters, without losing his ground. The emergence of such a figure in the Buddhist community heralded a grand resurgence. At first, Ouyang dismissed the commotion outside as mere exaggeration. But now it appeared that there was indeed substance to the claims. Just as Ouyang pondered whether to indulge in some gossip and see who the unfortunate soul was that might serve as a stepping stone for this extraordinary individual, the sound of 7 copper bells resonated from the peak of Qingyun Mountain. The bells tolled with a distant yet gentle chime, effortlessly reaching the ears of everyone in the Qingyun sect. This was the call bell of the sect. 7 tolls indicated that all disciples from every peak were to gather at Qingyun Mountain for deliberation. Ouyang referred to it as the summoning bell, signifying that something significant had transpired within the sect, prompting a swift assembly of all disciples. Ouyang rose from his reclining chair, his curiosity piqued, and remarked, "Let us go and see." The last time the summoning bell rang, it was to decide which mountain peak the little white one would join. Today promises intrigue. Long Qing Song and Bai Feiyu soared through the air on their swords, followed closely by Chun Changsheng, who accompanied the sword-inept Xiaofeng. Hu Tutu and Ouyang leisurely followed behind on a paper crane. The entire small mountain peak was mobilized, leaving only a solitary Tibetan fox to guard the home. For such moments of gossip were rare in the otherwise mundane years of cultivation. Upon arriving at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, they found the area teeming with people, a sea of bodies pressed tightly together. The number of inner disciples exceeded 1,000, with only a few in seclusion, as all who could attend had gathered. Upon reaching Qingyun Mountain, Ouyang spotted Ling Feng in a predicament. Is there any justice? Each time trouble arose, it was always the amiable Ling who bore the brunt, his temperament seemingly a shield against the storm. Whenever others barged in, Ling was invariably the first to endure the blows. Was this not a form of bullying against the earnest? Regrettably, all the prime spots were already taken, leaving Ouyang with no advantageous position for the spectacle. He exchanged a knowing glance with Long Qingsong, who promptly grasped his sword and proceeded towards the most favorable vantage point. On a towering boulder, a dozen disciples from the Wujin Peak stood with their swords drawn, watching the scene with keen interest. After all, their numbers made them formidable, and such prime locations were rightfully seized by them. Do you dare to act? Have you consulted with my 10 swords? Just as they were engrossed in the unfolding drama, the one who would challenge their claim arrived. Clad in black, Long Qingsong leapt atop the boulder and coldly uttered 2 words. Get down. The disciples who had never encountered Long Qingsong were instantly incensed. This audacious lad had truly overstepped. They immediately reached for their swords, only to be restrained by their companions, who whispered a few words of caution. The disciple who wished to draw his sword immediately recoiled, casting a fearful glance at Long Qingsong before following his senior brothers, jumping down from the giant rock to the stone occupied by Tianyin Peak. Get down. Do you dare to resist without consulting me about these dozen long swords? The disciples of Tianyin Peak looked at the brazen disciple from the Asking Sword Peak, their anger stifled. Perched upon a small hill with the finest view, Ouyang lounged on a large stone, cradling Hutu, observing the unfolding events. Bai Feiyu stood to the left, Long Qingsong to the right, while Xiaofeng lingered slightly behind. Chun Changsheng, witnessing the scene before him, furrowed his brow and retreated to the back of the onlookers. In the center, a shiny, bald-headed figure sat cross-legged, emanating a radiant aura of Buddhist light, his words flowing like a torrent. Fresh grass sprouted from the giant stone beneath him, and flowers blossomed beneath his mat. Opposite him, Ling Feng sat on the ground, his brow furrowed, wanting to speak but at a loss for words. Under the pressure of the Buddhist light, even his true essence was suppressed, unable to stir within his dantian. Dare I ask, senior brother, if the Tao is inherently Buddhist, is there any room for doubt? Exclaimed the bald-headed youth clad in a yellow robe. Ling Feng, his heart shaken, coughed up blood, propping himself up with one hand, his face pale as he looked at the youth. His originally handsome features, marred by the damage to his Tao heart, took on a sickly pallor, provoking gasps of alarm from those around him. Senior brother Ling Feng, don't give in. Even if you lose, we will always love you. Senior brother, come to my room tonight. I shall tend to your wounds. With an air of righteousness, Ling Feng offered a faint bow to the bald youth, saying weakly, "Wise junior brother Huiji, your insights are profound. Though I am but a dullard, I remain steadfast. The Buddha is the Buddha, the Tao is the Tao. And my path is not solitary." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth once more, yet his resolute expression showed no sign of wavering. This resolute stance brought shame to the disciples nearby, who momentarily lost their own sense of purpose. Huiji observed Ling Feng's unwavering determination and sighed. Returning the gesture with a bow, "Your will is commendable, fellow Taoist. It is rare to witness such fortitude." The large monk truly knew how to conduct himself, having triumphed. He graciously provided a way out for his opponent, thereby garnering warm sentiments from the surrounding crowd. They had forgiven the young man before them for the damage inflicted upon Ling Feng's Tao heart during their debate. Meanwhile, Ouyang, munching on an apple, regarded the bald youth's profile with a look of astonishment. Name: Huiji, false saint of the Buddhist sect. Cultivation: 9th layer of the Yuan. Root 9. Charm: 9. Luck: 9. Buddhist Tao aptitude: 11. Special skill: the Buddha is my essence. The term false following saint of the Buddhist sect in parentheses was particularly thought-provoking. Chapter 42. You hit yours. As both individuals received the crowd's applause simultaneously, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a mutual appreciation. Huiji extended his hand to assist Ling Feng to his feet, leaning closer to whisper, "What are you pretending for, Taoist brother? Your Tao heart is already damaged, yet you cling to your path?" As Ling Feng was pulled up by Huiji, a fleeting shadow of gloom crossed his face. But he soon spoke with composure. "Junior brother, your understanding of the Buddhist teachings is profound. I, Ling Feng, cannot even aspire to a fraction of it." Huiji looked at Ling Feng, whose sincerity was apparent, astonished that this disciple of the Qingyun sect might have lost his wits. Even after provoking him so, Ling Feng remained unperturbed, casually tossing an uneaten fruit pit on Huiji's gleaming bald head, interrupting Huiji's astonishment and sparking a wave of commotion. A loss is a loss. How could the Qingyun sect, being one of the 9 sacred lands, display such pettiness as to throw fruit pits at the victors? The crowd began to search for the disgraceful disciple responsible. "Oops, my hand slipped." Ouyang's voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see Ouyang lounging lazily on a large rock, cradling the timid Hututu, who shyly covered her eyes at the attention. On the stone, a youth clad in blue robes exuded an air of reckless abandon, though his appearance did not rival the striking figure of the boy standing nearby with a sword. His audacious demeanor captivated all eyes. The youth ceased his laughter and, casting a glance at Huiji, remarked nonchalantly, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a slip of the hand?" Huiji gazed at Ouyang and, with a casual stroke of his bald head, replied, "Do you wish to discuss Buddhist doctrine with me, fellow Taoist?" Ouyang scoffed derisively. "Discuss? Nonsense." The utterance of such profanities instantly chilled the atmosphere. Huiji tilted his head and earnestly inquired, "Do you wish to spar with me, fellow Taoist?" "Spow. Nonsense," Ouyang retorted. "Pray remember, calamity arises from the mouth." Huiji's eyes glinted coldly as he addressed Ouyang. "Calamity?" Huiji found himself at a loss for words. Ouyang relentlessly hurled insults without allowing him a chance to retort. How could the esteemed Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, humiliate those who come to participate in their grand tournament? Are they merely barking from afar, too cowardly to compete with me? Huiji called out loudly to all the members of the Qingyun sect surrounding him. His voice stirred disdain among the crowd for Ouyang. Indeed, it was disgraceful to insult guests who had come to observe, which tarnished the reputation of the Qingyun sect, especially with many from other sects watching. Amidst the multitude of scornful gazes, Ouyang slowly rose, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Huiji. "I curse your mother." Boom! A towering figure of a Buddha materialized behind Huiji, its nascent soul cultivation shocking all present. This bald youth, seemingly no more than 18, had achieved a level that many had labored for centuries to attain. This bald figure was terrifying. Could it be that the Buddhist sect truly deserved to flourish? Huiji coldly regarded Ouyang and declared, "I am Huiji from Daling Mountain Temple, seeking a humble exchange of insights with you." Ouyang observed Huiji, who, in his fury, summoned his formidable Vajra body and turned to Bai Feiyu, who feigned ignorance of him, saying, "Hey little Bai, look, he's getting anxious." Bai Feiyu chose to ignore Ouyang, feeling that his previous remarks were too crude leaving him embarrassed to stand there. Is one truly so arrogant in the nascent soul stage? Ouyang smirked at Huiji, whose Vajra body radiated with a Buddha's light. Sung Ching Song had already drawn his long sword and charged forward, transforming into a streak of sword light that, in the blink of an eye, collided with Huiji's Vajra body, producing a resounding metallic clang. Huiji, astonished, wondered how this young lad, merely at the core formation stage, could shake his Vajra body, which was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that core formation could never truly challenge the nascent soul. Though surprised, Huiji dismissed the thought, for Ouyang, standing upon the boulder, had not yet intervened. His fellow disciples were all at the core formation stage. Thus, Ouyang must be more than just an apparent Qi refinement practitioner. His inability to discern Ouyang's cultivation level, seeing only a mere Qi refinement practitioner, left Huiji on high alert. He raised his hand, intending to cast Sung Ching Song away. The Buddha light from the Vajra body surged, propelling Sung Ching Song backwards. Midair. Sung Ching Song halted momentarily before channeling his true essence into his sword, which glowed faintly as it surged toward Huiji once more, imbued with sword intent. This attack, though seemingly mundane, radiated a palpable aura of danger. Huiji was inwardly alarmed. The core formation practitioner posed a hidden threat. His expression remained neutral as the silhouette of an indistinct Buddha began to form behind him. The Buddha raised his right hand, manifesting a swastika seal that descended towards Sung Ching Song. The instant the sword met the Buddha's palm, the blade pierced through, but ultimately as a nascent soul entity. The Vajra body merely allowed the sword to penetrate half an inch before it was grasped firmly. Immediately, hundreds of Buddha palms materialized around Sung Ching Song, descending upon him with relentless force. Brother Bai, is everything all right? Xiao Feng inquired, his concern evident, for Huiji clearly held a significant advantage over Sung Ching Song, and the latter's defeat seemed inevitable. Bai Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's nothing to worry about. I shall intervene." This understated remark carried an air of grandeur, leaving Xiao Feng in awe of the extraordinary figure Bai projected. Xiao Feng silently committed this phrase to memory, recognizing it as a perfect line for future displays of bravado. Meanwhile, Sung Ching Song, besieged by countless Buddha palms, transformed into a radiant sword light. His fierce killing intent compelled the onlookers to give way, creating ample space. As the sword intent surged, the multitude of Buddha palms were shattered by his blade. Upon returning to Ouyang's side, Sung Ching Song found Huiji's right sleeve torn to shreds by an invisible sword chi. Huiji's expression remained unperturbed, and he softly intoned, "Amit Ba." He had let his guard down and failed to evade. He braced himself against the formidable sword energy concealed within the profound sword intent of Cold Ching Song. No one could have anticipated that even the elusive Tao rhythm, which eludes even those at the nascent soul stage, could be grasped by a mere core formation practitioner. Although he had not revealed his true capabilities, he had undeniably lost this round. Had Cold Ching Song not chosen to relent, the destruction would have extended far beyond the mere shredding of his sleeve. "Tao brother, your swordsmanship is exceptional. I, as a humble monk, feel profoundly inadequate." Huiji gracefully acknowledged his defeat. Ouyang, with a crooked smile, retorted, "Can a nascent soul lose to a core formation? What nonsense!" Chapter 43. The darkening is a gradual process. Victory was claimed. The holy son of the Buddhist sect had unexpectedly fallen to a youth from Qingyun sect, with a nascent soul, defeated by core formation. The onlookers, unable to discern the depths of their cultivation, could only perceive a flurry of Buddha's palms and dazzling sword lights. Cold Ching Song returned to Ouyang, while Huiji, with his shredded sleeve, bowed his head in concession. Despite the victorious side's somewhat brash demeanor, the spectators could not help but marvel at their prowess. The chasm between core formation and nascent soul was immense. Yet here was someone who had triumphed with the former over the latter. It seemed that the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great holy lands, remained as unfathomable as ever. Having lost, Huiji had no desire to linger further. He offered a slight bow to the crowd before making his way toward the guest quarters at the mountain gate. With the excitement dissipated, the audience eagerly dispersed, engaging in fervent discussions about how Cold Ching Song, merely at the core formation stage, had bested Huiji. Ouyang approached the despondent Ling Feng and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Old Ling, it's all right. That fellow only bullies others due to his higher cultivation. Ling Feng forced a smile and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Ouyang. I appreciate your support. Observing Ling Feng's unwavering solemnity, Ouyang shook his head inwardly. Ling Feng remained as pure and naive as a white lotus. While there is nothing inherently wrong with a white lotus, remaining a saintly figure in the face of adversaries can be perilous when danger arises. Brother Ouyang, a familiar voice called out as Su Linger approached, holding a jade flute. As she ran towards him, Ouyang felt the ground tremble, and in an instant, he was enveloped in her embrace. Upon hearing Su Linger's voice, a flicker of hope ignited in Ling Feng's eyes. Yet it extinguished the moment he witnessed her leap into Ouyang's arms. Ling Feng silently turned away, retreating as a defeated soul left to nurse his wounds alone. How about that? Just as I said, I assenti it? A voice echoed in Ling Feng's ear. Be quiet. Ling Feng hissed under his breath. Be quiet? With mediocre qualifications. I find myself trampled upon by adversaries, stripped of all brilliance by others, while the woman I cherish may sway beneath another's gaze. How can one endure such indignity? I commanded silence with a low, fierce voice, my eyes ablaze. Do you finally believe me now? Only I can aid you in transforming this reality. I am you. And you are me. How could I possibly wish you harm? The voice was laced with seduction, causing my spirit to waver as I turned once more to behold Su Linga playfully cooing beside Ouyang. I resolutely turned away. Approaching a tranquil pond, I gazed into its depths. My reflection, shrouded in dark mist with crimson eyes, stared back with a mocking grin. Do you truly believe I can defeat Ouyang in the future? I questioned my watery doppelganger with uncertainty. Of course, as long as you heed my counsel. That usurper who steals our spotlight will find his head severed at the earliest opportunity. The reflection sneered. I wrestled with my expression, peering down at the image in the water. Is what you say genuinely true? Indeed it is. Provided we devise a meticulous plan, the entire world shall belong to us. And all that you desire will rest within your grasp. The reflection coaxed. Listening to the beguiling whispers, I reflected upon my life. From a young age, I was taken under the wing of the sect leader, my talents outshining many, basking in adulation and awe. Yet everything changed upon the arrival of Ouyang and Lung Qingsong to the mountain. Once hailed as a genius, I became ordinary, my excellence deemed expected, my efforts dismissed as merely what was due. The monstrous figures upon the small peak transformed my once gifted self into a mere commoner. Others viewed me as the leader's successor, and I too believed that one day I would inherit my master's legacy. Thus, I feared failure and dared not err, donning a mask of perpetual smiles, emulating my master's demeanor as a congenial figure. Yet, the more I adhered to this guise, the lower others rated me, a mere sycophant. How well he pretends. The facade of a pure-hearted individual is utterly nauseating. These rumors bewildered me. Every attempt to establish a stern brotherly image was met with skepticism. What is this? Just because I am the leader's disciple, I need not act superior. Do they truly believe I am a genius destined for Qingyan Sect? Now I flaunt my status. But when I truly become the leader, who will savor the fruits of my labor? Wearing a mask for too long makes it impossible to remove. And I felt this burden deeply. I had lingered in the nascent soul stage for far too long, long enough for those less gifted than I to surpass me. When I sought guidance from my master, he merely shook his head, stating that my inner demons were too overwhelming. Ling Feng raised his right hand, adorned with an ancient ring that had mysteriously materialized. One fateful day, it appeared upon his finger, initially believed to be a sign of great fortune, only to reveal itself as a harbinger of his descent into darkness. A figure claiming to be his future self spoke to him of unimaginable deeds he would undertake, foretelling that he would become a figure of disdain and terror in the eyes of the world. Was he fearful? Surprisingly, he mused softly. It could be quite exhilarating. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Zhu Yuan inquired, approaching Ling Feng with a hint of confusion as he stood by the pool. Zhu Yuan regarded Ling Feng with a venomous glare, disdainful of the elder brother whom he deemed a failure, one who only brought shame upon himself. Ling Feng turned, catching the fleeting malice in Zhu Yuan's eyes, a sentiment that did not escape his keen perception. This younger disciple, a son of the demonic lineage, was once a target for elimination by Ling Feng. Yet, he had refrained from allowing him to perish at the hands of their own kin, realizing perhaps that he was too compassionate for his own good. Ling Feng sighed inwardly at the thought of why the creatures on Mount Xiaoshang had not simply dispatched Zhu Yuan with a swift strike, concealing the ring behind him. He donned a familiar, affable smile and addressed Zhu Yuan. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely lost in thought. Cool, mate. Let's make our way to the great hall at the summit." "Yes, senior brother, I have come to find you. We must hurry. If we are late, Master will surely scold us." Zhu Yuan replied obediently. The two brothers shared a bond as they ascended towards the peak of Qingyun Mountain. Chapter 44. The Sect competition in 10 days. Upon the pristine white jade steps of Qingyun Peak, the inner disciples stood in orderly rows, 2 lines descending to showcase the grandeur of the Qingyun Sect. The lowest among them were in the foundation establishment stage, while the highest had reached the nascent soul stage, standing in formation along the sides of the jade staircase. The might of the Qingyun Sect was evident. In the Qingyun Sect, once disciples reached the out-of-body stage, they were encouraged to descend the mountain, either to establish their own sects or to venture forth for training. The sect was informally known as the 3,000 vassal sects, a testament to the numerous sects founded by former disciples of Qingyun. The adage of not placing all eggs in one basket has long been a guiding principle of the sect, though those who ventured beyond the sect faced challenges. They also experienced rapid growth, ultimately returning to nourish the sect with fresh vitality, contributing to the enduring prosperity of Qingyun. This philosophy was widely accepted among major sects. Otherwise, a congregation of many advanced practitioners in one location would prove detrimental to all. Not only would it hinder individual advancement, but it would also stymie the sect's development. The resource demands of a multitude of advanced cultivators were staggering, rendering it more prudent to cultivate new disciples instead. As disciples of the Qingyun sect, could it be that they would remain indifferent should the sect face adversity in the future? After all, this world is vast beyond measure, even during the tribulation phase. One cannot fully perceive its entirety. In this boundless expanse, myriad opportunities await each individual. Apart from those cultivators who wish to seclude themselves within the sect until their demise, sequestered in forbidden grounds, the remaining disciples of Qingyun sect are scattered across the world like grains of sesame. The youthful disciples currently standing upon the stone steps are destined to shape the future of Qingyun sect. The modest mountain peak, positioned at the very end of the 12 peaks of Qingyun, finds Ouyang and his companions at its base. Xiaofeng gazes up at the towering Qingyun peak, filled with ambition, and declares, "Senior brother, I shall ensure that our modest mountain peak stands at the forefront of Qingyun Peak's stone steps in the future." Ouyang, languidly seated on the steps, chuckles lightly and remarks, "You cannot possibly think that way. Your ambitions are rather timid, aren't they?" Perplexed, Xiaofeng turns to Ouyang. Ouyang gestures towards Bai Feiyu and says, "This senior brother of yours, on his very first day in the sect, boldly asked our master if he wished to become the sect leader." Xiaofeng gazes at the composed Bai Feiyu, wondering if his senior brother is even more audacious than he. If you aspire to be the sect leader, make sure to curry favor with your second senior brother. Once his strength is sufficient, he will surely grant you the position. Ouyang bursts into laughter at this rebellious jest, prompting Xiaofeng to shake his head in disbelief. Casting a glance at Xianxia, who is huddled behind the others, Ouyang inwardly scoffs. If it were the third one, he might just concoct a puppet sect leader and position himself as the unseen master of Qingyun sect. Xiaofeng surveys the diverse array of senior brothers on the stone steps and suddenly feels as though he has not exerted enough effort. Even their thoughts seem grander than his own. Yet he now possesses a sense of pride, for once his strength is sufficient and his vendetta avenged, he vows, "One day, I shall ensure that the heavens can no longer obscure my vision." Meanwhile, Hututu, feeling drowsy, leans against Ouyang's arm, clutching his garment tightly as he drifts into slumber. The earlier brazen senior siblings have returned to entice their companions once more. "How I long to grow up quickly," he muses, "so that I may confine my senior brother within a cage, exclusively for myself." Within the grand hall atop Qingyun Peak, the sect's peak masters and elders are arrayed on either side. Below the viewing platform, countless representatives from various sects gather in the plaza. Though there remains less than a month until the grand competition of Qingyun sect, most of the sect have already arrived. In a superlative sect like Qingyun, ample opportunities abound, necessitating sufficient time to encounter them. Who knows? One might stumble upon a cultivation technique left behind by an immortal from a millennium ago. The scripture pavilion of Qingyun sect boasts a comprehensive collection of all renowned cultivation methods in existence. Among them lie various supreme tomes, undoubtedly containing one that suits one's needs. During this time at Qingyun sect, one must make the most of the opportunity to explore these treasures. As Dong Shuzi gazed upon the solitary bald figure seated at one of the 9 tables, his eyes shifted towards the composed Ling Feng beside him, and he let out a faint sigh within. He was acutely aware of the events that had transpired at the mountain gate. His disciple, though possessing commendable talent and comprehension, was hindered by an overly meticulous mindset and an excessively straightforward disposition. Although Ouyang had intervened to alleviate the situation, it had nonetheless imposed a substantial emotional upheaval upon his disciple. The more one finds themselves ensnared in confusion, the more one must endure trials. For without a resilient heart in the pursuit of immortality and wisdom, reaching the ultimate destination remains an impossibility. This was the very reason Dong Shuzi had chosen to grant Ling Feng a degree of autonomy. Only by navigating through his own tribulations could he truly shoulder greater responsibilities, a duty inherent to his position as the chief disciple of the sect. Among the 9 great sanctuaries, only the Daling Mountain Temple had sent a representative, and even that was merely a provocateur. None of the 9 sacred grounds were known for their benevolence, and Dong Shuzi scoffed at the thought. Yet he was resolute that the Qingyun sect was no pushover. He then stepped forward and proclaimed with clarity, "The grand competition of our sect will be held in 10 days. All inner disciples and observing fellow practitioners are welcome to participate. The gates of Qingyun sect shall be flung wide open, inviting all sects of immortals. The victor will be awarded a Tao artifact and a supreme cultivation method, along with a glimpse of the Qingyun's secret treasure." Dong Shuzi's voice resonated softly yet powerfully in the ears of all present, instantly sparking astonishment throughout the square. A Tao artifact, a treasure imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Such an item represents the pinnacle of artifacts wielded by practitioners. Just one spiritual treasure could compel a sect leader to act, leaving them utterly bewildered. To think that Qingyun sect would so readily offer a Tao artifact was akin to bestowing an entire courtyard in the second ring of the capital. The supreme cultivation method was even more coveted, a dream for every practitioner. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Countless practitioners yearn for a method that could lead them directly to enlightenment, even in a world where immortals no longer emerge. The supreme method presented by Qingyun sect could at least facilitate ascension to the crossing tribulation stage. The number of practitioners in this realm is unfathomable. Yet many spend their lives lamenting their inability to access even average techniques. To casually offer a method capable of nurturing those at the crossing tribulation stage is a testament to the terrifying strength of Qingyun sect among the 9 great sanctuaries. Not to mention the legendary secret treasure of Qingyun sect, said to be the cornerstone of its enduring legacy for millennia, believed to harbor the secrets of becoming an immortal. To comprehend its mysteries is to glimpse the path to the celestial realms. What a grand gesture! Truly a remarkable display. All representatives from the attending sects were left in awe. Each item that Dong Shuzi mentioned stirred the hearts of those present. Even Huiji, the holy son of the Daling Mountain Temple, one of the 9 great sanctuaries, felt a flicker of intrigue. He had not anticipated Qingyun sect would be so generous. While he himself held little interest in Tao artifacts and cultivation methods, the legendary treasure of the sect was something he was determined to obtain. Chapter 45. The grand competition commences. For the average individual, 10 days pass in the blink of an eye, let alone for the practitioners who are oblivious to the passage of time. Yet, during these 10 days, the incessant commotion has driven Ouyang to the brink of madness. Each morning, while still enshrouded in slumber, he is jolted awake by the thunderous sound of fireworks, the ostentatious laughter, and the lofty discussions that reverberate through the air. This daily disturbance has rendered Ouyang perpetually irritable. Throughout this period, representatives from the various sacred lands seem to have coordinated their visits, with one group arriving today and another tomorrow. As members of the 9 paramount sects, they deliberately avoided arriving on the same day to prevent overshadowing one another. Whenever a super sect made its entrance, the Qingyun sect ensured they were accorded full respect, with booming fireworks, auspicious beasts to greet them, and at least one peak master stationed at the mountain gate to offer a warm welcome. The practitioners engaged in animated conversations, their voices amplified by their true essence, punctuated by hearty laughter, loud enough for all to hear. The grand entrance of the Qingyun sect left one wondering whom they were putting on a show for. The 9 sacred lands include the Sword Sect of Wanjian Mountain, the Penglai Mountain of the South Sea, the Great Spirit Mountain Temple of the West, The high heaven of the snowy region, the Wanfa Sect of the Talisman's Mountain, the Sage Mountain Manor of Taishan, the desert Thousand Sands Valley, the ethereal abode of Lingxiu, and the Qingyun Sect of Qingyun Cave. These 9 sacred lands, dispersed across the realms, remain mutually undisturbed yet strategically positioned, forming a crucial part of the world of cultivation. Their journey, spanning thousands of miles to partake in the internal competition of the Qingyun Sect, surely entails more than mere observation. While they have attended in the past, it is the first time that all have come together, a sight even Ouyang finds unprecedented. How is Xianxia's preparation coming along? Ouyang inquired of Bai Feiyu, who stood perched upon a tree, glancing towards Xianxia's quarters. He claims to be thoroughly prepared. At least he has found no fault himself, Bai Feiyu replied. Is that so? Ouyang nodded. If Xianxia was confident, it was certain that the demon clan's holy son, Xuan, was doomed, although the depths of their enmity remain unknown. Given Xianxia's character, anyone ensnared in his machinations could hardly hope to survive. Could he be the first child of destiny to perish? Ouyang found himself unexpectedly intrigued. The door to Xianxia's room creaked open, revealing him clad in a purple Taoist robe. To Ouyang's astonishment, Xianxia chose to reveal his true visage this time. His handsome face, a rarity in itself, was adorned with a hint of serene smile beneath the embroidered purple robe embellished with white clouds. With a charisma rating of 9, his appearance was indeed exceptional. However, the smile on Xianxia's countenance exuded an unsettling chill that raised the hairs on the back of one's neck. Enough with the smile. It's rather unnerving. Ouyang gestured dismissively at Xianxia. Senior brother Chun is so handsome. It's the first time I've seen such a dashing senior brother. Hu, too, with starry-eyed admiration, gazed at Xianxia. Ninth layer of foundation establishment. Bai Feiyu also descended from the tree, observing Xianxia with a keen interest. Is this truly the extent of his third senior brother's power? The concealment runs deep, so much so that even he failed to notice it. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia steeled himself. After such a long preparation, he must eliminate the malevolent ancestor Yuan. The potential changes to the timeline were no longer within his considerations. His sole enmity lay with ancestor Yuan. From his sleeve, Xianxia produced a silver-white mask, his gaze cold and laced with murderous intent. The bell atop Qingyun Peak chimed once more, heralding the gathering. As the sound resonated, Ouyang clapped his hands and declared, "Let us proceed. Let us witness how Xianxia dispatches that scoundrel." At that moment, Qingyun Peak was shrouded in ethereal clouds, and the air was filled with melodious sounds. The bustling crowd transformed the previously serene Qingyun Peak into a vibrant spectacle. Disciples of the inner sect lined the stone steps, standing on either side as all made their way toward the summit. Each peak had its designated spot, and when the disciples from the small mountain arrived at the venue, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone else within the Qingyun sect. It has long been said that the small mountain harbors extraordinary talents. The disciples from the small mountain were shrouded in mystery, seldom seen. Their only notable appearance was 2 years prior when a disciple from the small mountain, sword in hand, charged up the Sword Inquiry Peak. Hundreds of disciples from Sword Inquiry Peak were left utterly defeated by this disciple's swordsmanship. With a single sword, he overturned the entire Sword Inquiry Peak, thus establishing the small mountain's formidable reputation. Rumor has it that there are 3 more like him on the small mountain. How terrifying indeed. Compared to the Master's disciple, Ling Feng, he was vastly superior. As Bai Feiyu made his entrance, he captured the gaze of all the women present. Clad in white robes, his demeanor exuded warmth akin to jade, complemented by an exceptionally handsome visage that ensnared the hearts of onlookers. Standing with a sword in his hands, He Song donned dark attire, radiating a fierce sword intent that dissuaded direct gazes. Xianxia, draped in a purple Taoist robe and wearing a mask, emanated an air of mystery, equally captivating. Hu Tu, in a colorful skirt, displayed a whimsical charm, glancing around with an endearing demeanor that endeared her to all. Each individual commanded attention, and any one of them could easily become the focal point of the world. In stark contrast, Ouyang, clad in a green robe, appeared somewhat ordinary, merely an unremarkable qi refining disciple. However, when Ouyang boldly plopped himself down among these radiant figures, crossing his legs in a carefree manner, he appeared strangely harmonious amidst the assembly. Indeed, Qingyun sect is brimming with talent. The elders from various sects in the stands cast their gazes toward the small mountain, unable to restrain their admiration. The small mountain had brought immense prestige to the Qingyun sect, and Dong Shuzi's smile was nearly radiant. This was precisely why he had been so eager for the disciples from the small mountain to make their public debut. Hu Yuan's apprentices were truly a source of pride. The auspicious time has arrived. Dong Shuzi cleared his throat and stepped forward, proclaiming with a resonant voice. The grand competition of the Qingyun sect officially commences. Let the heavens bear witness, and the sun and moon shine brightly. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, and an ethereal moon manifested amidst the previously clear daylight. A majestic dragon's roar reverberated across the realm, accompanied by a soaring bird's call. A magnificent azure dragon, stretching over 10 meters in length, spiraled upwards, piercing the clouds, followed closely by a fiery vermilion bird. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment, as the true might of divine beasts emanated from the dragon and phoenix. The presence of a true dragon and a vermilion bird within the Qingyun sect was nothing short of astonishing. The phoenix soared towards the sun, its head lifted in a melodious cry, exuding an aura that, though youthful, commanded respect from all creatures. The azure dragon ascended towards the faintly visible moon, casting a colossal shadow of itself upon its surface, rendering the once obscure moon vividly clear. Xiaofeng pondered whether Dong Shuzi had orchestrated this display merely for effect. Yet the outcome was undeniably impressive. Ouyang, reclining with his legs crossed, gazed skyward, satisfied by the extraordinary phenomenon. With the sun and moon sharing the sky and the dragon and phoenix harmonizing. Such an extraordinary display of celestial wonders and the emergence of divine beasts at the onset of the competition left even the elders from other sacred grounds speechless in astonishment. The atmosphere soared to its zenith even before the competition had truly begun. Chapter 46. That year, I stood with my hands in my pockets. The Sect competition would be divided into external and internal trials. The external trials resembled more of a performance. After an intense series of contests, the top 10 external disciples would engage in duels. Should the peak leaders take a liking to any of them, those disciples would be directly admitted into the sect. If not selected, they would still earn the status of registered disciples within the inner sect, tasked with various duties across the peaks. Thus, the 10 most outstanding external disciples would eventually arrive at the inner sect, performing for the esteemed elders. Those who dazzled in the external trials would find themselves reduced to mere commodities in a bustling marketplace upon entering the inner sect. After all, those who gained access to the inner sanctum were all prodigies. In this world, talent was abundant. The external trials proved rather mundane. With the foundation building, youths engaging in trivial skirmishes in the Grand Hall's plaza, showcasing their skills as onlookers observed them akin to monkeys performing in a circus. Ultimately, after the 10 had performed, 5 were chosen by the elders of the peaks to join the inner sect. Among them was the unassuming Ma Xianxia, who caught the eye of the Wuxing Peak, renowned for its mastery of magical arts. At the moment he was selected, Ma Xianxia trembled with excitement. Years of toil and the hopes of the sect culminated in this single moment of validation. The elation he felt was akin to that of a valedictorian celebrating triumph. As he reveled in his success, with the spring breeze on my back and my horse swift, I shall behold the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. He had ultimately upheld the title of genius, successfully securing his place within the Qingyun sect. He suddenly thought of Xiaofeng. Had Xiaofeng defeated him, he would not be standing here now. My apologies, junior brother Xiao, but the path of cultivation is indeed cruel. Should we meet again in the future, I shall make amends. Ma Xianxia silently expressed his regret, but promptly joined his fellow disciples in celebration. Meanwhile, seated in the grand hall of Qingyun sect, Xiaofeng wore a peculiar expression as he gazed at the plaza before him. He had been summoned by his senior brother to this loft within the hall, where the ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird had manifested. Not only had he encountered the sect leader, who was exceedingly cordial, but the leader had also inquired on multiple occasions whether he wished to switch peaks to become a direct disciple. Faced with a figure that existed solely in imagination, Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement within, yet he uneasily declined the leader's overture, wary of the implications. Everything he possessed at present was a gift from his elder brother. If he were to depart from the small peak, he would have no face to continue his cultivation. He feared the leader might take offense at his refusal, but to his surprise, the leader merely sighed, muttering inaudibly, his tone seemingly laced with expletives. Nonetheless, there was no ambiguity regarding Xiaofeng's treatment. Not only had the leader arranged a gathering spirit formation to aid his cultivation, but he also had access to countless spiritual fruits and elixirs. This privilege stood in stark contrast to Ma Xingye's situation in the plaza below. A smile graced Xiao Feng's face. Since arriving at the small peak, he had gradually become more open. Besides his steadfast elder brother, there was his second elder brother, who had mastered the sword, his fourth elder brother, who understood all arts, and his third elder brother, a master of alchemy and painting. He gently caressed a wilting flower in his pocket, a tender smile illuminating his features. After the outer disciples' performances concluded, the true spectacle began. In the hall, Dong Shuzi and the 18 great masters of the ascendant stage simultaneously took action. Above Qingyun Peak, a vast and otherworldly space silently emerged. This was a mustard seed space. The inner Sect competition would be held here, and only those at the core formation stage or above were permitted to participate. Those wishing to enroll may now enter the mustard seed space and await their turn. Dong Shuzi's voice resonated once more, elucidating the rules of the competition. Participation was forbidden for those below the core formation stage, a strict regulation that left many disciples of Qingyun Sect in awe. After all, the chasm between each major realm was akin to a vast gulf. The prohibition against lower tiers was largely to protect those who were unaware of their own limitations from inadvertently being crushed by powerful cultivators. On the viewing platform, countless lights flickered as eager participants rushed toward the mustard seed space, for they were all prodigies, unwilling to fall behind. Among them, the most remarkable was the one who summoned the true form of the Buddha, Huiji. Seated in serene composure, Huiji, enveloped in a towering golden form, soared toward the mustard seed space, emanating a pressure that compelled all to hesitate. Chen Changsheng gazed intently at the grand hall. Upon witnessing the figure clad in black attire, Zhu Yuan soared into the mustard seed space. He could no longer contain himself. Just as he contemplated rising to pursue, Ouyang grasped his shoulder, prompting a look of confusion from Chen Changsheng. Ouyang, with a hearty laugh, patted Chen Changsheng's shoulder and said, "After enduring for so long, it's time to engage in a vigorous battle. The outcome is inconsequential, but do exercise caution." "Yes, senior brother," Chen Changsheng replied earnestly, then soared skyward towards the mustard seed space on his sword. "Senior brother, is it truly all right?" Hu Tutu inquired with concern. "I cannot be certain, but given Changsheng's nature, he will undoubtedly persist until the end. Have faith," Ouyang assured with confidence. Once the number of participants in the mustard seed space reached 400, the entrance was sealed. Those hesitant cultivators who had just approached the threshold found themselves barred from entry. "If you are uncertain, and your resolve remains unsteady, retreat," spoke the leader of Xingfeng, appearing at the entrance with a calm demeanor. The disciples who had hoped for a special dispensation from the leader felt a wave of shame and promptly retraced their steps. As the individuals within the mustard seed space landed, they warily surveyed their surroundings. In this arena, only adversaries existed. Trust lay solely in oneself. The rules of this grand competition were devoid of constraints. The last one standing would be deemed the victor. "Engage boldly. We shall rescue you at the first opportunity," the leader of Xingfeng stated with a serene expression. No sooner had the leader's words faded than the once spacious mustard seed space plunged into darkness. Hundreds of black-clad cultivators, nearing the nascent soul stage, suddenly materialized within the space, causing an uproar among the participants. The leader of Xingfeng gazed in astonishment at the orchestrator of this chaos. At the center stood Chen Changsheng, draped in a purple robe, surveying his opponents. In his previous life, he had not even been afforded the chance to partake in this competition, forced to watch from afar as these prodigies shone before the world. Yet this time, he had arrived, and as senior brother Ouyang had proclaimed, there was no need for restraint. Engaging one by one held no allure for him. He had but a singular aim: why not take them all at once? With a mask concealing his features, a glint of coldness flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes as he stood gracefully, hands concealed within his sleeves. Hundreds of nascent soul puppets filled the sky, casting a formidable shadow over all present. 1 against 399 formed an overwhelming aura of intimidation. That year, with my hands tucked within my sleeves, I did not comprehend the meaning of an adversary. Chapter 47. Not understanding the meaning of an adversary. What does it signify to have hundreds of puppets nearing the nascent soul stage? Only Zhu Yuan among the crowd grasped the gravity of the situation, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and resentment. He had initially intended to forego participation in this sect competition, wishing to avoid such a misfortune, yet unexpectedly, the sect leader had commanded his involvement. To this day, Zhu Yuan could not fathom how he had offended Xianxia. Reflecting on his past actions, he realized that if he had taken lives, he had done so in countless numbers. From the tender age of 5, he embarked on a path of murder. Who could have foreseen that one day he would bring ruin upon the entire Qin family? Such misfortune. Initially, he had concealed his true nature flawlessly, even being accepted as a cherished disciple by the leader of the Qinyan sect. Yet he found himself capsized in the depths of the shadowy pit, courtesy of Chun Changsheng. Then murmured an incantation, his form beginning to transform, and in the next moment, he had completely assumed the guise of another individual. This was the proud manifestation of his innate divine ability, the metamorphic demon avatar. Not only could his body morph into any image dwelling within his mind, but his aura, techniques, and even his demonic essence could be transmuted into true essence. After the transformation, even a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage would be unable to detect him. However, his cultivation level would regress by a significant realm. Originally at the nascent soul stage, he had reverted back to the golden core stage. Had he still been at the nascent soul stage, would he have been concerned about the hundreds of puppets? Ziyuan sulked in the heart of the crowd, contemplating. If he feigned defeat and departed from this place at any moment, it would suffice as participation in the grand competition. He would first evade this calamity and seek vengeance later, tenfold, 100-fold. Meanwhile, Chun Changsheng, with his hands tucked within the long sleeves of his robe, scanned the entire mustard seed space, yet found no trace of Ziyuan. Chun Changsheng understood that this was Ziyuan's signature skill, a truth learned only after countless betrayals by Ziyuan in the past. In his previous life, the illustrious demon realm Holy Emperor Zhen was renowned as the metamorphic demon monarch. Yet, this posed no challenge for Chun Changsheng. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a stack of papers from his bosom and addressed the assembly with an indifferent tone. Soon, those whose names are called shall depart from here of their own accord. Otherwise, the consequences shall be dire. Earlier, Chun Changsheng had meticulously recorded the identities of all who had entered the mustard seed space, even if he did not recognize them. He had noted their distinct features and appearances. He resolved to employ the process of elimination to uncover Zun, concealed amongst the throng. Faced with 399 individuals, Chun Changsheng appeared to be selecting chicks in a poultry yard. Those who managed to enter were either favored disciples of the inner sect or the backbone of other sections. How could they endure such humiliation? Suddenly, 3 individuals erupted with true essence, some forming hand seals while others brandished swords, charging towards Chun Changsheng. Yet, as they prepared to resist, they were swiftly subdued by the puppets at the nascent soul stage. The 3 were brought before Chun Changsheng. Wing Wu, Li Si, Cao Liu. Chun Changsheng matched their appearances with the identifiers he had devised, subsequently bowing to the 3 as he said, "My apologies, esteemed brothers." No sooner had he spoken than the 3 were unceremoniously cast out of the mustard seed space by the nascent soul puppets. Looking at the remaining 396 individuals, Chun Changsheng calmly remarked, "Well, the 3 brothers have set a precedent. Which of you shall be next?" The onlookers in the viewing platform were left in utter astonishment, gazing at Chun Changsheng within the mustard seed space. One man confronting 400? Who, precisely, was this individual? Why have I never heard of such a figure from the Qinyan sect? Which peak does this minion hail from, exhibiting such audacity? A mere small mountain? Then there is no cause for concern. That peak is known for its peculiarities. Gazing into the densely packed puppets within the mustard seed space, each puppet possesses strength rivaling that of the nascent soul stage. The creation of a single nascent soul puppet is far more challenging than attaining the nascent soul itself. Yet, here stands Chun Changsheng, effortlessly summoning hundreds, not to mention the precious materials required for their construction, which necessitate at least 3 grand cultivators to craft. Does Chun Changsheng have a grand master of artifact refinement hidden behind him, forcing 400 cultivators of the same rank, half of whom are even at the nascent soul stage, is an act of unparalleled arrogance? Dong Zuzi, this lad is truly a prodigy, isn't he? A mere foundation establishment cultivator commanding hundreds of nascent soul puppets? Is his spirit so formidable? The Qinyan sect truly deserves its reputation, harboring such a talent. I wonder if that bald little monk from Ling Mountain Temple can withstand this? The elders from the 9 great holy lands in the hall regarded Xianxia with newfound respect. A genius of his caliber was unheard of even among their ranks. Dong Zuzi, with an inscrutable expression, engaged in Tai Chi with the flattery of the surrounding elders, pondering whether this small mountain peak was particularly blessed and contemplating sending someone from Tianyan Peak to investigate. Meanwhile, the people of the small mountain peak were equally astonished by Xianxia's demeanor. Wow, senior brother is so impressive. Hututu gazed foolishly at the mustard seed space above. In his memory, senior brother had always been one to furrow his brow and retreat slightly behind the crowd. Today was the first time he witnessed this flamboyant display. Ouyang was equally taken aback, astonished that the most unassuming and cunning third brother could pull off such a seamless act. He couldn't help but comment to Bai Feiyu. Little Bai, what good is it for you to perch on that tree every day? Look how flawlessly third brother has blended in. Bai Feiyu rolled his eyes, though internally he too was secretly amazed. Had he encountered Xianxia unprepared, he might have met his demise on the spot. On the tower, Xiao Feng feverishly scribbled notes. Having previously believed that the third brother was merely skilled in alchemy, he now realized that he too could master such artifice and resolved to study diligently. Ling Qingsong, however, stood aloof with his sword, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Within the mustard seed space, the 390-odd contestants felt an overwhelming pressure. They were acutely aware that they might soon become stepping stones for the young man in the purple robe before them. 1 against 399, should they fail. It would still be a tale worth boasting about for a lifetime. Yet, there was not a complete lack of opportunity. Over 300 of them charging at once. Could he truly withstand such an onslaught? Exchanging glances, they swiftly reached a consensus and surged toward Xianxia in unison. What the onlookers did not anticipate was that the hundreds of infant-level puppets would spontaneously form a formation. Caught off guard, they plunged headlong into the perilous array, replete with lethal intent. This formation was particularly peculiar. The hundreds of puppets entangled only with themselves, refraining from engaging in a fierce battle. Whenever one attempted to unleash their full power, the puppets would silently withdraw, akin to striking a fist into dough, an uncomfortable endeavor. As the crowd found themselves ensnared in the deadly array, the voice of Xianxia resounded like a death knell. Sun Qi, Lu Ba, Qian Shi, no. With the rustle of paper, individuals were abruptly ejected with anguished cries. Each name called by Xianxia signified the disqualification of a person. In that moment, these prodigies resembled piglets in a pen, awaiting selection. Chapter 48, revealing the demonic foot, Little Haizi. Xianxia's voice, akin to a death warrant, echoed with each utterance, leading to more eliminations. The bewildered onlookers could not fathom what Xianxia was doing. Is it truly necessary to name those being eliminated? Was it an expression of disdain? Among them were cultivators of the nascent soul stage, who, with full force, shattered the surrounding puppets into countless fragments. Yet, the broken puppets instantaneously restored themselves, revealing their ability to regenerate infinitely. How could one combat such foes? The cultivators fell into despair. Neither spells nor sword energies proved effective against the puppets before them. Only those of the out-of-body stage could discern the underlying truth. Among the hundreds of puppets lay the essence of spiritual consciousness. Such characteristics could only be attained when a cultivator reached the out-of-body stage, allowing their soul to separate from a body. As long as the soul remained unharmed, these puppets could, in principle, revive indefinitely. The elders and offerings in the great hall gazed in horror at Xianxia within the mustard seed space. A mere cultivator at the core formation stage had grasped concepts accessible only to those above the out-of-body stage. If this were spoken aloud, no one would believe it. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they might think someone was jesting with them. Even those who reached the out-of-body stage merely began to touch upon the mysteries of spiritual consciousness. What manner of being was this youthful prodigy, possessing such profound understanding? Furthermore, from whence did the spiritual consciousness within these hundreds of puppets originate? In the mustard seed space, Xianxia had indelibly etched himself into the memories of all the elders in the Great Hall. Such a genius, even among the 9 sacred lands, could scarcely be matched. He was truly unprecedented. As the numbers dwindled in the mustard seed space, Xianxia's pace quickened. When the hundreds of puppets dispersed once more, every encircled cultivator had been systematically eliminated by Xianxia. In the entirety of the mustard seed space, Only the disguised Yuan and the Buddhist holy son Huiji remained. Xianxia turned to the disguised Yuan and remarked coolly, "Do you still wish to maintain your facade?" Jin, unwilling to revert to his original form, drew his long sword and, with a voice strained from exertion, exclaimed, "What have I done to provoke you? Why must you pursue total annihilation?" It seemed that perhaps he owed a debt from a past life, necessitating his demise. In that moment, the stack of papers in Chun Chongqing's hand ignited into flames, reducing itself to ashes. Chun Chongqing cast a glance at Huiji, recognizing that this so-called holy child of the Buddhist order was equally nefarious. Yet his sole desire at present was to eliminate Ziyuan, leaving no room for entanglements with the Buddhist sect. "Monk, you may leave. This matter does not concern you." Chun Chongqing addressed Huiji. "Ba, the young monk merely wishes to behold the Qingyun's secret treasure. I kindly ask for your grace," Huiji replied with his palms together in supplication. "And you think yourself worthy?" Chun Chongqing scoffed. The Great Ling Mountain Temple must truly be blind. In a past life, the seemingly benevolent Huiji had committed heinous crimes that rivaled those of Zin, cloaked in a facade of compassion, yet resembling a demon of hell. Huiji's expression morphed into one of profound sorrow as he softly chanted a Buddhist incantation and coldly declared, "It appears you do not wish for a peaceful resolution." Upon finishing his words, a radiant aura enveloped him, and his golden form rapidly expanded, manifesting a colossal Buddha before Chun Chongqing in the blink of an eye. The Buddha's visage was obscured, yet the dazzling light emanating from it was blinding. The great Buddha slowly raised a hand, bearing down upon Chun Chongqing. To Chun Chongqing's eyes, the approaching palm of the Buddha grew infinitely larger, nearly eclipsing the heavens, as if the entire world had been reduced to that solitary hand. Buddhist secret technique, the Great Compassion Palm. Unfazed, Chun Chongqing slipped his hands into his sleeves and produced a puppet resembling a monkey. He chanted, "Summon the souls. Invoke the divine. Let the sacred monkey descend to aid me in breaking this spell. Go." He hurled the puppet into the air, and, as it caught the wind, it rapidly expanded to a height of over 10 meters. Upon spotting the descending Buddha's palm, the monkey let out a frenzied screech, pounding its chest in a display of primal rage, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against the approaching hand. With a roar, the monkey stomped the ground fiercely, raising its hands to collide with the descending palm. The earth beneath it shattered instantly, yet the Buddha's hand crushed down upon the raised arms, striking the monkey's shoulder. Nevertheless, the monkey's eyes blazed with fury, nostrils flaring with heated breath, stubbornly refusing to fall. In this moment, the gargantuan Buddha's palm loomed over the diminutive figure of the monkey, which, despite its size, stood defiantly, like a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate, and as Ziyuan contemplated an escape, hundreds of infant-sized puppets swiftly surrounded him, sealing off any chance of retreat. Chun Chongqing's paramount objective was clear. He could not allow Ziyuan to flee so easily. The hundreds of puppets restrained Ziyuan, yet did not strike with lethal intent. As the son of the demon clan, Chun Chongqing found it implausible that Ziyuan had no means of escape and thus prepared meticulously for his ultimate strike. Before that, though, he needed to expel the meddlesome monk from the fray. Chun Chongqing extracted 2 yellow talismans from his sleeves, reciting incantations softly as he cast them forth. The talismans transformed into gleaming rays of golden light, striking the valiant monkey that resisted the Buddha's palm. The monkey, initially steadfast in its defiance, exhibited an unwavering spirit and seething rage in its eyes. However, upon the talismans adhering to its form, the monkey morphed into a stone pillar, bracing against the Buddha's palm. In the instant of its transformation, the Buddha's palm was pierced through by the stone pillar conjured by the monkey. Golden blood from the Buddha rained down like a golden deluge throughout the mustard seed space. With a face of compassion, the wise monk Huiji let out a pained cry, retracting his hand to gaze upon the grievous wound that had pierced through it, furiously demanding, "This is not a puppet. What kind of creature is that monkey?" Chun Chongqing, casting a casual glance at a figure below, replied softly, "That is not a mere puppet. That monkey has a name. He is known as the Great Sage. This puppet monkey was crafted from the true essence borrowed from his senior brother. Though it was a lifeless creation, it had long since awakened intelligence. The Great Sage once, in his past life, Ouyang had recounted a tale of a monkey achieving Buddhahood, originally unruly and capable of piercing the heavens. The great sage ultimately met a fate of enduring under the ancient lamp of the Buddha. In his previous life, whenever Xianxia grew lax in his cultivation, Ouyang would use that monkey to admonish him. The great sage and the victorious fighting Buddha are not one and the same. If you do not wish to be bound by the golden hoop, you must diligently cultivate. Brother, if the great sage truly pierces the heavens and faces no consequences, would he not be akin to the demon race? Dare to retort? I shall strike you down. Memories of the past unfolded before Xianxia, revealing the most joyful moments of his previous life. In this life, it would be he, Xianxia, who would guard all that he held dear. Look, brother, the great sage has pierced through the Buddha's palm and has not been crushed beneath the mountain formed from it. Thus, I too shall rewrite my fate. Raising his hand, he held tightly to a tattered puppet of the monkey, determination swelling within his heart. So, it was true that my third brother occasionally borrowed my true essence to create this? It oddly resembles the tale of Journey to the West. I have never recounted this story. Is it mere coincidence, or is my third brother not only reborn, but also traversed through time? Ouyang observed the unfolding scene within the mustard seed space, his heart filled with astonishment. Huiji, nursing his wounded hand, glared at Xianxia with rage. In such a short period, he had suffered 2 defeats, having once considered himself the chosen son destined for the rise of the Buddhist sect. Little did he realize that he had been confined to a narrow view while seated in the Great Spirit Mountain Temple. In less than 10 days since arriving at Xianxia's sect, he had been bested twice by an unknown disciple. The disgrace, as a saint of the Buddhist sect, to be consecutively defeated by an inconspicuous disciple of Xianxia's sect was a blow to his long-held pride. Previously, he had only challenged others at a higher level. Now, he found himself vanquished by an opponent of inferior realm. Beyond the heavens, there are heavens. Beyond humanity, there are beings. Have I for so long merely gazed at the sky from the confines of my well? With a heavy sigh, Huiji felt the radiance of his Buddha light dimming. He slightly bowed to Xianxia and departed from the mustard seed space. When only Zhu Yuan remained before Xianxia, he forced himself to speak. Here, there are over a dozen experts in the Great Ascension stage guarding this place. They will not passively allow you to kill me. Zhu Yuan could only hope that the watching protectors would intervene at the moment Xianxia attempted to take his life. It was indeed laughable. As a prince of the demonic race, he found himself relying on the righteous cultivators of the human race for salvation. Xianxia raised his hands, forming the shape of a bow, and gazed intently at Zhu Yuan as he spoke. Is there anything you can conceive that I cannot? Zhu Yuan watched in horror as a resplendent bow and arrow gradually materialized in Xianxia's hands. He felt an acute sense of impending doom emanating from the weapon. Something fell amiss with this attack. Dong Shuzi observed the bow and arrow in Xianxia's grasp, confident that he could rescue Zhu Yuan just as Xianxia unleashed his lethal shot. Yet, the bow and arrow before him appeared to be nothing more than ordinary flame magic. Zhu Yuan, in a frenzy, attempted to evade the attack, only to despairingly realize that no matter how he dodged, the arrow's tip remained fixed upon him. Zhu Yuan roared, his demonic energy surging uncontrollably. Between life and death, he could no longer conceal his identity. If he could merely recover to the nascent soul stage, he would find a swift escape from this place. So what if his identity was revealed? Worst case scenario, he would consider this mission a failure. He could not perish. A prodigy, such as himself, could not meet his end here. As the prince of the demonic race, he was the hope for the future of his kind. How could he so easily succumb to death? He still possessed the treasures of a demonic race, enough to ensure his survival. The eruption of Zhu Yuan's demonic energy left everyone present momentarily stunned, followed by a cacophony of astonishment. At such a grand event hosted by the Xianxia's sect, a member of the demonic race had infiltrated. On the dais, Dong Shuzi stood frozen, unable to comprehend that Zhu Yuan was indeed of the demonic lineage, especially after having accepted him as a disciple. Below, Ouyang chuckled maliciously, watching Zhu Yuan's plight unfold. Finally revealing your true colors. Are you? Little Blackie. Chapter 49. Xianxia, son of Xianxia's sect. Xianxia was oblivious to the surrounding commotion. In his perception, the world had fallen silent. All that remained in his vision was Zhu Yuan and the bow, an arrow in his hands. Memories from his past life flashed before him, intensifying the brilliance of the arrow he held. This was no ordinary arrow, nor was it merely a poetic symbol. It was an arrow infused with his very soul, targeting not only Zhu Yuan's physical form, but also his essence. Even if the surrounding guardians were to intercept the physical assault of the arrow, they cannot possibly avert the onslaught of the soul. Chen Chongqing's memories crystallized upon the figure of Ouyang from his previous life, and he softly recited the verses once spoken by Ouyang. Looking northwest, shoot the heavenly wolf. Whoosh! The arrow was released, swiftly piercing towards Ziyuan, who was on the verge of tearing through the rift in space to flee. Ziyuan stared in disbelief at his right chest. He had never disclosed to anyone that his heart resided on the right. How could Chen Chongqing know this secret? The arrow penetrated Ziyuan's body, accurately embedding itself in his right chest, leaving no wound. This arrow targeted Ziyuan's soul. In that instant, Ziyuan's primordial spirit within his dantian perished. As the primordial spirit succumbed, a black lotus swiftly emerged, tearing through space unnoticed, vanishing entirely. Meanwhile, Ziyuan's body gradually plummeted from the sky, adorned with horns and etched with demonic patterns, unmistakably marking his identity as a member of the demon race. The moment Chen Chongqing felled Ziyuan, the urgency within him dissipated, and he understood that he had slain the fiend he had loathed in his past life. He had sworn an oath under the heavens to ensure that he could indeed eradicate Ziyuan entirely. Even the most resilient of creatures succumbed to death. Only under the witness of the heavens could he be certain that he had truly vanquished the future Demon Emperor. All calculations finally coalesced into success at this very moment. Chen Chongqing felt an unprecedented fatigue wash over him, collapsing backward into the mustard seed space. Outside this space, a tremendous uproar had already erupted. The demon race had not been seen for millennia, yet they had reappeared at the grand assembly of the Qingyun Sect. Was the conflict of the demonic path about to reignite? The cultivators who had endured the inhumane war thousands of years ago wore expressions of desolation. Meanwhile, Dong Shuzi, atop the grand hall, gazed blankly at the mustard seed space. As Chen Chongqing swore his oath, suspicion arose within him regarding his newly acquired disciple. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that his disciple was, in fact, of the demon race. As the headmaster of one of the 9 sacred lands, it was shocking to have a direct disciple from the demon race. The figure of Dong Shuzi, at the 9th level of tribulation, hunched slightly, appearing momentarily as an elderly man. Headmaster. The peak masters, observing the shift in Dong Shuzi's aura, were instantly filled with concern. However, Dong Shuzi merely hunched for an instant before regaining his composure, his authoritative presence restored. Having been tempered by countless years, Dong Shuzi was not easily swayed in his resolve. He raised his hand and calmly addressed the elders sent by the 9 sacred lands and numerous sect representatives. Today's victor of the sect competition is Chen Chongqing from the small mountain peak. Chen Chongqing has distinguished himself by vanquishing demons, and from this day forth, he shall be our holy son of Qingyun Sect. To see him is to see the headmaster. What? Such a sensational announcement instantly astonished everyone present. However, the elders of the various peaks quickly grasped the implications. In front of all the sects, the Qingyun Sect had a direct disciple of the demon clan among its ranks. How would the world perceive the Qingyun Sect, one of the 9 sacred lands? Would they be seen as allies of the demons, complicit in their schemes? Such a label would be utterly catastrophic for the esteemed Qingyun Sect, especially in front of nearly all the powerful factions. Thus, Dong Shuzi swiftly declared that Chen Chongqing, who had slain the demon, would be honored as the holy son of the Qingyun Sect. This was a clear statement of their stance. The presence of a demon within their ranks bore no relation to them, and was merely a testament to the cunning of the demon clan. Astounding, truly astounding. It was no wonder he had lived for millennia, as he managed to deliver the most astute response in an instant. The elders of the 9 sacred lands reacted in kind, promptly congratulating the Qingyun Sect on the emergence of such a highly gifted holy son. After all, although the 9 sacred lands often viewed one another with disdain, they shared a bond akin to that of branches on the same tree. When one flourished, all flourished. Thus, they genuinely lifted the Qingyun Sect's sedan chair. Subsequently, they would seek their own sect leaders to inquire about the matter, but for now, it was crucial to placate the numerous smaller sects clamoring for answers. Has our 3rd senior brother truly become the holy son of the Qingyun Sect? Hututa gazed at Ouyang bewildered. How had the once inconspicuous old fox unexpectedly found himself in the brightest spotlight? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Ouyang sighed. This is indeed troublesome. If it disrupts our cultivation, perhaps we should suggest our third senior brother move out? After all, being the holy son of the Qingyun sect sounds far more prestigious than being merely the third disciple of a small peak. Bai Feiyu furrowed his brow. Lung Qingsong could only ponder whether his meals would be affected in the future. After all, it seemed unreasonable to have the holy son cooking for him every day. Meanwhile, Chun Changsheng, lying in the mustard seed space, let out a bitter laugh, although he was perplexed by his inexplicable elevation to the status of holy son. He recalled that in his previous life, that title had belonged to Ziyuan. Had the trajectory of fate begun to deviate? Just as Chun Changsheng contemplated how to renounce his title, a figure clad in a gray robe appeared before him. Ling Feng. Senior brother Ling Feng, Chun Changsheng, was about to say something. He began. However, Ling Feng coldly interjected, Holy son, although Zun is of the demon clan, he was still my brother. Might I request to bury him? Ling Feng's tone lacked the usual warmth, replaced instead by an overwhelming indifference and rigidity. Chun Changsheng quickly responded, Senior brother Ling Feng, there is no need for such formality. I merely hold a grudge against Zun. I do not wish to be regarded as a holy son. Yet, Ling Feng did not reply. Instead, he picked up Zuin's lifeless body and soared out of the mustard seed space, descending the mountain. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was a caring brother, willing to bury his fallen disciple, despite the latter being a demon. At that moment, Ling Feng was enveloped in a poignant aura, resonating deeply with all who beheld him. Only a desolate silhouette remained for all to behold. Yet, within Ling Feng's mind, that frenzied voice brimmed with exhilaration, incessantly urging him, hurry, move faster. This is the beginning of the transformation of our destinies. Chapter 50. The fate begins here. The inter-sect competition of the Qingyun sect concluded rather abruptly. Chun Changsheng was proclaimed the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land, yet no ceremony accompanied this declaration. The sect leader merely announced it hastily before declaring the competition over. Aside from being regarded as a spectacle by the crowd from the nearby small peak, this outcome held little significance for Chun Changsheng. What was meant to be a grand event for the Qingyun sect ended as a farcical debacle. Ling Feng, cradling the lifeless body of Zhu Yuan, soared away from the Qingyun sect, the insistent voice in his mind inducing a sense of vexation. Did you not claim that Zhu Yuan would ultimately become the holy son of the Qingyun sect? How then did a Chun Changsheng appear? Ling Feng inquired, his displeasure evident. In my recollection, this person does not exist. It seems my arrival has altered the timeline of this world. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly transformation is 49. Minor forces may shift, yet a sudden variable shall not alter the final outcome, the voice responded. Ling Feng carried Zhu Yuan's body to a human village situated over 1,000 kilometers from the Qingyun sect, a suitably secluded locale. However, this concealment was still insufficient. After all, his master was a formidable practitioner in the tribulation stage. Ling Feng sought a picturesque spot and, with a mere wave of his hand, a grave pit 2 meters deep materialized before him. He placed Zhu Yuan within the pit, a flicker of conflict crossing his gaze before he resolutely removed a ring from his finger. Have you not lamented your lack of innate talent? This body possesses ample potential. Should you choose, you can ascend to become one of the most extraordinary geniuses. The voice in his mind continued to entice Ling Feng. Ling Feng, still struggling internally, found flashes of memories surging forth, his beloved turning her affections to another, the misunderstanding from his peers, and his stagnation in cultivation over the years. All of this stemmed from his mere ordinariness. If he were to inhabit Zhu Yuan's body, he would acquire unparalleled gifts. What did it matter whether he belonged to the demon race or the human race? With transcendent talent, standing atop this world, who would dare speak against him? Be they demon or human. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng retrieved a golden needle from his waist, whispering, I know not what schemes you harbor, but should you dare to utilize my body for malevolent deeds, I shall not hesitate to plunge into the demon race to slay you. Having uttered this seemingly innocuous threat, Ling Feng plunged the golden needle into his dantian, precisely targeting the center of his nascent soul as brow. As the primordial infant was pierced, Ling Feng's countenance instantly turned pallid. Yet he resolutely extracted the golden needle and thrust it into the dantian of the deceased Zhu Yuan. The moment the needle penetrated, the dantian of the lifeless Zhu Yuan ignited like a spark, gradually subsiding within the dantian. Ling Feng, having seemingly exhausted all his strength, appeared ghostly pale, but nonetheless bore the pain as he sat cross-legged, slowly lowering his head, devoid of vitality. In the very next heartbeat after Ling Feng's heart ceased its rhythm, it resumed its pulsation. The ghostly pallor on Ling Feng's face gradually returned to a ruddy hue, and the once naive visage took on a hint of allure. "Ha ha! I have finally returned to my own body," Ling Feng exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh, entirely shedding his usual gentleness for a voice that now bore a sharp and acerbic edge. Casting his gaze towards Zhu Yuan in the grave pit, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes. No wonder he had been betrayed and met his demise at Zhu Yuan's hands in his previous life. His indecisiveness and self-pity had rendered him a fool. The Ling Feng before us was no longer the same. He was a soul reborn, or perhaps a different version of himself. Within the rear hall of the Qingyun sect, Ling Feng's ever-burning lamp suddenly extinguished, only to reignite moments later. For the Ling Feng now was not the original, but rather the vengeful spirit that had perished at Zhu Yuan's treachery, adrift in the boundless void for an indeterminate duration. Upon awakening, he discovered he had become ensconced within a ring and returned to the days of his life in the Qingyun sect. Upon realizing the passage of time, Ling Feng, who had drifted through the infinite void for countless years, was utterly driven to madness. The thought that his once pitiful demise granted him another opportunity was exhilarating. When the vengeful spirit once more found its footing in this life, witnessing the cowardice reflected in his past self, anger surged within him. This timorous nature, which he had berated, made him want to land a couple of punches on himself. After much effort in persuasion, he finally enabled this incarnation to seize control of Zhu Yuan's lifeless body. Thus, the vengeful spirit floating in the vast void reclaimed dominion over its own corporeal form. Standing firmly in place, Ling Feng's realm ascended rapidly, leaping from the 3rd to the 9th layer of the primordial infant stage. In the next moment, he broke through to the out-of-body stage, halting his elevation. His innate talent was commendable. It was merely his fragile mindset that had hindered him. The accumulation of experiences and the burgeoning spirit during his time in the endless void facilitated this instant breakthrough. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of his awakened spirit and could not help but feel a swell of excitement. Since fate had granted him a second chance, this time, he would surely trample all those so-called geniuses beneath his feet. Ling Feng's gaze turned icy. With a flick of his hand, the grave pit was filled with earth. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a wooden plank and, using his finger as a blade, inscribed upon it the place of Ling Feng's rebirth. He had expended considerable effort to persuade this life's self to usurp Zhu Yuan's body. In this manner, one can live openly beneath the sun, even in the darkest of places, asserting one's existence. Thus, the world now recognizes two beings named Ling Feng. One, the esteemed disciple of the Qingyun sect, and the other, a remnant of the demonic clan, Lin Feng. With a hearty laugh, Ling Feng unleashed his sword, which sang as it was drawn from its sheath. He executed a deft maneuver, landing upon the flying sword, and soared towards the Qingyun sect. As night fell and solitude enveloped the surroundings, a hand emerged from the grave Ling Feng had excavated. The once deceased Zhu Yuan clawed his way from the earth, and upon seeing the inscription on the tombstone, a bloodthirsty grin spread across his face, marred by demonic tattoos. Lin Feng, is it? Truly a splendid name. The demon infant, which had perished within his dantian, was reborn, and as he sensed the boundless potential coursing through his body, Lin Feng's face radiated ecstasy. Is this the physique of a genius? That Zhu Yuan was indeed a fool. Everything now belongs to me, Lin Feng. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, the sorrowful Buddhist saint, Huiji, sat in serene meditation beneath a tree. Suddenly, a seed fell upon his head. Gently, Huiji opened his hand to reveal a black lotus seed that had quietly settled in his palm, having flown from an unknown direction. Chapter 51. The system panel alters once more. The recent Qingyun sect grand competition has left the entire cultivation world in a state of eager anticipation. Most notably, the demonic clan, which had vanished for millennia, has resurfaced. Thousands of years ago, during the conflict between Tao and Demon, the cultivation realm paid an exorbitant price to banish the demons back to their realm. Yet astonishingly, after so long, they have discovered a means to break the seal and return to this world, even becoming a direct disciple of the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. Furthermore, the Qingyun sect has birthed a prodigious genius who, during the great competition, decisively defeated hundreds of competitors, claiming the top position and was personally recognized by the sect's leader as the Saint Son of the Qingyun Sacred Land. To encounter the Saint Son is akin to standing before the leader himself, a figure of immense stature, second only to one. However, this Saint Son of the Qingyun Sacred Land remains remarkably low profile. Indeed, 90% of the inner disciples are unfamiliar with him, rumored to be reclusive on an obscure peak within the sect. Had it not been for the unexpected resurgence of the demonic clan during the grand competition, the Saint Son would likely have remained hidden, only emerging to prevent disgrace to the sect. With his foundation at the core formation stage, he effortlessly overcame hundreds of cultivators, including Huiji, the Saint Son of the Great Spirit Mountain Temple, one of the other 9 sacred lands. He is undoubtedly the foremost young talent of our time. Such a remarkable individual has naturally garnered immense admiration from countless within the Qingyun sect, with the Saint Son frequently residing at Qingyun Peak, allowing his fellow disciples to behold his prowess. Meanwhile, atop the small peak, tranquility seemed to restore itself once more. Ouyang lay on his lounge chair, as usual, a book draped over his face while he dozed. Bai Feiyu stood atop a large tree in the small courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong continued to industriously repair his rooftop, the sounds of his labor echoing through the air. Hu Tutu wandered around the small peak atop his paper crane, while the tattooed Xiao Feng delved deep into the forbidden grounds of the Qingyun sect, engaging in daily hand-to-hand combat, training with the Awakened spirit beasts. In the kitchen of the small peak, Chun Changsheng, who had originally stood on Qingyun Peak, suddenly appeared, bustling amidst pots and pans. He would never be foolish enough to stand idly before others like a performing monkey. After casually placing a puppet, he returned to the small peak. He had become far too conspicuous, entirely at odds with his desire to maintain a low profile. As Chun Changsheng approached Ouyang with a prepared meal, Ouyang lazily lowered the book from his face, gazing at the sun as he inquired, "Third brother, what are your plans?" Chun Changsheng paused, perplexed, and asked, "What do you mean, senior brother? What plans could I possibly have?" Ouyang sat up, exasperation evident in his tone. "Yesterday, the sect master came to find me, asking me to take you to visualize the Qingyun secret treasure. To be honest, only the sect master is permitted to view this. Do you not understand the implication of being invited?" With a sigh, Chun Changsheng replied, "Senior brother, I have no interest in the sect master position. Why not inform the sect master that I am willing to relinquish this opportunity?" Ouyang rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Do you think the Qingyun's secret treasure is as common as cabbage, that one can simply relinquish it?" Just then, a sound of sword humming echoed from afar, and before the figure even arrived, a peculiar floral fragrance wafted through the air. Ling Feng, clad in a splendid Taoist robe, landed gracefully before Ouyang. At that moment, Ling Feng exhibited none of his usual modesty or restraint. Instead, he radiated confidence, his eyes filled with arrogance, adorned with a jade hairpin and cloud-patterned boots. His golden-threaded embroidered robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. 2 faint red shadows adorned the corners of his eyes, lending him an air of enchanting allure. "Old Ling, it's been a few days. You've changed quite a bit," Ouyang remarked, momentarily taken aback by the transformation. Previously, Ling Feng had always donned a simple robe, embodying elegance and gentleness, whereas now he emanated a strong aura of aggression. Ouyang unconsciously opened Ling Feng's attribute panel, astonished to discover that it had indeed undergone changes. Name: Ling Feng, Sect Master S Senior Disciple. Cultivation: second stage of out-of-body root bone. 8 luck, 8 charm, 9 soul talent. 101 exclusive skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon Evaluation. The remarkable transformation of the Sect Master S disciple after the loss of his junior. Although Ling Feng's root bone and luck remained unchanged, his charm had increased slightly. More alarmingly, his original swordsmanship talent had transformed into soul talent, and the level of this talent had even surpassed 10. According to the system's evaluation, a talent exceeding 10 indicated that one was truly a child of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that the loss of his beloved disciple had bestowed Ling Feng with an unexpected boon? Such attributes were typically reserved for protagonists in comics who inexplicably gained extraordinary powers. Ouyang gazed at Ling Feng, astonished that the once mediocre Ling Feng had transformed into the chosen one of the heavenly path due to this incident. Is the chosen one of this world truly so inconsequential? Just a month prior, Ling Feng was merely at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. And now he had soared to the out-of-body stage. Beyond the nascent soul, one could be deemed a significant cultivator sufficient to venture into the world. Typically, the elders of minor sects are of this caliber, and even establishing one's own sect is not out of reach. Could the demise of a demonic clan junior brother grant such an opportunity? If that were the case, could he himself ascend to the foundation establishment stage? Confronted by Ouyang's skeptical gaze, Ling Feng merely smiled and nonchalantly said, "Recently, due to certain matters, I have gained much clarity. I have come to seek a favor from you, Brother Ouyang. I hope you will agree." Ouyang, unsure of Ling Feng's intentions, responded between brothers, "There is no need for such formalities. Speak freely, old Ling. If it is within my power, I will not hesitate. However, you are aware that that ancestor Yuan is of the demonic clan, and my third brother undoubtedly harbors deep-seated enmity towards that remnant of the demonic lineage." Ling Feng shook his head and replied, "A demonic spy can be dispatched at will by the Chosen One. I see no issue in that. My purpose here is to request that the Chosen One take me to envision the Qingyun sacred treasure, wishing to accompany him in contemplating the Qingyun sacred treasure. Furthermore, Ling Feng spoke of Xianxia's act of slaying ancestor Yuan as if you're dispatching a mere dog, a stark contrast to the emotionally invested Ling Feng of yore. Ouyang felt a profound unfamiliarity in the Ling Feng before him. Could this child have been so affected that his mind faltered? "Old Ling, are you well?" Ouyang inquired tentatively. Ling Feng, without hesitation, replied, "Brother Ouyang, I merely wish to envision the Qingyun sacred treasure. I have also sought my master's counsel. Having broken through to the out-of-body stage, it is time for me to descend the mountain according to sect regulations, and I wish to gain insights before I do." "I did not mean that. I meant never mind. Since you desire to envision the Qingyun sacred treasure, you must have prepared a reciprocal offering?" Ouyang chose not to press further and posed a question. Ling Feng nodded earnestly, declaring, "I can assure you, brother, if the Qingyun Chosen One takes me to envision the sacred treasure this time, I will pledge my allegiance to the position of sect master in deference to the Qingyun Chosen One." Chapter 52, The Innate Knower. Since the Qingyun sacred treasure was ultimately acquired by Chen Changsheng, Ouyang refrained from making decisions on his own and instead summoned Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng had no objections. He held deep respect for his elder brother, who bore a tragic legacy in his past life. Ultimately, ancestor Yuan would personally end Ling Feng's life, yet now, with Yuan's demise, he had inadvertently altered Ling Feng's fate. In his recollections, Ling Feng had always been a man of profound loyalty and righteousness. Having slain his junior brother, Chen Changsheng felt a sense of obligation to make amends. "Brother Ling Feng, I have no objections to envisioning the Qingyun sacred treasure together," Chen Changsheng stated earnestly. Ling Feng bowed respectfully to Chen Changsheng, both surprised. In his past life, Chen Changsheng was rather unremarkable in appearance and had left a faint impression on Ling Feng. However, his aptitude had been inferior to Ling Feng's. How could he have achieved such heights now? Was it a twist of fate? Together, Chen Changsheng and Ling Feng headed towards Qingyun Peak, where the sect leader awaited their arrival. Ling Feng sensed a change in himself that evoked an uncomfortable feeling. Bai Feiyu landed before Ouyang, furrowing his brow and remarking, "What a transformation." Ouyang gazed at the retreating figures of the two and mused, "People are ever-changing. Who can say for certain?" Lung Qingsong paused his hammering to look at Ouyang and asked, "Shall we eliminate him?" Ouyang rolled his eyes. "You should focus on fixing your roof." The second brother's propensity for violence needed to be tempered. The overall atmosphere of the small mountain remained quite tranquil. The addition of a holy son from Qingyun sacred land was not as consequential as the matter of killing a chicken in the kitchen. Later that night, as Ouyang prepared for slumber, his waist token suddenly illuminated. He glanced at it and tossed it outside, intending to sleep. To his astonishment, the token blazed with light, akin to the dazzling strobe lights of a bar. "What madness is this? Why seek me out at such an hour?" Ouyang sat up, frustration boiling within him. Despite his complaints, he donned his clothes and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the ethereal figure of Dong Shuzi, who stood in the courtyard, holding a whisk and smiling amiably. "Old man, why are you awake at this hour? What do you want?" Ouyang asked, his tone irritable. "Such splendid moonlight has inspired me. I came to invite my kin for a drink," Dong Shuzi replied, waving his whisk to conjure a wooden table and two cushions before Ouyang. Ouyang, half smiling, looked at the elderly man as he plopped down onto a cushion. "Isn't your kin the one my junior brother just beheaded?" he inquired, alluding to the demise of Zhu Yuan at the hands of Chen Changsheng. Dong Shuzi cleared his throat, seated across from Ouyang, and whispered, "Did you all suspect Zhu Yuan was of the demon race?" Ouyang shook his head. No, only the third brother noticed. Perhaps he had encountered him before ascending the mountain. Although Ouyang had discerned something, it was through the aid of the system. Bai Fei Yu, as an ancient Sword Immortal, had not recognized Zhu Yuan's origins, leaving Ouyang hesitant to claim any insights. Dong Shuzi stroked his beard thoughtfully before slowly saying, "He was merely a demon. It is not a significant matter. In my time, I have slain enough demons to build a city wall." The youngling has finally let go of his obsessions because of this incident, which is unexpectedly a good thing. Reflecting on Ling Feng's transformation, the old man felt a sense of comfort. Was it merely Ouyang's illusion, or did Dong Shuzi harbor a special concern for Ling Feng? Ouyang tentatively inquired, "Old man, could it be that Ling Feng is your biological son?" Dong Shuzi, caught off guard, coughed nervously and waved his whisk, causing the table and cushions beneath them to rise on a cloud, floating gently into the night sky. Upon observing the peculiar demeanor of Dong Shuzi, Ouyang was suddenly enlightened by a significant revelation. Goodness, this venerable gentleman must be several millennia old, while Ling Feng is merely in his mid-20s. Could it be that this ancient fellow, even in his decrepitude, still has a stunning beauty in her 40s or 50s by his side? "Young man, what are your thoughts on your junior disciples?" Dong Shuzi promptly interrupted Ouyang's increasingly inquisitive gaze, forcibly redirecting the conversation. "Thoughts? My junior disciples are remarkable individuals, each embodying the essence of greatness and possessing the potential of emperors," Ouyang stated unabashedly. The systems panel revealed that these unruly disciples of his were all formidable in their own right. Thus, he felt no sense of impropriety in his assertions. Dong Shuzi nodded in agreement, remarking, "Although your words may seem rather brash, I must admit that you speak the truth. But why inquire about them?" Ouyang rolled his eyes, lazily pouring himself a drink from the jug on the table, and asked, "What do you think?" Dong Shuzi, undeterred, chuckled as he poured himself a glass and replied, "Would you like to hear my perspective?" Ouyang set down his cup and assumed an attentive posture, for the ancient fox, having lived for millennia, possessed insights and abilities far beyond his own. Dong Shuzi traced a horizontal line on the table with his finger, gazing intently at Ouyang, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "That lad Bai, Chun, and even you, the three of you belong to a singular category. You are all born with innate wisdom." A warning bell rang in Ouyang's mind. Yet his expression remained composed as he inquired, "Born with innate wisdom? What does that mean?" Dong Shuzi erupted in hearty laughter, pointing at Ouyang and chiding, "What pretense are you putting on? From birth to death, every phase of life brings its own insights. All knowledge and experience accumulate over time. How could you possess the cunning of an adult from such a young age? Born with innate wisdom. What a notion. It implies knowing everything from the moment of birth." Noticing Ouyang's silence, Dong Shuzi continued, "I have debated the principles of the Tao with Bai, and at such a tender age, the path of the sword no longer suffices for him. As for Chun, his mind brims with esoteric techniques from unknown origins. Hence, I can confidently conclude that the three of you are indeed born with innate wisdom." Ouyang lowered his head, sipping his drink. "Bai, as the reincarnation of an ancient Sword Immortal, and the third, a reborn soul, alongside himself, a time traveler. It was true that the three of them had arrived in this world with memories intact. In terms of hard evidence, the old man's assertions bore some truth. However, what was the underlying intention behind his sudden mention of these matters? A thought flickered in Ouyang's mind, recalling his younger brother, Lung Qingsong, and the newly accepted Xiaofeng. He raised his gaze to meet Dong Shuzi's. Dong Shuzi nodded and began, "Those like you, born with innate wisdom, have already discerned the path of your own Tao. Yet, this may hinder those still in search of their own path. As your senior brother, I shall take it upon myself to assist them in their endeavors." Ouyang replied with a sense of detachment. Dong Shuzi shook his head and said, "Each individual has their own destiny, their own path to tread. There are matters in which you cannot assist them. To them, the small hills are insignificant, and the Qingyun sect is but a trifling concern. The vast world beyond truly belongs to them." Chapter 53. A celestial being slays the moon and plucks the stars. Ouyang gazed at the elderly figure before him, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he remarked, "You come seeking me at this late hour, and I cannot help but wonder if your intentions are less than honorable. Hasn't he the third one already been thrust into the role of Saint Baiyu?" Dong Shuzi shook his head. "My purpose here is not that. This affair has finally provided me with answers to the questions that have lingered in my heart. Ouyang gestured for Dong Shuzi to continue. Looking at Ouyang, Dong Shuzi began, "In my youth I do not boast, but I once contended with a prodigious talent of that era. Yet even then, I witnessed a cataclysm within the realm of cultivation. Apart from the 9 sacred grounds, nearly all sects were obliterated and countless beings perished. Are you implying that our era is to face another calamity?" Ouyang recalled the words of the Zhonghu fox and inquired of Dong Shuzi. The elder did not answer directly, but instead lifted his gaze to the moon. As they ascended higher, they drew ever closer to its luminous presence. The enormous moon radiated a soft, pale yellow glow, enveloping Dong Shuzi in its gentle light. With his back to the moonlight, he appeared as a celestial being, gazing at Ouyang as he spoke. "That is your concern. I am but an old man now. However, what I can do is shield you from certain adversities before you fully mature, much like your ancestral master did in days of yore." Dong Shuzi's voice was serene and gentle, yet imbued with the resolute strength of a lion protecting its cubs. "Listening to your self-indulgent musings at this late hour would be better spent returning home to rest," Ouyang remarked, eyeing Dong Shuzi, who seemed ready to depart this world. "Ha ha ha. As one ages, it is only natural to become a bit more sentimental, my boy. Time waits for no one. You must begin your planning soon," Dong Shuzi replied, setting down his cup and pouring wine into a glass. The fragrant nectar dripped from his beard, dampening his Taoist robe, as he exuded an air of carefree nonchalance, devoid of the solemn grandeur typically associated with the head of a sacred ground. With the wine's influence, Dong Shuzi recounted the epic battle of the demonic path from a millennium ago. Through his unassuming narrative, a grand saga of celestial warfare unfurled before Ouyang. The earth wept with blood, and bones lay scattered for miles. Great cultivators fell like rain, all to ensure that the seeds of their sects could survive amid the chaos of the world. Dong Shuzi's words were simple, yet they conveyed the gravity of that ancient conflict, stirring a tempest of emotions within Ouyang. "The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao," Dong Shuzi murmured, suddenly filled with ire, only to find peace once more in the next moment. He turned to Ouyang, smiling. "Did you not often claim that my teachings lack substance? Today, I have come to present you with a lesson unlike any other." Ouyang gazed at the formidable Qingyun sect master, deemed a paragon of comprehensive excellence by the system, and in that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were swirling in his sight. Dong Shuzi, shaking his head, proclaimed, "The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way." Though it echoed the age-old and cryptic beginnings, he turned his piercing gaze towards the moon and exclaimed, "The way, indeed. Let it be." His voice resonated like a colossal bell, reverberating through the cosmos. Dong Shuzi raised the floating dust in his hand, which instantly straightened like a long sword. With a nimble leap, he soared into the sky, fiercely sweeping the floating dust forward. Like an ink brush sweeping across a canvas, the sword energy ignited at the tip of the dust. An endless wave of sword energy cleaved the heavens, illuminating a tremendous white line. This seemingly ordinary strike from the Qingyun sect master, a figure of celestial grace, turned the world upside down as the tumultuous sword energy roiled in the depths of the sky. The target of this sword energy was none other than the colossal moon before him. Above the small peak of the Qingyun sect, a sword energy pierced from east to west, resembling a silver thread as it surged towards the moon. Under this sword energy, the enormous moon appeared to be split in twain. The vast round moon, faintly discernible, was seemingly cleaved into upper and lower halves. What might this extraordinary power be? Yet, in the next moment, the moon returned to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. However, at the moment it was divided. A wave of ethereal Tao rhythm surged forth from between the two halves, revealing something concealed by the heavens. Under the vast sword energy, the Tao rhythm flowed, and the sword intent permeated the entire Qingyun sect. In an instant, all the sword cultivators of the Qingyun sect felt a stirring in their hearts, lifting their gazes skyward. At that moment, the heavens seemed to open wide, allowing countless insights of the sword path to cascade down. The previously obscure and unfathomable sword techniques became crystal clear in their minds. The sword cultivators of Qingyun sect bowed towards the sky, for someone was elucidating their own path, using their very being as a quill to expound upon the world of swordsmanship. Everyone seized the opportunity to enter a state of cultivation, as this moment promised to enhance their practice manifold compared to usual. 4 sword cultivators. Such an opportunity might never arise again in a lifetime. Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong simultaneously opened their eyes. Bai Feiyu, donned in white robes, ascended to a branch, standing with hands clasped behind him, gazing at the vast sea of sword rhythms before him. Even as an ancient sword immortal, he could not help but be astonished. How could the world have cultivated the sword path to such heights, rivaling even his past self? Moreover, how could they unveil the true essence of the sword path obscured by the cosmos? The practitioners of this era seemed even more fervent than the celestial beings of ancient times. Clad in black, Lung Qingsong stood with his sword in hand, observing the myriad sword rhythms above. Though he understood that he was but an ant compared to the overwhelming sword intent, his eyes sparkled with martial fervor. One day, he too would achieve such heights. No, he would surpass even this. Both men offered a slight bow towards the heavens. On this night, a master swordsman utilized his own essence as a quill to inscribe the profound doctrines of the sword, connecting the heavens and earth through the art of swordplay, delivering a lecture on the path of the sword, and performing the customary bow of respect. Even for the two of them, honing their sword intent amidst such resplendent sword rhythm would yield immense benefits. Thus they were deserving of their reverence. Dong Zuzi, feeling somewhat fatigued, leapt onto the meditation cushion, raised his head to take a sip of wine, and gestured towards the distant sky with a lifted hand. The direction of his finger pointed to a star that flickered intermittently. The star descended from the heavens, landing gently in Dong Zuzi's palm. He waved the star towards Ouyang, tossing it to him as one might hurl a stone. Ouyang, taking great care, caught the star, yet before he could discern its nature, it vanished from his grasp. Dong Zuzi, appearing inebriated, reclined on the cushion, murmuring incoherent words in a dreamlike state. Ouyang, sitting upright with utmost decorum, bowed respectfully to Dong Zuzi. In this moment, Dong Zuzi was not the irritable old man he usually embodied. For tonight, a celestial being had descended, slaying the moon and plucking stars. Chapter 54. The first snow falls to earth. The night transpired like a dream, and upon returning to his chamber, Ouyang collapsed into a deep slumber, not awakening until the following morning. While still enveloped in dreams, he was roused by the exuberant shouts of Hutu, proclaiming the arrival of snow. Hutu's joyous voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Ouyang emerged from his abode, draped in his Taoist robe, greeted by a breathtaking expanse of white. The heavy snowfall from the latter half of the night had transformed the entire mountain peak, ushering in the winter season with its pristine blanket of snow, juxtaposed against the still green leaves upon the branches. Hutu, unconcerned with the reasons behind the snowfall, was simply enchanted, having witnessed snow only once at the tender age of 3, and that had been a mere drizzle of sleet. Experiencing such a magnificent snowfall for the first time, Hutu felt as though he had entered a realm born of dreams. Dress warmly and play outside, but do not lick the iron column at the kitchen door. Ouyang called out to Hutu, who was frolicking joyfully with a fox. Just as Ouyang turned to retreat into his room for an additional layer of clothing, he nearly collided with the sword-bearing Lung Qingsong. Staring at Ouyang, Lung Qingsong, with a dazed expression, uttered, "Brother." Ouyang noticed that the previously aloof demeanor of Lung Qingsong, who had often exuded the arrogance of a domineering CEO, had transformed into one of anticipation. Realizing this shift, Ouyang smiled and replied, "Indeed, the first snow has arrived, a time of celebration." Upon hearing Ouyang's response, the vacant look in Lung Qingsong's eyes softened, a fleeting smile crossing his face before he hastily retreated to his own room, clutching his sword. Could it be that he actually smiled? Ouyang pondered, questioning if he had indeed witnessed this change correctly. Just as he turned, hoping to coax another smile from his younger brother, a wooden sword narrowly grazed his nose before embedding itself in the doorframe. "I did not," Lung Qingsong declared, leaving only those words behind as he darted back to his room. Ouyang touched his nose, heart racing with surprise. Has this young man been discovered and still refuses to confess, even contemplating silencing himself? Was it merely a smile that provoked such a reaction? Nonetheless, this time of year is indeed when Lung Qingsong eagerly anticipates the arrival of the first snowfall. For it is during these wintry days that Ouyang and Lung Qingsong descend from the mountains back to the quaint little town they once inhabited. This is a cherished promise between myself and Lung Qingsong, or perhaps an agreement between him and a certain young lady. Longing for his wife, is he? With a perpetually sullen expression, I never imagined him to be such a lecher. Ouyang laughed heartily and retreated to his room to gather his belongings. Suddenly, a cacophony of wailing erupted in the courtyard. As Ouyang stepped through the door, he turned back and rushed outside, only to find Bai Feiyu and Xiao Feng circling around Hututu. The poor child, tears streaming down her face, had her tongue stuck to an iron pole. Unable to free herself, and could only weep in pain. "You foolish child, I just warned you not to lick the iron pole, and yet you still did." Ouyang approached Hututu with an air of irritation. "I only want to see why shouldn't he lick it?" Hututu sobbed, her tongue still adhered to the pole. Xiao Feng, noticing her predicament, exclaimed, "Little junior sister, hang in there. I will shatter this iron piece with a single punch. Are you not afraid of crushing her tongue as well? Allow me to handle it." Bai Feiyu shot Xiao Feng a glare, then unsheathed her sword, preparing to cleave the problem in one swift stroke. "Leave her tongue intact," Ouyang interjected as he approached, grasping the iron pole. Channeling his inner energy, the once frigid metal began to warm, and soon enough, Hututu's tongue was freed. With a pained expression, Hututu gazed up at Ouyang, feeling a tingling sensation in her mouth as she noticed her senior brother's fingers waving before her. His mouth moved like a croaking frog in a pond. Speaking of frogs, it has been quite some time since I savored the sautéed frog dishes prepared by third senior brother. Hututu's mouth watered uncontrollably at the thought. Ouyang, observing her dazed expression and the drool spilling from her lips, realized this girl was once again fantasizing about food. With a hint of exasperation, he lifted Hututu and playfully patted her backside twice. Hututu, unfazed, merely rubbed her rear and chuckled foolishly. Meanwhile, the cunning fox, Songhu, watched this future potential leader of Xianxia Mountain and couldn't help but lament that the mountain's demise seemed imminent. At that moment, Lung Qingsong emerged from his room. Having gathered his belongings and addressed Ouyang, "Let us depart. Just a moment, I need to tidy up first. This little rascal has been quite the handful." Ouyang shot a glance at Hututu before returning to his room to continue packing. "Senior brother, where are you going?" Hututu, like a shadow, followed Ouyang back inside. Her curiosity piqued as she watched him organize his things. "I am going down the mountain with your second senior brother. Every time it snows, we make this journey," Ouyang replied as he busied himself with his preparations. "Can I go with you, Tutu?" Hututu gazed longingly at Ouyang. "No, it's too far for you to accompany us." Ouyang immediately declined without a second thought. "Please, please. Tutu wants to go." Hututu began to throw a tantrum, rolling across the floor and then onto the bed. "Be good, Tutu. Your senior brother will bring you delicious treats when he returns." Ouyang sighed as he tried to entice Hututu. Upon hearing about the delicacies, Hututu instinctively wanted to agree, but then realized that if he followed his senior brother down the mountain, he would be the first to savor the tasty food. Understanding the joy of a hearty meal at just 5 years old, Hututu quickly adopted a pitiful expression and said, "Senior brother, third senior brother hasn't returned yet. If you and second senior brother leave, it will just be me, white senior brother, and Xiao Shitty on the entire little peak. Their cooking is terrible. By the time you return, I might starve." Having achieved the golden core stage, he had long since ceased his fasting, and he couldn't fathom why Ouyang insisted on eating at such precise intervals. Ouyang rolled his eyes, still unwilling to take Hututu with him, as the destination he and Lung Qingsong were heading to was not suitable for a cultivator. Seeing Ouyang's firm resolve, Hututu turned and ran out, crying. When Ouyang emerged with his belongings, he found Hututu holding Lung Qingsong's hand, a small bundle slung over his shoulder, looking triumphantly at Ouyang. "Umph," he exclaimed, then turned to sweetly nuzzle Lung Qingsong's hand, saying, "Second senior brother is the best, unlike a certain senior brother." "Umph." Ouyang glanced at Lung Qingsong, who wore an awkward expression but nodded at Ouyang, saying, "It's fine. Forget it, let's go." Ouyang sighed, witnessing his junior brother's self-assured demeanor. Hututu cheered, wriggled free from his supportive second senior brother's grasp, and leaped into Ouyang's arms, beaming as he asked, "Where are we going, senior brother?" Ouyang gazed nostalgically into the distance and replied, "We are heading to the mortal realm." Chapter 55. The mortal realm is not a good place. The mortal realm? Hututu's eyes widened, as if stars were twinkling within them. This world is vast, and those celestial beings who soar through the skies on swords can never truly glimpse its entirety. Yet, in this expansive realm, the presence of humanity is ubiquitous. Millions of mortals inhabit every corner of this world, constructing one powerful empire after another. These ordinary people, though their lives are fleeting compared to cultivators, create civilizations that far surpass anything a practitioner could conceive. In this world, those capable of cultivation are exceedingly rare, while countless ordinary individuals live their lives without ever encountering a cultivator. The places where these innumerable common folk reside are referred to by cultivators as the mortal realm. Hututu had only heard stories of the mortal realm from his grandfather. It is a place fraught with danger, yet irresistibly enchanting, both for cultivators and for beings of other races. The closer one approaches the realm of mortals, the thinner the essence of heaven and earth becomes, rendering cultivation increasingly arduous. As practitioners draw near to the human world, their progress is perpetually stifled by the fortunes of humanity. Moreover, the myriad causes and effects that pervade this realm pose a significant threat. A moment's carelessness may lead to entanglement with these fates, resulting in stagnation of cultivation at best, or madness and demise at worst. The mundane affairs of the human world are the most corrupting to the human heart. Ouyang, perched upon a paper crane, cradled Hutu in his arms, while Lung Qingsong soared beside him on his sword. The trio had exchanged their Taoist robes for the attire of youthful knights. In the human realm, donning a Taoist robe is not a trivial matter. An ill-advised choice may attract unwelcome troubles. Thus, they transformed into wandering young heroes as they ventured into the mortal world. Setting off from a small peak, they journeyed eastward, flying beyond the borders of Qingyan's Sect. The destination Ouyang and Lung Qingsong sought was far from Qingyan's Sect. Even by flight, it would take 7 to 8 days to reach, underscoring the vastness of Ouyang's intended journey. This place was where Ouyang had found himself after his crossing, and it was also where he and Lung Qingsong had first encountered one another. They had lived there for 2 years before being brought back to Qingyan's Sect by their master, Ouyang, who had promised that every year, on the first snowfall, they would return together to revisit their memories. In their youth, Ouyang had always brought them back until 2 years prior, when they had begun to make the journey on their own. This land, filled with memories, had become Ouyang's homeland in this world. He glanced at the stoic Lung Qingsong flying alongside him, aware that this was also the birthplace of his second brother, where a certain girl awaited him. This thought cast a shadow of worry across Ouyang's brow. The girl was quite a commendable individual. In their younger days, Ouyang had often led Lung Qingsong into mischief in the town, while that girl had frequently snuck food to them. His reserved second brother, apart from his closeness to Ouyang, had little emotional attachment to anyone else save for that girl. However, she was merely an ordinary human, devoid of any cultivation abilities. Now, the two brothers had fundamentally changed compared to mortals. In contrast to Lung Qingsong's potentially endless future, the lifespan of an ordinary person was but a fleeting century. If Lung Qingsong were truly devoted to that girl, how would he cope when she inevitably passed away in the distant future? Brother? Lung Qingsong's voice interrupted Ouyang's contemplation. He looked at Ouyang with a puzzled expression, unsure of the reason behind Ouyang's gaze. Ouyang smiled and asked, "Second brother, have you thought about what you should say when you meet Xianyuan?" Lung Qingsong hesitated, momentarily flustered, scratching his head as he tentatively responded, "Hello? What kind of greeting is that? Have you lost your wits from sword practice?" Ouyang rolled his eyes, exasperated. Xianyuan was the girl in question. 3 years older than Ouyang and 5 years older than Lung Qingsong. Calculating her age, she is already a 20-year-old maiden awaiting marriage, uncertain whether to wait for her younger brother. Ouyang's impression of Xian'er is not particularly favorable. The first time he beheld those scrutinizing eyes, he recognized that the girl was full of intricate thoughts. The three of them soared through the clouds, and when fatigue set in, they descended into a forest to rest, gradually drawing nearer to what is referred to as their homeland. As they approached, they observed an increasing number of human settlements, cities and villages, until they reached the boundary of the human realm. Ouyang felt no discomfort, yet Hututu and Lung Qingsong distinctly sensed unease. The further they advanced, the more agitated their inner essence became, even involuntarily leaking outward, disrupting their originally tranquil hearts. "Senior brother, I'm feeling quite uncomfortable. The human world is not enjoyable at all," Hututu remarked, turning to Ouyang with a pout. Ouyang reached out to grasp Hututu's small hand, channeling a stream of essence to help her stabilize her inner turmoil. The human realm is not a favorable destination. For cultivators, it serves as a trial of the heart amidst the mundane world. The closer we get to the large cities established by humans, the more our cultivation is suppressed. My humble master once said that where humans gather, their fortune is bestowed. As the protagonists of the world, humans naturally protect all ordinary beings who cannot cultivate. Thus, for cultivators and demon practitioners, the human realm is not a desirable place. Even malevolent entities avoid living among humans unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps Ouyang's cultivation realm was too low, preventing him from sensing the so-called suppression. Among ordinary humans, the chi refinement stage is already considered the pinnacle. In the human realm, this stage is regarded as innate, and martial artists and cultivators spend their entire lives barely reaching the 9th level of chi refinement. Although he ranks at the bottom of his sect, in the realm of ordinary humans, he would be regarded as a significant figure. The trio's speed gradually diminished. Lung Qingsong's inner essence was insufficient for sword flight, as his golden core essence was suppressed to the foundation establishment level. Meanwhile, Hu Tutu, despite utilizing a magical paper crane, still felt it inadequate. The ambient spiritual energy in this realm was vastly inferior to that of Qingyun's sect. The energy absorbed here barely matched her consumption. Noticing the two struggling, Ouyang beckoned them to descend to a less populated area. They landed beside a main road, and Ouyang took out a recording stone, turning it around as he spoke to it. By following this road, we can reach Maple Leaf City in about 2 days on foot. Brother, shall we walk during the day and fly at night? Lung Qingsong asked, somewhat reluctantly, feeling that 2 days was too slow. Ouyang shook his head, replying, try to see how long it takes to restore your essence. Lung Qingsong sat cross-legged to meditate, and before long, he opened his eyes with a sigh, lamenting the thinness of the spiritual energy in this realm. Thus, one must obediently adhere to Ouyang's arrangements. On the official road, 2 youthful swordsmen clad in vibrant attire, accompanied by an extraordinarily adorable young girl, traversed with a speed reminiscent of phantoms. Chapter 56. In which direction lies the Imperial City? Although the 3 had forsaken the art of sword flight, they possessed alternative methods. The consumption of true essence during flight was considerable, yet when merely enhancing their footing, the expenditure was negligible. Similar to the lightness of foot prevalent in the mortal realm, the trio leapt between the towering trees flanking the official road, effortlessly covering distances of several meters in the blink of an eye. Ouyang carried Hu Tu, while Lung Qingsong, somewhat unaccustomed to this manner of travel, found himself struggling. He was used to soaring through the air, and the sudden shift to walking left him momentarily at a loss. Nevertheless, after a brief adjustment, he managed to follow closely behind Ouyang. As they navigated through the trees, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted ahead. Ouyang frowned, reluctant to involve himself in such matters. As previously stated, one should refrain from meddling in the affairs of mortals, for it yields no benefit to one's cultivation. Before Ouyang could voice his thoughts, Lung Qingsong had already dashed forward. Youthful impetuosity drove him to draw his sword in the face of injustice, heedless of the consequences. Just as Ouyang opened his mouth to call him back, Lung Qingsong had already leaped down, sword in hand, and Ouyang, adjusting Hu Tu, followed suit. Perched on a branch, Ouyang gazed downwards. The melee below had raged for some time, with numerous bodies strewn about, their fates uncertain. It was evident that one faction comprised masked bandits clad in coarse cloth, while the other consisted of well-uniformed guards, despite their superior equipment and martial prowess. The guards were outnumbered, with merely 20 or so individuals, preoccupied with safeguarding several nearby carriages. In contrast, the bandits, a disorganized throng wielding makeshift weapons such as hoes and sickles, boasted sheer numbers, a chaotic mass surging forward, their battle cries echoing through the air. Thus, the guards found themselves swiftly encircled, the noose tightening and casualties mounting. When Lung Qingsong descended from the tree, the tide of battle began to shift. Although his cultivation was suppressed, Lung Qingsong's remarkable swordsmanship, with a talent score of 11, rendered his skill in combat independent of his cultivation level. A silver dragon weaved through the bandits, leaving chaos in its wake. Before they could comprehend the peril, they were felled, never to rise again. Each slain bandit bore a precise wound to the neck, without exception. A congenital grandmaster. Clear the way. A thunderous voice rang out from among the bandits, causing them to scatter. Standing resolutely, clad in black, Lung Qingsong's expression was as frigid as ice. Emerging from the throng of bandits was a towering figure, wielding dual axes, who sneered at Lung Qingsong. You foolish lad, Do you not know your own limitations in aspiring to be a hero? Before the words could fully escape his lips, the burly man wielding dual axes fell backward on the ground, lifeless and silent. He never anticipated that the young man across from him would wield his sword with such swiftness. He hadn't even had the chance to announce his name before meeting such a hasty demise. Such loquacity. Cold Xianxia flicked his sword and frowned at the fallen giant. With the giant's collapse, chaos erupted among the bandits. The leader has been slain. Good heavens. The leader is gone, just like that? You lack martial ethics. The leader hadn't even finished speaking before you launched a sneak attack. Cold Xianxia surveyed the surroundings, his voice cool and detached. Leave or face death. The bandits exchanged fearful glances, terror evident in their eyes at the sudden appearance of this youth. The leader's prowess was known to rival even the strongest swordsman in Maple Leaf City, yet this youth had dispatched him without a single exchange. What chance did they, the mere refuse of society, stand against such a formidable foe? As they faced Cold Xianxia, the hundreds of bandits felt a weight upon their chests, akin to the presence of a vengeful specter. In an instant, they scattered in all directions, leaving behind a grim tableau of fallen bodies. Alone, Cold Xianxia had repelled the throng, and just as he intended to turn away, the guard surrounding the carriage approached cautiously. A middle-aged man clad in armor stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, young hero, for saving us. Might I inquire your name? The Xia family shall reward you handsomely." Cold Xianxia merely glanced at him, his voice devoid of warmth. "Step aside." His act of saving was but a fleeting whim. The promise of reward held no allure for him, as worldly matters bore no significance. The middle-aged man awkwardly lowered his hands and moved aside to allow Cold Xianxia passage. As he prepared to ascend a tree, a youthful voice called out from behind him, "Is that you, little Cold brother?" Cold Xianxia halted and turned to see a boy, a guard with a sword, uncertainly gazing at him beside the carriage. Upon recognizing Cold Xianxia, the boy's face lit up with joy as he dashed forward, breathless with excitement. "It really is you, little Cold brother. It's me, Wang Ming." As he looked at the exuberant youth, memories of their time together flooded Cold Xianxia's mind, softening his expression. "Little Cold brother, where is big brother Ouyang? Why had you returned alone?" Wang Ming asked eagerly. Suddenly, a small branch struck Wang Ming on the head, prompting him to clutch his scalp and glance upward. Ouyang, cradling a sleepy child, chuckled as he looked at Wang Ming. "Wang Xiaoming, a year has passed, and you've managed to find a way to make a living." Before him stood Wang Ming, one of the young followers he had gathered during his time in Maple Leaf City. "Big brother Ouyang," Wang Ming exclaimed, his excitement spilling over as he burst into tears. Upon witnessing Wang Ming weeping bitterly, Ouyang, who had perched on a tree, abruptly ceased his laughter. He leapt down and, observing Wang Ming's tear-streaked face, inquired with a hint of concern, "What has transpired, my friend? Why have you returned so late?" Wang Ming fell to his knees, overwhelmed with sorrow. It was only then that Ouyang comprehended the gravity of the situation. He seized Wang Ming by the collar, lifting him up, and impatiently urged, "Cease your weeping and speak." With a quivering voice, Wang Ming managed to stammer, Everyone has been captured by the officials, and I was the only one who managed to escape. Sister Xianxia and the others have been taken to the Imperial City." A fierce sword intent suddenly erupted from Lung Xianxia, radiating an aura of deadly intent. The once relaxed guards immediately tensed up, gripping their weapons once more as they cast wary glances at him. Ouyang, typically carefree, now wore a grave expression, glancing at the middle-aged man beside him and inquiring, "In which direction lies the Imperial City?" "Young master, the situation in Maple Leaf City is not as you perceive." The middle-aged man hastily attempted to explain. However, with a resounding crash, the man was sent flying, colliding against a large tree and losing consciousness. Ouyang turned to the guards, who had once again readied their weapons, and calmly stated, "Now, let another person answer my question. Chapter 57. Is our second son a prince?" Ouyang muttered about avoiding entanglements with fate, yet he found himself deeply embroiled in the affairs of the world upon his arrival. Nonetheless, while destiny may be best left undisturbed, there was no reason to fear it. At least for someone like Ouyang, who had achieved the 9th level of Qi training, there was nothing to dread. Concerns regarding the impact on his cultivation were laughable. They were inconsequential. Standing there with an unperturbed demeanor, Ouyang emanated a pressure that rendered all the guards anxious. They sensed a greater threat from this youth than from hundreds of bandits, as if he could effortlessly dispatch them with a mere gesture. As Ouyang took a step forward, the guards instinctively recoiled, some trembling so intensely that they could barely maintain their grip on their weapons. Is it permissible for a celestial being to trample upon the dignity of us mortals? An elderly voice emerged from a carriage. An aged man clad in a yellow-gray robe, supported by a young companion, stepped forth, his gaze sharp as it fixed upon Ouyang. The old man had discerned Ouyang's status as a cultivator, yet he stood there, unabashedly lecturing. Ouyang let out a cold laugh and raised his hand, preparing to teach this presumptuous elder a lesson. However, Wang Ming hurriedly interposed himself before the elder, stating, "Ouyang, my lord, Master Xie is here to assist us and intends to travel to the capital. I am Xie Chongyang, the lord of Maple Leaf City," the elder proclaimed, bowing his head in respect towards Ouyang. The young man supporting the elder, dressed in scholarly attire, regarded Ouyang with curiosity, having only heard tales of such celestial beings from storytellers and books, and was intrigued by this unprecedented encounter. Ouyang refrained from introducing himself, instead fixing his indifferent gaze upon the elder and coldly remarking, "The lord of Maple Leaf City? What arrangements have my master made with you?" The elderly man let out a bitter smile and said in a hoarse voice, "May the celestial beings bless Maple Leaf City with favorable weather. In exchange, the city guarantees their safety." Thus, the steady prosperity experienced by Maple Leaf City over the past decade. Do you attribute it solely to your virtue? Ouyang stepped forward, the oppressive aura of a cultivator bearing down on the elderly man. The frail body, already weakened by age, trembled slightly before the violent surge of elemental energy, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. The young man beside the elder cast a cold glance at Ouyang and proclaimed loudly, "A scholar does not speak of supernatural forces." A surge of milky white righteous energy swiftly materialized between him and Ouyang, shielding the elder from the tumultuous elemental forces. Ouyang glanced at the young man, who appeared to be around 20 years of age, and marveled at the fact that he had cultivated a righteous energy that even some great scholars lacked. Yet, Ouyang's system found no discernible attributes in the youth, suggesting that despite his righteous energy, he was merely a standout among mortals, a mere ant that could be easily dispatched by a cultivator. Xie Chongyang patted the young man who supported him to steady himself and, with a respectful gesture toward Ouyang, said, "This matter is a fault of Maple Leaf City. Hence, I have decided to seek an explanation from our emperor in the royal city." Upon hearing this, Ouyang's demeanor softened slightly as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Xie Chongyang glanced at the cold Qing song beside Ouyang, then pointed toward the carriage, saying, "There are matters that require a more private discussion. I invite the celestial beings to enter the carriage." Sensing some hidden significance, Ouyang looked at the cold Qing song beside him. The latter, with his sword held tightly, was barely able to suppress his murderous intent, his entire being brimming with a desire to unleash his sword energy. Ouyang patted Qing song, signaling him to remain calm, and then waved to the tree, prompting Hu Tutu to leap down and hide behind Ouyang, cautiously peering at the individuals before him. "Are these the people my grandfather spoke of? They seem so feeble, yet they exude an aura that irks me, particularly the young man in scholar's attire, who emanates a discomforting presence. For demons, the unique righteous energy of humanity possesses a natural suppressive effect." Once everyone boarded the carriage, Xie Chongyang hesitated, glancing at Qing Song before respectfully addressing Ouyang. "Might I inquire about the ages of the two celestial beings?" Ouyang furrowed his brow, uncertain of the old man's intentions, but nonetheless replied, "I am 17, he is 15, I am 5, exclaimed Hu Tutu, proudly raising a hand. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xie Chongyang turned to Qing Song and asked, "Might I inquire if this celestial being possesses a piece of white semi-jade?" Qing Song was momentarily taken aback by Xie Chongyang's inquiry, his expression darkening as he quietly muttered, "Have they found their way to Maple Leaf City?" Noting Qing Song's evasive reply, Xie Chongyang let out a sigh of relief, his gaze toward Qing Song now filled with respect. Although he displayed courteous manners when facing the immortal Ouyang, it paled in comparison to the respect he exhibited upon encountering Lung Qing Song. Xie Chongyang nodded slightly and bowed, stating, "Though you have wandered to Maple Leaf City since your childhood, the imperial court has never ceased its search for you. Have they come for me? To eradicate the roots?" Lung Qing Song retorted with a cold laugh. Xie Chongyang then produced a piece of white jade and declared, "Our sovereign, now advanced in years, and without an heir, wishes to meet you." Ha ha ha, without an heir? How ironic that he never considered this when he executed so many of his own sons, Lung Qing Song exclaimed. laughter giving way to a stern expression as he turned to Xianxia to refuse. Ouyang, standing nearby, was taken aback. He had believed his second son, who had wandered to Maple Leaf City at the age of 3 and whom he had rescued, was an orphan like himself. Little did he know that his son possessed a remarkable lineage, seemingly tied to royal blood. Xianxia's expression turned serious as he spoke. In the spring of the 27th year of the Great Tang, Prince Su conspired against the throne, involving countless lives, and the lineage of Prince Su was completely eradicated. In the 40th year, our sovereign reopened the case to vindicate Prince Su, issuing a self-punishing edict, allowing the souls of the wronged to finally find peace. As Xianxia recounted the events with careful deliberation, the sadness on Lung Qingsong's face shifted to a semblance of consolation, only to be replaced by a sense of melancholic loss as he remarked, "They are all gone. What significance does vindication hold now?" Xianxia bowed slightly to Lung Qingsong and continued, "Our sovereign, now without an heir, faces unparalleled challenges. Sorcerers run rampant in the imperial city, and our sovereign seeks the elixir of immortality, neglecting state affairs, while treacherous ministers thrive, leading to chaos within the court and beyond." Lung Qingsong, lost in contemplation, asked, "He seeks me solely for the pursuit of immortality?" "Certainly not, Your Highness. You are the sole bloodline of our sovereign. If you were to return to the imperial city, our sovereign would abandon the quest for immortality, and the nation's turmoil would cease," Xianxiang asserted with unwavering resolve. Lung Qingsong shook his head, replying, "I am no longer immortal. Worldly matters no longer concern me. Besides, he brought this upon himself with his rebellion." Xianxiang's gaze sharpened as he firmly stated, "Do the lives of countless common folk not weigh more than your immortal path? You are the son of Prince Su and the future sovereign of the Great Tang." Chapter 58. I want you to rebel. The carriage fell into a profound silence. Ouyang felt as if he were seeing his younger brother, who had followed him since childhood. For the first time, his little brother was, astonishingly, a prince and one of the last remaining heirs. If all went as expected, upon the eventual demise of the current emperor, his little brother would become the rightful heir to the throne. Why pursue immortality when he could return and reign as emperor? Yet, the allure of the throne, in comparison to the pursuit of immortality, appeared diminished. Despite becoming the most revered monarch on earth, one's lifespan was but a fleeting century. A trivial span when juxtaposed against the boundless freedom enjoyed by an unrestrained practitioner of the mystical arts. The young boy in the carriage seemed to have fallen into a deep silence, as many memories became blurred in his mind. At that time, he was merely 3 years old. His parents had rebelled and were killed, and after wandering in a Maple Leaf City, he encountered his elder brother. From a position of power to becoming a street urchin, had it not been for his brother's efforts to provide for him in Maple Leaf City, he likely would have perished during the first snowfall that year. Years have swiftly passed, and now, astonishingly, the so-called grandfather, who was also the murderer of his parents, had come to inform him of his desire to relish familial bliss. Although the memories of his parents were more akin to cold palace walls and impatient tones, they were nonetheless his biological parents. Even a fool like Lung Qingsong could discern that the old man in the imperial city surely harbored ulterior motives to secure the throne. He could murder his own flesh and blood. How could he now wish for Lung Qingsong to inherit the throne? Lung Qingsong gazed at the half-piece of white jade in Xianxiang's hand, and withdrew a half-piece of jade that he had carried during his childhood from his storage space, saying softly, "This is the other half of the jade. Take it and inform him that I am not yet prepared to claim his head. It would be best if you were to die before I reach him. Otherwise, when I come for him, the punishment he faces will be far from merciful." Ouyang then took the 2 pieces of white jade from Lung Qingsong and Xianxia, gently bringing them together, and the two halves melded flawlessly into one. It appeared to be a valuable item. "Little brother, when you say you are not ready, are you attempting to evade this matter?" Ouyang inquired, tossing the jade in his hand. Lung Qingsong looked at Ouyang and shook his head, saying, "Brother, do you not recall what our master once said?" Ouyang reminisced about the time when Ouyang had taken them as disciples, recalling the words he had spoken to Lung Qingsong. At that time, Lung Qingsong had asked Ouyang if one could kill a person in the pursuit of immortality. Ouyang, gazing into Lung Qingsong's indifferent eyes, sighed and replied, "The mortal realm is not a favorable place for cultivators. The path of immortality emphasizes non-action and avoiding entanglements. The higher a person stands in the mortal world, the greater their karmic ties. Provoking such individuals can bring about heavenly retribution at any moment. Even those in the tribulation stage must tread carefully around them. Ouyang scoffed, saying, "That old man only uses such words to intimidate you. Let me ask you, do you wish to be emperor?" Long Qingsong shook his head and replied, "I have no interest in that position. I only seek to pursue my own path." "Well, that settles it," Ouyang remarked, glancing at Xie Chongyang and the young man seated beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Old man, you seem to carry yourself quite well. I have a substantial proposition, and I wonder if you would be interested." Xie Chongyang regarded Ouyang with caution. This young man had stirred quite a commotion in Maple Leaf City when he was merely 5 years old. At that age, Ouyang had already garnered the loyalty of half the orphans in the city, commanding respect from those as young as 6 and as old as their teens. Such influence was not something an ordinary 5-year-old could achieve, let alone someone who had traversed into the celestial realm and become an immortal. Xie Zhongyang spoke in a deep voice. "I wonder what instructions the immortal has. Please, do not hesitate to command." Ouyang tossed the white jade in his hand, casting a half-smile at the young man beside Xie Zhongyang. "The emperor's position rotates. This year, it is your family's turn. I observe a regal aura about your son. I am curious if you harbor any ambitions regarding the throne. Be silent. To enjoy the king's bounty is to serve the king faithfully." Such treasonous thoughts are unthinkable for the Xie family of Maple Leaf City. Before Xie Zhongyang could respond, the young man kneeling beside him sternly reprimanded. "I initially believed that scholars could embody the spirit of righteousness, yet it appears they are but mere pedants." Ouyang sighed as he regarded the young man. "Enough." Xie Zhongyang turned his gaze to Ouyang, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Casually glancing at Long Qingsong, he continued, "If the immortal merely wishes to ascertain our loyalty, there is no need. The Xie family has resided in Maple Leaf City for a century, never meddling in court affairs." Ouyang stretched lazily and pointed to his second brother. "This is the last heir of this empire. He has no desire to inherit the throne, but should the old relics in the imperial city happen to pass away, this nation would face even greater turmoil. I wonder if the Xie family could still remain aloof then? Your Highness, as a royal bloodline, you must bear the responsibilities that come with it. The Xie family will surely ensure your safety." Xie Zhongyang asserted. "With you ragtag lot, do you truly believe you can protect us?" Ouyang called out, "Wang Xiaoming, come in." Wang Ming poked his head into the carriage, smiling at Ouyang. "Did you call for me, Ouyang boss? Would you like to become a general?" Ouyang inquired. Wang Ming scratched his head and replied, "I have no particular desire, but if you want me to, then I will." Ouyang laughed heartily, retrieving a common spirit-gathering pill from his storage pouch, and said to Wang Ming, "Open your mouth." Wang Ming obediently complied, and the pill fell into his mouth. Before he could ask anything, Ouyang's voice rang out, "Close your eyes and meditate." Wang Ming promptly sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate according to his usual internal martial arts method. Under Xie Zhongyang's astonished gaze, Wang Ming, previously of no significant standing, began to exude an elongated aura. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the realm of a grandmaster of innate energy. Ouyang brandished a vial of pills before Xie Zhongyang, saying, "This contains 100 pills, equivalent to 100 of those so-called grandmasters of innate energy. 100 grandmasters would suffice to elevate the Xie family to the strongest clan in the Tang Kingdom. Would you not agree?" As Xie Zhongyang gazed at the vial in Ouyang's hand, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Such a vial of pills could produce an additional 100 grandmasters of innate energy. Was this the immortal's method? There are scarcely 100 throughout the entire Tang Kingdom. To possess such formidable strength with such ease, comparable to the entire nation. Xie Zhongyang's lips grew parched as he bitterly addressed Ouyang. "What does the immortal mean?" Ouyang tossed the vial of elixir to Xie Zhongyang as if discarding refuse, calmly stating, with martial prowess, "The once literary Xie family possesses the potential to ascend to the throne. I want you to rebel. Is that not fair?" Chapter 59, Treacherous Rebels. The carriage was enveloped in silence, broken only by Xie Zhongyang's labored breaths. He gazed at the white porcelain vial in his hands, trembling all over. Others might be oblivious to the vial's immense worth. Yet he was acutely aware that possessing 100 innate grandmasters would grant the Xie family the power to influence the very fate of the nation. With such strength, swaying imperial authority, or even usurping, it would be effortlessly within reach. Xie Zhongyang looked at Ouyang, his gaze laden with complexity. Deep down, he recognized this as Ouyang's cunning scheme, exploiting his innermost greed. But could he truly refuse? The Xia family had resided in Maple Leaf City for centuries, merely content with their small dominion, unable to even eradicate the bandits lurking beyond the city walls. Historically, the Xia family had prioritized culture over martial skills. Despite aspirations for change, their descendants lacked the physical aptitude for combat, leading them to remain submissive to the surrounding lords. However, should they acquire these 108 grandmasters, would there be anything within the Tang Kingdom that the Xia family could not dare to covet? To rise in rebellion? That would be a heinous crime, punishable by the extermination of 9 clans, especially against the one in the imperial city who regarded power as a second life. To accept or to decline? Ouyang grappled with this dilemma, torn between the greatest opportunity for his family's ascendance and the grave sin of rebellion. Gritting his teeth, he firmly grasped the porcelain vial and declared, "Is the immortal testing the loyalty of the Xia family by speaking of rebellion before the throne? Rest assured, we Xia family shall always follow your highness." Ouyang shook his head, replying, "The mundane power of mortals is but a chicken rib to us, and the karma of the secular world is not something we wish to entangle ourselves with. Therefore, harbor no doubts. I merely wish to use your hands to avenge my junior brother." The young man beside him whispered to Ouyang, "Father, the monarch and ministers must remain steadfast to observe the royal family." Upon hearing this, Ouyang was momentarily taken aback. Such words could only be uttered by a true rebel. Could it be? The youth who had just moments ago adhered to the propriety of monarch and minister was now displaying rebellious spirit. The righteous aura he bore seemed to weep in despair. To Ouyang's surprise, it was the very youth he had deemed foolish for his scholarly pursuits who had taken such a turn. The young man respectfully clasped his hands and addressed Ouyang. "Since the immortal has bestowed upon my Xia family such an opportunity, if we were to decline, would we not incur your wrath?" His demeanor was warm, and his reasoning seemed entirely natural, yet starkly contrasted with his previous adherence to the virtues of monarch and minister. Curious about his identity, Ouyang inquired, "What should I call you?" The young man respectfully replied, "I am Xianxia, the young lord of Maple Leaf City. You are truly remarkable. Without your presence, the Xia family would surely stagnate." Ouyang exclaimed after a moment of stunned silence. Xianxia replied, "The immortal and my wife, Xuan'er, are old acquaintances. With the endorsement of the former prince, who has no interest in the throne, the Xia family is merely riding the winds of fortune." Is he already referring to the former dynasty? Has he swiftly donned the role of a treacherous minister? Wait a moment, my wife Xuan'er? Ouyang's lips curled into a grin as he glanced at the equally bewildered Lung Qingsong. This is intriguing. What is Xuan'er to you? Even the typically aloof Lung Qingsong could not help but inquire. "This year, I have betrothed myself to Xuan'er. We are already husband and wife. The two immortals seek enlightenment, and we mere mortals naturally cannot notify you. I hope for your understanding." The young man said earnestly, "This is absurd. My second son is the destined chosen one, and now our nation is at risk of being usurped by this young man. Not to mention my first love is being taken as well. Is he really trying to fleece my son?" Ouyang's eyelids twitched as he looked at his bewildered second son, covering his face, unsure of what to say. Lung Qingsong plopped down on the carriage, a wave of frustration swelling in his chest, at a loss for words. However, Xianxia stood up with an expression of triumph, saying, "My Maple Leaf City is abundant in provisions, yet lacking in martial prowess. With the addition of 108 grandmasters, we have addressed our greatest shortcoming. We can forge alliances across 21 cities in the Great Tang, with our troops poised to strike at the imperial city. Goodness, this lad must have had rebellious inclinations all along. I just proposed a condition, and he has already mapped out a path for rebellion. How has he cultivated such righteous spirit?" Lung Qingsong could no longer endure the incessant chatter and, clutching his sword, leapt out of the carriage. Ouyang grasped the white jade pendant, gazing intently at the exhilarated Xianxia, and said after a moment of silence, "How you choose to rebel is your concern. I have but one condition. Once you seize the imperial city, I want that individual alive. The immortal's request cannot be denied." Xianxia bowed in response. Ouyang cast a deep glance at Xianxia, then carried the already drowsy Hututu out of the carriage. Sensing Lung Qingsong's position, Ouyang vanished from sight in a few swift leaps. "Xinji, do you truly wish to rebel?" Xiaoqiang asked cautiously, holding a white porcelain bottle. "Father, the moment that Emperor abducted Xuan'er, I had thoughts of usurping him. Since the two immortals share this intention, why should we not pursue it?" Xianxia replied, Gazing calmly in the direction Ouyang had vanished, Xianxia nodded gravely, saying, "If that is the case, let us return to Maple Leaf City, gather the clan's descendants, and cultivate 108 grandmasters before plotting this matter." "Leave it to you, father," Xianxia declared. At that moment, a hint of imperial aura began to envelop Xianxia. Ouyang, holding Hu Tutu, arrived at a waterfall, while Lung Qingsong stood resolutely before the 100-meter-high cascade, his sword intent soaring. With a mere gesture, an invisible long sword sliced through the entire waterfall. In an instant, hundreds of swords were unleashed, shattering the waterfall into countless fragments. The ferocious true energy wreaked havoc upon the cascade, yet the countenance of Lung Qingsong remained inscrutable. Ouyang settled upon a colossal stone, sitting cross-legged with the slumbering Hutu tucked in his arms. With a mere gesture, a barrier of true energy materialized before him, shielding against the torrent of water. "Brother, are you employing such treachery to spare me from entanglements of karma?" Lung Qingsong, having vented his frustrations, turned to Ouyang and inquired. Ouyang nodded and replied, "The last time I enlightened junior brother Xiao with the essence of dragons and phoenixes, the heavenly punishment was rather feeble, thus providing an opportunity. Moreover, the act of enlightening divine beasts is merely an infringement upon the Tao, resulting in a mere thunderous retribution. Should you become embroiled in worldly karma, that unseen and intangible retribution will inevitably find its way to you. It is best to remain untainted by such unavoidable consequences." Collecting his sword, Lung Qingsong alighted upon the stone and questioned, "What of my parents' vengeance? Employing treachery similarly affects my Tao heart, does it not?" Ouyang, with a smile, responded, "The emperor's karma is substantial. However, if he ceases to be an emperor, what karma remains?" When the CF family revolted and usurped the throne, the former emperor was no longer an emperor, and thus, no karma persisted. At this revelation, Lung Qingsong grasped his brother's intentions and nodded, asking, "What shall we do now?" Ouyang gestured towards the imperial city, stating, "Your former beloved is still suffering. It is only fitting that we pay her a visit." Chapter 60. The soft jade red canopy. The imperial city of the Tang Kingdom is a vast metropolis, teeming with millions of souls, and stands as the most prosperous city in this realm. Within the imperial city, there are 56 distinct wards, each separated by towering walls, with only the two grand marketplaces in the east and west allowing glimpses of the city's vibrant life. The Eastern Marketplace is a bustling hive of activity, filled with vendors of sugar figurines, performers, and merchants peddling toys amid the cacophony of shouting and haggling. Naturally, the most delighted among them was Hu Tu, the little girl exuberantly diving into the crowd, reveling in the lively atmosphere she had never before experienced. This grand city was a sight to behold, even for Ouyang, at the tender age of 5 in Maple Leaf City, had been preoccupied solely with the struggle for survival, oblivious to the wonders of the world around him. Now, as he strolled leisurely through the streets, he felt a profound sense of having traversed through time. Senior brother, what is that?" Hutu exclaimed, holding a sugar figurine in one hand and a candied hawthorn in the other, perched upon Ouyang's shoulder as she curiously gazed at a grain shop. "That is a shop selling grains," Ouyang replied after a glance. "And what is that place?" She continued. "That is an eatery, a place to dine," Ouyang answered. "And that over there? That is a shop selling fabrics to make clothes." "Oh, look over there. Those beautifully dressed young ladies are waving at me." Hutu giggled, shaking the sugar figurine in her hand as she waved back at the women posing playfully on the second floor. Ouyang cast a glance at the 3 bold characters of Yihong Courtyard and awkwardly remarked, "That is not a place for children." "Why not? I too wish to don beautiful garments." Hutu, with a glimmer of envy in her eyes, spoke of the women clad in revealing attire at the brothel. "Such places are frequented only by wayward girls. Someone as adorable as you, Tutu, must not venture there," Ouyang admonished earnestly. He then turned his gaze towards the brothel with a hint of anticipation, lamenting that he had yet to explore such establishments since his arrival in this realm. Indeed, he felt like a failure as a traveler. "Brother, there are practitioners." Cold Qing spoke suddenly from beside him. "Practitioners?" Ouyang raised an eyebrow, surveying his surroundings. Yet, he discerned nothing, for his own abilities were still limited to the foundational techniques of the 5 elements. It was indeed unfortunate. His own mediocre talent was one matter, but his second brother, despite his exceptional capabilities, dismissed anything beyond the sword path. Thus, although they had arrived in the imperial city, they could not locate Xianxia and the others who had been brought here by the old emperor. Had the third brother or Xiaobai been present, the situation would surely have been less troublesome, for those two were adept in a variety of skills. Ouyang scanned the vicinity, feeling no immediate threat, and then inquired of Cold Qing, "Are they formidable?" "Very formidable," Cold Qing replied candidly. Anyone whom Cold Qing deemed very formidable must surely be a great practitioner of at least the out-of-body stage. The presence of such powerful beings within the imperial city raised questions. Were they practitioners who had forsaken their pursuit of immortality for the allure of worldly pleasures? As Ouyang pondered this, a scarlet ribbon suddenly fell before him. He reached out to catch it, and a familiar fragrance enveloped him. This scent, goodness, it's Sister Xiaoya. Ouyang's expression shifted to one of alarm as he turned to Cold Qing with a complex gaze. Could his second brother truly be so unfortunate? A clear, melodious voice echoed in his mind. "What are you doing? Bring Lil Song up here." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ouyang turned around, glancing at the Yihong courtyard, and awkwardly asked Cold Qing, "Have you ever visited a brothel?" Cold Qing shook his head, unaware of what Ouyang meant by brothel, and his thoughts were clouded by the recent news of Xianxia's marriage. At this moment, Hutu perched on Ouyang's shoulder chimed in excitedly. Tutu has never been to a brothel either. Tutu wants to visit a brothel. Her innocent voice drew the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances at the two young men and the 5-year-old girl discussing such matters so openly. Their eyes turned lewd as they wondered which young master could be so shameless. With a steely resolve, Ouyang led Hutu and Cold Qing towards the Yihong courtyard. Upon entering, a wave of exotic fragrances greeted them, and the lavish red decor transformed the space into a realm of intoxication and indulgence. Dozens of elegantly attired young ladies are playfully posing for 3 onlookers. This sight causes the naive Lung Qingsong to blush deeply, as he hesitantly turns to Ouyang and inquires, "Brother, what brings us here?" "You will encounter an acquaintance shortly, and I assure you it will be a delightful surprise." Ouyang cautions carefully. What sort of acquaintance could possibly be found in such a place? Could it be a friend of our master? Lung Qingsong glances around at the provocative atmosphere, his youthful heart struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Only his master would frequent such establishments. Any elder present would undoubtedly be an old friend of his mentor. As the trio steps inside, they draw many curious gazes, for 2 young boys accompanied by a child certainly do not seem like patrons. A matron dressed in a crimson satin gown saunters over, delicately clutching her handkerchief, and inquires of Ouyang, "Might you be an acquaintance of Miss Xiaoya?" At once, Lung Qingsong's eyes widen, and he implores Ouyang, "We must leave." Just as he attempts to flee, the air around them thickens, and everything within the establishment slows to a staggering halt, as if time itself has ceased. Ouyang can even see the spittle suspended mid-air from the matron's mouth. What is little Song hoping to do outside? A sultry voice calls down from the upper floor. The usually stoic Lung Qingsong, gripping his sword, trembles slightly, his body rigid as he bows to the woman above. "Greetings, senior sister." At the staircase's landing, a young lady clad in a resplendent red gown stands gracefully, a round fan partially concealing her face. Her fox-like eyes, adorned with subtle makeup, brim with alluring charm. With a voluptuous figure, she sways like a perfectly ripe peach. However, upon seeing this breathtaking beauty, Ouyang and Lung Qingsong react as if confronted by a specter. Ouyang discreetly steps back, while Lung Qingsong begins to tremble uncontrollably. What has transpired? Have we grown so estranged after such a long separation? Her voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, scratches at the heartstrings, evoking a sense of pity. With a heavy heart, Lung Qingsong stammers, "How have you been, senior sister?" "Huh." She chuckles lightly, fanning herself, and suddenly, a cascade of crimson silk rushes toward Ouyang and Lung Qingsong. Their vision is enveloped by a sea of red fabric, and then a delicate hand rests lightly on Lung Qingsong's neck, whispering, "Have we not bathed together, little Song? And now, upon seeing me, you wish to flee? Do you aspire to be a faithless man like Uncle Huyan?" As the fragrant breeze wafts by, Lung Qingsong nearly loses his grip on his sword, which threatens to tumble to the ground. Fearless in most regards, he hastily clutches Ouyang's sleeve, a glimmer of desperation in his eyes. Ouyang swiftly yanks his sleeve, cradling Hutu close, and rolls out of the Yihong building. May the unyielding master brother protect the frail second brother. In the depths of despair reflected in Lung Qingsong's gaze, Ouyang fled in a panic. The fearless Lung Qingsong stammered, "You, snake demon." "Me?" What? You wish for my assistance in your cultivation? A pair of ivory-white arms encircled Lung Qingsong's neck, as the woman whispered sweetly in his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Lung Qingsong felt his breath quicken. His senior sister displayed an alluring demeanor, as if she were about to devour him whole in the next moment. The golden core within him surged wildly, the overwhelming essence of true energy mingling with sword intent in a desperate bid for resistance, while his sword, eager to protect its master, could not help but emit a glimmer of light. Oh, grown up now, are we? Capable of wielding a sword? I wonder which blade you intend to use to poke at your senior sister? The woman pressed her jade-like hand upon the sword's hilt, speaking with playful mockery. The once resounding sword now fell silent, as if wilted under the gentle caress of her hand, seeming to have completed its task. Who could withstand such a force? Lung Qingsong felt as if all strength had been drained from him, collapsing into the woman's embrace, surrendering to the softness, and slowly closing his eyes. The red drapery billowed once more, enveloping the two and lifting them to the second floor. In the next moment, the previously frozen atmosphere of the Yihong building erupted into a cacophony of voices, as if nothing had transpired. The woman placed Lung Qingsong upon the bed, her fingers tracing the contours of his stern face, her eyes gleaming with infatuation. Stop staring. If you have the ability, just consume him. Ouyang's voice rang out from the side. The woman turned to him, her interest piqued as she observed him sipping wine at a table. Why were you so frightened of me just now? While peeling an orange for Hu Tutu, Ouyang replied. Did not the mistress instruct you to choose one of us as your furnace for cultivation? You did not select me. So why would I ruin my junior brother's good fortune? The woman, seated on the bed, regarded Ouyang with playful sarcasm. What if I were to use both? Ouyang, startled, gazed at the woman, who resembled a serpent in allure, and seriously remarked, I tend to be rather domineering. I would only use the one on top, which would hardly benefit your cultivation. You lecher. The woman seemed to recall something, spitting disdainfully. You just scolded me for being a lecher? Even a lecher would call you ancestor upon seeing you. The senior brother is Tutu, who Tutu suddenly interjected, his unwavering gaze fixed on the orange in Ouyang's hand. Though his tone was resolute, the woman turned her attention to Hu Tutu, a hint of surprise gracing her features. A spirit fox of innate Dao physique? With Xianxia having found a master, and Lung Qingsong having his own, had Ouyang captured a little spirit fox? Were they truly extracting the wool from the demon race? The woman regarded Ouyang with a complex expression. Do you three have some peculiar quirks? Ouyang cleared his throat and replied earnestly, Xianxia, I warn you. Both my master and my second brother are coerced. Before him, Ouyang could easily discern the attribute panel of the woman. Name, Xianxia. Youth of the devouring python. Cultivation. 6th layer of the harmonization stage bone quality. 8 charm. 10 luck. 6 devouring talent. 10. Exclusive skill. Sky swallowing. Evaluation. Beware of the serpent demon seeking your assistance in her cultivation. The enchanting woman before me is not human, but a serpent demon. Ouyang addresses her as senior sister because among the beautiful confidants of his esteemed master, one is the master of this serpent demon. Truly, his master is akin to a reincarnated Su Xian, and he is also a serpent catcher. Before Ouyang and his companion entered the mountain gate, their master took them on a journey, with the first stop being a serpent's lair. Initially, Ouyang suspected his master of being an evil cultivator, only to hear his master solemnly declare that he was there to subdue demons. The next day, when his master emerged, supported by Xianxia, Ouyang finally comprehended the immense power of the serpent demon within the cave. Xianxia, exuding the air of a victor, informed Ouyang and his companion that their master had wagered with her master, offering one of them as a husband. Such fortune? Observing the voluptuous Xianxia, the youthful Ouyang immediately resolved to assume the responsibilities of the elder brother. It is our duty to restore the glory of the serpent-catching master. Upon inquiring about her age, Xianxia revealed she was 2,000 years old, causing Ouyang, who had previously boasted, to deflate instantly. A 2,000-year-old serpent demon must possess immense power, surely. Draining me would be a mere trifle. He pushed his companion, Lung Qingsong, forward, thinking, what is there to fear from a mere 2,000-year-old serpent demon? However, after being dragged into the serpent's lair, the typically stoic Lung Qingsong emerged that night with red-rimmed eyes. Ouyang was alarmed, fearing that the 3-year-old Lung Qingsong had met with a tragic fate. Yet, before he could inquire, Xianxia emerged, holding Lung Qingsong's freshly changed clothes, and declared with satisfaction, "I have inspected him. Indeed, Uncle Ouyang did not deceive me. He is a fine furnace." Ouyang, glancing at the red-eyed Lung Qingsong, quietly asked how she had inspected him. "We took a bath together. What can a 3-year-old do?" Xianxia rolled her eyes and replied, "Just a bath." Ouyang, observing the bullied expression on Lung Qingsong's face, lost his sense of amusement. However, from that day forth, Lung Qingsong regarded Xianxia with the trepidation of a mouse encountering a cat. Meanwhile, Xianxia, leveraging her formidable cultivation as a mid-stage practitioner, delighted in teasing the two brothers daily, much like a cat playing with a mouse. As his thoughts returned, Ouyang inquired of Xianxia, "What brings you to the mortal realm?" Xianxia looked at him quizzically and retorted, "Did your master not mention it?" "What nonsense did that old rogue say?" Ouyang asked, somewhat irked. "Uncle Ouyang stated that you two must sever your earthly ties, and I was sent to assist in watching over you." Xianxia explained. "Sever earthly ties? Again with the ties of causation? What has that old man divined now?" Ouyang pondered, reflecting on the words of his venerable master. At that moment, it became evident that this outing was deeply intertwined with both himself and his second disciple. Suddenly, Ouyang comprehended all the intricacies, realizing that this entire situation was orchestrated by his own rather lenient master. Ouyang lifted his gaze, looking at Xianxia, who wore a half-smile, and said, "Sister, there is something I am uncertain about. Should I speak it or hold my tongue?" Xianxia, observing Ouyang's mischievous grin, felt a surge of caution and inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Even with 2 millennia of life experience, Xianxia dared not underestimate Ouyang, wary of inadvertently falling into his trap. "Do you know why we have returned to the Imperial City?" Ouyang cleared his throat and asked. Xianxia shook her head, admitting that she had been merely entrusted by Ouyang and was unaware of the reason for her presence. Ouyang pointed at Lung Qingsong, who lay on the bed, and with a smile declared, "My second disciple's beloved has been brought here. We have come specifically to rescue her." Chapter 62. In the mountains, one cultivates. Upon hearing his master's name from Xianxia, Ouyang had already begun to speculate on his master's intentions. This matter was undoubtedly part of his master's scheme, aimed at allowing both himself and Lung Qingsong to sever the ties of fate that bound them to the mundane world. For cultivators, who transcend the 3 realms and exist outside the 5 elements, the most grave concern is the contamination of their pure Tao heart by worldly karma. Thus, his master employed this method to aid them in breaking free from the entanglements of the earthly realm. After all, both he and Lung Qingsong hailed from the mortal realm and should ultimately depart from it. Karma must be severed by one's own hand to stabilize one's Tao heart. However, one wonders when his master commenced this intricate planning. Perhaps it began when his second disciple first proposed to his master the return to the mortal realm during the first snowfall, and subsequently, when he entered the serpent's lair to feed the snakes, all in pursuit of a destined fate for his second disciple. Though his master may be somewhat eccentric, his meticulousness in planning is undeniable. Reflecting on the attributes displayed when he first encountered his master, Ouyang felt reassured that his master possessed his own wisdom. Having unraveled all the key points, Ouyang turned his attention to his sleeping second disciple. Indeed, his second disciple was a child of destiny. Yet this very status rendered him stubborn. After all, a genius seldom admits to faults, instead becoming ensnared in a singular fixation, exhausting all their energy until they transform from prodigy to mediocrity, from brilliance to obscurity. A talent that fails to mature is forever unworthy of admiration in this world. Who does not carry the title of genius? Connecting the dots with his master's seemingly erratic thought patterns, Ouyang suddenly understood what he ought to do. His master had spent an entire night exorcising demons, not merely for the sake of purging evil, but specifically to facilitate his second disciple's connection to a destined fate. This serendipitously aligned with his second disciple's earthly beloved. What he needed to do was stoke the flames, ensuring this serpent demon became utterly entangled with his junior brother. Upon hearing Ouyang mention his beloved's ethereal counterpart, the once delicate and charming Xianxia, seated at the head of the bed, suddenly exuded a formidable aura. A vaguely defined colossal python seemed to coil behind her, its blood-red eyes captivating and fearsome. The term ethereal counterpart piqued her curiosity, as she wondered what sort of enchanting beauty could inspire her husband to traverse great distances for her rescue. Although Xianxia spoke of her intrigue, The chill in her tone sent a shiver down the spine of Hututu, who was munching on an orange nearby. Brother, why do I feel so cold? Hututu asked, chewing on the fruit. Cold? Perhaps the city is due for a drop in temperature, Ouyang remarked, glancing gleefully at the increasingly agitated Xianxia, whose dress appeared on the verge of tearing. He affectionately ruffled Hututu's fluffy head. Where is she? Xianxia inquired. Ouyang shrugged. Neither Qing Song nor I possess the art of divination. Hence, we have come to the marketplace to gather information. Uncle Hu Yun, a master of fortune-telling, did not impart such skills to you? Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief. Why are you so surprised at a mere cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement being unable to grasp even the basic techniques of elemental evasion? Ouyang thought to scold, but refrained, aware that the serpent demon before him was no trifling matter, especially with a formidable matron lurking behind. He settled for a sheepish smile. Xianxia produced 3 copper coins from her bosom, which glimmered with a golden hue. She covered them with her palm and tossed them gently into the air while murmuring an incantation. The coins spun rapidly, suspended in midair, gleaming with golden light. Xianxia plucked a strand of hair from the slumbering Qing Song, rubbed it between her fingers, and ignited it. Flames danced between her fingertips as she directed the fiery tendril toward the coins, causing them to cease their rotation and settle atop her skirt. The Imperial Palace? Xianxia mused, puzzled by the name. Having been in the Imperial City for 2 months, she was well acquainted with its significance. Upon hearing her murmur the words Imperial Palace, Ouyang realized that the late emperor had indeed placed Xianyuan and her companions within its confines. Are you familiar with this place? Xianxia asked, observing Ouyang's knowing expression. I am not certain, but it seems a reasonable assumption, given that it was once your husband's residence. Ouyang replied with a nod. Xianxia, upon hearing this, turned to gaze at the still sleeping Qing Song, astonished to discover that her husband was, in fact, a prince, yet hidden within the mundane realm of the royal manor. Did he truly believe she would be unable to find him? Her expression shifted as she rose and strode toward the door. Wait, that is my husband's ethereal counterpart. You cannot genuinely intend to confront your rival, can you? She is merely immortal. Ouyang called out to Xianxia, who was heading outside. What? Do you still wish to cover for your junior brother? Xianxia replied coldly. Ouyang lazily cradled his head in his arms and remarked, the reason why the white moonlight is revered is that memories continually embellish it into a flawless image. If the white moonlight were to perish, its impact might escalate from 30% to a staggering 200%. The demise of the white moonlight is the most lethal. Xianxia halted her steps and turned to Ouyang, saying, I have a lingering feeling that I have been ensnared by Master Hu Yun. Although I am unaware of the specifics, it seems you possess some knowledge. Ouyang straightened up, gazing at the serpent demon before him, and replied, how can this be termed as a scheme? Surely you can fathom your junior brother's affections? My master and I have been diligently orchestrating your union for a century. Then, tell me, what would you have me do? Xianxia fixed her gaze on Ouyang for a moment before speaking. As I previously mentioned, the essence of the white moonlight lies in the continuous beautification of memories. If there arises a discrepancy between the white moonlight and the memories, would it not vanish altogether? Ouyang grinned, his words laden with significance. Are you suggesting that I find a dozen strong men too? Xianxia gestured with her hand, slicing through the air, causing Ouyang to hastily shake his head. A demon is a demon. The methods remain quite simplistic. Ouyang waved his hand, beckoning Xianxia to lean closer, and whispered, she is your junior brother's white moonlight, and you are his vermilion mole. If you embody both the vermilion mole and the white moonlight, wouldn't your junior brother be entirely at your mercy? Isn't this an impending arena of chaos for my little brother? Xianxia squinted, urging Ouyang to continue. Ouyang laid out his entire plan, watching with interest as Xianxia excitedly exited the door. He then turned to his younger brother, who lay on the bed, pondering. Does the elder intend to sever the mundane ties with a companion? Recalling something his elder had once said, Ouyang reflected, to transcend into immortality, one must first cultivate within the mountains. In the current imperial city, practitioners of the arts were as numerous as the stars in the sky. The emperor had developed a penchant for the pursuit of immortality and philosophical inquiry, neglecting state affairs for a considerable time, though this had not resulted in any tangible detriment to the nation's functioning. Nonetheless, the subtle influence of his actions had led the populace to harbor grievances against the old emperor, who favored the elevation of Taoists and monks through numerous edicts. Ouyang, lacking any ability in divination, could sense, merely by standing atop the city gates and surveying the landscape, that this city was teetering on the brink of decline. The echoes of celestial melodies and fragrant mists enveloped the city, transforming it into a haven for those who fervently believed in the Tao and Buddhism. Mortal beings could not cultivate. Even the esteemed emperor, a figure of utmost power, was not exempt from this limitation. The celestial energies of this realm had been so diluted by the mundane affairs of humanity that they were nearly imperceptible. Xianxia had also come to accept that. Despite being a cultivator at the integration stage, her powers were suppressed to the bare minimum of foundation establishment amidst the throngs of millions within the city. It is evident that, for cultivators, the mortal realm is hardly a desirable place, and they tend to steer clear of such locales. Ouyang cast his gaze upon the most majestic palace in the heart of the imperial city, the residence of the old emperor, which also marked the destination of a heart-searching arrangement orchestrated by his master for his second disciple. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. A phrase frequently uttered by Dong Shuzi suddenly echoed in Ouyang's mind. These ancient beings, having lived for millennia, could effortlessly lay intricate schemes spanning decades. It was indeed terrifying. With a sigh, Ouyang retrieved the tome entitled Fundamentals of the Five Elements Escape Techniques from his robes and meticulously searched through its pages. He recited its contents silently several times. Yet when he closed the book, he had forgotten most of it, necessitating another perusal. While his memory was still relatively fresh, he tucked the book back into his robes, muttering, "Heavenly forces, grant me strength." Ultimately, Ouyang abandoned the incantation, retaining only the route of the true energy flow. He shouted out impulsively, clapping his hands. And a surge of true energy erupted from within. The night sky, once adorned with stars and the moon, gradually succumbed to an overcast gloom, and heavy snowflakes began to fall in torrents. Within mere minutes, the entire imperial city was enveloped in a thick blanket of snow. Amidst the swirling flurries, Ouyang directed his gaze toward the Eastern Market, where a captivating spectacle was unfolding. Despite the curfew typically enforced at this hour, the Eastern Market of the imperial city was abuzz with activity. A grand flower boat appeared upon the streets of the Eastern Market. Although winter had arrived, the blossoms adorning the boat were resplendent, as if freshly plucked. The boat was alive with the songs of warblers and the dances of countless elegantly clad maidens swaying gracefully upon it. Their simple movements were enough to stir the primal instincts of onlookers. Atop the flower-laden vessel sat a woman draped in a gauzy veil, akin to a radiant moon amid a sea of stars. Clad in a white silk gown, she sat at the pinnacle of the boat, her unadorned eyes reflecting pure innocence and serenity. Like a solitary lotus blooming among a multitude of vibrant blossoms, she emanated an aura of sanctity. The snowflakes, delicate as feathers, seemed reluctant to settle upon her, swirling gently around her form instead. She was a celestial being. Only a fairy could possess such beauty. As all eyes beheld the figure of the maiden in white, astonishment swept through the crowd, erupting into thunderous applause. The flower boat glided slowly through the streets, intermittently tossing out sunflower seeds and peanuts, which incited frenzied scrambles among the spectators. It was as if those fortunate enough to seize the tossed morsels could feel the lingering warmth of the delicate hands that had held them aboard the flower boat. "I shall cherish these seeds. Do not snatch them away. Do not take from my mouth," cried one eager voice. "I will buy sunflower seeds and peanuts at a premium, 1 coin for each." In stark contrast to the chaos below, the maiden aboard the flower boat exhibited a serene naivety in her clear eyes, embodying a tranquil beauty amidst the tempest of excitement. Xiao Song, when we arrive at the palace gates, conceal your menacing aura. To engage in violence among mortals is akin to self-dismemberment for practitioners. The girl in white, disguised as a male, is the one known as Lung Qingsong. At this moment, she is clad in a flowing white gown, seated in the center of a flower-laden boat, utterly immobilized. The golden core within her has been sealed by Xianxia, leaving her devoid of any strength. With wide eyes, Lung Qingsong manages to utter through clenched teeth, "What on earth do you intend to do?" "Demoness, what do I intend to do? Do not forget, we were originally betrothed. I am quite curious to see what the wretched harlot who dares to disturb my man looks like." Xianxia retorted angrily, seated beside Lung Qingsong. "She is already married." A hint of bitterness laces Lung Qingsong's words. At such a tender age, he remains oblivious to the true meaning of affection. This vague fondness has yet to be shattered. So upon hearing of her marriage, he merely feels a twinge of sorrow. Xianxia, observing Lung Qingsong's subtle melancholy, finds herself filled with resentment. Is Bai Yueguang truly so difficult to manage? Sporting a countenance of heartbreak? Just as she is about to erupt, a memory surfaces of what Ouyang had once told her. A girl not yet 20, leveraging her so-called celestial connections, manages to befriend the city lord and even ensnares the young lord. What do you think she relies on? Merely a high-end schemer. The old emperor, having searched for Lung Qingsong for over a decade, has suddenly found her this year and gathered all the orphans acquainted with her in Maple Leaf City. Who would believe that there isn't a traitor among them? And who could this traitor be? Besides Ouyang, who reigns as the king of children in Maple Leaf City. This group of orphans has always looked up to Xianxia. It is not far-fetched to deem this a scheme concocted by a mere mortal. Upon hearing Xianxia deduce that Xianxia and her companions are within the palace, Ouyang is already certain that Xianxia must have struck some sort of deal with the old emperor. Standing atop the city wall, Ouyang gazes at the distant flower boat, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his face. A mortal striving for ascendance has contrived such a scheme, perhaps with aspirations to reach even greater heights. Ouyang recalls the first time he encountered Xianxia, her eyes, which held a discerning value, artfully concealed. However, as one who has traversed time, Ouyang recognizes that even the most cunning child appears somewhat clumsy in the eyes of adults. Senior brother, why do you wear such a frosty smile? Hu Tutu shrinks back, perplexed as to why his senior brother stands on the city wall in the snow at such a late hour. Ouyang suddenly finds interest and inquires, Tutu, what do you think of the mortal realm? It's bustling and intriguing, but I do not like it here. One cannot ride paper cranes and the air is foul. Hu Tutu scrunches his nose in distaste. Ouyang lifts Hu Tutu, brushing the snow off the little fellow, and softly remarks, is the air foul? No, it is not the air that is foul, but the hearts of men. Chapter 64. Within the Deep Palace. The flower boat stirred great excitement as it set sail from the eastern market, drawing throngs of onlookers who eagerly pursued the ethereal vessel. Soon, the city patrol, clad in armor and brandishing swords, arrived to part the bustling crowd and maintain order. They had received orders not to obstruct the flower boat, rumored to be a tribute for His Majesty the Emperor. News of this spectacle spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city. Everyone knew that the grandest brothel, Yihong Lu, had crafted a magnificent flower boat as a gift for the current sovereign. Within the depths of the palace, the sound of coughing echoed through the great hall, where the eunuchs knelt, trembling with trepidation, concerned for the well-being of the esteemed figure resting upon the couch at the center. Beside the couch stood a young maiden clad in delicate green, her anxious gaze fixed upon the figure, revealing her deep-seated worry. The maiden, though of fair appearance, radiated an innocence that spoke of her naivety, her porcelain skin etched with concern. Cough, cough. A flower boat? Can such a vessel grant me eternal life? Absurd. The aged figure, draped in a five-clawed golden dragon robe, propped himself up, coughing as he cast a smile toward the maiden. His face, marked by age spots like a withering candle, bore a resemblance to that of a proud pine, exuding the authority befitting an emperor despite his labored breath. Seeing the elderly man attempt to rise, the maiden rushed to support him. He clasped her hand with a wistful gaze, remarking, such youthful vitality is indeed a treasure. If I could possess such a form, the Tang dynasty would flourish under my rule, an empire that never wanes. Your Majesty, may you enjoy boundless longevity, and surely witness the everlasting prosperity of the Tang. She softly reassured him while gently patting his back. Boundless years? Huh, how could one possibly live for a millennium? Only by seeking the immortal can one hope to grasp the secrets of eternal life. The elder sighed, his words laced with yearning. Suddenly, he gripped the maiden's hand tightly, exclaiming, will that ungrateful child truly come? It has been a month, why is there no sign? The elder's grip was strong, and the maiden furrowed her brow in discomfort, managing to say, Your Majesty, I have told you that every year, with the first snowfall, Qingsong will seek us out. It has always been so. This year, the snow is merely tardy. Oomph. You had better not deceive me. Otherwise, you and those orphans shall meet a dire fate. The elder released her hand. Then his gaze softened as he looked at her. Xianxia, if I can attain immortality and the secret to rejuvenation, you shall join me in forging an everlasting empire for the Tang. Gazing at the elder with sincerity, Xianxia replied, I only wish for your Majesty's health and longevity. That is enough for me. I dare not ask for more. The elderly man felt a profound sense of comfort. Yet as he gazed upon the young maiden with her cascading tresses, a melancholic sensation of a hero in decline washed over him. I have not lived when you were born, and you have come into this world while I have aged. If only he could reclaim his youth. He would undoubtedly treat the enchanting girl before him with utmost kindness. Though her beauty might not be deemed extraordinary, she evoked within him an illusion of newfound love. It is indeed laughable that at his advanced age he could still entertain such romantic delusions. Yet, each time this notion surged within him, the stark reality of his twilight years brought him the deepest sorrow. The expression on the old man's face contorted into a grimace, as he resolved to obtain the secret of eternal life. Surely, in this world, there existed a means for him to live forever. In pursuit of the throne, he had murdered his own son, slain his devoted queen, and taken the lives of countless others, leaving him but a solitary figure in the end. He could not resign himself to a lonely death. Having encountered Xianxia, he had once again felt the warmth of home, and he vowed to seize this opportunity with fervor. If only his wayward son, who aspired to be an immortal, could return, even without the elixir of life, he would find a way to endure. As long as he could come back. A cough echoed once more, and a peculiar flush adorned the old man's visage, resembling fatigue as he reclined back upon the couch. Xianxia gently placed him upon the couch, tucking him in with care before quietly retreating. Upon closing the grand palace doors, the previously anxious and worried Xianxia's countenance turned pale as she stifled the urge to vomit and hastily exited the palace. The aura of age that clung to the old man made her feel nauseous, and when his frail hand grasped hers, she had managed to refrain from withdrawing. What was the reason for her endurance? Perhaps it stemmed from the countless legends she had heard about this venerable man in Maple Leaf City, fostering a sense of admiration within her. Or perhaps it was the awe inspired by his ability to dictate the fates of millions from his seat of power. She was merely an ordinary orphan in Maple Leaf City, devoid of support or background. Yet she had ascended to her current position through the tenuous connections to the ethereal immortals. Every year, the immortals would visit her. But what if one day they ceased to come? She would lose everything she had, an eventuality she could not abide nor permit. She was determined to stand at the pinnacle of this nation, gazing down upon those who had never deigned to acknowledge her existence. As Xianxia fought back her queasiness, a sudden chill gripped her nose. It was snowing. Did this herald the arrival of Ouyang and his companions? A wave of relief washed over her as she peered from the palace steps into the distance, spotting a magnificent flower boat, resplendent and adorned. The grand vessel was teeming with youthful maidens, and had she not possessed any means to survive until now, she too might have stood aboard that beautiful boat. Now I find myself seated in the position of authority, quietly observing those exquisitely beautiful women employing every means to please me. I have already poisoned all my companions, and within this imperial city, none know my true identity. I await the arrival of Ouyang and his companion, after which I shall ascend to a position beneath one, yet above myriad others. Xianxia clutched the handkerchief tightly. Suddenly, she felt a firm embrace envelop her. It's windy here. Do not catch a chill. Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, Xianxia, who had been tense, instantly relaxed, leaning against the broad shoulder and softly murmuring, "General, do you not fear that the Emperor will discover your embrace of me, now the favored concubine, and have your head for it? I'm the leader of the Imperial Guards. All the troops in the Imperial City are under my command. How could the Emperor ever know that I hold you, the esteemed concubine?" replied the general, clad in armor, as he cradled Xianxia. "Do not betray me," Xianxia pleaded softly, like a timid creature, to the man behind her. Such words ignited a rush of heat within the general. Tightening his embrace, he whispered, "If you do not betray me, how could I ever betray you?" Chapter 65, Absurdity. The flower boat arrived at the palace gates, and the guards, seeing such a vessel for the first time, marveled at its grandeur and the beauty of the maidens aboard. Yet, without the emperor's decree, they dared not allow the boat to enter the palace. For who could predict whether it might unleash a horde of assassins upon the imperial halls? By the emperor's command, allow the flower boat to enter the palace. A sharp cry resonated from within the depths of the palace, causing the gathered crowd to gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated the emperor's actual consent for the flower boat's entrance. This was indeed a tremendous honor, and it seemed the reputation of the Yihong courtyard would only grow louder. Who would not wish to share the same establishment with His Majesty the Emperor? As the grand gates of the palace slowly opened, The flower boat glided in seamlessly. The moment the flower boat entered, the once silent and dark palace illuminated with two bright lamps, their glow intensifying as they lit the path deeper into the palace. Sailing along the imperial road, Lung Qingsong, seated atop the flower boat, gazed upon a place both familiar and unfamiliar. Those tragic memories had long been buried deep within his mind. In his youth, he had not fully grasped the gravity of the events that transpired. Yet, as he beheld the sights that were at once known and strange, a flicker of sorrow and anger passed through his eyes. His own parents had perished within this palace, their blood still staining the azure stones beneath him. The sword intent within Lung Qingsong seemed to resonate with its master's fury, threatening to break free from its confinement within his meridians. Beside him, Xianxia was taken aback. The seal she had established with her core formation was nearly shattered by Lung Qingsong's nascent golden core, realizing that her little husband was indeed remarkable. The more tempestuous the spirited colt, the greater the thrill of conquest. Xianxia licked her lips and cast a possessive gaze upon the elegantly dressed Cold Qingsong, who donned a flowing white gown. She casually pressed her hand on Cold Qingsong's shoulder, reinforcing the seal upon him. Once capable of movement, Cold Qingsong suddenly found himself immobilized, with only his eyes able to move. Filled with indignation, he glared at Xianxia. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Despite his ability to challenge opponents of a higher cultivation stage, he was utterly outmatched by Xianxia, a formidable cultivator at the integration stage. No matter his prowess, he was left helpless, pinned in place by her overwhelming presence. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall devour you. Xianxia leaned closer, whispering seductively into his ear. Cold Qingsong had no choice but to turn his gaze towards the palace hall, eager to discern what schemes Xianxia harbored. All the while wondering where his elder brother had vanished to. He had yet to make an appearance, much to Cold Qingsong's chagrin. Perhaps it was for the best. In his current guise, should his brother catch sight of him, he would surely face relentless mockery. Meanwhile, Ouyang had already set up several recording stones within the palace, capturing every moment of his younger brother's day as a cross-dressing sensation. How rare this is. I cannot possibly miss out on my brother's hidden exploits. Ouyang mused with satisfaction, eyeing the recording stones in his possession. As the flower boat approached the grand hall, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Countless royal guards lay hidden in the shadows, bows taut and arrows poised, ready to strike at the slightest movement from a boat. Suddenly, the darkened hall illuminated, revealing numerous palace maids and eunuchs bearing lanterns, creating a dazzling spectacle before the entrance. The grand doors creaked open, and a group of burly men emerged, carrying a magnificent couch from within. The old emperor reclined against the couch, squinting at the flower boat before him, recognizing it as a remarkable work of art. However, he could not discern the figures aboard. At that moment, Cold Qingsong's eyes turned crimson upon the sight of the old emperor, his very own grandfather, the nemesis responsible for the demise of his parents, whose memories remained obscured. Do not be anxious. His time is short. Xianxia, perceptive of Cold Qingsong's distress, immediately sought to reassure him. It's all right. Cold Qingsong's calm demeanor struck Xianxia as peculiar. She glanced at the old emperor, who, despite his frailty and imminent mortality, still radiated a potent aura of human fortune. As a demon cultivator at the integration stage, she was reluctant to provoke such a figure, knowing that while his demise would be effortless, entangling herself in the resulting karma could lead to unforeseen consequences, even to her own downfall. As Lung Qingsong pondered on how to personally eliminate the enemy before him, a striking shade of green suddenly caught his eye. That familiar figure, one he beheld every year at the first snowfall, was unmistakable to him. Yet, the exquisitely adorned face appeared so foreign, adorned with opulent gold and silver jewelry, and the expensive green gown transformed her from a moderately attractive girl into a vision of grandeur. How could 1 year's change be so profound? Lung Qingsong found it hard to recognize the girl before him as Xianxia, who often lingered in his thoughts. Xianxia approached the old emperor's resting place, naturally leaning over him, her radiant smile accompanied by playful banter, occasionally revealing the innocent charm of her youth. This scene was painfully jarring to Lung Qingsong, as the person from his memories began to merge with the image before him, evoking a sudden wave of nausea. What is happening? That is your cherished light of the moon. Xianxia, curious, glanced at the figure, immediately comparing herself to her, in terms of both figure and face. She far surpassed the commonplace girl. Originally expecting to encounter a breathtaking beauty, she felt a sense of relief, realizing it was nothing extraordinary. Silence. Lung Qingsong bit his lip until it bled, casting a cold glare at Xianxia and the old emperor, as if to etch this moment deeply into his memory. Sensing the piercing gaze akin to a blade from Lung Qingsong, Xianxia's displeasure flashed momentarily. The flower boat was indeed exquisite, with the women aboard far more beautiful than herself. Yet, such things were merely tools for self-indulgence. How could they evoke discomfort? Then let them be destroyed. Xianxia quietly whispered a few words to the old emperor, who furrowed his brow as he looked toward the flower boat, murmuring, "Bring forth fire, burn this vessel." Previously sealed by layers of Xianxia's enchantment, Lung Qingsong slowly rose to his feet under her horrified gaze, his eyes coldly directed toward the palace as he quietly remarked, "Laughable." Chapter 66. The Old Emperor's Retaliation. Just as Xianxia intended to stop Lung Qingsong from standing, knowing that such a forceful breach of his seal would only lead to the destruction of his body at the core formation stage, an overwhelming pressure erupted from him the moment he stood. An unparalleled sword intent surged forth, instantly shattering the seals Xianxia had imposed. The backlash from the seal caused her to taste blood in her throat, droplets staining her crimson gown. Xianxia gazed in shock at Lung Qingsong, who now appeared to her as a sword, an ethereal blade capable of cleaving through the heavens. The immense pressure elicited a sense of trepidation even within her. A cultivator of the integration stage, how could such sword might emanate from someone of merely the core formation stage? Staring at Lung Qingsong, she froze in place. Meanwhile, the sword intent enveloping him radiated a murderous aura, crashing outward like a tidal wave. The blue stone slabs surrounding the flower boat were violently upheaved, while the once gently falling snowflakes were instantly dispersed by the might of this sword intent, which shattered the clouds above. Countless imperial guards, palace maidens, and eunuchs surrounding the grand hall were rendered unconscious beneath this overwhelming pressure. Yet, the old emperor was shielded by a faint golden aura, his golden dragon of fortune withstanding the magnificent sword's might. The sharp sword light surged towards the heavens, banishing the heavy snow and illuminating the entire imperial city. Throughout the city, long swords resonated in unison, as if they were eagerly anticipating something momentous. Cold Qingsong felt every bone in his body crackle with energy, a cacophony of explosive sounds filling his ears, rendering his vision a blur, save for the piercing sword light before him. Suddenly, the sound of a heartbeat jolted Cold Qingsong into awareness. It was his own heartbeat, yet in the next instant, he realized that this heartbeat was also the pulse of the sword residing within his heart. What he pursued was the essence of the sword, and he was the sword. He was becoming one with it. His heart was transforming into a blade. At that moment, Cold Qingsong felt as though he had become the sharpest sword in existence, capable of severing all things, even time itself. Countless streams of yellow and black energy cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, as the boundless sword intent emanating from Cold Qingsong seemed to be suppressed by the will of the heavens. Such formidable swordsmanship should not exist in this world. The heavenly order did not permit it. Yet, Cold Qingsong, having touched the edge of that boundary, was unwilling to relent. He felt as though he stood within a realm constructed of pure golden light. Countless celestial truths passed before his eyes, each representing the pinnacle of the Tao. Yet Cold Qingsong remained undistracted, his gaze fixed upon a massive, closed door. He sensed something beckoning him from beyond that door, but it was overwhelmingly grand, making him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Slowly, Cold Qingsong raised his hand, gently grasping the endless golden light that surrounded him. Slash! He resembled a true immortal, his expression serene as he gazed at the enormous door, commanding it with a soft yet powerful utterance, and gracefully swung the sword forged from boundless golden light. The unparalleled sword might collided with the door, causing it to resonate with a deep hum. In the next moment, the entire door was cleaved in two by Cold Qingsong. Amidst the countless fragments, only the path that belonged solely to him remained in his eyes. The myriad streams of yellow and black energy in the world were entirely absorbed by Cold Qingsong, who stood enveloped in a state of profound mystery. The arcane aura around him billowed, as numerous rhythmic symbols flowed around his being. Enlightenment, the realm that practitioners aspire to throughout their lives, where one can touch the essence of the Tao, was unexpectedly encountered by Cold Qingsong, who was merely at the core formation stage. However, What no one could see was that strands of fortune belonging to the Tang kingdom were gradually detaching from cold Xianxia. As he severed the ties of causality that bound him, all those present were merely ordinary individuals. They beheld the ethereal figure clad in white, who had been seated atop the flower boat, rise slowly before becoming motionless. In that moment, countless blue stone slabs shot forth in all directions. The elderly emperor, reclining on his couch, regarded the cold and elegant Xianxia in her white gown with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, a profound connection stemming from shared bloodlines, evoking a warmth he had not felt in years. Meanwhile, Xianxia, standing beside the emperor, trembled in fear at the sight of the familiar figure before her, her heart racing with panic. Why? It had just begun to snow, and yet they had already arrived. He had seen everything. The very visage of her nestled beside the emperor had been witnessed by the now immortal Xianxia. Xianxia's expression twisted into a grimace, her once regal demeanor shattered. Frantic thoughts coursed through her mind as she desperately sought a strategy. Beside Xianxia, Xianxia understood her state of distress, clutching her chest to suppress the backlash. She positioned herself before Xianxia, guarding her fiercely. For a cultivator, achieving enlightenment was a rare and momentous affair, pivotal to their path. Xianxia would not permit Xianxia to be disturbed at such a critical juncture. Xianxia had succumbed to utter madness, envisioning her own downfall for deceiving the immortal, being cast back into a life of turmoil and uncertainty. No, it was inconceivable. She would rather perish than return to such a wretched existence. Gritting her teeth, she turned to the emperor and cried out, "Your Majesty, swiftly eliminate them. They're assassins." The emperor regarded the seemingly deranged young woman with an air of calmness, perceiving that this frenzied version of Xianxia was her true self, while the illusion of her refined demeanor was merely a facade. Indeed, the base nature of a contemptible individual would eventually reveal itself. The emperor's tranquil words momentarily stunned Xianxia. Abruptly, she drew a dagger from her bosom and lunged into the emperor's embrace. No one would force her back into that life, not even the emperor. She plunged the dagger into his chest, yet the emperor remained unfazed. With a hint of pity, he grasped her chin and spoke softly. "Do you truly believe I would trust you so easily? The only thing I believe in is your youthful form." Her insides suddenly racked with excruciating pain as she gazed in horror at the emperor's stoic visage, desperately attempting to distance herself from him, only to be seized firmly by his grip. "I have grown too old. I initially sought to inhabit the body of my grandson, the celestial heir, but time has escaped me. Therefore, I will claim your body as my own," the emperor whispered into Xianxia's ear. She shuddered, about to utter a word, but he pressed her hand upon the dagger, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he continued, "This palace is mine to command. Nothing escapes my gaze. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your clandestine affairs?" Although the woman before him harbored profound schemes, in the eyes of the aged emperor, she remained too naive. His enduring patience was merely a ploy to covet the celestial being behind her. Xianxia wished to defend herself, yet her mind grew increasingly heavy. Reluctantly, she turned towards Lung Xianxia, parting her lips to speak, but the old emperor, summoning his last vestiges of strength, covered her mouth. The young girl shut her eyes, but in the next moment, they flew open again, a fierce glint illuminating her gaze, emanating an aura of sovereign authority that enveloped her. In Chapter 67, Transformation of the Infant, upon reopening her eyes, Xuanyuan's countenance was imbued with the sharpness of a ruler and an unmistakable hint of royal might, indicating that the owner of the body before them had undergone a transformation. Xianyuan gazed at her youthful form, laughter escaping her lips as she reveled in her revival. Blessed with decades yet to squander, alas, it was regrettable that she had not acquired the celestial body. The old emperor had successfully usurped her vessel, while the original Xuanyuan's soul had long been consumed. As the old emperor digested the memories left within this body, he reveled in the boundless vitality of his newfound youth. Concepts of family and love, when confronted by the relentless march of time, proved to be mere illusions. Only those on the brink of death comprehend that survival outweighs all else. As long as he breathed, limitless opportunities lay before him. He cast a resentful glance at Lung Xianxia. In his plans, he had sought the celestial body. That wretched servant dared to challenge him. Once the old emperor had assimilated all memories, his expression shifted, reverting to that of the sorrowful maiden, casting a pitiful look at Lung Xianxia, the descendant he once yearned to eliminate. Even now, The old emperor felt no remorse for his actions. Having traversed the treacherous path of familial betrayal during his youth in the imperial household, the bonds of kinship crumble effortlessly in the face of power. The old emperor's gaze fell upon Lung Qingsong, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Eternal life could forever secure dominion. If this rebellious offspring, now transformed into a celestial being, could pass down unparalleled teachings, he could embark on the path of cultivation, thereby attaining immortality and become the eternal sovereign of this empire. What do you see? A voice suddenly echoed beside the old emperor. He whirled around to find Ouyang, clad in a green robe, standing beside him with his hands tucked into his sleeves. His demeanor calm. Who are you? Ouyang. The old emperor rummaged through Xuanyuan's memories, his face lighting up with the girl's surprise as he lunged towards Ouyang. Without a glance, Ouyang seized the young girl's hand, lifting her effortlessly as one would a rabbit, his gaze meeting her pitiful eyes, which left him somewhat repulsed. After all, though she appeared a mere 20-year-old maiden, the soul within was that of a decrepit old man nearing decay. However, the old emperor remained oblivious to the fact that Ouyang had been observing his every action from the shadows. He was also immersed in the role of Xianxia, gazing at Ouyang with a pitiful expression and saying, "Ouyang, have you hurt me?" Her tone was mournful, reminiscent of a wronged maiden. Ouyang, wearing a half-smile, replied, "Have I hurt you? Would you like me to summon a dozen burly men to toss you around a few times?" The old emperor paused, recalling that Ouyang had always treated this body well. Why had he suddenly resorted to coarse words? Was it because this foolish woman had seduced him, stirring discontent in the immortal? Immortal, it was all coerced by his majesty. As a weak woman, what power do I possess? The old emperor's expression turned desolate, akin to a white lotus unable to seize its own fate. Ouyang, with a touch of compassion, reached out to caress the young maiden's face, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Are you acting, you old rascal?" Everything that had transpired was witnessed by Ouyang, who was hiding in the flower boat's cabin, munching on seeds. He found the unfolding drama immensely entertaining. As he watched the captivating scenes, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. However, the old emperor's method of seizing control raised a sense of unease within Ouyang. Why could he perceive the old emperor's usurpation? It was because a sudden attribute panel had appeared on the originally unremarkable Xianxia. Name, Xianxia, Dual Souls. Root Bone, 0. Luck, 0. Charm, 0. Talent, 0. Exclusive skill, 0. Evaluation, no comment. On another note, why did it feel like his system was becoming increasingly unsatisfactory? Yet, how could an ordinary mortal achieve such a feat of usurpation and rebirth? There must surely be some practitioner behind this. Thus, Ouyang revealed himself before the old emperor, eager to uncover the identity of the person behind him. The maiden's astonished expression lingered as she stammered, "What do you mean, immortal?" Ouyang patted her cheek, a hint of regret in his voice as he said, "I mean, who exactly assisted you in this usurpation, you old rascal? I don't comprehend your meaning." The old emperor was struck with terror as Ouyang discerned his true identity. Ouyang hurled the maiden onto the couch and, under the old emperor's horrified gaze, unsheathed his sword, calmly stating, "Do you know how to write the word death? Would you like to learn? I'll inscribe it upon your face. I am the emperor of the Great Tang. Do you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" The old emperor, seeing Ouyang draw his sword, ceased to feign innocence, glaring at Ouyang and rebuking him loudly. "Oh, that soul truly is you? I merely wish to enhance your appearance, not to kill you," Ouyang replied, tilting his head and smirking. The old emperor, sensing the mockery in Ouyang's tone, realized he had been deceived and hastily offered, "I can appoint you as the national master of the Great Tang. Together, we can share this kingdom." Observing the old emperor, who now resembled a dog pleading for mercy, Ouyang remained perplexed. How could they believe that worldly matters would sway a practitioner? Ouyang raised his hand, piercing the air beside the old emperor's ear with a sword, which lodged into the wooden armrest of the soft couch, the quivering blade reflecting the pale visage of the emperor. The identity of the practitioner behind the old emperor felt vaguely familiar to Ouyang, yet he could not discern who it was at that moment. The fact that the individual had not revealed a hint of their presence thus far indicated an extraordinary level of caution. As long as they remained unwilling, they would not reveal themselves, no matter the circumstances. Turning to gaze at the contemplative Lung Qingsong, Ouyang's expression shifted to one of perplexity, an odd sensation gnawing at him, as if something was amiss. Finally, emerging from his meditative state, Lung Qingsong opened his eyes, the profound truths of the universe swirling within them. The essence of the mysteries being absorbed into his being. The golden core within him spun wildly, reaching an unmatched velocity, beginning to fray at the edges. With a gentle motion of his hand, the clouds above parted as if swept away by a blade, leaving the sky clear. A colossal, intangible sword materialized, accompanied by a myriad of mysterious energies, and Lung Qingsong found himself uncontrollably ascending into the heavens. In midair, the immense sword descended behind him, transforming into a stream of light that entered his body. In an instant, the golden core shattered, and a diminutive figure, merely an inch tall, sprang forth from it. The transformation into the nascent soul was underway. This nascent soul mirrored Lung Qingsong, and the stream of light coalesced into a small sword, resting in the hands of the nascent being. Lung Qingsong fixated on the tiny sword for an extended period, recognizing its resemblance to the wooden sword gifted to him by Xian during his childhood. Do you enjoy practicing swordplay? Then this is for you, the girl had said, handing the wooden sword to his envious self. I shall become the greatest in the world, the young Lung Qingsong had declared earnestly upon receiving the gift. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, and the long sword in the nascent being's grasp shattered instantaneously, a crisp metallic sound echoing across the heavens. Chaos erupted within Lung Qingsong's dantian, as the newly formed nascent soul began to fade into transparency. Among sword cultivators, breaking one's own life sword was tantamount to self-destruction, a path that could easily lead to madness. His aura began to waver, eyes aflame with a frenzied, murderous intent. Yet, upon fixing his gaze upon the unwavering Xianxia standing before him, Lung Qingsong's eyes cleared, and within his dantian, the nascent soul stabilized, halting the dissipating presence of the broken sword. The nascent soul closed its eyes gently, meditating within Lung Qingsong's dantian, absorbing the vast energies of heaven and earth. The transparent broken sword found a semblance of stability. Though severed, the life sword remained intact. As the nascent soul leaped from the golden core, the heavens responded. The ominous clouds that had been swept away began to coalesce once more, heralding a tumultuous thunderstorm as a fearsome tribulation brewed. Those who reach the nascent soul stage must inevitably confront a heavenly trial. Having surmounted this tribulation, one shall attain the status of a great master in the nascent soul stage. Failure to do so would result in death and the extinguishment of one's path. This marks the first trial imposed by heaven and earth upon practitioners, commonly referred to as the Three Thunder Tribulations. Each year, countless golden core cultivators perish within this formidable trial. As the atmosphere began to stabilize, the cold and resolute Qingsong gradually opened his eyes, gazing with discontent at the brewing thunderstorm above, and slowly uttered a single word. Begone. Chapter 68. The secret realm of the immortals emerges. The impending thunderstorm in the sky momentarily hesitated, as if caught in a glitch, before vanishing completely, swept away like leaves in a tempest. The once mighty thunder tribulation, which had claimed the lives of innumerable golden core cultivators, dissipated without a trace upon Qingsong's utterance. How could such celestial might retreat so easily before him? As Qingsong descended from the sky, his body emanated a sharp sword intent, subtly manifesting with each movement, a testament to his immersion in the way of the sword. He felt confident that, once his cultivation stabilized, he could effortlessly vanquish even those in the out-of-body stage with a mere flick of his wrist. Alas, his innate sword was yet to be forged, and he was in search of a new heart sword. Upon landing on the flower boat, Qingsong noticed Xianxia. Her lips stained with blood, and a flicker of remorse passed through his eyes. However, Xianxia smiled at him, seemingly unfazed. Taking a deep breath, Qingsong turned his gaze towards the soft couch, where a face from his memories appeared before him. She was more beautiful than before, yet utterly unfamiliar. Had he not seen her with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that this regal young woman was Xianxia. What was he planning? The old emperor beheld Qingsong, garbed in white, and had come to realize that this young woman in white was none other than his own grandson, Qingsong. It was of little consequence. Perhaps he merely sought to hone his resolve by targeting your life. Ouyang casually responded. Brother, could you step aside a bit? Qingsong gently requested, casting a glance at Ouyang. Ouyang nodded, understanding that matters concerning Qingsong should be resolved by him alone. Qingsong turned his attention to the young woman. With his nascent soul cultivation, he immediately discerned that her body had been inhabited by a different soul, having just begun to grasp the threshold of spiritual consciousness. He was particularly sensitive to such changes. Rebellious child, do you wish to kill me? I am your own grandfather. The old emperor glared furiously at Xianxia, feeling for the first time the terror of being but an insect. He was the emperor, above all, commanding 100,000 elite soldiers and the fates of millions. Why, before these immortals, did he feel as insignificant as a mere cur? Did you not consider them your flesh and blood when you took the lives of my parents? Xianxia asked, his expression devoid of emotion. The old emperor was momentarily rendered speechless, his face a canvas of conflicting colors, before he resignedly declared, in a struggle for power, the victor claims the spoils. Since you possess the capability to arrive here, then do as you wish. Xianxia turned to Ouyang and inquired, is there any issue if I were to kill him now? Ouyang rolled his eyes and replied, if you wish to kill him, then do so. What could possibly be the problem? Just moments ago, you dismissed the lightning tribulation. However, Xianxia continued, I do not wish to take his life. My parents indeed rebelled. As he rightly stated, it is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. The favor of the sword, which I owe to Xianxia, will be returned this time. With that, Xianxia gazed contemplatively at the old emperor, then transformed his finger into a sword, pointing it directly at the emperor. A golden light struck the old emperor, who felt as though his body were being torn apart in excruciating agony, as if someone were pulling at him like shredded squid, yet only partially so. For Xianxia halted his action. Enduring the intense pain, the old emperor questioned, what have you done to me? To his astonishment, he discovered that his voice had morphed into a strange amalgamation of male and female tones, one his own, the other belonging to the original inhabitant of this body. The dissonance of the combined voices was jarring. The old emperor even sensed that the wretched maid was vying for control over his body. Upon hearing the emperor's voice, Ouyang was taken aback, quickly realizing Xianxia's intentions. Xianxia had separated the souls of the old emperor and Xianxia once more, though not entirely. The green tea had also revived. In Xianxia's body now resided two consciousnesses. It remained uncertain whether the woman now occupying this form could still retain her claim to the throne. Oh, and it was worth noting that this green tea had an old paramour, likely capable of aiding her ascension to power. Though it might seem a tad excessive for the old emperor to be so thoroughly dominated, sacrificing a bit of his body for the throne should not pose a problem. Should it? In due time, this green tea's fiancé would lead an army to rescue her, only to find his betrothed transformed into an empress, now hosting an old man within her. What a tale it would be, 3 men and 1 woman. How thrilling, how delightful. Ouyang mused that even the narrative he had conjured in his mind was sufficient to shatter one's worldview. He glanced at his own second-in-command, surprised to discover that this typically taciturn individual possessed such a cunning disposition. With a calm demeanor, Xianxia gazed at the full moon in the sky. Having accomplished all of this, he understood the essence of the sword, and suddenly felt as if the heavens had descended slightly. The nascent soul within him sensed its master's thoughts, furrowing its brow as it raised the broken sword in hand. In an instant, Xianxia transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring towards the heavens. The sky appeared to tear apart as a vast rift opened above, like a wound inflicted upon the firmament, from which countless ripples emanated. I am the sword, and the sword is me, resounded Xianxia's voice throughout the cosmos. The heavens responded, and the world reverberated with 3 ancient chimes. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A majestic palace reveals a corner in the heavens, resembling a long sword sheathed within a scabbard, thrusting diagonally into the sky. Countless formidable practitioners in the cultivation realm simultaneously sensed the emergence of this palace, their gazes drawn upwards in unison. The palace, concealed in the sky, was enveloped in an infinite sword intent, instilling a profound sense of dread at merely a glance. The celestial secret realm. Those cultivators who had lived long enough and seen much were quick to comprehend the significance of the palace upon its first appearance. Great practitioners of ancient times possessed the ability to create their own worlds, utilizing unparalleled cultivation to forge personal realms. When these powerful beings perished, their created realms were hidden by the heavenly Tao, only to be revealed again when a suitable master appeared. Such realms are also referred to as celestial secret realms. Within these realms, not only do ancient treasures abound, but also the legacies and artifacts of great practitioners from bygone eras. Acquiring even a single item from within could benefit an ordinary cultivator for a lifetime. Instantly, the cultivation world was set ablaze with excitement. Although the reasons for the sudden appearance of this Taoist secret realm were unknown, its existence heralded opportunity. Not even the 9 sacred lands could afford to ignore such a celestial secret realm. The question remained, however, which ancient immortal had left behind this realm? Far away on a small peak, Bai Feiyu let out a tremendous sneeze, nearly tumbling from a tree. Rubbing his nose, he was puzzled by the sudden twitching of his right eyelid. Chapter 69. Ouyang. Lung Qingsong had spared the old emperor's life, yet only brought him greater torment. As Lung Qingsong gazed back at the figure that seemed to be driven mad upon returning to the flower boat, his face bore no expression. The flower boat, halted before the grand hall, began to ascend slowly, carrying Ouyang and his companions into the sky. Second brother, what on earth did that sword strike unleash? Ouyang lay on the deck of the flower boat, observing a corner of the towering palace above, while Hututu, beside him, had already fallen asleep, smacking his lips. Ouyang found it quite intriguing. He had never witnessed a palace suddenly materializing in the sky before. Despite its proximity, no matter how high they flew, they still could not touch its corner. Truly marvelous. This is the celestial secret realm. Only when the realm opens will it fully manifest. Speaking of such a realm, even your Qingyan sect would not turn a blind eye, Xianxia remarked, glancing at the secret realm before her. Why are you seeking me out instead of attending to your little husband? Ouyang inquired, still fixated on the celestial secret realm overhead. Lung Qingsong, having just broken through, was currently stabilizing his realm within his chamber. Xianxia sat on the deck, gazing contemplatively toward the direction of the secret realm. In her youth, she held a profound admiration for Master Ouyang, as every word he uttered invariably manifested into reality. Thus, she had always believed in his infallibility. However, this time, an unsettling sensation arose within her, making her feel as though both she and Lung Qingsong were mere pawns in his game, a notion that left her quite uncomfortable. Ouyang turned to glance at Xianxia, who, in stark contrast to her usual boisterous demeanor, now sat quietly, hugging her legs and staring vacantly at the sky, as if she had undergone a transformation. If it feels uncomfortable, then why not inquire? Ouyang casually suggested. Such a great cultivator as Master Ouyang must have his own profound reasons. Although I feel uneasy, I shan't question his motives. I trust him, Xianxia murmured softly. The broad-shouldered middle-aged man had once shielded both her and her master like a father during her childhood. In her heart, she had long regarded Ouyang as a paternal figure. Thus, even though she felt used by him, she accepted it as a matter of course. Ouyang smirked slightly as he gently lifted the sleeping Hutu and placed him in Xianxia's embrace. He then retrieved a communication stone and infused it with a stream of vital energy. Hello, who is this? A deep, smoky voice emanated from the stone. It's me. The matter in Tangwa has been resolved. Ouyang spoke into the stone. Oh, it's Ouyang. I was wondering who it could be. Come, let the music play on. Let the dance continue. The deep voice instantly transformed into a lively tone, accompanied by the sounds of various instruments and the laughter of several women. Ouyang, feeling exasperated, remarked into the stone, You old rascal, you'll end up meeting your demise at the hands of women. Shut up, fledgling. You old lecher. Oh, are you getting anxious? Do you wish to ignite a harem fire? Ouyang glanced at the peacefully sleeping Hutu in Xianxia's arms, lowering his voice to issue a warning. My apologies, I misspoke. What business do you have with me, my dear disciple? Ouyang's tone immediately shifted to one of feigned humility. Why resort to such a method? Ouyang inquired. Ouyang replied languidly. Otherwise, when will we wait? Do you wish to wait until that foolish lad has crossed his tribulation, solidifying his Tao heart, only to witness the scene you both just enacted? Can you fathom what would ensue? Ouyang's mind conjured a vivid image of Lung Qingsong in the midst of his tribulation, wrathfully drawing his sword and unleashing carnage upon the world, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet Ouyang countered, Did you turn that green tea girl into this? How dare you sully her reputation without cause? I merely gifted that girl a jade pendant. Beyond that, I did nothing. Everything else was her own choice. Her transformation is entirely her own doing. It has nothing to do with me, Ouyang retorted impatiently. Ouyang had indeed stated that he had only provided a jade pendant, yet in doing so, he had simultaneously unlocked the door to Xianxia's desires. He merely capitalizes on the prevailing trends and the desires of ordinary mortals, His master possesses a truly terrifying prowess in this regard. Must practitioners sever their ties with the mundane world? Ouyang pondered for a moment before inquiring. Ouyang sighed deeply. What do you believe will be the consequences of a romance between a mortal and a practitioner? In comparison to practitioners, the lifespan of mortals is but a fleeting moment. When a mortal reaches the age of 100, how many reckless acts might a practitioner undertake to reclaim their beloved? Can you guarantee the outcome? There exists a way of life for mortals and a distinct path for practitioners. A practitioner's affection for a mortal is akin to one contemplating marriage to an inflatable partner. It appears exceedingly absurd in the eyes of practitioners. Moreover, once a practitioner attains a certain level of mastery, they are capable of countless actions, and the transformation into a malevolent being occurs all too frequently. Ouyang spoke contemplatively. You, my younger brother, aspire to tread the path of the master of 10,000 swords. But how does this differ from the emperors of the mundane realm? The karmic entanglements of the mortal world may tarnish his sword heart. When his sword heart is pure, he will naturally discern his path. Consider the wife I have chosen for him. She possesses everything one could desire, far superior to the flawed mortals of this world. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xianxia blushed slightly and muttered disapprovingly. Has that secret realm appeared? Ouyang's voice echoed again. Ouyang gazed up at the palace in the sky and nodded. I have also deduced that once Xianxia cultivates a pure sword heart, he will be able to unlock this secret realm, which is said to harbor great fortune. Do not forget to go, Ouyang urged. The old man has even plotted for the secret realm. Ouyang's intention to help Xianxia achieve a pure sword heart to activate the secret realm was a meticulous arrangement solely for his disciple. Ouyang, somewhat perplexed, posed one final question. If that is the case, then why assist the Dog Emperor in seizing a body? Is that not akin to removing one's trousers to relieve oneself? Let me reiterate, I merely gifted that girl a jade pendant. Beyond that, I know nothing. Surely, you do not believe I possess an infallible plan? Ouyang emphasized again, seemingly amused by some unseen jest. Not you? Ouyang furrowed his brow, realizing that the communication stone in his hand had been abruptly disconnected by Ouyang. If not his own master, then who could it be? In a secluded cave, a broodingly handsome middle-aged man embraced a charming woman, exchanging sweet nothings. The woman leaned on the man's shoulder and breathed softly. Can that lad truly help Xianxia overcome her great tribulation? The middle-aged man contemplated briefly before shaking his head. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. The divinations I have made over the past decade have led me to this point. Yet, Ouyang just mentioned seizing a body. I suspect unforeseen complications have arisen. Then have I unwittingly sacrificed a disciple? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. We both know that Xianxia is destined for a tragic end. The emergence of variables is already a significant improvement. The middle-aged man quickly reassured her. You are truly all appearance and no substance. The woman retorted with frustration. All appearance and no substance? The middle-aged handsome man felt provoked, and with a swift motion, extinguished the light, preparing to vindicate himself. The old emperor lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his eyes bloodshot and gasping for breath. He had never experienced such humiliation in his reign. Someone, protect the emperor, he bellowed, his voice a jarring mix of male and female tones. Yet the grand hall echoed emptily, devoid of any presence. Congratulations, your majesty. On your rebirth, a shadowy figure emerged from the corner, addressing the old emperor with feigned indifference. National master, save me. Upon seeing the dark figure, the old emperor reached out as if grasping a lifeline. Isn't this what you desired? The figure replied. Although you did not receive an immortal body, this youthful form is quite satisfactory. The shadow revealed itself as Lin Feng, the holy son of the demon clan, who had risen from the grave. Lin Feng surveyed the androgynous old emperor before him with dissatisfaction. In his plans, the old emperor was meant to inhabit the body of Xianxia. What a waste. Lin Feng frowned, flicking his fingers to send a pill into the old emperor's mouth. What you must do now is to solidify your throne within 7 days. Then initiate the blood sacrifice for ascension, he urged with feigned enthusiasm, despite the contempt churning within him. Will sacrificing hundreds of thousands truly grant me immortality? The old emperor asked, his eyes filled with hope. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, the demonic patterns on his face becoming more pronounced as he gazed at the old emperor with a hypnotic allure. Of course, you will achieve immortality, and may even ascend to the heavens. Chapter 70. I am finding you a way to die. While Lin Feng seduced the old emperor, he smirked internally. Did this mere mortal truly aspire to eternal life? Were it not for the golden dragon of fortune shielding the old emperor, Lin Feng would have long since turned him into a mere puppet. It was regrettable that his meticulously planned blood sacrifice of millions had aimed for the old emperor to stabilize Ouyang and Lung Qingxong, only to discover that the emperor was utterly ineffectual. All the efforts he had exerted in slaying so many had been in vain. Before him stood Lin Feng, formerly the chief disciple of the Qingyun sect, now perfectly acclimated to the body of the holy son of the demon clan. He reveled in the surging power within him. In just over 10 days, he had advanced from the 3rd to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. There were no barriers to his cultivation, and he felt himself growing stronger with each passing moment. This sensation of power intoxicated Lin Feng, for his current form was truly a paragon of talent compared to his own. Yet it was still too slow. Despite feeling the continuous growth of his strength daily, Lin Feng became increasingly dissatisfied. The notion that he could elevate his cultivation merely through killing was appealing, but the process was painfully sluggish. In Lin Feng's mind lingered various arcane techniques of the demon clan, recorded during Zhu Yuan's tenure as the demon clan's holy son. The grand blood sacrifice. The more living beings sacrificed, the greater the enhancement for the demon cultivator. Thus, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the distant Tang kingdom, far removed from the Qingyun sect. Here lay a mere mortal realm, a minuscule city teeming with millions of common folk. Upon his first arrival, Lin Feng envisioned this place as the venue for his inaugural blood sacrifice. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he effortlessly gained the old emperor's trust through some subtle yet effective means. To his astonishment, this land was also the ancestral home of Ouyang and Lung Qingxong. The elderly emperor before him was none other than the grandfather of Lung Qingxong, who had once single-handedly toppled the entire Wanjian peak. With a personality transformed into one of ruthlessness, Lin Feng resolved to torment this old emperor to death, relishing the taste of vengeance. He produced a yellow talisman, which ignited spontaneously, and cast it upon the emperor's original form, setting it ablaze with a frenzy akin to oil meeting fire. The old emperor gazed with a complex expression at his body being consumed into ashes. This sensation was utterly surreal, akin to witnessing one's own demise. Surely, your majesty has made preparations for this eventuality. The throne should be readily succeeded. Yes? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Rest assured, I have made adequate arrangements. The old emperor replied hastily. Lin Feng nodded, announcing, in 7 days, I shall activate the formation. That will be the day of your majesty's ascendance to immortality. The emperor's face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands in salute, stating, once accomplished, I am willing to share the Tang kingdom's fortunes with you. My revered master. The emperor's voice reverted to that of a woman, as the elixir Lin Feng had conjured earlier stabilized her spirit. It grows late. Your majesty should return to rest, Lin Feng commanded without hesitation, dismissing her. The emperor bowed deeply, but a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. She had never been treated with such blatant disrespect. When she attained immortality, she would rally the entire imperial guard, regardless of the cost in lives, to exact her revenge upon Lin Feng. As the old emperor vanished from sight, Lin Feng gazed at the increasingly radiant demonic patterns adorning his hands, murmuring, Ouyang, Ouyang, wait for me. One day, I shall reclaim what I have lost from you. There's no need to wait. I detest being indebted to others. Let's settle this now. Just as Lin Feng was quietly vowing, Ouyang's voice drifted down from above. Beneath the moonlight, Ouyang, clad in a blue robe, sat upon a colossal paper crane, propping his head with one hand, wearing a bemused expression as he gazed at Lin Feng below, his heart filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's attribute panel had already manifested before his eyes. Name, Lin Feng, Demon Clan's Sacred Master. Cultivation, 6th level of Yuanying, suppressed, root bone, 101 charm, 8 luck, 7 qualification of the blade path, 10. Unique skills, metamorphic golem, soul transformation. Evaluation, do not inquire, for I am a loss for words. Ouyang gazed with great intrigue at Lin Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ziyuan, possessing identical attributes of bone structure, charm, and luck. Yet, the parentheses following his name were filled with garbled text, and the evaluation remained nebulous. What manner of being was this Lin Feng, that even the system could not furnish a complete assessment? It is worth noting that even reincarnated beings and the celestial sword immortals were easily discernible by the system. Yet, upon encountering Lin Feng, the system faltered for the first time. This cast a shadow upon the credibility of the system. Ouyang had always placed unwavering faith in its judgments, but now, an individual had emerged that caused the system to glitch. His curiosity about Lin Feng intensified. Upon discovering that his master had not arranged for the old emperor to seize a body, Ouyang promptly activated the recording stone hidden within the palace. He happened to witness the conversation between Lin Feng and the old emperor. The recording stone, crafted by a junior from the Miscellaneous Studies Peak, could not capture sound. Moreover, merely viewing the recording did not reveal the attributes of the other party. Thus, Ouyang resolved to borrow a paper crane from Hututu to ascertain the identity of this enigmatic figure. To his surprise, he arrived just in time to hear this fellow proclaiming a personal vow. Ouyang, observing Lin Feng's wide-eyed astonishment, inquired, "Who are you? Why do you resemble Ziyuan so closely?" Within Lin Feng's mind, a torrent of expletives surged forth. He had never anticipated Ouyang would launch a counterattack. Gazing at Ouyang atop the paper crane, Lin Feng's mind raced, and he promptly declared, "I am Zuming, the Grand Prince of the Demon Clan. You, Qingyan Sect, have slain my royal brother. I shall avenge this grievance." Ouyang, noting Lin Feng's attempt to conceal his identity, leapt down from the paper crane. With a surge of vital energy, he struck the ground, creating a crater as he extracted his leg from the earth, eyeing Lin Feng, who had instinctively assumed a defensive stance in shock. Ouyang produced the tome titled Fundamentals of the Five Elements, flipping through its pages while casting a sidelong smile at Lin Feng, saying, "I do not believe you, Lin Feng. The system has directly flagged your name. Do not feign ignorance here." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This name was known only to himself and Ling Feng of the Qingyan Sect. How could Ouyang possibly know? Frantically, Lin Feng pondered his strategy, yet with his cultivation suppressed to merely the qi refining stage, he found himself at a loss before Ouyang. "What are you perusing?" Lin Feng swallowed hard, glancing at Ouyang, who was engrossed in his reading. Ouyang lifted his gaze momentarily before returning to his search, responding nonchalantly, "I am selecting a method of death that I find most agreeable." Chapter 71, A Battle of Complete Domination. The rustling sound of turning pages filled the air, enveloping Lin Feng in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ouyang stood there casually flipping through his book. Yet Lin Feng felt as though he were awaiting the grim verdict of death. Defeat was inevitable. He had to flee. He had to escape. Lin Feng's mind screamed in desperation, yet his feet felt as though they had taken root, rendering him utterly immobile. This body had been hard won. The thought of abandoning it filled Lin Feng with profound reluctance. Given sufficient time, he was certain he could ascend to unparalleled heights. But why? Why was he not granted even a moment to breathe? If only he had a mere 7 days, he could emerge as a formidable practitioner in the out-of-body stage. Lin Feng's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at Ouyang, his gaze laced with venom and hatred, piercing Ouyang like a tangible force. Ouyang naturally sensed Lin Feng's intense scrutiny. He lifted his head and scoffed, "What is this? Do you wish to bite me?" Lin Feng's figure darted towards Ouyang like a wraith, 3 violet needles materializing in his hand, which he hurled at Ouyang with fierce intent. Ouyang merely tilted his head to evade the 3 silver needles, finding them too slow. Though he was only in the qi refining stage, Lin Feng's powers had been suppressed to the same level. Ouyang, having lingered in the qi refining stage for years, felt confident enough to contend with 10 opponents simultaneously. The 3 enchanted needles served merely as a distraction. The moment Ouyang dodged them, Lin Feng surged forward his right hand, adorned with dark magical patterns, transformed into a claw aimed at Ouyang's neck. With a resounding impact, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as the scenery blurred and receded rapidly. He was sent flying. He crashed against the steps of the palace. The blue stone beneath him, fracturing upon impact, collapsed on the ground. He nearly lost consciousness. Ouyang, having withdrawn his foot, didn't even bother to turn a page in his book. He glanced at Lin Feng sprawled on the palace steps and curiously remarked, "Is that all?" He had anticipated that Lin Feng, capable of causing system disruptions, would possess considerable strength, yet a single kick nearly concluded their skirmish. Was he truly that feeble? The system could not even provide an evaluation. Such a display made Ouyang's system seem rather dull. He cast a dissatisfied glance at Lin Feng. Originally, he merely wished to gauge Lin Feng's true capabilities, but he was utterly disappointed by the lack of resilience. As he continued flipping through his book, he approached Lin Feng, pondering whether the spells contained in his comprehensive guide to 5 elements techniques might inadvertently reduce Lin Feng to ashes. Upon seeing the name Lin Feng, Ouyang immediately thought of the recently transformed Ling Feng. The discomfort he felt when witnessing the old emperor usurp Xianxia resurfaced. Similarly, he experienced an unsettling feeling upon encountering the old Ling. It was as if the old Ling had been possessed, entirely transformed into another person. Now, a figure strikingly similar to Xuan has appeared before me, bearing a name that closely resembles that of old Ling. Ouyang is now compelled to question whether the Ling Feng who accompanied Chun Chongsheng to seek the Qingyun's secret treasure is indeed the authentic Ling Feng. If that were the case, Old Sin would be in grave danger. Ouyang's thoughts immediately turned to Chun Chongsheng, who was far away at Qingyun's Sect, though he soon found some solace. After all, while Old Sam may lack certain skills, when it comes to self-preservation, none within the Qingyun Sect could rival him. Yet, should Old Ling truly encounter peril, Ouyang would undoubtedly need to remain vigilant. Therefore, it is imperative for me to ascertain the true nature of this individual named Lin Feng. As Lin Feng collided with the bluestone steps, he sensed Ouyang advancing steadily towards him. No longer willing to conceal his identity, Lin Feng prepared to reveal himself. In this realm, his cultivation had been suppressed to the Qi refinement stage, and Ouyang, standing across from him, would similarly be constrained. Even the most prodigious talent could not possibly transcend to the out-of-body stage at the tender age of 17 or 18. Any practitioner below the out-of-body stage would find their cultivation stunted, unable to surpass the foundation establishment stage in such a mundane world. Thus, if we are both at the Qi refinement stage, what could possibly distinguish my prowess from yours? If I do not exert myself now, I may not have the chance to fight later. With a fierce shout, Lin Feng unleashed his power. The dark, demonic patterns enveloping his form as the suppressed energy within him surged uncontrollably. He spat a mouthful of blood, yet paid it no mind. His gaze solely fixed on Ouyang. Qi refinement's 6th layer, 7th layer, 9th layer, pinnacle of the 9th layer, forcing himself to ascend in cultivation. Lin Feng felt the tumultuous energy within him, and, upon looking at Ouyang once more, his eyes glinted with malice. At the pinnacle of the 9th layer, he was capable of unleashing power equivalent to the mid-foundation establishment stage. The prospect of dispatching Ouyang, who was merely at the Qi refinement stage, seemed effortlessly simple. As the demonic energy surged, Lin Feng raised both hands, grasping the air before him, and a blood-red, demonic blade materialized in his grasp. The moment the crimson blade appeared, anguished wails of vengeful souls echoed from its surface, as if they were enduring unspeakable torment. All of Lin Feng's power coalesced within this blade, with a single strike. Even a practitioner of a higher realm would find themselves vanquished. This was the secret technique of Xuan, the holy son of the demon clan, a transformation born from his profound understanding of the blade's essence. A lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. How much more so should Lin Feng exert himself against Ouyang? He must ensure a single decisive blow. As Lin Feng's aura surged with intensity, he resembled a protagonist facing a formidable boss. His countenance resolute and prepared to unleash a final, desperate attack. Ouyang halted, observing the furious energy radiating from Lin Feng. Calmly, he closed his book and remarked, "I have perused the options. Water burial, wind burial, thunder burial. All pale in comparison to earth burial." Huh! Lin Feng paid no heed to Ouyang's words with all his might. He swung the demonic blade towards Ouyang in a ferocious strike. The originally half-meter-long enchanted blade suddenly surged into a shadow, several dozen zhang long. Its formidable silhouette, entwined with the wails of vengeful spirits, cleaved towards Ouyang. Facing the seemingly insurmountable shadow of the blade, Ouyang calmly pressed his hands together and declared, "Earth Wall Technique." In an instant, 2 robust earthen walls rose on either side of Lin Feng, towering to dozens of zhang, colliding violently toward the center where Lin Feng stood. The once unstoppable shadow of the blade was ensnared between the 2 walls, as if swatted like a fly. Instant annihilation. This was a battle of an entirely different caliber. The colossal earthen walls stood like towering tombstones before the Grand Hall. One must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. With a slight twist of his clasped hands, Ouyang placed them before his chest. The earthen walls, resembling tombstones, twisted together tightly like braided dough. Within the confines of the walls, Lin Feng's presence had vanished entirely. Chapter 72. These chosen ones of heaven are like indestructible cockroaches. Having completed his display, Ouyang smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I've been too heavy-handed. He can't be dead, can he?" In my eagerness to show off, it seems I applied too much force. With this earth wall technique, I might have turned even a core formation cultivator into mere pulp. Lin Feng, whose cultivation was suppressed to the qi refinement stage, surely couldn't withstand such a blow. Ouyang struck the earthen wall with one hand, which had contorted into a twisted mass, collapsing into large clumps of earth to reveal Lin Feng, who had been reduced to a mere smear of flesh. I can never seem to control my strength properly. Who knows why my techniques at the qi refinement stage transform into something else entirely in my hands. I even tried to hold back. Yet this Lin Feng turned out to be so fragile. Ouyang gazed at the disarray, somewhat vexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed something flying out from the ruined remnants of Lin Feng's body, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What was that strange entity? It disappeared in an instant. Could it be the soul? A wave of discomfort washed over Ouyang as he realized that Lin Feng had not perished at all. However, as a mere 9th-tier qi refinement cultivator, he was entirely ignorant of the true nature of souls. Only those at the nascent soul stage could begin to glimpse the mysteries of the soul, while the hallmark of the out-of-body stage was the ability to separate the soul from the body. Why could a nascent soul cultivator perform feats that only out-of-body cultivators were meant to achieve? Were these chosen ones of destiny so unreasonable? How are ordinary folk like us supposed to cope? Damn it, are they taking advantage of my lower cultivation, constantly engaging in these high-level matters? Ouyang cursed vehemently, realizing that had he not been so ignorant of the essence of the soul, he would never have allowed Lin Feng to escape. Although his vital energy was remarkably high, when it came to techniques, he was entirely reliant on brute force and hastily learned methods. A slightly more refined matter, of which I am entirely unaware, has led to Ouyang being utterly powerless to impede Lin Feng during his moment of escapism. If one fails to eradicate the root, it is certain that the spring breeze will bring forth new life. Lin Feng will undoubtedly return with a vengeance. These chosen ones resemble indomitable cockroaches, impervious to death. While the obediently cultivating villains perish at the slightest touch, it defies all reason. Why is it that the formidable antagonists in novels, trembling as they ascend to great cultivators and scheme for dominion, become fools upon encountering these chosen ones, only to be mercilessly slaughtered? At this moment, I seem to stand in the shoes of a villain, utterly incapable of vanquishing a chosen one like Lin Feng, left to await the day when another's strength is sufficient to sever my head and send it rolling like a ball. Lin Feng, if you persist with your issues, I shall have my third brother transform you into a puppet. I know not what spirit souls entail, but my third brother is quite the adept at manipulating them. Ouyang recalled Lin Feng from the Qingyun sect. Their names are so similar. And this Lin Feng bears an uncanny resemblance to Lin Feng's deceased demonic brother, Ziyuan. To assert that there is no connection would be utterly implausible. In a fit of impotent rage, Ouyang cast a cold smile towards the distant palace, sensing eyes within that were observing everything transpiring here. A love-inducing pill, once intended for him by Su Ling, now rested in Ouyang's palm, which he flicked into the mouth of a comatose general. Enjoy the show? I shall ensure you witness it thoroughly. The old emperor, transformed into a powerful figure, witnessed the unfolding drama in its entirety. When the emperor's fiancée stripped him of his fated golden dragon, it marked the moment of the old emperor's demise. How much turmoil can an old dog of the mortal realm truly stir? Savor it, you ancient relic. Ouyang activated the communication stone, sending signals to a paper crane remotely controlled by Hututu. As a mere qi refinement stage practitioner, he could not manipulate magical artifacts directly. Thus he resorted to calling Hututu to summon the crane for his return. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the old emperor crouched at the door, watching the celestial combat unfold with a heavy heart. Could he genuinely discover a path to immortality among these celestial beings? In despair, he sank to the ground, his eyes devoid of luster. With the national master deceased, the blood sacrifice technique lost its guiding hand. His path to longevity lay severed. All that remained was this youthful body, devoid of any other gains. Yet now, time was once again his ally. The old emperor rose anew, gazing at his delicate hands, filled with a fierce resolve. No longer was he a decrepit elder, but rather a 20-year-old woman in her prime, with ample time to rediscover the secret of immortality. Before that, he must reclaim the throne and ascend as the empress of this empire. The old emperor gazed at the plaque above the grand hall, behind which he had left a blank edict for succession, a contingency for himself. Time passed, and the door of the hall was pushed open by a pair of hands. A general clad in armor beheld his beloved, seated upon the imperial dragon throne, clutching a scroll. Xianxia? The general softly inquired of the old emperor who occupied the throne. The old emperor abruptly lifted his head to meet the gaze of the one he trusted most, the captain of the imperial guards, whose eyes brimmed with affection. This stirred a wave of disgust within the old emperor, a sovereign of unparalleled power. Yet, to maintain the stability of the court, he suppressed his revulsion, donning a smile reminiscent of a scheming green tea, and remarked to the imbecile before him, "I have succeeded, General." Seeing the radiant smile of his beloved, the general's heart, once heavy with anxiety, found relief. Suppressing his excitement, he hastened to the foot of the throne and embraced the old emperor, murmuring from this moment forth, "We shall never part." Initially taken aback by the embrace, the old emperor soon wore a sweet smile, though internally he raged, "When I regain control of the court, the first to perish shall be you, fool." To the old emperor's astonishment, the general's embrace shifted to an entirely different nature. His face flushed crimson, his teeth nearly grinding with tension. The general, misinterpreting his beloved's blushing countenance as shyness, glanced around, contemplating the thrill of such antics in the emperor's grand hall, usually reserved for the court's dignitaries. Desperation clouded the old emperor's eyes as he beheld the broad-shouldered general, filled with desire. "What do you intend?" he stammered, swallowing hard. "What do I intend? Let me see," the general exclaimed, lunging toward the old emperor. "No, ye. The old emperor cried out in alarm, invoking the general's name. He. Engaging in such playful antics? Let me witness." Accompanied by the general's heavy breaths and the sound of fabric tearing, the scene descended into chaos. Meanwhile, beyond the imperial city, hundreds hastened towards its gates, led by the anxious young lord of Maple Leaf City, Xianxia. Behind him stood 100 newly ascended innate grandmasters, and he himself had consumed a pill to reach the same level. This formidable assembly was sufficient to rescue his fiancée from the imperial city. With full confidence in the efficacy of the pill provided by Ouyang, Xianxia disregarded Xie Chongyang's admonitions and pressed forward with the newly empowered grandmasters, driven solely by the desire to rescue his betrothed. "Shinner, wait for me," Xianxia thought, his heart racing. With each passing minute, his fiancée endured further torment. Only the heavens knew the inhumane suffering she was enduring. As he pressed onward, a glimmer unseen by mortal eyes pierced directly into Xianxia's forehead. He felt a sudden heaviness in his head, a disorienting sensation, and subsequently lost consciousness. The subordinates behind him sensed something amiss and immediately supported Xianxia. When Xianxia raised his head once more, he halted his steps and raised his hand to stop the martial artist behind him from proceeding. "Young master, what is the matter?" one subordinate inquired, perplexed. "Return to Maple Leaf City." Xianxia's tone took an unusual turn as he issued an unexpected command. "But, young master, we are almost at the imperial city," the confused subordinate replied hesitantly. Xianxia shook his head, sighed, and said, "I have come to a realization. I cannot use your lives to satisfy my own selfish desires. We shall return to Maple Leaf City and gather our forces." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the subordinates felt a profound sense of clarity regarding their young master's principles in matters of great significance. With such a wise leader, how could the Xie family fail in their grand ambitions? As everyone turned to make their way back, Xianxia, lingering behind, cast a fierce glance back at the direction of the imperial city, his expression turning menacing. "Ouyang, await your reckoning. One day, I shall personally sever your head." In the instant Ouyang reduced himself to a pulp, Xianxia's spirit escaped, detached from his body. Fortunately, Ouyang lacked the means to target the soul, otherwise, he would have perished there, losing the hard-won vessel that was the body of the demon clan's holy son. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow, surveying the body he now inhabited, which possessed only the first level of qi refining. Although Ziyuan's body came with a soul-seizing technique, he could only occupy the bodies of the deceased or those who had yet to establish a foundation. Compared to his arduous journey to reach the nascent soul stage, he was in essence starting anew. All of this was due to Ouyang's actions. Was it wrong for him to simply wish for strength? Why was he so ruthlessly targeted? A flicker of resentment passed through Xianxia's eyes as he turned to follow the crowd, his mind sifting through the memories of this body. Thankfully, it belonged to a mere mortal. Although trained in Qi, he had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, his soul would not have so easily claimed this vessel. He needed to re-strategize everything, and this time, he could not afford to err. Lin Feng recalled how effortlessly Ouyang had called out his name, realizing that Ouyang must possess some prophetic ability. Truly, he was the disciple of the renowned diviner Yun. It seemed he had to exercise utmost caution this time. The previous body had not been in vain, as he had reaped several benefits. As Lin Feng journeyed onward, he began a plot. Xianxia's visage morphed into Ziyuan's, then into Ling Feng's, before finally settling back into the face of Xianxia. Far away, within the forbidden grounds of the Qingyun sect, in a colossal underground palace, Chen Changsheng and Ling Feng sat suspended in midair. Before them hovered a massive pale blue sphere of light, swirling with countless runes, all of which remained firmly imprisoned within the orb. This luminous sphere was the Qingyun sect's treasured artifact, a sight that countless cultivators throughout their lives would never behold. The legendary Dao treasure. In the midst of meditation, Ling Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing within their depths. He coldly scoffed within his heart. What a waste. Such a splendid body, truly regrettable. Ling Feng, situated within the forbidden grounds of the Qingyun sect, had already sensed that in this lifetime, his soul had once again fled, resulting in the destruction of Lin Feng's corporeal form. How foolish could he be in this life? In just a few days, he had allowed the hard-earned physical form to be obliterated, were it not for Lin Feng being the embodiment of his current existence. Ling Feng would have been tempted to confront Lin Feng directly and personally eliminate the waste of his own life. He promptly closed his eyes again, refocusing on the Dao treasure. Compared to the devastation of his current incarnation, the foremost priority was to comprehend his own Dao from the Qingyun secret treasure. The Dao treasure is revered as such because it possesses the ability to evolve its own Dao rhythm, allowing cultivators to connect with the profound truths of the universe through the rhythm, thereby envisioning their own path. For cultivators, understanding one's own Dao is vital for future cultivation. Beside Ling Feng, floating mid-air and engaged in contemplation, Chen Changsheng keenly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Ling Feng. Meanwhile, within a secluded chamber inside the small mountain peak, Chen Changsheng, clad in a violet Dao robe, slowly opened his eyes, puzzled as to why his senior brother Ling would suddenly exhibit a hint of murderous intent. Should he detonate his doppelganger? Yet, Ling was already a formidable cultivator at the out-of-body stage. Simply exploding the doppelganger would not harm his soul. Frowning, Chen Changsheng pondered within the confines of the chamber. Although he could not ascertain the reason behind Ling Feng's murderous aura while he was lost in contemplation of the Dao treasure, Chen Changsheng decided against taking any drastic measures. He gently closed his eyes again, re-establishing the connection with his still contemplating doppelganger. As he envisioned the Dao treasure, Chen Changsheng slightly opened his eyes. Two paper figurines stealthily emerged from his sleeves, transforming into wisps of gentle breeze. The paper figures sped towards Ling Feng, snipping off a lock of hair from the tip of Ling Feng's tresses. The two breezes enveloped the severed hair and soared beyond the confines of the forbidden grounds. Unaware of Chen Changsheng's actions while he remained absorbed in his contemplation of the Dao treasure, Ling Feng continued his focus. Upon the hair's arrival in the secluded chamber, Chen Changsheng extended his hand to catch it. The two breezes instantaneously reverted to their paper figure forms. Reciting an incantation, he swept the hair across the paper figures. A beam of golden light flickered across the figures before vanishing without a trace. The features of Ling Feng subtly materialized on the faces of the two paper figures. What a curious phenomenon. Is there truly a hint of killing intent? Chen Changsheng mused, tapping the paper figures. They rose to their feet in his palm and darted towards a nearby cabinet, which housed a myriad of paper figures. This collection contained countless paper figures crafted from the hair of fellow disciples of the Qingyun sect, and as Chen Changsheng gazed upon the multitude of figures, a flicker of vigilance crossed his eyes. Each member of the Qingyun sect had created their own external paper figures, even including Chen Changsheng's own. This is one of Chen Changsheng's trump cards, the puppetry technique. It allows him to manipulate the actions of others using paper effigies imbued with their hair. For those of lower cultivation, Chen Changsheng can even compel the paper effigy to end its own existence. Moreover, should he so desire, he could discreetly eliminate all his peers below the out-of-body stage within the Qingyun sect leaving those above it injured before a battle even commences. Even the brothers on the small peak have been accounted for in his precautions. Yet, conspicuously absent is Ouyang's paper effigy. Chapter 74. Farewell. Upon boarding the paper crane, Ouyang returned to the flower boat, and as he landed, he spotted Lung Qingsong standing on the deck, gazing vacantly at the palace appearing in the sky. Regrettably, Lung Qingsong had changed out of his white gauze dress. Otherwise, he would have made a picturesque scene of a tranquil era, resembling a refined lady gazing at the moon. Ouyang felt a twinge of disappointment, as his younger brother's scandal had sold remarkably well within the Qingyan sect. Jumping down from the paper crane, Lung Qingsong looked at Ouyang and softly inquired, "Brother, I wish to give our master a beating. Indeed, when he returns, I'll bag him up, and you can strike." Ouyang nodded in agreement. That old rascal had silently orchestrated a trap for the two of them over the years, although it was for Lung Qingsong's benefit. A good thrashing was certainly warranted for daring to scheme against himself. Staring at a corner of the palace in the sky, Lung Qingsong said, somewhat dazed, "It seems there is something within that palace calling out to me." Ouyang squinted at the magnificent palace above, though only a fragment was visible. Its grandeur and solemnity were palpable. However, the palace's design, with its lofty, rounded dome, bore an uncanny resemblance to a grave. Could it be that his younger brother had summoned the tomb of some ancient immortal? Turning to Lung Qingsong, Ouyang remarked, "This is a gift from that old man. Whatever lies within will surely aid you greatly on your path. Once we return to the sect, we shall see what the patriarch has to say." Regarding Ling Feng, Ouyang opted for discretion, as his suspicions were merely conjectures. He could not ascertain the true nature of old Ling. If he hastily revealed his thoughts to his younger brother, Ouyang could easily predict that upon returning to the sect, Lung Qingsong would charge at Ling Feng with his sword. An out-of-body stage cultivator did not concern Ouyang too much. At worst, he could destroy the man's physical form and have his third brother obliterate his soul, ensuring that not even ashes remained. What Ouyang feared was the unknown entity lurking behind Ling Feng. A son of the demon race was already peculiar enough. But what could possibly exist that even the system could not identify? Such occurrences had never transpired since his arrival in this world, and this was the first time the system had exhibited a glitch. Until he found clarity, Ouyang was determined not to alarm the snake. Furthermore, upon returning to the sect, he must diligently acquire knowledge about souls. Otherwise, against cultivators above the out-of-body stage, he would have no recourse other than to stomp in frustration. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Lung Qingsong asked. Ouyang regained his senses, smiled, and remarked, "I can't help but wonder how your grandfather is faring. To be honest, is it truly acceptable not to eliminate him? Our purpose in coming to the mortal realm was to sever the worldly ties of our second child. Will sparing the old emperor's life adversely affect Lung Qingsong's state of mind?" Lung Qingsong shook his head and replied, "I have already attained a pure heart in my swordsmanship. The affairs of the mundane world no longer concern me. Upon returning to the small peak, I wish to enter seclusion for a few days to solidify my realm." Ouyang scratched his face, bemused by how increasingly verbose his second child had become. Could it be that he was finally emerging from the shadows of social anxiety? Curiously, Ouyang opened his second child's attribute panel. Name, Lung Qingsong, child of the dimension, cultivation, first level of Yuaning root bone, 101 luck, 10 charm, 10 swordsmanship talent, 101 exclusive skill. I am the sword. Evaluation, a child of the dimension with mild social anxiety, destined protagonist. All attributes remained unchanged, yet the evaluation had shifted from slight social anxiety to a bit. Was this an increase or a decrease? Ouyang gazed at the relatively unaltered attribute panel, shaking his head. He no longer placed complete faith in the attributes created by his system. Instead, he utilized the panel to glean specific information, for even garbled data could be produced, suggesting that this world was beyond the comprehension of the system itself. Ouyang and Lung Qingsong retreated to their respective chambers, tossing the paper crane onto the deck, awaiting the return of Hu Tutu the next morning. The flower boat soared towards the Qingyan sect, racing along its path. Awakened from slumber by Hu Tutu's boisterous laughter, Ouyang rubbed his eyes, still disoriented. Lung Qingsong then entered and announced, "Senior brother, Xiaoya, is leaving." "Oh, so Xiaoya is involved now? I trust you didn't sneakily climb into her window at midnight?" Ouyang grinned mischievously at Lung Qingsong's words. Lung Qingsong's face flushed, and he stammered, "I did not." "Then she must have climbed into yours." Ouyang declared confidently upon seeing Lung Qingsong's expression. Brother, you. Lung Qingsong halted, silently reaching for the hilt of his sword. In a battle of wits, he knew he could never outmatch Ouyang. Just jesting. Just jesting. Ouyang quickly reassured him, recognizing that his junior could not take a joke lightly. With a glare directed at Ouyang, Lung Qingsong turned to leave the room. Ouyang donned his attire and stepped out, catching a glimpse of the Qingyun Peak in the distance. Home at last. Ouyang sighed, feeling a tinge of nostalgia, despite having been away for only a few days, as if an eternity had passed. Meanwhile, Hututu soared around the flower boat on the paper crane, her laughter echoing in the air. A stark contrast to the suppressed cultivation that had kept her restless these past few days. In a flowing crimson gown, Xianxia strode forward. Her gaze filled with affection as she cast a glance at Lung Qingsong. The latter, startled as if struck by lightning, awkwardly scratched his head. Xianxia silently cursed him for being foolish, giving him a flirtatious look before turning to Ouyang and saying, "Junior brother, from here onwards, we enter the territory of the Qingyun Sect. My identity here is rather inconvenient, so I shall take my leave now." Ouyang nodded, then recalled something, retrieving 2 white porcelain vials from his storage pouch and presenting them to Xianxia. "This is my latest concoction of floral essence. 1 bottle is for you, and the other is for Master's wife." Xianxia accepted the porcelain vials, glancing once more at the dazed Lung Qingsong, and sighed, smiling at Ouyang. "Indeed, junior brother. Master was right. You resemble Uncle Huyun the most. That old man pales in comparison to you." Ouyang scoffed in response. "Can a rustic flirtation be compared to me? That lecherous old man is no match." Xianxia nodded in agreement. "This is precisely why Master advised me against choosing you. Like Uncle Huyun, you are gentle and considerate, creating an illusion of attentiveness. Yet in truth, you are the most indifferent person. How can Master's wife say such things about me? This is slander. I don't even have a girlfriend." Ouyang retorted indignantly. It was as if he were portrayed as a scoundrel when he was, in fact, still a virgin. Xianxia cast a deep glance at Lung Qingsong, for she had staked her life on him. With a light chuckle, she remarked thus, "I trust Master's wisdom. It is indeed better to choose a partner who is more honest." Chapter 75. Return to the Sect. We're back. Everything has returned. Ouyang gazed towards the direction of Qingyun Sect, feeling a flutter of emotions after being away for a few days. As he approached the Sect, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew increasingly dense. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his expression, a look of contentment adorning his face as he remarked, "Indeed, this feels like home." Beside him, riding on his sword, Lung Qingsong also wore a smile, having lived in Qingyun Sect for over a decade. He had long considered this place his home. Meanwhile, Hututu, directing the flight of a paper crane, only wished to return to the small peak to savor the chicken prepared by third senior brother. Though the world was bustling, he truly preferred solitude. As the trio reached the boundary of the sect, 2 figures riding swords intercepted them. One of the youths bowed to Ouyang and the others, saying, "This is the territory of Qingyun Sect. May I inquire if you are Ouyang?" Ouyang recognized the familiar face as Ma Xingye, who had assisted him during the outer sect competition. What a small world, he mused, impressed by Ma Xingye's persistence in entering the inner sect of Qingyun and finally achieving the position of guarding its gates. There is a saying, after 10 years of hard study, one earns a position of security in a day. Truly commendable, skipping 30 years of struggle. Although Ma Xingye's methods were somewhat unscrupulous, Ouyang had no intention of holding a grudge, and he presented his waist token for Ma Xingye to see. Ma Xingye raised his hand and bowed to Ouyang, saying, "Senior brother, please." Bowing gracefully, they exhibited impeccable manners, radiating an air of professionalism that suggested they had undergone extensive pre-service training. Ouyang nodded, and the 3 of them swiftly entered the domain of the Qingyun Sect. Ma Xingye gazed at the receding figures of Ouyang and his companions, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. After much effort, he had finally gained entry into the inner sect, yet everything here was utterly different from what he had envisioned. Once a figure of prominence in the outer sect, he had imagined that upon arriving in the inner sect, he would soar like a dragon amidst the clouds, wielding his exceptional talent and formidable spells to command respect. However, Ma Xingye found himself blending into the crowd, indistinguishable from the masses. Although the inner sect of the Qingyun Sect boasted abundant resources, alleviating his worries about cultivation materials, he soon realized that every senior brother surpassed him in talent, learning spells at a pace far quicker than his own. The once celebrated Xianxia became but an inconspicuous figure in the inner sect. Each time he received letters from home, he would extol the virtues of the Qingyun sect, bringing comfort to his parents, yet only he understood the discontent that gnawed at his heart. The pressure was overwhelming. The number of exceptional individuals was daunting. While the atmosphere appeared tranquil, with laughter and camaraderie, behind the scenes, competition was fierce. Upon joining the inner sect, the overseer of the outer sect had specifically advised him to avoid conflicts with Ouyang and to maintain proper decorum in their encounters. He had heard that Xiao Feng had also gained admission into the inner sect, residing on the same peak as Ouyang. It remained uncertain whether Xiao Feng, too, felt the heavy weight of oppression, especially as he was the one who had once bested Ma Xianxia. Although he would publicly dismiss Xiao Feng as a defeated foe, deep down, he harbored genuine admiration for his strength. Watching Ouyang and his companions dwindle into mere specks, Ma Xianxia sighed softly, reflecting on the challenge of thriving in such a vast sect. To Ouyang and his friends, he was but a fleeting interlude. As the small peak emerged before them, Ouyang and his companions could not help but laugh in unison. Hu Tutu, brimming with excitement, called out loudly to the peak, "Hey, Tutu is back." His voice echoed throughout the small peak, yet when the reverberations faded, no one appeared to greet them. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Hu Tutu turned to Ouyang and asked, "Elder brother, why is there no one to welcome us?" Ouyang, equally puzzled, thought it strange that, given that there were still the third brother, Xiaobai, and brother Xiao on the mountain, no one came to receive him, the elder brother. What a disheartening situation for him. Upon their arrival at the courtyard atop the small peak, Ouyang's gaze fell upon Xiaobai, who usually perched on a tree, now languidly reclined on a chair, staring vacantly at the sky. Despite their arrival, Xiaobai remained oblivious to their presence. It is indeed a peculiar situation. In the past, Bai Feiyu always exuded confidence, displaying an air of mastery. Yet Ouyang had never witnessed Bai Feiyu in such a disheveled and distraught state. Turning to follow Bai Feiyu's gaze, Ouyang discovered that he was fixated on the circular domed palace above. Could it be that this palace bore significant relevance to Xiaobai? Ouyang stepped forward, waving his fingers in front of Bai Feiyu's eyes, but received no response. Seizing Bai Feiyu's shoulders, he shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, wake up. You need to relieve yourself." Awakened by Ouyang's fervent shaking, Bai Feiyu turned with vacant eyes and murmured, "What have you all been doing descending the mountain? That palace in the sky cannot possibly be the result of your meddling, can it?" Ouyang, grinning as if it were the most natural thing, replied, "Of course. Don't you know who your senior brother is? Such a grand spectacle must surely be our doing. Impressive, isn't it?" Suddenly, Bai Feiyu's expression contorted into a fierce snarl. Losing all semblance of his usual calm demeanor, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged at the bewildered Ouyang. The abrupt transformation startled Hu Tutu, who had previously admired the dashing and gentle Bai Shixiang, now seemingly possessed by another spirit entirely. Wow. Handsome brother has changed," Hu Tutu exclaimed, rushing over to console the distressed Zhonghu, believing that his departure had caused Bai Shixiang's drastic shift in mood. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong appeared unfazed by the playful banter between Bai Feiyu and Ouyang. Having just achieved the nascent stage, he deemed it paramount to stabilize his own cultivation. Thus, he retreated to his chamber to solidify his realm. In no time, the small peak regained its typical chaotic atmosphere. Bai Feiyu gripped Ouyang's neck, shaking him desperately. "How long have you all been down the mountain? Why have you disturbed someone's ancestral grave? Are you out of your minds?" Ouyang, momentarily caught off guard by the intensity of Bai Feiyu's grip, suddenly recalled Bai Feiyu's concealed identity as an ancient Sword Immortal. According to his elder, this celestial secret realm was particularly suited to Lung Qingsong, who specialized in the sword path. Gazing at the seemingly frenzied Bai Feiyu, Ouyang was struck with an immature thought. Could it be that the palace in the sky is actually the grave of Xiaobai's previous incarnation that our second brother has unearthed? Chapter 76. Who can resist being called handsome? Observing the reddened eyes of Bai Feiyu, Ouyang was about to shift the blame to his second brother, only to find that he had already retreated to his room to stabilize his realm. What to do now? His second brother had inadvertently disturbed the grave of their fourth brother's previous life. Ouyang felt an overwhelming sense of dread, swallowing hard as he forced a dry smile. "Xiaobai, why are you so agitated? Could it be that the palace in the sky belongs to your ancestor?" At Ouyang's words, Bai Feiyu, who had been irate for days, suddenly froze. He had already reincarnated, and this matter was his greatest secret. There was no way Bai Feiyu would ever reveal it. Bai Feiyu released his grip on Ouyang's neck, clearing his throat and feigning righteous indignation as he proclaimed, "It is evident that this heavenly palace serves as the resting place of an ancient sword master. How could I, as a sword cultivator, remain indifferent to the disturbance of a revered ancestor's eternal slumber?" Observing Bai Feiyu's brazen bravado, Ouyang rolled his eyes inwardly, fully aware of Bai Feiyu's true nature. When had Bai Feiyu ever shown such a penchant for meddling? Even if the Qingyan sect were to be besieged tomorrow, that impudent lad would undoubtedly perch on a tree, merely watching the spectacle unfold. And what righteous indignation! Was it not merely because his own grave was at risk of being unearthed? Growing anxious, Ouyang mused internally, yet spoke earnestly. What the ancestors left behind is meant for the fated. If the second brother can open this tomb, it signifies that the ancestor has acknowledged him. Ouyang's reasoning was sound, portraying the second brother as the rightful heir of that great swordmaster. Bai Feiyu listened, his forehead twitching in anger, his mind screaming. When did I ever acknowledge that stubborn bull? How could I not know? Suddenly, Bai Feiyu was struck by a revelation. It seemed that the sword path pursued by Lung Qingsong was eerily reminiscent of his own in a past life. In that previous existence, he had walked the path of the sword, severing all with it. Yet this road was a dead end. Otherwise, he would not have met his demise in that life. Bai Feiyu's countenance darkened instantly. The path Lung Qingsong had chosen was one he had already traversed, and he could not bear to witness Lung Qingsong repeat his tragic fate. Having spent nearly a decade in close companionship, Bai Feiyu, who had once been solitary and only found solace in the sword, had begun to feel a familial bond with these people in this life. He could not simply stand by and watch as Lung Qingsong marched towards self-destruction. With this thought in mind, Bai Feiyu turned towards Lung Qingsong's chamber, but after taking 2 steps, he hesitated and returned to face Ouyang, his expression grave as he stated, "The second brother must not enter this immortal secret realm." Ouyang, taken aback by Bai Feiyu's earnestness, momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. However, upon seeing the unprecedented determination etched on Bai Feiyu's face, he too found himself at a loss. Ouyang replied softly, "It was the old man who arranged this. Our descent from a mountain is his design, master." Bai Feiyu's expression fluctuated, uncertainty creeping in as Ouyang mentioned their master, Ouyang. The name conjured in his mind the image of eyes that seemed to pierce through all facades. When those eyes gazed upon him, it felt as though all his secrets were laid bare. In this reincarnation, Bai Feiyu cared little for joining any sect. Based on his past experiences and the myriad ancient texts he possessed, he lacked for no means of cultivation. Yet, when under the scrutiny of those penetrating eyes, he found himself inexplicably bowing his head in acquiescence. If it was indeed his master's intent, Bai Feiyu fell into deep contemplation. Seeing Bai Feiyu's hesitation, Ouyang realized that among them, the one who held the utmost respect for their elder was the young Bai before him. As the reincarnation of an ancient Sword Immortal, Bai was surprisingly obedient to their elder, a fact that Ouyang had not anticipated. Could it be due to the system's evaluation of their elder? When Ouyang first encountered the elder's assessment, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. In the world of cultivation, the odds were even, and even a dog could fare equally. Were it not for the title of the chief disciple of the Qingyan sect, Ouyang might have suspected that his master was a charlatan. With a leisurely demeanor, Ouyang playfully engaged Hu Tu, then inquired, "Why haven't I seen the third and sixth brothers?" Disrupted from his contemplation, Bai Feiyu casually replied, "Senior brother Chun went to the forbidden area of Qingyun Peak to envision the Qingyun treasure, while junior brother Xiao has gone inside the forbidden area to temper his physical body." Hu Tu, just having stopped crying, pouted disconsolately, "If the third brother isn't here, then who will prepare my delicious chicken?" Ouyang scoffed lightly and remarked, "The third brother is envisioning the treasure? Is he truly there? I don't believe it." He then called out loudly, "Third brother, I am hungry. Hurry up and come cook." As soon as Ouyang's words echoed, wisps of smoke began to rise from the otherwise empty kitchen. Chen Chongsheng, clad in an apron, poked his head out from the kitchen and grinned at Ouyang, saying, "Senior brother, you're back. Just a moment, I've just put the chicken on to stew. Didn't you go to envision the Qingyun treasure?" Bai Feiyu asked, astonished as he looked at Chen Chongsheng. How had he completely overlooked the fact that Chun was still on the small peak? As the reincarnation of an ancient Sword Immortal, Bai felt rather inadequate. It seemed imperative to elevate his cultivation swiftly to touch upon the divine soul, so he wouldn't appear so lackluster on the small peak. For the first time, Bai Bai Feiyu felt the weight of pressure as he realized that despite possessing the complete memories of his previous life, his current cultivation had rendered him the weakest on the small peak. This instilled a sense of urgency, even a palpable pressure. With this thought, Bai Feiyu let out a cold snort and turned back to his room. Competing? In his past life as a Sword Immortal, he had surpassed the entire cultivation world. Meanwhile, Ouyang and Hutu ventured into the kitchen. Upon seeing the stewing chicken, Hutu's eyes brightened. Although earthly food was plentiful, its flavor always fell short. Could the ingredients of the mortal realm compare to the delectable essence nourished by the energies of heaven and earth? Hutu sniffed the air as the aroma wafted from the iron pot, drooling as saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, dampening the fur atop the head of the concealed fox he held. The fox, originally only wishing to observe whether this relative had made any progress since returning from the mortal realm, realized from the very first glance at Hutu, who was now drenched in his own drool, that this relative had shown no advancement whatsoever. It appeared that without his guidance, it would be a miracle if this girl could even break through to 5 tails, let alone attain the status of a 9-tailed celestial fox. Such remarkable talent squandered. The expression on Tsanghu Fangzheng's face was inscrutable. Yet within, plans began to take shape. Though Yin held no interest in revitalizing Xianxia Mountain, he genuinely cherished this kin of his. After all, who could resist a fox that incessantly calls them handsome? Or perhaps it was about repaying a debt. Chapter 78. A Conversation Between Brothers. Ouyang observed Hutu, who was squatting by the hearth, and joined him, poking at the firewood. Suddenly, a thought struck Ouyang as he glanced at the grinning Changsheng and inquired, "Old Third, is it true that one can only master the soul phenomenon during the out-of-body stage?" The grin on Changsheng's face faltered, replaced by a hint of awkwardness as he responded, "Why the sudden curiosity, brother?" Ouyang replied nonchalantly, "I am merely inquisitive. You know, my cultivation is quite low. I can barely grasp the 5 elements escape technique, let alone something as advanced as the soul phenomenon." After a moment's contemplation, Changsheng articulated, "Logically speaking, during the qi refinement stage, one condenses true qi within the dantian. The foundation establishment stage forms true essence from true qi. The core formation stage transforms true essence into a golden core, and the nascent soul stage sees the core shatter into an infant. The hallmark of the out-of-body stage is the soul's departure. This is a consensus in the cultivation realm." Ouyang nodded, encouraging Changsheng to continue. Changsheng carefully chose his words, saying, "However, there are exceptional individuals who can perceive the existence of the soul at lower realms." "For instance, you?" Ouyang queried curiously. Upon hearing Ouyang's question, Changsheng, were it not for the fact that this body was a puppet, would have been drenched in sweat. He chuckled awkwardly. "I am indeed somewhat unique. I can vaguely sense the presence of the soul, hence I possess a modest understanding of its applications." Listening to his third brother's humble account, Ouyang scoffed, summoning hundreds of puppet minions with a wave of his hand. Was this merely a modest understanding? However, he refrained from exposing Changsheng's identity as a reborn individual and instead asked, "Does that mean cultivators capable of soul departure can freely occupy the bodies of others?" Changsheng's expression grew serious at Ouyang's question, and he looked at him solemnly. "Brother, have you encountered a cultivator capable of seizing bodies?" Ouyang nodded and replied, "During this descent, I met someone who could not only seize bodies but also assist others in doing so. Inside the secret chamber within the mountainside." Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce intent radiating from him. He slowly closed his eyes again, reconnecting his consciousness with the puppet beside Ouyang. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, "Where is that individual now?" "Dead, or rather, his physical body is dead. However, when I checked, I sensed something fleeing from his body. I suspect he hasn't truly perished. His soul has escaped," Ouyang said while tending to the firewood. "Where did you kill him?" Changsheng asked urgently. Ouyang halted, turning to Changsheng and said, "What? Do you wish to lay waste to that place?" Changsheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He turned to Ouyang and, in a softened tone, remarked, "No, I merely wish to take precautions." Ouyang gazed at Changsheng, his younger brother, who was a reincarnated soul, undoubtedly well aware of future events. When he first encountered that demonic progeny, Changsheng had dramatically altered his usual demeanor, attempting to eliminate Ziyuan on the spot. Had Ouyang not intervened, Ziyuan would likely have perished that very moment. It was evident that in the future, this demonic scion would commit heinous acts, perhaps even deeds so egregious that even Xianxia would deem him worthy of immediate eradication. Nevertheless, Ouyang had still prevented Xianxia from acting. Not for any other reason, but that, regardless of what Ziyuan might do in the future, such events had yet to transpire. What had not occurred could not be said to exist. While it was true that Ziyuan belonged to the demonic lineage, aside from Ouyang's own system, only the reincarnated Xianxia possessed such knowledge. Even Bai, the ancient Sword Immortal, and the Sect Master Xianxia were oblivious to it. To slay him, and then brazenly declare him a demonic progeny? Moreover, he merely came to deliver a message, coercing him into swearing a heavenly oath? What entitlement did he possess? The heavenly oath was a commonplace affair. The weight of such oaths was significant among cultivators, and compelling others to swear one was sufficient to warrant the expulsion of an entire mountain peak. The principle of harming one's own sect was even inscribed in their code of conduct. Unilaterally killing a fellow sect member was an unforgivable transgression in any sect. Xianxia himself, as well as the entire mountain peak, would face immediate execution by the Qingyan sect. He was indeed powerful, even against Dongxuzi in the tribulation stage. He believed he could subdue his physical form. However, the Qingyan sect encompassed hundreds of affiliated sects, along with elders concealed within forbidden zones. Even if the entire mountain peak were to unite in strength, none had yet broken through to the out-of-body stage. He could fight, but what of his elder brothers? Even if he managed to escape with all his disciples, would the entire mountain peak become the pariahs of the cultivation world simply due to one demonic progeny? Of course, it was possible that Ziyuan might reveal his demonic identity before Xianxia could strike. Yet what if he did not? If Ziyuan exposed his identity during the sect competition and was subsequently slain by Xianxia, that would represent the best possible outcome Ouyang could envision. Even if Ziyuan failed to disclose his origins and accidentally killed a sect member during the contest, the worst consequence would merely entail Xianxia retreating for a century. To jeopardize the entire mountain peak for an event that had yet to occur was something Ouyang, as the eldest brother, could never allow Xianxia to pursue. This was the duty of Ouyang as the elder brother. What troubled Ouyang even more was the apparent fixation Xianxia had on the events of his past life, which had fostered a personality marked by extreme caution. This situation is quite unfavorable for him, potentially becoming a source of inner turmoil. Ouyang's gaze was fixed upon Xianxia, who, hidden within the secret chamber, felt as though Ouyang could penetrate the puppet and see directly into his soul. Little brother, do you remember the words of our master? Minor circumstances may be altered, but the greater trends cannot be changed. To attempt such a change invites chaos, Ouyang stated, enunciating each word with gravity. Xianxia bowed his head, absorbing his elder brother's admonition. Even though this incarnation of his elder brother lacked the extraordinary talent of his previous life, the pressure he exerted was even greater than before. Yet, Xianxia, with a hint of defiance, retorted, "But what if we could eliminate future threats in advance?" Ouyang recalled the demon named Lin Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ziyuan, and tilted his head, offering a meaningful look at Xianxia. How can you be certain that such elimination would not lead to worse outcomes? Xianxia fell into contemplative silence, then raised his gaze to Ouyang, asserting, "Then let us persist in our efforts until all threats are eradicated." Ouyang sighed, understanding that geniuses are often obstinate. If their thoughts could be easily swayed, they would hardly be considered geniuses. Such matters can only be resolved when they come to their own realizations, without experiencing the pain of failure. They may never acknowledge their mistakes. This too is a form of adherence to one's own path. Ouyang stood, wrapping the lid of the iron pot, and declared, "The chicken is ready. Let us dine." Chapter 79. The entrance of Xiao Feng with his own BGM. Xianxia absorbed Ouyang's teachings, yet within him lingered a stubborn resolve. "As long as my preparations are thorough, I can vanquish even the immortals before you. The greater trends cannot be altered. That merely indicates insufficient effort." Having endured the cataclysms of his former life, Xianxia understood the magnitude of turmoil that would ensue if the future remained unaltered. The greater trends cannot be changed? My return to this life is precisely to ascertain whether change is possible. If change is unattainable, what significance does my rebirth hold? Is it merely to witness the tragic scenes of my past replaying before my eyes? Within the small mountain's confines, Chun Changxing's true self slowly opened his eyes, filled with unwavering determination. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the onlookers, Ouyang emerged from the inner chamber, carrying the chicken to the courtyard. Hututu wiped his drool and, thoroughly satisfied, savored the chicken prepared by their third brother, finding it as delectable as he remembered. How splendid it was to have such a handsome third brother. What ill intentions could a child possess, save for a desire to eat chicken? Ouyang glanced at the sun, now nearing dusk, and inquired with curiosity, "Is Xianxia not returning?" Chun Changsheng shook his head, replying, "Given the position of the sun, he should be on his way. Xianxia follows a path of physical cultivation and has a hearty appetite. He always rushes back at mealtime." No sooner had Chun Changsheng spoken than a rousing melody filled the air, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Bodachested. Xiaofeng bounded towards a small mountain, running through the air. Ouyang's eyes twitched in disbelief. Goodness, is Xiaofeng making his entrance while carrying a speaker? With a light admonition, Xiaofeng leaped gracefully into the courtyard, his bronze skin and streamlined muscles shimmering under the setting sun. Gulp! Ututu, Kaching at Chikin leg. Stared blankly at Xiaofeng, swallowing hard. Grandfather, I am truly happy at Qingyun's sect. I shall not return to Qingqiu Mountain. Hututu pondered silently within himself. Upon landing in the courtyard, Xiaofeng spotted Ouyang and Hututu seated there, a smile blossoming on his face. He casually turned off the recording stone that was still playing stirring music and bowed to Ouyang, saying, "Senior brother, junior sister, you have returned. Has second senior brother come back as well?" Ouyang observed Xiaofeng, whose spirit was exceptionally high, particularly with the dragon and phoenix illusions that had yet to dissipate. He nodded and remarked, "Xianxia, you have been quite diligent these past few days." Xiaofeng flashed a grin at Ouyang, replying, "It is all thanks to senior brother Bai's excellent guidance and the auxiliary training tools crafted by senior brother Chun. Moreover, the spirit beasts in the forbidden area have been of immense help." During Ouyang's absence, Xiaofeng had not only sought advice from Bai Feiyu regarding the ancient cultivation methods, but had also mastered the application of the tattoos on his body. Chun Changsheng had tailored yellow talismans adorned with weight-bearing formations specifically for him. Most importantly, he had engaged in sparring with formidable spirit beasts within the forbidden area, honing both his physical strength and close-quarters combat skills. However, it was increasingly challenging to find a spirit beast, requiring him to venture deeper into the forbidden area each time. Ouyang nodded, observing Xiaofeng's seamless retraction of the dragon and phoenix illusions, confirming that Xiaofeng's training had not waned during this time. He turned to Chun Changsheng and inquired, "Old 3, at this rate of cultivation, when can Xianxia awaken the remaining divine beasts?" Chun Changsheng pondered for a moment before responding. "Once Xianxia fully integrates the power of the dragon and phoenix into his bloodline, he can awaken the tattoos on his back using his bloodline, ensuring a closer affinity with the divine beasts. Is it possible without my true energy?" Ouyang asked curiously. Chun Changxing chuckled and shook his head, saying, "The 5 divine beasts are interconnected. When senior brother activated the dragon and phoenix for Xianxia, he awakened all 5 divine beasts. Now it is merely a matter of when Xianxia will trigger them. Isn't playing music a bit ostentatious?" Ouyang awkwardly pointed to the recording stone at Xiaofeng's waist. Chun Changsheng explained, "The tattoo on Xiaoxia's back requires a medium for stimulation. Music not only summons the divine beasts, but also serves to inspire him in battle." Xiaofeng chimed in affirmatively, "Senior brother Chun is right. Every time I play the music, I indeed feel my power flowing more effortlessly." Ouyang envisioned the future battles of Xiaofeng before facing an opponent. Xiaofeng would surely turn on his music, defeating them amidst their awkwardness and frustration, all while immersed in his own unique battle anthem. Is this truly the combat style of the future human emperor? How delightful. Are the human clan members collectively indulging in foot-picking? Ouyang chuckled lightly and remarked, "Not bad. Not bad. Keep up the good work." Xiaofeng, with a serious demeanor, assured his senior brothers, "Rest assured, I will not betray your earnest efforts." Hututu waved his hand and chimed in, "And I am here too. Go for it, Xianxia." Xiaofeng glanced at Hututu, a gentle gleam in his eyes, and nodded earnestly. "Of course, there's also our little senior sister." After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Just as Ouyang was about to settle down for the night, he heard a knock at his door, and Yin swaggered in without a care. "Hey, do you not knock before entering?" Ouyang expressed his displeasure. Yin shot Ouyang a sideways glance and replied, Have you ever seen a pet knock before entering the house? With an expressionless face, Ouyang boldly perched on Ouyang's desk and pulled out a piece of paper, stating, "Help me procure these medicinal herbs. Hu-Tu-Tu needs to advance to the legendary nine-tailed celestial fox, and we must establish a solid foundation in the early stages." Ouyang took the paper, examining it. The herbs listed were exceedingly rare and in large quantities, and he furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is so much truly necessary?" Ouyang scoffed. "You do realize that the demon clan requires far more resources for cultivation than the human clan, right? Thus, a demon of the same rank can overpower 2 human cultivators. How would you not know this?" Ouyang shook his head. "Is that so? I hadn't noticed." Ouyang was momentarily a loss for words. Among demon cultivators and human practitioners, a demon of equal rank could easily best 2 human cultivators. However, each individual from the small peak seemed capable of overwhelming all opponents of the same level, and it appeared that challenging beyond one's rank was a source of embarrassment on the small peak. "I've finally resolved to help that girl with her cultivation, but you can do as you wish," Ouyang exclaimed, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. "Oh, feeling a bit proud, are we?" Ouyang waved the list in his hand and replied, "No problem. I happen to need to visit Qingyan Peak tomorrow. I'll also swing by the medicinal fields at Dan Peak to borrow these items." Of course, Ouyang's borrowing never involved a promissory note, as they were all friends, and asking for loans could hurt feelings. Chapter 8. Chen Chongqing's Night Raid. In the dead of night, Chen Chongqing stealthily approached Hu-Tu-Tu's room. His expression was one of inner turmoil. He was primarily concerned about the individual Ouyang had mentioned, a cultivator capable of taking over others' bodies. In his recollections, such a power was solely possessed by the future demon clan's holy emperor, Zhu Yuan. Having fulfilled his heavenly oath, Chen Chongqing had believed he had completely eradicated Zhu Yuan. But why, then, was his senior brother encountering an individual with the ability to seize others' bodies on this descent from the mountain? The act of soul possession was something even a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage could not achieve. Once the physical body was destroyed and only the soul remained, a cultivator above the integration stage could choose to disperse their essence and become an immortal. However, the art of soul possession eludes him. Upon his rebirth, Chen Chongqing was astonished to discover that he had returned with the soul of his previous life, one that had reached the tribulation phase. And it seemed that his reincarnation had caused a mutation in his soul. His soul possessed the remarkable ability to infinitely split and expand. Yet, despite this extraordinary capacity, it was solely confined to the creation of puppets. Even he could not achieve the feat of soul possession. Given that his soul's strength had already reached the pinnacle of existence and could regenerate infinitely, the challenge of soul possession becomes all the more apparent. He had only witnessed such a phenomenon in the Demon Emperor Zhu Yuan. Suddenly, Chen Chongqing recalled Ouyang's words, "The grand tide cannot be changed, but the minor currents can be altered." Was it truly a mistake to eliminate Zhu Yuan prematurely? He had always relied on his identity as a reincarnated being, meticulously preparing for the momentous events that awaited him in the future. Yet, if the trajectory of this life diverged completely from that of his past, would his advantage of rebirth still hold? Chen Chongqing found himself engulfed in confusion, but in the next moment, his gaze regained its determination. Even if the memories of the future proved futile, he was resolute in his intent to eradicate any threats in their infancy, certain that he could alter the course of fate, no matter the cost. Without further hesitation, Chen Chongqing gently pushed open the door to Hu-Tu-Tu's room. Hu-Tu-Tu, already nestled in bed counting sheep, sprang up in alarm upon hearing the creak of the door, only to find his third senior brother smiling warmly at him. "Third senior brother? What brings you to Tutu's room at this late hour?" Hu-Tu-Tu yawned, still drowsy as he addressed Chen Chongqing. With a smile, Chen Chongqing produced a candy figurine from his pocket, playfully waving it before Hu-Tu-Tu. "Tutu has just returned, and your senior brother came to check on you. Would you like a candy person?" Hu-Tu-Tu's eyes fixated on the candy, his pupils dancing with its movement. He quickly leapt from the bed and lunged towards Chen Chongqing, exclaiming joyfully, "Third senior brother, you are the best. I adore you the most." As he handed the candy to the delighted Hu-Tu-Tu, Chen Chongqing gently patted his head and inquired, "You've been away for so many days. Your senior brother has missed you dearly. What have you been doing with the eldest senior brother these days? Care to share?" Today, the eldest senior brother would certainly not divulge where he had encountered that soul-transferring individual, and second senior brother Lung Qingsong was in seclusion. If Chen Chongqing were to ask Lung Qingsong, he, being the eldest senior brother's most trusted aide, would undoubtedly report back to the eldest senior brother first, resulting in no information gained and possibly incurring a scolding. Thus, Xianxia turned his attention to Hu Tutu, who had accompanied the two senior brothers. Munching on the candy, Hu Tutu tilted his head in thought before responding. Tutu went to the mortal realm with the eldest and second senior brothers. We ate a lot and saw many things. Senior brother, the mortal realm is wonderful, but I do not like it. It smells bad. Have you encountered anyone? Xianxia inquired, leading the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Tutu replied, Indeed, I have met many people, and they all reek of unpleasantness, except for one delightful sister. Hee, let me tell you, that beautiful sister is actually the wife of second senior brother. Observing the gossip-laden expression on Hu Tutu's face, Xianxia sighed, yet nodded in agreement. Have you encountered any unfortunate events? Tilting her head in thought, Hu Tutu shook it and responded, No misfortunes have befallen us. With first senior brother and second senior brother around, what could possibly trouble us? In Hu Tutu's heart, the mightiest first senior brother and the second most formidable second senior brother ensured that no ill fate could touch her. As Xianxia regarded Hu Tutu's earnest demeanor, he realized that mere questioning would yield little insight. With one final resort, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a mix of apology and resolve. He reached towards Hu Tutu, who was engrossed with her candy figure, his gaze shimmering with a peculiar light. Suddenly, Hu Tutu felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her. First senior brother, I suddenly feel very sleepy, she exclaimed, one hand clutching the candy, the other rubbing her eyes as she spoke to Xianxia. Is that so? If you are tired, then it is best to rest, Xianxia murmured softly, enveloping Hu Tutu in his arms, his voice rich with an unusual allure. The candy slipped from Hu Tutu's grasp and fell to the ground as she tilted her head and succumbed to slumber. Xianxia's sense of guilt deepened. Silently apologizing in his heart, he harnessed his spiritual energy, preparing to employ a divine technique to extract from Hu Tutu's memories any information regarding the practitioner capable of possession. The moment Xianxia's spiritual fluctuations emerged, the room was engulfed in an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a roaring tempest. Startled, he shielded Hu Tutu behind him, flicking his sleeve to reveal a stack of yellow talismans. Release her. A colossal fox apparition bared its teeth at Xianxia, its immense demonic power sending him flying. Who are you, esteemed one? Xianxia shouted as he cradled Hu Tutu, swiftly casting several yellow talismans before him. Yet within a heartbeat, they were shredded to fragments by the surging demonic force. At least a fusion-stage demon cultivator. How could one have breached the array I set around the small peak? A wave of alarm coursed through Xianxia as he contemplated revealing his trump card. Just then a gigantic fox paw pressed against his throat, and a square-shaped fox visage loomed before him, its beady eyes fixated on him as it spoke slowly. You dare to employ a divine technique on her? Do you not realize it could harm her soul? Xianxia recognized the fox before him. It was the pet known as Handsome belonging to his junior sister. The fox often reclined under the sun, basking in its warmth, or sneaked into the kitchen to steal morsels. To everyone's surprise, it was a formidable demon beast of a higher realm. With great difficulty, Xianxia managed to utter, Who are you, esteemed one? Why would you willingly disguise yourself as a pet and lurk on my humble mountain? The fox, Ouyang, gazed intently at Xianxia and slowly replied, I am Ouyang, the eight-tailed spirit fox. I have been sent by your elder brother to protect Hu Tutu. Chapter 81. A resounding slap. You are the protector of my junior sister? Xianxia inquired with difficulty. Every talented individual from a prominent family is usually accompanied by a powerful guardian. The moment I laid eyes on Hu Tutu, I recognized that she would one day become the empress of the demon clan. Who would have thought that even the future empress would have a guardian by her side, especially after the near extinction of the Fox clan before her arrival? Ouyang observed Xianxia, the one person he particularly disliked on this mountain, although he cooked a delightful chicken dish. This young man exuded an air of cunning that set him apart from the others, whose hearts were far more transparent. I'm asking you, why did you employ the soul technique on her? Ouyang's tone was chilling as he stared at Xianxia. Hu Tutu and I share the same lineage from the Xianxia fox clan, and her talent is of the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a rarity not seen in a millennium. Even if we are mere acquaintances, I could never stand idly by while a genius from my clan is harmed. Moreover, I have resolved to impart all my knowledge to Hu Tutu. In my heart, she is no different from my own kin. The overwhelming pressure emanating from a transcendent cultivator and the potent demonic energy made it difficult for Chen Changsheng to breathe, clearly reflecting Ouyang's wrath. Ouyang even contemplated directly eliminating Chen Changsheng, thinking that he could simply take Hu Tu and leave the Qingyan sect. The world is vast, and as a transcendent being, where could I not go? Although Chen Changsheng, a core formation cultivator, had confidence in defeating practitioners of the nascent soul and even the out-of-body stage, he found himself utterly powerless against the transcendent master, who stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Under the weight of Ouyang's pressure and the onslaught of demonic power, Chen Changsheng was compelled to lower his head and confess. I meant no harm to my junior sister. I merely wished to obtain some information from her. Then why not simply ask her? Ouyang retorted. It seems my junior sister has no recollection of what I wish to know, which is why I had no choice but to use the soul technique to delve in her memories, Chen Changsheng admitted, a hint of guilt in his voice. Even at the expense of harming your own comrade? Ouyang's voice turned cold. Upon hearing Ouyang's inquiry, Chen Changsheng felt immense shame and lowered his head in silent affirmation. Get out. I shall seek an explanation from Ouyang. If I cannot remain in the Qingyan sect, I will take Hu Tu and leave. With a flick of his hand, Chen Changsheng was unceremoniously thrown out, and the door was shut firmly behind him. Cast out into the night, Chen Changsheng sat in silence, gazing up at the myriad stars, lost in a tempest of thoughts. The probing inquiries of Fox Yin had pierced his heart deeply. To alter the course of fate, was he truly willing to resort to any means, even at the expense of his fellow disciples? Had he, in a moment of despair, inflicted harm upon those he vowed to protect? Staring at his own hands, a struggle brewed within him. Yet, with the looming threat of the future so palpable, could he confide in his senior brother about his rebirth from the future? The notion that suddenly emerged in his mind stirred something within him, but he quickly shook his head. He sensed that revealing his identity as a reborn individual would invite tremendous trouble. What was he to do? Cradling his head in his hands, Chen Changsheng found himself engulfed in the greatest confusion since his rebirth. The encroaching winter chill began to settle upon him, dampening his clothes. It was not until dawn broke that he stood up, disheartened, and returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Ouyang, surprisingly, arose early that day, yawning as he stepped out of his room. Chen Changsheng paused at the sight of his senior brother's early rising, instinctively avoiding his gaze. He carried the dishes from the kitchen and placed them on the stone table in the courtyard, softly greeting, "Good morning, senior brother." "Good morning, little three." "Oh, we have steamed buns today," Ouyang replied, taking a seat and eagerly devouring a bun, savoring each bite. Observing Ouyang as he ate, Chen Changsheng hesitated, words caught in his throat, ultimately swallowing his thoughts. It was not until Ouyang finished a bun, wiped his mouth, and let out a contented belch that he beckoned Chen Changsheng over. "Little three, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." Chen Changsheng approached with his head bowed, like a child awaiting reprimand. Crack! A sharp slap resounded against Chen Changsheng's face, though the force was mild. The sound was startlingly clear. Ouyang withdrew his hand, fixating on the steaming buns before him, and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Do you understand why I struck you?" With utmost respect, Chen Changsheng lowered his head and replied softly, "I understand." "Did you not hear a single word I said yesterday?" Ouyang's voice grew increasingly composed, heightening Chen Changsheng's unease. Frantically, Chen Changsheng admitted his fault. "Senior brother, I was wrong. I should not have." Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck as Ouyang gripped it firmly, pulling him closer. Looking into Chen Changsheng's eyes, brimming with unshed tears, Ouyang stated calmly, "No matter the circumstances, inflicting harm upon fellow disciples is unequivocally wrong." "I know, but..." Chen Changsheng's voice faltered, a wave of grievance washing over him. As though no one could grasp his plight, he had pondered throughout the night and still could not discern the right course of action. Witnessing Chen Changsheng, who has always been composed and astute, reveal himself for the first time as a startled fawn before him, Ouyang could not help but laugh. He gazed at Chen Changsheng and said, "I believe in you, Changsheng. Though I am unaware of the burdens that weigh upon your heart, my faith in you remains unwavering. However, this does not justify any act of aggression towards a fellow disciple. Do you understand? Once a person forsakes their moral boundaries, they risk becoming a monster." As Ouyang's words resonated within him, Chen Changsheng, captivated by the proximity of Ouyang's face, seemed a glimpse into the future. He envisioned Ouyang, battered and back turned to him, wielding a sword to shield him from all perils, still smiling as he said, "Changsheng, I believe in you. After all, you are my junior brother." In that instant, The weight of Chun Chongqing's grievances surged forth, and his eyes stung with unshed tears as he hastily concealed them with his sleeve. Go and apologize to Tutu, and prepare some gifts to express your contrition, Ouyang gently urged him. Chun Chongqing responded with a hasty acknowledgement, turning away in a flurry. Striving to keep his tears at bay, just as he was about to depart, Ouyang's voice drifted to him from behind. Little brother, I am your elder brother. Do not shoulder all burdens alone. Even if the sky were to collapse, remember that I am here to stand in front of you. At these words, Chun Chongqing could no longer restrain his tears, which streamed down his face. He suppressed a heavy sigh and turned towards the kitchen, feeling as though he had cast off an immense weight, his steps now imbued with newfound lightness.